A dead fatso can fetch 2 taels of silver, that's a good deal. Carry her away. If you dare to marry my daughter to a ghost bride, I'll kill myself right before your eyes. Just waking up, Gu Qianqian stared blankly at the crowd quarreling intensely before her, all in ancient attire. Their clothes were patched upon patched, especially the woman shielding her, whose garment had no intact piece of cloth. She was so thin that a gust of wind could blow her over. Gu Qianqian only remembered she was on her way to Hong Kong for a cooking competition when her plane encountered severe turbulence and crashed. Had she not died? Gu Qianqian pinched herself hard, her face contorting in pain. Then a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind, almost bursting her head. She realized with horror that not only was she alive, but she had been transported to a remote, impoverished mountain village where even food was a problem. The original owner was also a cross-fussy, love-struck fatso. The original owner was also called Gu Qianqian, born into a family of 4. But not long ago her father had died, leaving only her delicate, incapable mother Sang Yang and a sickly younger brother Gu Xiaoqing. To be honest, the original owner was really no good. She had a huge appetite, and when not enough to eat, would snatch food from her mother and brother. If she was still hungry, she would beat and scold them. She was a bully at home, but outside the door, she became a coward, timid, and hardly daring to breathe. Yet the original owner was also proud, and had set her sights on the village's only scholar in Qingfeng. She had planned to secretly confess her feelings, but was humiliated by the scholar. She ran back, crying, and somehow stumbled into the village pond and drowned. The original owner had just died when her grandmother eagerly came to drag her body away for a ghost marriage. Ghost marriage, my foot. This old hag is like a witch from a fairy tale. After the father died, she wasn't sad at all, but instead came every day to bully the widowed mother and her children. Now she wanted to drag her off for a ghost marriage. Slap. A loud smack rang out. You jinx, you worthless slut. You killed my son. Speak one more word, and I'll break your legs. Gu Qianqian felt a weight fall on her as the woman shielding her was slapped to the ground, collapsing onto her. A surge of primordial power erupted within her, and she shot to her feet. You old hag. Go home and slit your own throat, then marry yourself off. Gu Yaoshi was startled by the suddenly standing Gu Qianqian, her face turning pale. But she quickly recovered and plopped down on the ground, wailing, Hit me. A disrespectful descendant pretends to be dead to scare me, an old woman. Gu Qianqian stepped forward and slapped Gu Yaoshi several times. Old cursed thing, stop your ghostly wailing. These slaps are my gift. If you ever bully my mother and brother again, I'll knock out your teeth. Gu Yaoshi was stunned by the slaps. This fatso, who normally wouldn't dare to fart in front of her, now dared to hit her. Gu Yaoshi sat on the ground, holding her swollen face, wailing, Heavens! Is there no justice? No law? I don't want to live anymore. I'll dash myself against the wall today. With that, she scrambled up and rushed toward the wall. Sang Yang was also startled by Gu Qianqian's transformation. Her daughter, who had always only dared to hit and scold her and Xiaoqing, was now actually protecting them and fighting back against Gu Yaoshi. It felt like a dream. But when she saw the old woman rushing toward the wall, she came to her senses and hurried to stop her. Gu Qianqian, however, grabbed her and pulled her back. Mother, let her hit. If she dies, she's dead. Then she looked sideways at the men who had come with the old woman, sneering, But if the old hag really dies, no one will pay you silver. The men suddenly came to their senses. Old hag, give us back our silver. Gu Yaoshi, seeing this, stopped her rush toward the wall and bolted away. The group chased after her all at once. In a flash, the yard was empty. Seeing everyone gone, Gu Qianqian gave a satisfied snort. She was a Sanda champion after all. How could she let these people bully her? Qianqian. A cautious voice came from behind. Gu Qianqian remembered her beaten mother, quickly turned around, helped Sang Yang up, and comforted her. Mother, don't be afraid. From now on, no one will bully us. Sang Yang was a bit uncertain. Qianqian, are you feeling unwell? Otherwise, how could her daughter have changed so much? Gu Qianqian touched her face. I'm fine. As she spoke, a clatter came from the corner. She turned her head. Behind the rice jar in the corner, a small head quickly ducked back. Xiaoqing. Gu Qianqian walked over. Behind the rice jar crouched a skinny little boy wearing a patched short shirt, naked from the waist down, trembling in the corner. Xiaoqing, what are you hiding here for? Sister. Gu Xiaoqing whispered, involuntarily backing away, keeping a wary distance, not daring to meet Gu Qianqian's eyes. Gu Qianqian watched and couldn't help cursing the original owner again. How could she have the heart to beat such a cute little brother? Xiaoqing, be good. It was all my fault before. I apologize to you, okay? Gu Xiaoqing stared blankly at Gu Qianqian. His sister had always either hit or scolded him. This was the first time she had spoken to him so kindly. Gu Qianqian turned to Sang Yang. Mother, I was ignorant before and hurt you and my brother. After this great ordeal, my heart has opened. From now on, we will live well as a family. I will never hurt you again. Qianqian. Sang Yang, overwhelmed with emotion, stepped forward and hugged her tightly, saying with great relief, as long as you and Xiaoqing are well, I am at ease. Looking at Sang Yang, who was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Gu Qianqian felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Having a mother is really wonderful. In her previous life, she had not been able to enjoy the warmth of a home. In this life, she would cherish this family bond. Mother, let's go inside. The family happily entered the house. For now, peace was restored. If those people dared to come again, she would break their legs. But the house was too poor. Truly bare walls. The dark, drafty room contained only a table, 2 long benches, and 2 broken bowls with chips. In addition, a large rice jar stood in the center of the main hall, which was particularly eye-catching. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of a stomach growling came. Gu Xiaoqing held his stomach, his face red. Gu Qianqian realized it was already lunchtime. Mother, I'll cook. With that, Gu Qianqian walked over to the rice jar. She opened it, and her face darkened. Could this jar be any emptier? Mother, there's no rice. Sang Yang sighed sadly. Your father is gone. We have no rice for the pot. Now we only eat 1 meal a day of wild vegetable paste. Gu Qianqian looked at the small bowl of watery paste, so thin it reflected her face, with a few wild vegetables floating on top, and a small half-eaten black bun with bite marks on the side. She had no appetite. She had to think of a way to earn more money. She refused to believe that, having thrived in the modern business world, she couldn't master this undeveloped ancient world. Just as her inner fire was burning fiercely, something strange stirred within her body. Her divine sense suddenly awakened, revealing a space of a few square meters before her, as if she were standing within it. Good heavens! Was this her all-purpose seasoning vault from the modern world? Seeing the neatly arranged spices on the shelves, her heart surged with boundless excitement. These seasonings were of immense importance to her. As a top-tier chef, without such ingredients at her disposal, even the cleverest woman would find it impossible to cook without rice. With these seasonings now in hand, and her culinary skills, a better life for herself, her mother, and her younger brother was within reach. It was as if fate itself had delivered exactly what she needed at the perfect moment. Tonight I'll prepare a pot of boiled beef for Mother and Xiaoqing. Steamed fish. Braised chicken. Alas, no beef, no fish, no chicken. The house seemed stocked only with wild vegetables, nothing of meat, and even an egg was considered a rare luxury. Despite having nothing, her disappointment soon gave way to inspiration. A clever scheme to earn money. After finishing the wild vegetable porridge, Gu Qianqian said, Mother, I'll go to the riverbed to gather some snails. Can those even be eaten? Sang Yang asked with a smile. We've gathered them before, but they tasted fishy and dreadful with barely any meat inside. What a waste of firewood. This time will be different, Mother. Just wait and see. With that, Gu Qianqian took her basket and headed to the small river ahead. This was the Sheikh River, with its sandy bottom and clear water teeming with shellfish and snails, along with numerous small fish and shrimp. Unfortunately, there were no suitable tools for catching them, otherwise it would have been another delicacy. Since no one here ate the snails, she quickly filled her basket. Hey, sister, don't go into the deep water. You nearly drowned this morning when you fell in. From the riverbank came Gu Xiaoqing's anxious voice, fearful yet tense. He had followed her unnoticed, now peering anxiously from behind a tree. The sudden outburst startled Gu Qianqian, who had been about to wade into the deeper water. Before she could respond, fragments of unfamiliar, incomplete memories flashed through her mind like lightning and flint. She remembered being shoved from behind into the river, struggling in the water, and in her panic faintly hearing a woman's voice. Did you really think I cared about you, you fat woman? Stop dreaming. With your ugly appearance, you dare to propose to Scholar Nyo. Have you looked in a mirror? The scholar's wife will only ever be me. My father said we'll drive away your mother and younger brother, and your house will become ours. The voice sounded familiar, and drawing on the original host's memories, she recognized it as her cousin Gu Taohong. Fury surged through Gu Qianqian's heart, and she gritted her teeth. How could the original host have ever been so kind to Gu Taohong? In the past, when the original host's father was alive, they survived on hunting in the mountains. Each trip brought meat to the table, and he doted on her, letting her eat her fill, even when it meant sacrificing profit. She used to secretly save a piece or two of meat for Gu Taohong, treating her as if she were a true sister. But not long ago, her father had gone hunting deep in the mountains and never returned. Someone discovered his blood-stained shoes and hunting fork in the forest, confirming his death. She never imagined that beneath Gu Taohong's pitiful exterior lay such a vicious heart. Simply because the original host had confessed her feelings to Scholar Niu, and because Gu Taohong wanted to seize her family's house, she had been pushed into the river. Such evil deserved punishment. Then another memory surfaced, a pair of strong hands pulling her from the water, accompanied by a man's voice. This woman is quite heavy. I've shown mercy, so don't repay it with demands for my hand in marriage. Unfortunately, the original host had perished, and now she had crossed over into this body. Gu Qianqian's thoughts flickered briefly. Though turmoil churned within, her expression remained calm as still water, and she offered a faint smile. Very well, I won't go then. Let's return and prepare dinner. Could you help me carry this, please? Gu Xiaoqing hesitated before cautiously approaching. Seeing Gu Qianqian's consistent smile, he gradually lowered his guard. His sister must truly be changing. He had longed countless times for his sister to cherish him as other sisters did their brothers. Now he saw hope, yet the fear from past beatings still lingered, preventing him from fully letting go. The siblings carried the basket of snails home, where Sang Yehong's eyes widened in astonishment. Reaching into the basket, she marveled. How did you gather so many in such a short time? Perhaps 20 jin or more. Mother will cook these tonight, and keep the rest in water to raise until tomorrow. She decided to prepare a portion for them to taste first. Sang Yang retrieved a clay jar, transferring the remaining snails, and adding water to keep them fresh through the night. A small amount of oil went into the wok. Gu Qianqian dared not use much, for oil was precious. She had already brought out the seasoning box, stir-frying garlic and ginger before adding broad bean paste to extract its red oil. Once the snails were tossed in with a spice packet and brought to a rolling boil, the entire house filled with an irresistible fragrance. Sang Yang inhaled deeply and licked her lips. Since Gu Lauer had passed, she hadn't tasted meat or fish, and this alluring aroma made her mouth water. Qianqian, why do your snails smell so wonderful? You never cooked before. Gu Qianqian smiled at their expressions. Some people are simply born with a gift for cooking. As the snails were served, Gu Qianqian produced small bamboo skewers to pick them out. Sister, this is truly delicious. Qianqian, this is absolutely divine. Your cooking skills are exceptional. The three enjoyed their meal together, chatting happily and forgetting the kanji entirely. Not far away lived the Gu Laoda household, where Gu Laoda sat scowling as he ate his plain vegetables with kanji. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaohu's appetite was further awakened. He rolled onto the ground and cried out, Mom, I want to eat meat. I don't care, I want to eat. Eat, eat, eat. You're such a big kid, all you know is eating. Lin Shunhua pulled him up and tapped his head with her chopsticks. Even if there's meat, your father gets to eat first. Elder Gu felt quite satisfied upon hearing this. I wonder which family is cooking such fragrant meat. At that moment, Gu Taohong entered from outside, carrying a large basket of wild vegetables and covered in dust. Seeing the scene before her, she dared not speak and hurriedly set down the basket. Already fed up with Gu Xiaohu's antics, Lin Shunhua spotted Gu Taohong and immediately burst into anger. You went digging for wild vegetables, yet it took you this long. Were you slacking off on the mountain? I'm still expected to handle the cooking and wash clothes. No, mother. The wild vegetables have become scarce lately, so I had to venture deeper into the mountains. She had even tumbled down the hillside, while foraging, scraping her wrist until it bled. Yet her mother never noticed or cared. Every encounter brought nothing but blows and scolding. She was expected to endure endless labor while going hungry. How different from Gu Qianqian next door. That worthless girl who never lifts a finger yet eats her fill. It was a shame she hadn't drowned yesterday. A cruel look flashed across her eyes as she thought of this. Smack! A sharp slap cracked across her face. Lin Chunhua stood with hands on hips. Why are you standing there like a tree stump? Go wash the clothes right now. Gu Taohong glanced at the thin porridge on the table and swallowed hard. She hadn't even had lunch after going out to gather wild vegetables. Looking up at Lin Chunhua, she forced a bright smile. Mother, when I was coming back, I smelled meat cooking at Gu Qianqian's house. Before she could finish, Gu Xiaohu had already jumped up excitedly. Mother, I want meat. Let's go steal it. Lin Chunhua wore a smug expression. So it's their house after all. Their things are the same as ours, aren't they? Just like before. Take the pot directly. She grabbed Gu Xiaohu's arm and rushed out. Once they were gone, Gu Taohong quickly picked up a bowl of porridge from the table and drank it down gulp. Gu Qianqian's mother was happily eating when two people burst in without a word, charging straight for the pot on the table. Get out! Gu Qianqian swiftly kicked, sending the two attackers tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Lin Chunhua and Gu Xiaohu tumbled outside, lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Sang Yang hurried out to help them up. So it's you, Sang Yang. Stealing meat is one thing, but hitting people. Today I'll make you realize I'm not someone to mess with. Lin Chunhua shouted at the top of her lungs. Everyone come see. Sang Yahong's been sneaking around with another man using money to buy meat. The moment those words left her mouth, Sang Yahong's face drained of color. In a village where gossip thrived, scandalous rumors spread like wildfire. Neighbors rushed out at Lin Chunhua's cry, well aware that Gu Qianqian's family had struggled since the father's death. No one would have guessed Sang Yang would stoop to such things. Seeing the crowd gather, Lin Chunhua grew even more triumphant, hands on hips. Look at this. My poor brother barely dead, and this woman's already taking lovers and buying meat. Gu Qianqian lunged forward to strike her, but Lin Chunhua let out a piercing scream. Gu Qianqian's trying to kill me to silence me. I only want to tear that foul mouth of yours apart, to see if you'll dare spread such lies again. Everyone witnessed this. This fat woman openly lies, and that massive basin of meat is still on the table. Tell you what, if it isn't meat, I'll take the basin too. A neighbor called out, Lin Chunhua, you claim Sang Yahong's been unfaithful. Do you have any proof? Of course I have evidence. Lin Chunhua immediately adopted a sorrowful expression. My poor brother died horribly at the jaws of beasts for this family, and she'd resort to infidelity just to eat meat. Sang Yang trembled with rage. You're lying. But no more words came. Gu Qianqian crossed her arms and glared at Lin Chunhua contemptuously. You speak so slanderously. Where's your proof? Lin Chunhua pointed at her house. A huge basin of meat on your table. Where did your mother get the money unless she's been unfaithful? That basin alone must have cost dozens of coins. She had darted inside earlier, caught only a glimpse, assumed it was meat, and drooled at the thought, desperate to taste it. Gu Qianqian regarded her smug expression with a cold sneer. You claim my family eats meat by the basin, which I saw that, pray tell. Everyone witnessed this. This fat woman openly lies. That massive basin of meat is still on the table. Tell you what, if it isn't meat, you can give it to me, and I'll take the basin too. And if it is Gu Qianqian countered coldly, then you kneel and apologize to my mother. 10 full kowtows. Lin Chunhua agreed without hesitation. Fine. It's settled. She turned to the crowd. Let everyone here witness this, so later I can't be accused of stealing their meat as their elder relative. The onlookers, eager to verify whether Gu Qianqian's family truly ate meat from basins, followed them inside. Lin Chunhua marched straight to the table and pointed at the iron basin. Look everyone, all here's such a massive basin of meat. If she hasn't been unfaithful, where would the money come from? Drooling as she spoke, she looked utterly despicable. Gu Qianqian sneered, walked to the table, picked up the basin, and carried it to the doorway. Uncles and aunties, tell me, does this look like meat? These are river snails I just gathered. Lin Chunhua refused to believe it. Her eyes bulged like copper bells, her mouth agape wide enough to swallow a goose egg. The braised pork she had longed for turned out to be snails. Impossible. Lin Chunhua, unwilling to accept the truth, began darting into the kitchen like a headless fly, searching frantically. But when she lifted the pot lid, it was empty. Impossible. It smelled exactly like braised pork. How could it be gone? Lin Chunhua fumed with rage and frustration. You must have secretly eaten it all. Gu Qianqian retorted sharply. You yourself claimed we were eating meat from a basin. Now you accuse us of finishing it. You're insufferable. Gu Qianqian refused to back down. Today she would put Lin Chunhua in her place, or the woman would never stop causing trouble. A neighbor said, I've been carefully sniffing. The scent of braised pork that Lin Chunhua detected must be from this basin of snails. Sang Yehong, how did you make these snails? How can they be so fragrant? It was Qianqian who made them. This child has a remarkable talent for cooking. She can replicate any dish just by looking at it, and the taste is equally superb. Sang Yang quickly explained, afraid that doubts might arise. Qianqian made them. Truly impressive, the aroma is intoxicating. The neighbors couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their faces filled with envy. They had gathered snails before, but as Sang Yang said, they were both fishy and tough, utterly inedible. Yet Gu Qianqian's creation smelled fragrant with a hint of numbing spiciness. No one could fathom her method. Even the broth, though not overly oily, had a fiery red hue that looked irresistibly appetizing. Gu Qianqian said coldly, Lin Chunhua, as the eldest aunt by marriage, do you possess even a shred of the dignity befitting that title? In daily life, the way you snatch things from our family is one matter. We consider it a tribute to you. But this time, to covet our food, you slandered my mother. That cannot be forgiven. Sang Yang felt a surge of bitterness, the accumulated hardships of recent days flooding her heart. Yet never in her dreams had she imagined that the one to vindicate her would be her most unruly daughter. At that thought, a faint comfort crept into her heart. An elder said, a widow's doorstep is rife with gossip. Moreover, as her sister-in-law, you fabricated tales to smear her name. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. In an instant, the crowd unanimously condemned Lin Chunhua. Sensing the tide turning against her, Lin Chunhua panicked and turned to flee. Did Gu Qianqian let her escape? She grabbed her firmly. Lin Chunhua, what was the agreement? If you lose, you kowtow 10 times to my mother. I was just speaking casually. If I let you off lightly this time, tomorrow Zhang San will slander us, and the day after Li Si will follow suit. How can our family continue to live like this? With that, she suddenly barked, kneel. Kowtow. Lin Chunhua stared at Gu Qianqian, who bristled like an enraged cat, and felt her overwhelming aura suffocating her. Especially those eyes shooting terrifyingly cold glints made her tremble involuntarily. Yet the thought of kneeling before Sang Yang. How could she ever hold her head high in the village afterward? Qianqian. Lin Chunhua forced a sycophantic smile. My dear niece, it was all your aunt's fault. I know I was wrong, please forgive me. If you know you're wrong, then kneel and kowtow immediately. Gu Qianqian was relentless. As I said, a bet is a bet. You harmed my mother, and you must be punished. Gu Qianqian. Seeing that soft words failed, Lin Chunhua resorted to a tantrum. I am still your aunt by marriage. Defying me like this, aren't you afraid of being struck by divine lightning? Gu Qianqian was not intimidated by this tactic. She sneered, a lazy, slanderous good-for-nothing like you. The heavens should claim you. Lin Chunhua listened, gritting her teeth. A malicious curve appeared on her lips. Treating me like this, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation and never finding a husband? Gu Qianqian chuckled inwardly. In ancient times, a girl's reputation was paramount. If tarnished, marriage would indeed become difficult. But Gu Qianqian was fearless. Don't trouble yourself with that. I'll never marry, staying by my mother and brother's side, lest some shameless people constantly covet our house. Lin Chunhua was secretly startled. Since Gu Qianqian's father died, they had schemed to seize her family's house. A few thatched rooms, but after repairs they could serve as a wedding home for Gu Xiao. She blurted out, we never coveted your house. I didn't name you, but if you're innocent, why answer the accusation? Seeing her shamelessness, Gu Qianqian said bluntly, if you refuse to admit it, I'll have to call the village chief. At the mention of the village chief, Lin Chunhua was terrified. He was the most upright man. The consequences might be far worse than 10 kowtows. With a mix of fury and helplessness, she tremblingly knelt. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have slandered you. I was wrong. Wah. Sobbing, she kowtowed while weeping profusely. Once she finished kowtowing, Lin Chunhua scrambled up in panic and fled outside. She dared not stay a second longer, fearing Gu Qianqian would beat her black and blue. Gu Xiaohu, stunned by the scene, bolted after her like a rabbit when he saw her run. Seeing Lin Chunhua gone, the neighbors offered saying Yang a few words of comfort and then dispersed. The more Lin Chunhua ran, the angrier she grew. A malicious plan formed in her mind, and she hurried toward the old residence of Gu Yaoshi. Gu Qianqian watched the crowd leave and surveyed her family's bamboo fence, only waist-high. It was utterly inadequate, not even guarding against chickens and ducks, let alone thieves. Once they had money, she would build a new house and raise the wall to 3 meters. Mother, how do you think the snails I made today taste? Sang Yang forced a smile. The incident still left her uneasy. Absolutely delicious. I never expected you had such skill. Even Gu Xiaoqing couldn't help but murmur timidly, sis, once you start eating you can't stop. With the family's affirmation and Lin Chunhua's greedy reaction, the snails were indeed delectable. Mother, I'll take them to the market tomorrow. To sell. Sang Yang was stunned, never imagining Gu Qianqian had such ambitions. Yes, mother. Our top priority is to earn money. Our family has no land. We relied entirely on father's hunting. Now that he's gone, we'll starve if we don't find a way. Sang Yehong's face was etched with sorrow. I'm useless depending on you. She choked up, unable to continue. It's all right, mother. I've grown up now. Our family will get better and better. In her eyes, the mountains and fields were full of treasures waiting to be turned into money. The next day, before dawn, Gu Qianqian and Sang Yang rose to clean the snails, then snipped off their tails to allow the flavors to seep in more deeply. She boiled the snails at home, packed them in a basin, and prepared to take them to town for sale. But if sold like this, the aroma would fade significantly. To make the fragrance richer and more enticing, she needed a fire to keep them warm. Gu Qianqian placed a small clay stove from home into her storage space and brought it along. Gu Xiaoqing initially wanted to accompany her, but Gu Qianqian coaxed him to stay for convenience's sake. She carried the basin, walking toward the town. When she reached a deserted place, she stored the basin in her spatial dimension. This way she could head to the town with empty hands. Her home was not close to the town. It took nearly an hour's walk. Alas, being overweight was inconvenient. Even a short walk left her panting and exhausted. Upon arriving at the town, she found a vegetable market and quietly retrieved the basin and clay stove from her space. She lit the stove, placed several pieces of charcoal inside, set the basin on top, and soon a fragrant aroma began to waft into the air. Her small warehouse contained many disposable paper bowls, which came in handy. At first, only a few passers-by stopped to glance. Nobody bought anything. But as the little stove burned steadily, the fragrance grew richer and more intoxicating, making mouths water. At that moment, an elderly woman approached with her young grandson. The little boy caught the scent and began clamoring to taste it. The old lady asked, "Little fatty, is that snail you're selling?" "Yes." Gu Qianqian gave her a sidelong glance and answered tartly. She only weighed 180 jin. What did she mean by fat? How much? 5 won per serving. The old lady was startled. 5 won? You greedy, shameless creature. Nobody's going to buy that at this price. Gu Qianqian knew perfectly well it was pricey. A single egg cost only 1 won, and a meat bun was just 2 won. 5 won could buy half a jin of pork. But she also knew fine things should not be sold cheaply, or they would lose their value. Besides, this was her secret recipe. Even the head chef at the Heavenly Xian restaurant in town could not replicate such a flavor. Still, the old woman's words grated on her nerves. "Auntie, I'll overlook you calling me fat, but I have clear fixed prices. I cheat neither the young nor the old. If you think the price is fair, buy it. If not, please do not hold up my business." Her words were perfectly reasonable, but the old lady took offense and immediately raised her voice. "Everyone come look. This wicked fat woman is mad for money." Her outcry drew the vegetable vendors crowding around. The old lady wore a smug expression, as she believed that if everyone complained about the price, Gu Qianqian would be forced to lower it. Ideally, she thought she could buy the entire basin for 1 won and walk away with both the food and the container. But events did not unfold as she had planned. Instead of focusing on the price, the crowd was far more captivated by the extraordinarily fragrant snails. An uncle holding a birdcage spoke up. "Young miss, give me 1 bowl. Let me taste how good it is." Gu Qianqian replied sweetly right away. The small paper bowl was modest in size, but filled generously. She placed 2 bamboo skewers inside and handed it to the uncle. Setting down his birdcage, he accepted the bowl and amid expectant gazes carefully picked out a single snail meat and put it in his mouth. His brow, initially furrowed, slowly relaxed. Then something like light erupted in his eyes. Delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. His enthusiastic praise stirred the crowd. Everyone, unable to resist the temptation, ordered a bowl. Soon the basin was empty. The old lady who had been waiting to snatch a bargain grew anxious, seeing the food sold out so quickly. Hey, slow down. Leave some for me. 5 when Gu Qianqian said calmly. If you want to eat, pay the price. You shrewish girl. You've barely got anything left, and you still won't lower the price. 1 and I'll take it all. Gu Qianqian looked at her with utter disdain. No sale. She had encountered shameless people before, but never anyone quite this audacious. My grandson wants to eat it. Otherwise I wouldn't even look at such a fishy mess. Don't be so stubborn. If you won't buy, step aside. Someone else snapped, fed up. Nobody's forcing you to purchase anything. He handed Gu Qianqian 10 I'll take it all. She filled 2 paper bowls to the brim. The man carried them away joyfully, leaving the old lady seething with green-faced rage. Grandma, I want to eat. I want to eat. Want to eat your head. Can't you see it's all sold out? These people are shameless, competing with a child for food. May lightning strike them. They deserve to burst from overeating. Her words incensed everyone within earshot. Several people still eating turned to argue with her. Just then a cry rang out, representatives of Lord Du have come to collect rent. The vegetable vendors hastily shouldered their baskets and scattered, plunging the market into chaos. Gu Qianqian saw the commotion and prepared to leave, but the old lady grabbed her arm. You wicked fat woman. Don't think you can run away. As they struggled, several young servants dressed in livery approached the vendors on both sides. Pay your rent. Over here. That plump girl is a street vendor. Don't let her escape. Fearing they had not noticed her, the old lady bellowed at the top of her lungs. Her business was booming earlier. She must have collected at least 51. Gu Qianqian was about to strike her when the old lady threatened, Go ahead, hit me. I'll lie on the ground, and you won't get me up without paying 10 taels of silver. A servant strode up to her. Fatty, pay your rent. Fatty. Gu Qianqian's eyes flashed. She backhanded him swiftly. Say that again and see what happens. Staring at the fierce Gu Qianqian, the servant clutched his face and retreated a step. Why are you so vicious? 51. Hand it over. Gu Qianqian sneered. You claim to serve Lord Du's household. How am I supposed to know whether you're telling the truth? Our young master is over there enjoying tea. Open your dog eyes and look. Do you think I would dare deceive you? Gu Qianqian followed his finger and looked toward a tea house nearby where a young man in white robes sat. The young man in white appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and slender with a face as fair as jade and eyes dark as ink. He possessed a peerless, ethereal beauty, every gesture elegant and refined. He was none other than Du Ruding, the son of the town's wealthiest merchant, Lord Du. As for this young master Du, every soul in town knew his reputation. He frequented pleasure quarters, squandering gold with reckless abandon. The courtesans would grow restless after 3 days without him, desperate to raid the Du estate. For money, that is. Oh, perhaps for him instead. The original host had heard these rumors, but Gu Qianqian cared nothing for such gossip. All she saw was Du Ruding's breathtakingly handsome face. Upon laying eyes on him, her heart turned to stars. Without hesitation, Gu Qianqian strode purposefully toward Du Ruding. The servants stepped forward to block her way. Hey, Fatty, what do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you're wasting your admiration on him again. Last time you tried to ambush our young master, and this time you won't succeed. Let our young master go. Take your frustrations out on us instead. Protect the young master. But these retainers stood no chance against Gu Qianqian. Within moments she had knocked them all flat. She reached Du Ruding, who was leisurely sipping his tea. He did not even deign to look at her properly, merely flicking a sidelong glance. Hey Gu Qianqian, you're not lying at home idle anymore. So you've come to hawk wares on the street. What was going on here? You know me. Gu Qianqian was somewhat surprised, for she had no recollection of ever meeting this fellow. Suddenly a string seemed to snap in her mind. It was the memory of how the original owner had encountered this man not long ago. Bursting with joy at his striking appearance, she had plucked a large handful of foxtail grass to confess her feelings, but in her overzealousness, she nearly knocked Du Ruding to the ground. Why can't I be a vendor? Gu Qianqian straightened her clothes and sneered. With your fair and tender skin you think you can collect rent for me. Du Ruding let out a soft laugh as graceful as a bamboo in the wind. Exactly. For others, 50 coppers. But since you ambushed me last time you'll have to pay at least 100. 100 coppers. Gu Qianqian's lips curled slightly. Was this fellow crazy for money? It seemed he needed a lesson to learn that the god of wealth had more than one eye. A thought flashed through her mind. She beckoned to Du Ruding with a crook of her finger. Come here. Du Ruding rose slowly, his face slightly cold, his handsome eyes deep as the stars and the sea. Gu Qianqian suddenly struck out her palm aimed straight at his exquisite face. Du Ruding leaned back slightly, appearing to dodge awkwardly, yet his movements were fluid and elegant, losing none of his grace. Gu Qianqian was secretly startled. Could this fellow be skilled in martial arts? A sharp smack rang out, and a searing pain shot through her wrist. Du Ruding's fan came down heavily, showing no mercy. Enraged, Gu Qianqian swung her hand, clawing 2 red lines across his handsome face. Then she raised her knee and drove it toward his lower abdomen. Du Ruding suppressed his anger, pressing his fan downward to block the attack. In an instant, Gu Qianqian felt as if needles had pierced her knee, a numbing ache that drained all her strength. She narrowed her eyes. This fellow's skills were not bad. Since she couldn't beat him, she had no choice but to. Her body went limp and she fell into Du Ruding's arms. Oh, with a face like yours, I'll let you take advantage of me. In the next second, Du Ruding leaped back as if shocked by an electric current. His eyes narrowed and the pressure around him plummeted. His gaze swept across the crowd, lingering for 2 seconds on a figure in a cloak. Then the fierce aura quietly dissipated. Just then Gu Qianqian shot him a flirtatious glance. Du Ruding lowered his eyes. Gu Qianqian was not ugly, just too plump, but that glance dealt him a heavy blow. Young master, I have no money, but I do have a person. As she spoke, she didn't forget to reach out with a groping hand. The brief contact when she fell into his arms had revealed that though he looked lean, he was all muscle, especially his chest. Enough to feed the whole village's children. Several servants gathered around to restrain Gu Qianqian and hurriedly escorted Du Ruding away. He glanced back at her, a fleeting look that dimmed the beauty of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. He mused, she knows martial arts. So unusual. Could she be possessed by a water ghost? How interesting. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian sneered coldly. Little brat trying to take money from me. Not a chance. But she didn't notice that outside the crowd a pair of gloomy eyes were watching from beneath a cloak. He murmured, report what just happened to young Master Miao. Yes. Behind him a shadow vanished swiftly. Then applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Gu Qianqian smiled, cupped her hands in thanks, picked up her stove and basin, and prepared to leave. As she turned, she saw the old woman staring at her in terror. Gu Qianqian just glared and curved her lips into a meaningful smile. The old woman let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Gu Qianqian couldn't be bothered with her. She found a secluded spot, stored the stove and basin in her space, and counted her earnings. At least 200 coppers. 200 coppers was a considerable fortune for her family. Gu Qianqian felt a quiet joy, then took out the handkerchiefs embroidered by Sang Yang and walked toward a clothing shop ahead. This was the shop Sang Yang always visited. The proprietress Aunt Hong was kind-hearted and knew of the family's hardships, so she never asked for a deposit. Each time they brought handkerchiefs, she paid for the work upon return. Aunt Hong, I'm here to deliver the handkerchiefs. Aunt Hong accepted them and handed over 10 new ones. Your mother's handkerchiefs sell well, but she's a bit slow. You should learn her craft. Gu Qianqian took the handkerchiefs with a smile. I'm not as skilled as my mother. She received 20 coppers from Aunt Hong, then glanced at the ready-made clothes, secretly thinking that once she earned more silver, she would buy a new outfit for everyone in the family. Especially for Xiaoqing. A boy shouldn't look too shabby. Ahead was the market. Gu Qianqian wanted to buy some rice flour and meat. As she entered the market, she caught someone's attention. Steamed buns. Hot meat buns, 2 coppers each. Little girl want one. The bun vendor called out enthusiastically. Gu Qianqian looked at the buns, swallowing hard. Thinking that her mother and Gu Xiaoqing hadn't had meat buns in a long time, she asked, Boss, can I get 6 for 10 coppers? The vendor smiled. Sure. Gu Qianqian handed him 20 coppers, and he wrapped 12 buns for her. She put them in her cloth bag. Next, she bought several pounds of rice and 2 pounds of meat. For lunch, she could cook a pot of rice and braised pork, a proper meal for the family. Just as she was about to head back, she heard a woman hawking chicken for sale, a laying hen sheep. Gu Qianqian followed the sound and saw a poorly dressed woman sitting by the roadside holding a chicken. Little girl, this hen is laying eggs. Only 50 coppers. 50 coppers. Gu Qianqian hesitated. The woman's eyes showed hardship. I'm in trouble at home, otherwise I wouldn't sell her. She's a good layer. 1 egg every day, and she doesn't need grain, just wild greens and bugs. All right. Gu Qianqian paid 50 coppers, took the chicken, and held the long rope tied to its leg as she started for home. Today she had earned 200 coppers from selling spicy snails and 20 from the handkerchiefs, a total of 220. She spent exactly 100 on rice, meat, buns, and the chicken, leaving her with 120 coppers. Tomorrow she would come back to sell more snails. While the weather was good and snails plentiful, she needed to work hard and earn more silver. Just as she was lost in pleasant anticipation, 2 men suddenly appeared ahead, blocking her path. Gu Qianqian studied the 2 blockers, strong and sturdy. She figured she could probably win in a fight. As she hesitated, the 2 walked toward her, strange smiles on their faces. Gu Qianqian stared coldly at them. In her current disheveled state, robbery for beauty seemed unlikely. As for robbery for money, dressed as she was, she probably wouldn't even catch a thief's eye. Young lady. One of them approached her, grinning. We're here to ask for something. Gu Qianqian shot them a sidelong glance, her eyes wary. What something? The recipe. The man flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. The recipe for the snails you just cooked. Your mother's head. Gu Qianqian's mouth twitched. Scram. She had only just begun her first sale, and already someone was extorting her secret recipe. Damn it, get lost as far as possible. Seeing that sweet talk wouldn't work, the smiles on the 2 men's faces instantly vanished. Rubbing their hands together, they advanced toward her with malicious intent. Fatty, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Watch me beat you to death today. The 2 cursed and suddenly charged, aiming a kick at Gu Qianqian's chest. Would Gu Qianqian let him land that kick? She sidestepped, slightly grabbed the man's ankle with one hand, and twisted hard. Ouched! The man screamed in agony, his rear and thudding to the ground with a pig-slaughtering howl. Her plump body was surprisingly agile. She dodged another punch, seized the fist, and with a crisp crack, snapped the man's wrist. This. Even she herself was secretly startled. Had her strength increased after the transmigration? Trying to steal my recipe. You're not worthy. The man let out a wail and fainted. 2 burly fellows had been crippled by Gu Qianqian in an instant. Truly shocking. Gu Qianqian cast a cold glance at them. If I ever see you again, I'll break every bone in your body. No more. No more. Whoa. Grown men crying like that. Like a bunch of women. Gu Qianqian snorted disdainfully and strode past them. Near the street, she saw someone selling flour. Thinking she could make some steamed buns as snacks for Gu Xiaoqing, she bought some. She encountered no more trouble along the way. Back to the village. Anyone else need the ox cart? Hurry up. Gu Qianqian recognized the voice. It was Gu Huzi from the village. Every morning, he drove the ox cart back and forth between the village and the town, earning a few coppers a day. Gu Huzi was a good fellow. Even when the original her was a coward, he never looked down on her and always greeted her with a smile. Brother Huzi, how much to ride the ox cart back? Gu Qianqian was drenched in sweat. Walking back would be exhausting. Xinshin 1 copper. Gu Huzi knew of her heroic deeds from yesterday, and his eyes held a hint of admiration. Gu Qianqian handed him a copper. Gu Huzi kindly helped her load the basin and rice onto the cart, while she climbed aboard, clutching the old hen. Once seated, she gasped for breath. This mound of fat was truly a curse. She had to lose weight and become as slender as a lightning bolt, just like in her previous life. No sooner had she settled than the aunties sitting nearby eagerly turned their gazes to her. The hen in her arms and the rice at her feet. She had hidden the meat and buns in her space. She hadn't put the hen inside because she was afraid it would poop. As for the rice, she had to leave some out in the open, or returning empty-handed would raise suspicion. An aunt named Haohua said with envy, Xinshin, you bought so much rice and a chicken. That must have cost a lot of silver, right? Not really, just a few dozen coppers. My mother finished 2 months of embroidery work and collected her wages today. Aunt Hua said sourly. Your mother works so hard, child. Why don't you know how to save? That chicken cost no small amount of silver, and it'll be gone after 2 meals. Auntie, this chicken is for laying eggs to nourish Xiaoqing. He's weak and always sickly. Aunt Hua pursed her lips sourly. I suppose it's for yourself, isn't it? Look at you, you've eaten yourself into a pile of fat, while your mother and brother are skin and bones. She thought of her own 2 chickens which had laid 30 eggs in half a month, sold for 30 coppers, and she couldn't even bear to buy half a caddy of rice. On this point Gu Qianqian did not refute. The original her was indeed like that, and since it was the truth, there was no need to explain. The ox cart rumbled forward as everyone chatted. Gu Qianqian held the hen and closed her eyes, her ears catching the village's juicy gossip. Gu Debao's bride, bought for 5 taels of silver, had run off with someone 2 nights ago. The paralyzed man's wife in the Li family had committed incest with her father-in-law and was pregnant. They chattered on and on like a flock of hens in a frenzy, while Gu Qianqian wished she could shut her ears. No wonder Gu family village was so poor. These women had their minds on nothing but gossip. When they reached the village entrance, Gu Qianqian hurriedly got off the ox cart, gathered her things, and headed home. Just as she arrived at her doorstep, she heard crying and wailing from inside, wave after wave. What was going on? She quickened her pace and found a crowd gathered around the door. What's happening? Gu Qianqian was not only plump and strong, but also loud. The people gathered parted at her shout. She saw Gu Yaoshi sitting on a stool flanked by Lin Shanhua and third Aunt Luo Baiyun. Sang Yang sat on the ground, her clothes disheveled and hair in disarray. Gu Xiaoqing sat beside her, the 2 of them hugging and crying together. Gu Qianqian flared up. Gu Yaoshi, you old hag, you come to my house again to stir up trouble. Think there's no one to stand up for us? She roared, charging forward with her immense body, reaching out to grab Gu Yaoshi's yellowed, thinning hair. Gu Yaoshi, seeing her ferocious approach like a demon, toppled off the stool in fright. Luo Baiyun quickly helped her up. Gu Yaoshi trembled, moaning, Gu Qianqian, you take kindness for spite. I wanted to help your family, and this is how I'm repaid. She sat back on the stool, slapping her thighs. Why am I so unfortunate? Lin Shanhua hurriedly stroked her chest. Mother, don't get upset. Qianqian, you've come back just in time, Luo Baiyun said with a syrupy fake smile. Why don't you talk some sense into your mother? Lin Shanhua, still intimidated from yesterday, dared not speak to Gu Qianqian until Luo Baiyun opened her mouth. It really is great news, she said. Gu Qianqian planted her hands on her hips and sneered. Oh, let's hear it. What great news? Lin Shanhua said with great delight. Your third aunt found a stepfather for you. 85 this year, honest, and never married a virgin. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Gu Qianqian was furious, lunging forward to slap Lin Shanhua hard across the face, then spat heavily at her paw. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You just want to drive us away and take over our house, and then sell my mother off for some silver. Lin Shanhua covered her face, too terrified to utter a word, afraid that Gu Qianqian would grab her again and force her to kneel and kowtow. Luo Baiyun, unaware of Gu Qianqian's ferocity, whispered to Gu Yaoshi, we can't let this fatty go. Let's find her a husband later and collect some betrothal gifts. Gu Qianqian finished scolding Lin Shanhua, then pointed a finger at Gu Yaoshi. You old witch. Your son's body is still warm, and you're already selling your daughter-in-law. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Gu Yaoshi, not one to be outdone, started raising a ruckus. She dragged Luo Baiyun along, and the 2 charged at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian was not afraid of them. She kicked each one, sending them sprawling to the ground. Get out. If you dare scheme against my mother again, I'll slap you to death. Gu Yaoshi and Luo Baiyun were reluctant to leave. In their eyes, Sang Yang was nothing but gleaming silver. Gu Qianqian, don't be ungrateful. Your mother is old and has 2 children. Do you think she can marry into a good family? It's already a blessing that someone wants her. Bullshit. Gu Qianqian kicked Luo Baiyun to the ground, grabbed her hair, and yanked her up. Next time you want to die, wash your neck clean at home first. Luo Baiyun was known as a bully in the village, fierce and sharp-tongued, but she had never encountered someone as ruthless as Gu Qianqian. She let out a scream and fainted on the spot. Gu Qianqian grabbed her by the hair, dragged her out of the yard, and threw her out. Turning around, she saw Gu Yaoshi clutching the rice she had bought, fleeing as fast as her legs could carry her. The rice weighed over 10 jin. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Gu Yaoshi, stop right there. Gu Qianqian was not about to let her go. She took a few strides, caught up, and snatched the bag of rice from Gu Yaoshi's arms. But Gu Yaoshi didn't stop running. She shouted as she fled, "Heavens, show your power. Take away this worthless daughter born under a cursed star." Lin Xuanhua, of course, ran even faster. The neighbors gradually dispersed. Someone kind-hearted carried the unconscious Luo Baiyun back home. "Mother." Gu Qianqian walked over to Sang Yang and embraced her. "Don't be afraid. From now on no one will dare bully us." Sang Yang wiped away her tears. "I'm not sad just because they bullied us. Your father. He died so miserably, and we couldn't even find his body." Although Gu Qianqian was a time traveler, she had inherited the original owner's memories. The original owner's father had been very kind to her and doted on her. This beautiful memory remained in her heart. "Mother, even though we miss father, life must go on. Look what I bought today." Taking advantage of Sang Yang's distraction, she had already secretly taken out the items from her space. Sang Yang wiped her eyes, but before she could feel relieved, she was stunned by the sight before her. She pointed at the rice flour, steamed buns, and chicken on the ground, too shocked to speak. "Mother, I bought all of these." Lin Fuyin took out a steamed bun and handed one to Gu Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, have a bun." After spending yesterday together, Gu Xiaoqing was no longer afraid of Gu Qianqian. He felt that his sister had become much better. He took the bun, looked at her, then at Sang Yang. "Mother, you eat first." Gu Qianqian was heartened to see how sensible Gu Xiaoqing was. He was a good brother, and she would definitely cherish him. "Xiaoqing, you eat. I have more here." She then handed a bun to Sang Yang. "Mother, you have one too." There were 12 buns in total, 4 for each person. As Gu Qianqian ate, she said, "Mother, I earned nearly 201 from selling snails today." "So much?" Sang Yang was stunned, hardly believing her ears. "They sold that well, eh?" "Yes," Gu Qianqian nodded. "They were extremely popular." Gu Xiaoqing looked up with his small face. Despite the family's poverty and his ragged clothes, his face was clean. "Sister, now that we have money, will we never go hungry again?" Gu Qianqian reached out and tousled his hair. "Yes. I will earn more money so that Mother and Xiaoqing will never go hungry." Gu Xiaoqing felt warmth in his heart. His sister had really changed. Having a sister was wonderful, and he even got to eat buns. Gu Qianqian finished her bun quickly, clapped her hands, and stood up. "All right, I'll start cooking." "I'll wash the vegetables," Sang Yang said, hurrying to her feet. Gu Xiaoqing slipped behind the stove. "Mother, sister, I'll light the fire." Gu Qianqian said, "Let's skip the rice for lunch. I'll make a one-pot dish." Sang Yang asked, puzzled, "What's a one-pot dish?" "Mother, just cut the meat." She scooped flour into a bowl, kneaded it into a dough, and set it aside. Then she put the meat that Sang Yang had cut into the pot. It had been a long time since their pot had seen meat. Gu Qianqian first rubbed a small piece of fatty pork around the pot, then poured the meat in. Gu Xiaoqing, though a boy, had learned to help Sang Yang with the fire out of necessity, as the original Gu Qianqian was too lazy. In no time, he had the fire blazing. The firelight cast a rosy glow on his thin face, making him look heartbreakingly frail. Though Gu Qianqian had only known Gu Xiaoqing for 2 days, she had sensed that he was not in good health and might be ill. There was no trace of this in the original owner's memories. The original owner never cared about such things. She only cared about eating. She thought that later, when Gu Xiaoqing wasn't around, she would ask Sang Yang about it. If he was sick, he needed treatment immediately. Soon the aroma of braised pork filled the air. This time she added light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, fermented bean curd, and a spice packet. It was just a home-style recipe, far inferior to the braised pork she had made in her previous life. While waiting, she kneaded the dough into long strips, shaped them into flat cakes, and stuck them to the edge of the pot. That way, by the time the meat was cooked, the cakes would be ready too. The fragrance was intense. Gu Xiaoqing couldn't help peeking his head out from behind the stove and sniffing. "Sister, it smells so good. I'm drooling. It'll be ready soon." She glanced at Sang Yang standing nearby. "Mother, trust me. From now on we'll have meat every day, until you're sick of it." A rare smile appeared on Sang Yang's face. "I believe you, my child." In that moment, Gu Qianqian saw a light in her eyes, a light of hope for life. Just then a timid voice came from outside. Qianqian, are you home? Gu Qianqian's face turned cold the moment she heard that voice. Sang Yang poked her head out to look. Who is it? Xiao Cheng stopped stoking the fire. Let it die down. Gu Qianqian stepped outside. As she reached the kitchen doorway, she spotted Gu Taohong standing there, 1 foot already crossing the threshold. What are you doing here? Gu Qianqian stepped in front of the door, her sturdy frame blocking it completely. Gu Taohong's extended foot had no choice but to retreat. Qianqian, she said with a flattering smile, I came to see if you're feeling better. In the past, Gu Qianqian would have grabbed her hand and dragged her inside, offering her delicious food. But today, Gu Qianqian's coldness unsettled her. Had this fool figured something out? Impossible. She forced another smile. I'm just glad you're all right. I've been so worried about you these past 2 days. Hee. Gu Qianqian let out a cold laugh. Should I thank you for your concern? Qianqian, Sang Yang stood behind her. How can you speak to Taohong like that? Let her in quickly. Sang Yang had always been timid and soft-hearted. Between Gu Taohong's pitiful act and the original host's relentless praise, Sang Yang genuinely sympathized with her. Anyone saddled with Gu Dagong and Lin Chuhua as a couple would have suffered 8 lifetimes of misfortune. That was why whenever Gu Lauer brought back game, he always shared some with Gu Taohong. Gu Qianqian said coldly, I've received your concern. It's mealtime now, so I won't keep you from going home to eat. Qianqian. Gu Taohong felt deeply disappointed, tears shimmering in her sunken eyes. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Not at all, Gu Qianqian replied evenly. What misunderstanding could I possibly have? You'd best go back before your mother beats you again. Gu Taohong swallowed hard. The aroma was intoxicating. She desperately wanted a taste. Seeing Gu Qianqian had no intention of sharing, she called out desperately, Second aunt, I'll head back now. She reasoned that calling her second aunt would surely make Sang Yang offer her meat. That fragrance. There was no mistaking it, it was braised pork. Her mouth was already watering. Sang Yang wanted to give her meat, but Gu Qianqian stood like a door guardian blocking the entrance. Qianqian, I'm rather thirsty. Could you spare me a bowl of water? Gu Qianqian saw right through her scheme. She wasn't thirsty at all. Gu Taohong wanted to slip into the kitchen, lift the pot lid, and coquettishly say, Wow, your meat smells so wonderful, second aunt, you're such an excellent cook. Then she would put on a pitiful expression, It's a shame my mother can't cook. I've never tasted such fragrant meat before. In that situation, Sang Yang would normally serve her a bowl. Gu Taohong would then eat while saying, Second aunt is so kind to me. I feel like you're my real mother and Qianqian is my true sister. And then within moments, she'd push that very sister into the river to drown. Gu Qianqian stared at her with cold eyes. If she were as foolish as the original host, she would rather stick her head in the door crack than tolerate this. Aren't you leaving? Should I personally escort you back? As if she'd send her 1,000 miles away. And no need. Gu Taohong felt unnerved under Gu Qianqian's piercing gaze. It was the first time she had ever seen such a terrifying look from her. She slunk away, muttering to herself, I've been so obvious. Shouldn't she have served me a heaping bowl of meat? Being this stingy, karma will get her. Eating all by herself, afraid she won't choke to death. Only after Gu Taohong left did Gu Qianqian return to the kitchen. Mother, don't give her anything to eat from now on. Sang Yang saw her sour expression and knew she was upset, so she asked cautiously, Qianqian, did something happen between you sisters? Gu Qianqian said earnestly, Mother, don't be kind to just anyone. Some people aren't worth it. Sang Yehong's eyes flickered. Qianqian, has something happened? Mother, Gu Qianqian softened her tone, lest she frightened Sang Yehong. It's nothing. We'll just be more careful from now on and stop being pushovers. Some people deserved your kindness, but others would call you a fool even after everything you did for them. All right, Mother will listen to you. Before, Gu Qianqian had been so good to Gu Taohong, so close as sisters. What had suddenly changed? But Gu Qianqian was after all her daughter, and she could not afford to be confused. While speaking, Gu Qianqian had already transferred the braised pork from the pot, peeling off the flatbread that had crisped against the sides, and arranging it on a plate. Gu Xiaocheng could barely contain his drooling, his eyes darting between the meat and bread on the table. Gu Qianqian smiled. Wash your hands before eating. Here, let me pour water for you. Thank you, big sister. Gu Xiaocheng's face lit up with a sweet smile. His sister actually pouring water for him. How unexpected, how touching. He felt as though he were dreaming, almost unable to believe it was real. Ever since waking from the water, his sister had changed completely. Feeding him, smiling at him, even pouring water for him. Pinching himself quietly, he winced. Ouch. Mother always said that feeling pain meant you weren't dreaming. Gu Qianqian called out, Xiaocheng, what are you waiting for? Come eat. Mother, please join us. The three of them sat around the wobbly table looking at the generous bowl of meat and the towering pile of flatbread. Sang Yehong's eyes welled up again. The last time they had eaten this while their father was still. Mother, Gu Qianqian understood immediately, sliding the bread toward her. Let's eat first. All right. Sang Yang managed to smile. You've been busy all morning, you eat too. This meal was likely the finest they had enjoyed since Gu Lauer left. Gu Qianqian piled meat onto Xiaocheng's bowl. Eat more of the fatty parts, you're still growing. Mother, you should eat more meat too. You're too thin and need nourishment. She kept serving them until the plate was empty, sampling only a single piece before gnawing on a flatbread herself. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat more, she desperately wanted to. But she needed to control her diet and slim down. Looking pretty was secondary, what mattered was being agile. At her current weight, she felt far too cumbersome. Perhaps from sheer hunger, they nearly finished the entire plate of meat and dish of bread. Rubbing his belly, Gu Xiaocheng couldn't help but say, Good heavens, that was absolutely delicious. Sister, will there be more tonight? Gu Qianqian smiled. We'll have something different tonight. I promise you've never tasted anything like it. Sang Yang said with a smile, I've grown some vegetables in the back. I'll pick them tomorrow and sell them. At least they'll fetch a dozen or so coins. Mother, let's keep them for the family to eat. Gu Qianqian knew that the vegetables they grew at home were always too precious to eat. They would sell them every few days, and then subsist on wild greens themselves. Given the current circumstances, she feared she would have no time to forage for wild greens either, so the vegetables from the family plot had to be kept for their own consumption, not sold. Sang Yang said apologetically, Qianqian, I was hoping to save up some money for you. Helping me with the prep work is plenty, washing the snails, boiling them. There will be many other tasks later. Gu Xiaocheng said, Sister, I can help Mother wash the snails and also tend the fire. Gu Qianqian reached out and patted his head. Good. If our family pulls together, we'll surely live the good life we long for. After the meal, Gu Qianqian and Gu Xiaocheng went to the pond in front of the house to scoop up more snails. This time they caught even more, a full 50 jin. Fortunately, Gu Qianqian was strong enough to carry a bucket in each hand and lug them back. Mother, I never imagined so many snails were in that river. But when the weather turns cold and the river freezes, the snails will be impossible to catch. For now, she could still manage a few more months. During that time, she would sell as many as possible, accumulate enough capital, and then venture into something else. Next year, she would resume selling snails. The hardest stretch would be the winter months. As long as she earned enough silver, she could simply live off her savings during that time. Sang Yang said, I'll go find Uncle Qianqian and ask him to make us a large water vat. Gu Qianqian quickly said, let me go. I'm strong enough to carry it back on my shoulder, and it'll double as exercise to lose weight. Sang Yang was startled. Qianqian, don't be so reckless. If you twist your back, it will be no good. I know, Mother. You and Xiaocheng stay here and wash about 10 jin of the snails. That'll be enough. Wash only what they would cook. If all were cleaned at once, the snails would die. Uncle Qianqian was the only potter in the village, usually firing earthenware jars and vats to sell. He couldn't make refined ceramics. Uncle Qianqian. Gu Qianqian arrived at his house and called out. In front of the house were many fired earthenware jars and vats, large and small, but all of a single design. Among them, a very large vat caught her eye. That big water vat could hold 200 jin of snails, which would last her through the winter. Qianqian, want to buy a jar? Uncle Qianqian came out of the house, a bowl in hand. A bowl of thin porridge with a few pickled vegetables. Life in the countryside was hard. A meal of plain white rice was only possible during festivals and holidays. Uncle Qianqian, I'd like to buy a water vat. The vats are all here. What size do you need? Did your home water vat break? If it's leaking, I can fix it for free. Uncle Qianqian knew her father had died, and Sang Yang was struggling to raise 2 children alone. Her health, not good either. Gu Qianqian smiled. I want that one. How much? She pointed at the largest vat. That vat would normally sell for 21. For you, 15 won will do. 15 won. For such a large vat. Gu Qianqian had thought it would cost at least 51. At this price, Uncle Qianqian was making it hard for anyone to ever afford a full belly of rice. Uncle Qianqian took the 15 when she handed him, quickly found a handcart, and said, "I'll deliver it to your home. No need, I can carry it." As she spoke, she lifted it by the rim. Heavy, but she could manage. "What nonsense." Uncle Qianqian stopped her. "A young girl like you. What if you strain your back?" Just then, Aunt Suilan, Uncle Qianqian's wife, also came out. "Qianqian, such a big vat is hard to carry and easy to crack. If it gets chipped, it's not easy to repair." Seeing their concern, Gu Qianqian didn't insist. Together, the three of them lifted the vat onto the cart and tied it down with ropes. The three brought the water vat to the house. Sang Yang was washing snails when she saw them carrying the vat in and hurried over to help. They placed the water vat in a corner of the eaves where it wouldn't be in the way and wouldn't affect the snail's growth. Uncle Qianqian asked, "You're going to raise snails in this big vat?" "Yes," Gu Qianqian smiled. "Our family is so poor we can barely survive. We have to think of some way to earn a living." Uncle Qianqian understood their hardship and exchanged a glance with Aunt Suilan. Aunt Suilan caught on and took out the 15 one. "Sister-in-law, since your family is in difficulty, consider this vat a gift from us." Sang Yang naturally refused. "How can that be? Firing such a large vat is no easy task." "It's fine. My family may be poor, but we're still better off than yours. Don't make a scene or people will talk." With that, she forced the 15 went into Sang Yang's hand. Sang Yang was at a loss and looked at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian smiled. "Mother, please accept it for now. Consider this vat a loan from Aunt Suilan. We'll repay her when we earn money." Aunt Suilan laughed. "That works. We'll be going now." Sang Yang saw them out, her eyes red. Not many in the village were as considerate as their family. Gu Qianqian felt heartened too. True friendship is revealed in adversity. Uncle Qianqian's family were good people, and she would never forget their kindness. If ever she could help them, she would certainly repay their kindness tenfold. Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing had already cleaned the snails. The three of them cut off the tails of the snails and prepared to cook them. Just as the snails went into the pot, Uncle Qianqian's voice came from the yard. "Qianqian." Sang Yang rushed out and saw him carrying a load of water on a shoulder pole. "Brother, how can we let you carry water? Such a big vat will need dozens of loads. It'll be hard for 2 womenfolk in your house." With that, he poured the water into the vat, 1 bucket in each hand. "You go about your work. I'll fill this vat for you." Sang Yang watched, deeply grateful. Gu Qianqian came out and dumped the snails she had collected into the vat. "Mother, I've seasoned the snails in the pot. Just cook them through." As she spoke, she picked up a bucket to fetch water from the river. Just as she was about to leave, she saw her 5th uncle Gu Laowu carrying water into the yard. "Second sister-in-law, I heard your water vat is empty. Let me help you carry some water." Gu Laowu was a refreshing exception among the Gu clan. Honest and kind-hearted, much like Gu Laower, with no ill intentions. He was also not favored by Gu Yaoshi, but he was very good to Gu Qianqian's family. When Gu Laower was alive, the brothers were close. After Gu Laower passed, he often helped out. Sang Yang asked in surprise, "5th brother, when did you get back?" Gu Qianqian, having just arrived, said, "My father-in-law's house was finished yesterday." She then greeted him, "5th uncle, thank you. I'll go fetch water first." Watching her retreating figure, Gu Laowu couldn't believe his eyes. Second sister-in-law Qianqian knows how to work now. Sang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. The child had changed so quickly, it was as if she had become a completely different person. But she still recognized her own daughter. The only explanation, as she had said, was that she had suddenly become enlightened. Previously, they had also seen cases where children who were originally muddled and immature suddenly became sensible after experiencing a great upheaval. She briefly recounted the whole situation to him. Gu Laowu nodded repeatedly. "Could it be that second brother, seeing you suffer, enlightened her?" Sang Yang sighed deeply. "Regardless, the current Qianqian has truly given me too many surprises." "It's good that Qianqian has become sensible," Gu Laowu said happily. "Then I'll go fetch water first." The three of them, each taking turns carrying buckets, soon filled the water vat. Chen Xianshu and Gu Laowu were about to leave with their empty buckets when Gu Qianqian called out, "Uncles, you've been a great help to our family. Otherwise, I would have had to fetch water for this vat for a long time." "It's nothing, Qianqian. Your mother has it hard. You should be considerate of her," Gu Laowu said earnestly. "I know," said Gu Qianqian. "I've cooked some snails. Please take some home to try, uncles. Both of them also caught the aroma, which was like aged wine, mild and lingering. Gu Qianqian packed 2 portions in disposable lunchboxes and asked them to take them home. People of their age, who hadn't handled snails before, but because they were too unpalatable, no one ate them. As Sang Yang had said, they were fishy and tough, making one want to vomit. They hadn't expected Gu Qianqian to want to sell these things. Could they be sold? Would they lose money? However, they couldn't refuse her kindness, so they placed the boxes in their buckets and carried them away. Gu Qianqian stretched. Mother, this afternoon was really busy. Thanks to the 2 uncles, or I would have been exhausted. Sang Yang smiled. We must thank them properly later, especially Uncle Chen Xianshu. He didn't charge us and helped carry water all afternoon. I know, Mother. I'll send him something tomorrow when I return. Tonight I'll make you a novel delicacy. As she spoke, she took out flour, kneaded the dough, and began her masterful hand-pulled noodle technique. Watching the lump of dough flying up and down in her hands, finally turning into long, thin strands of noodles, Sang Yahong's eyes went wide with amazement. Gu Xiaoqing exclaimed in surprise, Mother, is sister performing a juggling act? After she finished pulling the noodles, Sang Yang reached out to touch them and examined them closely. Xianxian, these noodles you've made are even better than the ones sold in town. In this era, noodles already existed, but what were called noodles were actually just flat dough pieces, rolled thin with a rolling pin and then cut into strips with a knife. They were similar to modern wide noodles. Noodles as thin and long as Gu Qianqian's had never been seen before. With her superb hand-pulling skill, the noodles she produced were as fine as dragon whisker noodles. She wrapped the remaining bit of dough in oil paper and set it aside, intending to use it as yeast after it dried. Then, while they weren't paying attention, she took out a packet of crushed peanuts, pickled cowpeas, pickled bamboo shoots, and a bottle of Lao Gan Ma spicy fermented bean paste from her space. She chopped the pickled cowpeas and bamboo shoots, stir-fried them with the Lao Gan Ma bean paste, and set them aside to cool. Meanwhile, Sang Yang watched Gu Qianqian busily working. Her hands fluttered like colorful butterflies among flowers, busy but orderly. Fortunately, her pickled bamboo shoots weren't too pungent, or they might have knocked people out with the smell. Soon the noodles were cooked, placed in bowls topped with the stir-fried bamboo shoots and cowpeas and a handful of crushed peanuts. Then she ladled a spoonful of the cooked snails along with the broth and poured it over the noodles. When she placed the finished snail noodles in front of them, Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing hesitated to eat. The bowl of noodles looked quite appetizing, but the smell. It carried a sour aroma, making one wonder if it had gone bad, and there was a faint hint of odor. Sang Yang asked cautiously, Xianxian, are you sure this bowl of noodles isn't spoiled? No, Gu Qianqian said with a smile. Mother, just eat with confidence. It's absolutely delicious. Gu Xiaoqing, however, was very supportive of Gu Qianqian this time. Sister, I'll eat it. I believe that what sister makes must be delicious. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with light. He carefully slurped a mouthful of noodles and exclaimed excitedly, Mother, sister really didn't lie to us. It's truly delicious. This was his first time eating noodles. Because of poverty, he hadn't even tasted the flat noodle pieces sold in town. And those flat noodle pieces were usually just sprinkled with chopped green onions. The more elaborate ones would have a few slices of braised beef. Sang Yang also began to eat. She felt as if her nose would drop off. The noodles, though pungent to the smell, were extremely delicious to taste. Soon they finished everything, even the broth. Mother, do you think I could sell this? Sang Yang was taken aback. It's possible, but the noodles are hard to make. You'd have to cook them on the spot. No need for that. I can cook them at home, toss them with oil, and then just put them in bowls when I get there. All the toppings can be prepared in advance. Then just ladle a spoonful of snails with the hot broth over the noodles. Sang Yang listened with a sad expression. Xianxian, I'm useless. You're so busy, but I can't help with anything. Mother, who says you can't help at all? Gu Qianqian said with a smile. You can help me wash the snails, crack the snails, and cook the snails, and you can take care of the household. Mother, you have no idea how much you've helped me. But these are all things a mother should do. Mother, Gu Qianqian said, her eyes sparkling with laughter. We're a family. Each does what they can. For example, Xiaoqing helps me with the fire, and he's doing his best. He too has made his contribution to this family. Hearing this, Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing both felt a warmth in their hearts. After cleaning up, Gu Qianqian returned to her room and quietly entered her space to take a look. She was astonished to find that the seasonings she had taken out earlier had automatically replenished themselves. This discovery amazed her. Previously, she had worried that the seasonings in the space would eventually run out, but now she no longer had to worry about that. Being inexhaustible like this was simply wonderful. That night, she even had a wonderful dream in which she earned a huge pile of silver, and she lay on the silver tossing and turning. Because she was so happy, she laughed and laughed until she woke up. The next morning before dawn, Gu Qianqian was already up, kneading dough, pulling noodles, and cooking them. Sang Yang had the fire going, as well reheating the snails cooked the night before. Then Gu Qianqian stir-fried the sour long beans and sour bamboo shoots with lao gan ma black bean sauce. Sang Yang brought out 2 iron basins from home. One was used to hold the stir-fried sour long beans, sour bamboo shoots, and crushed peanuts, all 3 placed separately in the same basin. After the noodles were boiled, she rinsed them in cold water and tossed them with Sichuan pepper oil to keep them from sticking together. Once that was done, Gu Qianqian used the leftover dough to cook a pot of noodle knots. She added leeks from their garden. The hen they had bought the day before had been generous, laying an egg that afternoon, so she cracked it into the soup, turning it into delicate egg ribbons. She ladled out a bowl and carried it over to Sang Yang. "Mother, have a bowl of noodle knot soup." Sang Yang had never tasted this before. Made with a rich broth base, every spoonful burst with freshness and flavor. A thought suddenly struck her. If she added a bit of the broth base to the snails, the taste would surely be even better. "Qianqian, your cooking has only gotten better and better." "It will keep getting better," Gu Qianqian said with a bright smile, not bothering to pretend modesty. "Mother, our days of hardship are over." Sang Yang simply nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Gu Qianqian packed everything into a large bamboo basket and hoisted it onto her back, heading toward town. Waiting for an ox cart would take too long. Besides, it was slow, only less tiring for the person. Once she was out of the village, Gu Qianqian stashed the basket's contents inside her spatial realm. Traveling with just an empty basket was far easier. By the time she reached the street, the market had just opened, and she set up her stall at the same spot as yesterday. The moment her stall was set up, a crowd gathered. Most of them were customers who had enjoyed her snails the day before. The old man carrying a birdcage in particular beamed when he saw her. "Young lady, I've been waiting for you since early morning." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Sir, today I have something different for you, snail noodles. What do you think?" "Sounds wonderful." The old man had been thinking about her snails ever since yesterday. 21. That expensive? The old man hesitated. 21 was no small amount. "Sir, rest assured it will be delicious." She pointed to the noodles in the basin. "Sir, take a look. Are my noodles thin enough?" The old man admitted grudgingly, even the chefs at Tianxian restaurant couldn't make noodles this fine. In the meantime, she had already packed a bowl and handed it to him. "Taste it." She was exactly the kind of bold customer she needed, someone willing to try new things. The old man inhaled and frowned. "Young lady, this smell. Something is off." "Sir, that is the sour bamboo shoot aroma. It is my secret recipe. It may not smell pleasant, but it will taste absolutely divine." The old man gave her a searching look, then steeled himself. "I'll trust you this once." With great resolve, he took a slurp. You haven't lied to me. This is delicious. I have never eaten noodles this good." Seeing his reaction, others began buying as well. A few, however, thought the price was steep and only spent 5 when to buy a bowl of plain snails. As more people ate, the sour bamboo shoots soaked in the piping broth, releasing an irresistible aroma. Those who hadn't noticed at first couldn't ignore it as the crowd grew and nearby merchants found the smell unbearable. "Miss, please just move your stall somewhere else. It stinks so much." "Ugh." But the old man with the birdcage spat out a toothpick and retorted, "What's all the complaining for, old fool? This young lady works hard to sell her food. We can always buy your vegetables instead." Others quickly chimed in. These were shrewd people who understood that if Gu Qianqian's business continued to thrive, there would be jealousy and possibly sabotage. If they drove her away, they would lose access to such delicious food. They clearly weren't short of money if they could afford 21 bowls of snail noodles. With their combined efforts, they bought out the vegetables of all the vendors near her stall in no time. The previously grumbling merchants now not only had no complaints, but actually pressed closer to Gu Qianqian's stall. Soon both her pot of snails and her noodles were nearly empty. Just then the rent collectors from Du Manor arrived. Gu Qianqian still had a little left, but her stall was difficult to pack up compared to the vegetable sellers who could simply grab their baskets and flee. In an instant, she was the only stall remaining in the area. "Fatty, your rent." The collector sized her up, but dared not approach. After all, the servant who had come to collect rent the day before was still bedridden, having been beaten by a certain plump young woman. And that plump girl was known to throw herself at handsome men without hesitation. The servant, believing himself to be rather good-looking, was even more reluctant to get close. Gu Qianqian narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. "One more step, and I will twist your neck." She glanced toward the tea house ahead and saw Du Ruding sitting there sipping tea as usual. Gu Qianqian knew this daily confrontation was unsustainable. She planned to keep setting up her stall on this street, and offending the local power player was not wise. So she prepared a bowl of snail noodles and walked toward him. Seeing her approach, the servant retreated several steps, covering his chest with both hands. "Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I'll scream." Gu Qianqian shot him a withering glare. The servant felt his mind go blank, thinking, "This is it. I won't survive this day intact." Just as he resolved to die with honor, Gu Qianqian swept past him like a gust of wind. The servant could scarcely believe it. He touched his face, convinced of his own handsomeness, yet this plump girl hadn't made a move. Meanwhile, Du Ruding sat at his table sipping tea, fan in hand, radiating elegance and refinement. "Young master, do let me treat you to a bowl of noodles today." Placing the bowl before him, she had carefully balanced every ingredient. No more, no less. Du Ruding wrinkled his nose. "Are you trying to poison me?" "That is the sour bamboo shoot aroma. Try it. You will be satisfied, I promise." "And if I am not satisfied?" Gu Qianqian smiled. "Then I will keep making it until you are." Du Ruding studied the bowl once more. It certainly looked different from ordinary noodles, but that fragrance. He truly could not bear it. Yet he had also seen the crowd gathered around her stall, proof that her skills were well loved. After a moment's thought, his hand slowly reached for the disposable chopsticks. Gu Qianqian looked at him, her eyes filled with confidence. To capture a man's heart, one must first conquer his stomach. Such a flavor. Nowhere in the entire town, let alone across all of Great Zhou, could one find a second bowl like it. Moreover, the broth she crafted for simmering snails was something no one else could ever replicate. It made her offering entirely unique. Du Ruding held his chopsticks and leaned in slightly, yet a sudden tremor ran through his entire body. He immediately turned his face away, then pinched his nose, and summoning his resolve, took a bite. The taste was extraordinary, rich and savory with a delicate hint of spice, well within the realm of acceptability. He took a second bite. Yes, delicious. For someone like him, a wealthy young master, and a regular patron of Tianxian Tower, his palate was notoriously discerning. A simple bowl of noodles by the roadside could hardly captivate him. Yet Gu Qianqian had achieved precisely that. By the third bite, he released the hand, pinching his nose. Strange as it was, the scent now struck him as utterly intoxicating. The onlookers nearby, originally repelled by the sharp pungency and instinctively pinching their noses, found themselves overcome with curiosity upon witnessing Du Ruding savoring every mouthful with such obvious delight. "Young Master Du, are the noodles truly that good?" Elder Qin could not resist asking. "It is utterly captivating." Du Ruding took another bite of the crushed peanuts. Once crisp and fragrant, they had absorbed the broth and transformed, now yielding a delightful softness beneath their crisp exterior, yielding an altogether unique experience. Hearing this, Elder Qin hastily said, "Fatty girl, give me a bowl as well." 21, replied Gu Qianqian. She could treat Du Ruding, but she could not offer free bowls to just anyone, or she would suffer staggering losses. "What? Afraid old man Qin cannot afford it?" Elder Qin sounded somewhat displeased. "Not at all. Judging by your attire, you appear to be a straightforward person. I simply post clear prices. I deceive neither the young nor the aged. This fatty girl of yours certainly knows how to talk." Elder Qin waved his hand dismissively. "Bring each of them a bowl as well. This aroma should not torment only me." Gu Qianqian smiled and walked away. Soon she returned carrying the remaining bowls. "I apologize, we are 2 bowls short." "Sold out." 2 people had initially declined, reasoning that a dish so overpowering could hardly be delicious. Yet watching the others devour their bowls with such exuberant enjoyment, they could not help but swallow hard regret, flooding their hearts. Elder Qin withdrew a silver tael. Fatty girl, this is one tael. Leave it with you for now. Each morning henceforth deliver a bowl to my residence. Understood. Gu Qianqian smiled, unexpected that someone had already become a regular customer despite her lacking even a proper shop. Du Ruding rose slowly, the corners of his lips curving slightly. The noodles are quite remarkable. He looked at her, his dark eyes deep as still waters. Might they serve as payment against my rent? Certainly. Du Ruding flicked open his fan with a sharp snap. One bowl each day. Agreed. He was direct, and so was she. Gu Qianqian returned to her stall, tidied her belongings, and prepared to head home. From afar, Du Ruding watched as she moved with nimble efficiency, her heavier figure in no way impeding her. Her equipment remained modest. Simply a small stove, and for today's noodle-selling endeavor a collapsible long bench that folded neatly into her basket when not in use. The basket itself was remarkably large, capable of holding an abundance of goods. Mentally tallying her earnings, she found that her profits from selling smails alone had approached one tael of silver. Added to Elder Qin's advance payment, she had accumulated a full 2 taels. Indeed, business acumen was essential. With such a sum earned today, she decided to celebrate properly. She would purchase more flour. In past years, she had failed to stockpile it in the storeroom, thereby incurring higher costs each time she bought it. How foolish she had been. After buying flour, she purchased several caddies of rice and several caddies of meat, then remembered that Gu Xiaoqing and Sang Yehong's clothing needed replacing as well. She arrived at An Hong's shop and bought a complete outfit each for Gu Xiaoqing and Sang Yehong along with some fabric. Sang Yang could sew garments herself, saving considerable money by stitching pieces during her spare time. Furthermore, given her own figure ready-made clothing simply would not fit her, she relied on Sang Yang to tailor garments. An Hong offered fair prices. The 2 complete outfits, one large, one small, along with 2 or 3 bolts of fabric, cost merely 300 cash coins in total. Admittedly, the fabric she chose was of ordinary quality. Even now that she had money, she dared not display ostentatious wealth, lest she invite envy and trouble. She had not purchased steamed buns today, but instead bought a large bag of snacks to bring home for Gu Xiaoqing. Taking advantage of the crowd, she quietly stowed all her purchases into her spatial dimension, leaving only a few cloth pieces visible in her basket. This time no troublemakers appeared, and she located Hu Zi's ox cart without difficulty. Just as she was about to hand over the fare, Hu Zi refused payment. Qianqian, you always only ride back to the village. I will charge you merely 1 cash coin on 2 occasions. Gu Qianqian did not protest. Unlike other villagers who traveled from the village and back by cart, she commuted differently. Several villagers were already seated on the ox cart. Upon seeing Gu Qianqian approach, one reached out to pull her aboard, while another helped lift her basket up. Gu Qianqian is riding the ox cart back. Gu Qianqian glanced sideways and saw Gu Taoong standing beside the cart, her expression dripping with envy and resentment. Before she could respond, little Gu Xiaohu suddenly shouted, "Mother, I want to ride the ox cart." Lin Chunhua followed behind Xiaohu, and all 3 of them stood by the cart's edge. Huizi spoke up, "Aunt Chunhua, the standard fare is 1 cash per person. Since your way is along my route, I will carry you 3 for 2 cash coins. Even a detour costs money." Lin Chunhua had already spent over 10 cash coins on salt and other necessities that day, and it pained her greatly. At this moment, she did not wish to part with a single coin. Hearing this, Huizi grew displeased. He would not tolerate freeloaders. He sneered coldly. "Then walk back yourselves." "I do not want to walk. Mother, I want to ride the ox cart." Little Gu Xiaohu clung to the cart side with both hands, refusing to dismount no matter what. Lin Chunhua said, "Huizi, if 1 person costs 1 cash, then you could let my eldest daughter walk back, and only charge us 2 for mother and son, is that not so?" Huizi looked at her with utter disdain. Not acceptable. Expecting a free ride, while spending nothing. Lin Chunhua suddenly turned to Gu Qianqian. "Gu Qianqian, you are already so fat. Why are you riding the ox cart? You might crush it under your weight. Get down immediately, and yield your seat to us." She then addressed Huizi, "This fatty girl has already paid. Why not count her cash toward ours? Gu Qianqian, get down from there." Gu Taoong, standing nearby, interjected, "Qianqian, you might as well get off. If villagers see you riding comfortably while your aunt walks, they will ridicule you. Hearing these words, Gu Qianqian did not feel anger. In fact, she smiled. Gu Taohong saw her smile and assumed she had agreed, so she said cheerfully, "Let me help you down. You are heavy, so be careful." As long as this fool got down, she could ride the ox cart back. Not only would she avoid walking, but she could also show off in the village. She would be the one who rode an ox cart home. Before her hand could reach out, it was swatted away with a sharp slap from Gu Qianqian. "Did I say I was getting off?" Gu Taohong's face flushed red. Struck in front of so many people, she felt utterly humiliated. Inside, she cursed once more. That fool hadn't even drowned. What a curse! Lin Chunhua scolded. "Gu Qianqian, is this how you show filial piety to your eldest uncle's wife? In front of several aunts, are you not ashamed?" Aunt Chun Tao, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. "Lin Chunhua, Qianqian paid for her own seat on this cart. What business is that of yours? How can it not concern me? I am her eldest uncle's wife. Showing respect to elders is the natural order. Oh, you are her eldest uncle's wife, not her mother. Besides, when her family was struggling, did you ever send them a single meal?" Gu Huzi had also reached his limit. "If you cannot pay, do not get on. Do not delay our journey. If anyone gets hurt, do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Lin Chunhua spat back. "Pa, go to hell. You think having an ox cart makes you some great official? You are still a muddy-legged peasant doomed to poverty your whole life." Gu Huzi was so furious he wanted to strike her with his whip, but in the end he restrained himself. It was best to keep one's distance from such a shrew. He flicked his whip against the ox, and the cart slowly moved forward. Gu Xiaohu rolled about on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Chunhua slapped Gu Taohong across the face. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and carry your younger brother on your back." Gu Taohong clutched her reddening cheek, tears shining in her eyes, but dared not utter a word. Reluctantly, she bent down to carry Gu Xiaohu. Gu Xiaohu lay across her back, wielding a stick and striking her while shouting, "Giddy up! Go faster! Catch up with them!" Tears welled in Gu Taohong's eyes. If it was all because of that damn fat woman. If she had not refused to get off, Gu Taohong would not be suffering so. Why would she not just die? On the ox cart, the several ants craned their necks and peered into Gu Qianqian's basket. One even reached in to rummage through it, and Gu Qianqian quickly shifted the basket away. "Qianqian, you even bought new fabric," one ant said enviously. "My mother and younger brother's clothes are so tattered they cannot be worn any longer." Gu Qianqian spoke with a deeply worried expression. "Then your father must have left you quite a sum of silver, hasn't he? Where would that come from? If my father had left silver, would our family still be going hungry? This fabric must have cost quite a bit of money." Gu Qianqian sidestepped their questions, deliberately evasive, refusing to reveal how she had earned her money. It was one thing if they happened upon her earnings, but quite another for her to volunteer the information. As they approached the village entrance, they spotted a boy of 5 or 6 running toward them. It was Gu Xiaolei, the son of the 5th uncle. He shouted loudly, "Cousin, hurry back. Second aunt and second brother have been injured." Which bastard had the audacity to cause trouble again? "Xiaolei, what happened?" Gu Qianqian asked as she ran alongside him. "I don't know either. My father has already sent for physician who. Just come and see for yourself." Though small in stature, Gu Xiaolei's mouth was quick, but he rambled on without getting to the point. When Gu Qianqian arrived home, she found Sang Yang lying in bed with a swollen face and scraped arms. Gu Xiaoqing stood to the side, sobbing uncontrollably with a bleeding nose. Gu Qianqian immediately bristled with fury. "Uncle Hu, how are my mother and brother?" Physician Hu replied, "Nothing serious. They are merely superficial injuries." "Fifth uncle, what happened?" Seeing Gu Qianqian as fierce as a cat, with its fur bristling, 5th uncle hesitated and dared not speak. Gu Xiaoqing threw himself into Gu Qianqian's arms and cried, "Sister, it was 3rd uncle and 4th uncle. They took our chicken away. I tried to stop them and they beat me. Mother protected me and got beaten too. They said I was born to a father but raised without one. I miss father." A wave of nameless fury surged from Gu Qianqian's heart. She dropped her basket to the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and muttered, "Damn it. If I don't beat them into submission today, they will never learn their place." Grabbing a kitchen knife from the table, she rushed outside. "Qianqian! Qianqian!" Though seriously injured, Sang Yang struggled to sit up. "Fifth uncle, go check on them quickly. Do not let this escalate to a fatality." Second sister-in-law, lie still. I will go. The third and fourth uncles had not yet set up separate households. They were the most cherished treasures of Mother Gu. Cherished treasures were meant to stay by her side. Mother Gu had already declared that all her property would go to these two sons. Though her entire estate amounted to little more than a few tile-roofed houses that was already quite respectable in the village. At that moment their entire household sat around the table with Mother Gu in the central seat, a delighted smile spread across her sharp monkey-like face. She looked more like an old witch. Since you two have distinguished yourselves this time, each of you shall receive a chicken leg as a reward. Third and fourth uncles hurriedly replied, Mother, you are the elder. The chicken legs should go to you. Mother Gu had only said it idly, and had no intention of actually giving them away. Since you are being so dutiful, I shall not insist. Let us leave it at that. The children were already clamoring, Mother, is the chicken ready? We are drooling on the floor. From the kitchen the voices of Luo Baiyun and Chun Milan drifted out. Almost ready. Just as they eagerly anticipated the meal, a massive shadow lunged through the doorway. Thud! A dull crash echoed as a cleaver slammed into the tabletop. Ouch! Help! The men, women, and children who had been sitting around the table screamed and tumbled from their stools. Mother Gu was so terrified that she scurried beneath the table. Only after scrambling to his feet did third uncle realize it was Gu Qianqian, and his heart finally settled. What could a mere green girl possibly do? Qianqian, what are you doing? Third uncle put on his authoritative air. Bursting in like this is most improper. Look at how you have frightened grandmother. Gu Qianqian's eyes blazed with fire. Shut your damn mouth. Did you and your brother beat my mother and younger brother? Speak. Fourth uncle, however, brushed it off carelessly. You came all this way and made such a scene over this. Gu Qianqian's lips twitched, her face quivering with barely contained rage. She sneered, this alone is enough. Mother Gu felt confident that within her own home Gu Qianqian would not dare to cause trouble. After all, her two treasured sons were present along with daughters-in-law and grandchildren. One girl could not possibly gain the upper hand. She raised her raspy voice. I am in a good mood today and will not bother with you. Now get the hell out. Gu Laosi, unaware of her capabilities, said, You dare to come here alone and cause trouble. Quite bold. Get lost, or I'll beat you just like that bitch. How dare he call her mother a bitch? Gu Qianqian was so furious that her hair seemed to stand on end. Then let's see who is more despicable. She stepped forward and kicked Gu Laosi's knee. With a crisp crack, his knee was dislocated. Ow! Gu Laosi writhed on the ground. My leg. It's broken. The others were stunned, but Gu Qianqian paid no heed to his howls. She reached out and grabbed Gu Laosin by the hair. Oh, help! Murder! This fatso is killing people. Gu Laosan's screams were even more shrill, but Gu Qianqian wasn't buying it. She dragged him over and pinned him onto the table. She reached out, pulled the knife stuck in the table, and slapped his face with the flat of the blade. Her voice was cold. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? I dare not. Qianqian, I was wrong. I apologize. Please spare your third uncle. No, you're wrong. Gu Qianqian sneered. If apologies worked, what would the authorities be for? As she spoke, she gritted her teeth, lifted his head by the hair, and slammed it hard against the table again. Ah, Qianqian, even if you want to beat me, you can't just pick on me alone. When you beat my mother and brother, did you ever think you'd have this day, eh? She thrust the knife into the table right in front of him, nearly cutting off his nose. We'll give it back. We'll give the chicken back. Gu Laosan was terrified by the gleaming blade before him. Don't cut off my head. Gu Yaoshi had already collapsed to the ground in fear. Help! Heavens! Take this madwoman away. Chun Milan and Luo Baiyun ran in from the kitchen screaming at the sight. Chun Milan, the sharper of the two, grabbed her child and ran out shouting, Murder! Gu Qianqian is killing someone. Gu Laowu also rushed in. Qianqian, don't be impulsive. If you get yourself into trouble, what will happen to your mother and brother? Yes, Gu Laosan trembled. Qianqian, think of your mother. Gu Qianqian sneered, released her grip, and stood up. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean this is over. Gu Laosan, seeing her let go, caught a glimpse of the kitchen knife still stuck in the table. A thought struck him, and while she was speaking, he lunged at the knife, reaching for it. With the knife in hand, he could slash Gu Qianqian a few times to vent his hatred. As for the consequences, she had come charging in with the knife herself. He was acting in self-defense. Gu Qianqian saw him going for the knife, but did not stop him. The next scene was awkward. Gu Laosan grabbed the handle with both hands and pulled with all his might, but the knife wouldn't budge. He glanced at Gu Qianqian, who was watching him coldly, and forced a laugh. "Qianqian, I was just trying to pull it out for you, so you wouldn't tire yourself." Gu Qianqian swung her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Blood gushed from his nose, and his old face began to swell visibly. She reached out, placed her hand on the knife, and pulled it out effortlessly. Her strength was astonishing. Meanwhile, people began to gather outside, drawn by the commotion. Not knowing the full story, no one said anything. Gu Yaoshi, seeing the crowd, stayed on the ground, wailing and slapping her hands. "Neighbors, look. An unmarried girl, so vicious and cruel, abusing her elders. How can I, an old woman, go on living?" Gu Laowu said, "Mother, please say less, it's bad for Qianqian's reputation." "Ha!" Gu Yaoshi spat at him. "You ingrate. You're the worst of all. Don't call yourself my son. Go tell people you're Sang Yahong's son." "Mother," Gu Laowu said angrily, "this matter was clearly your fault. Pa, I'll give you a chance. Go strangle this fatso to death." At that moment, Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing stumbled in, especially Sang Yahong, who had been terrified that Gu Qianqian might lose her temper and cause a tragedy. "Mother, why are you here?" Gu Qianqian said, kicking Gu Laosan off the stool so Sang Yang could sit. "Gu Laosan, Gu Laosi, you two grown men bullying a widow and her orphan. My brother is weak, and I bought a chicken to lay eggs for his nourishment. How dare you snatch it? And you injured my brother and mother. If I let you off, I'll change my surname." Gu Laosan glanced at her slyly. "But you beat us too. You deserved it." Gu Qianqian snapped. "I'll report you to the authorities. You robbed and injured people. I'll make sure you rot in jail." Luo Baiyun was terrified. "Qianqian, you can't report it. Once someone goes to prison, their life is ruined." Chun Milan added, "If your fourth uncle goes to prison, I'll divorce him." Gu Laosi, upon hearing this, forgot the pain in his leg and cried out, "You damned woman! If it weren't for your stupid idea, would I have gone with third brother to rob?" Gu Laosan, weeping and sniveling, said, "Qianqian, please spare your third and fourth uncles. So my mother and brother were beaten for nothing." "Huh?" Gu Qianqian glared fiercely. "Then beat us again if you want. If it won't be that easy." Gu Qianqian said, "You killed my laying hen that I bought for 100 coppers. Not a single coin less. That's too expensive. I've never seen a chicken worth 100 coppers. Well, now you have." Gu Qianqian, corpulent and imposing, said, "Uncle Hu, how are my mother and brother?" Doctor Hu sympathized with her. Being upright, he had long despised this family's bullying of the weak. He said, "Although your mother and brother have only superficial injuries, they are quite severe and need to rest at home. Especially your brother. His head was bleeding from the blow. It might affect his intellect later. Don't take it lightly, they need nourishment." In truth, both were only superficially injured with no internal damage, though the bruises looked alarming. They would heal once the black and blue marks faded. "Thank you, Uncle Hu. I appreciate your trouble." She spoke slowly, rising, her face as dark as water. Gu Laosan and Gu Laosi felt a wave of pressure wash over them. They could hardly believe that this plump girl was still the same cowardly Gu Qianqian from before. Now let's talk about compensation. At the mention of compensation, both Gu Laosan and Gu Laosi couldn't help but glance at Gu Qianqian. "What did you say? Compensation?" Gu Laosan looked utterly astonished. "Compensation for what?" "Of course, compensation for my mother and younger brother who were injured by you." Gu Laosi endured his pain, saying, "But you've also injured us. You seized upon the chicken with greed, robbed us first, and then assaulted us. And now you think one scolding will make this all right. Don't be absurd." Gu Qianqian spoke coldly. "A minimum of 5 taels of silver. Otherwise we'll go to the yamen and settle this with the magistrate." 5 taels was already a substantial sum in their village, beyond what most families could spare. However, Gu Qianqian knew that Gu Yaoshi would be able to produce it. Previously, whenever Gu Laoer returned from hunting with his game, Gu Yaoshi would go to their home, throwing herself on the ground and making a spectacle, always managing to demand something before leaving. Over time, she had taken away at least 5 taels of silver. It was only fair she return it. Gu Laosan looked at Gu Yaoshi and pleaded, "Mother, please give it to her. I refuse to be thrown into prison. Oh, I will surely die there." Chun Milan fell to her knees before Gu Yaoshi and begged, "Mother, if the fourth brother is imprisoned, his life is over. I would fare better to remarry now and find some way to survive. Gu Qianqian grew even more terrified. Already fearful of his wife's temper, the thought of her remarrying sent him into a panic. Mother, can you bear to watch our family fall apart and be destroyed? Luo Baiyun followed suit, refusing to fall behind. Mother, if you don't produce those 5 taels of silver, this household will come apart at the seams. Gu Qianqian simply sat there and watched. She had posed the problem. How to resolve it was not her concern to manage. Gu Qianqian couldn't bring herself to part with it. Handing over silver felt like cutting into her own flesh. Laowu, she called out upon noticing Gu Laowu. Shouldn't you be the one helping here, given how close you are with this fat woman's family? You sort this out. Not anyone can fix this. Gu Qianqian wouldn't put Gu Laowu in such a position, so she refused outright. 5 taels of silver, not a single coin less. When Gu Qianqian saw that Gu Qianqian was unmoved by her pleas, she shifted tactics and began to play the victim. Qianqian, look at your grandmother. I'm old and past my prime, and you know what shape this family is in. I simply cannot possibly produce 5 taels of silver. When my father was still alive, didn't you often come to our house throwing yourself about and making scenes, taking away half of whatever he earned from selling game each time? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Especially that one time when my father bagged a wild boar and sold it to the villagers. He only managed to get 2 taels of silver, which was barely breaking even, and you still insisted on taking 1 tael for yourself. My father nearly lost his life hunting that boar, and was bedridden for a full month afterward. You took the silver, but did you ever once come to visit him? You are truly a ruthless mother. With that said, the neighbors who had previously thought she was being unreasonable now felt she had every right to her demands. Seeing she couldn't win sympathy from the crowd, Gu Qianqian wanted to wail again, but a cold glance from Gu Qianqian silenced her. Then her eyes shifted. Very well, I'll give you the 5 taels, but consider all past debts settled. That would work as well. Gu Qianqian wasn't unreasonable. She knew when to accept a reasonable settlement. As long as they left her alone, she had no interest in continuing the conflict. Gu Qianqian went to the inner room and returned moments later with the silver. Though she'd agreed, verbally parting with it still pained her. Oh, my departed parents, oh, my ancestors witnessed this. She's driving me to desperation. Wah! Gu Qianqian extended her hand without hesitation. Hand it over. I have no patience for your tears. She snatched the silver from Gu Qianqian's grasp and walked away. The onlookers gradually dispersed. My money. My precious child. She wailed, reaching toward Gu Qianqian's back, but Luo Baiyun intervened and restrained her. Mother, losing wealth wards off disaster. Sniffle, sniffle. Before she could finish, Gu Qianqian struck her face. It's all your fault, you gluttonous whore. If not for you, I wouldn't have lost 5 taels of silver for nothing. Mother, Luo Baiyun protested with a wronged expression. It was your 4th daughter-in-law who suggested this, not me. Neither of you daughters-in-law is any good. You both just want to get your hands on my money. My money. The old woman fainted from the overwhelming emotion. When she finally came to, she cried out, meat. I want meat. Go fetch that chicken for me. Chun Milan hurried to the kitchen, but returned moments later empty-handed. Mother, the chicken is gone. My chicken. It must have been stolen by that fat woman, Gu Qianqian. Unable to bear the blow, she collapsed again. Meanwhile, the plate of chicken sat on Gu Qianqian's table. She stir-fried the leftover rice from the day before, and the 3 of them enjoyed another pleasant meal together, savoring the chicken with the fried rice. After the meal, Gu Qianqian told Seng Yang and Gu Xiaoqing to rest first while she organized what she'd purchased. She took out the ready-made clothes and placed them in the cabinet. Mother, you can wear these once you wake up. As for this fabric, when you have time, we'll each make new outfits. Seng Yang said with a worried expression. Xiaoqing and I can share clothes for now. What need is there to spend so much money? Mother, your clothes are nothing but patches upon patches, and Xiaoqing's are torn as well. A child his size should not be going about bare-legged. Gu Xiaoqing felt quite embarrassed upon hearing this. Mother, I don't want to go bare-legged. It's shameful. Sang Yang wiped the tears from her eyes. Once you wake up, you'll wear the new clothes. The fabric will have to wait until I'm feeling better before we make them. She had been injured as well, and her whole body ached from the day's events. Gu Qianqian took out more rice and poured it into the grain jar. The family's was quite large, holding at least 30 jin at a time. She brought a small amount each day, ensuring they had white rice to eat daily, without leaving too much behind that could attract insects in the hot weather. Mother, I'll make steamed pork with rice flour for you tonight. I bought several caddies of meat planning to have it for lunch, but they ruined the chicken. Though Chun Mylan and Luo Baiyun's cooking left much to be desired, the chicken had been an extraordinary feast for Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing. To her surprise, Gu Xiaoqing spoke up. The chicken pieces they cooked weren't tasty. Sisters are much better. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian was overjoyed. She looked at him with a smile and said, I'll make you something even more delicious in the future. After finishing her chores, she turned to Sang Yang. Mother, I'll keep the silver safe with me for now. It's not secure leaving it at home. Very well, I trust you to keep it safe, her mother replied. With the family circumstances, as they were, keeping anything hidden at home was impossible. She placed all the silver into a large chest within her spatial dimension. Now she had only 7 taels total, including what she'd just obtained from Gu Yaoshi. Nearly 1,000 copper coins were among it. Mother, I'll be right back. Gu Qianqian took her basket and went to the river again to gather snails. These snails were her precious treasures. Fortunately, there were plenty of snails, and no one else ate them, so each time she could easily collect dozens of pounds. Just as she was carrying the snails back, she encountered Gu Taohong and another girl dressed slightly better who were walking toward the river at the crossroads. Gu Qianqian recognized her. She was Niu Xianhua, the younger sister of scholar Niu Qingfeng, whom the original owner had been pining for. The Niu family lived at the back of the village and were the wealthy household. They ran a general store in the town, earning at least 10 taels of silver a year. Niu Qingfeng was the only scholar in the village with fair, delicate skin and handsome features. With such family background, looks, and status, he had made many village girls covet him, all hoping to become the scholar's wife. The original owner was one of them. When Niu Xianhua saw Gu Qianqian, she couldn't help sneering. Taohong, isn't that the fatty who confessed to my brother 2 days ago? Gu Taohong's eyes revealed a hint of mockery and pride, but she said, Xianhua, don't speak about my cousin like that. She is actually quite nice. Taohong, you always praise others and speak well of them, but some people simply don't appreciate it. Niu Xianhua glared at Gu Qianqian as she said, like this fatty. She knew you liked my brother, yet she still went to confess to him. She's not stupid, she's malicious. From the remnants of the original owner's memory, Gu Qianqian learned that the original owner had no idea Gu Taohong liked Niu Qingfeng, and that her confession that day had been instigated by Gu Taohong. Otherwise, given the original owner's timid nature, how could she have dared to confess to her idol? She couldn't even squeeze out a word under pressure. Gu Taohong took her arm and said earnestly, all right, you mustn't speak ill of my cousin anymore. She is very kind. Taohong, the truly kind person is you. Look at her. She robs her own mother and brother of their food every day, eating herself into such fatness, while her mother and brother starve to such thinness. If such a person is kind, then there is no one kind in the world. Gu Qianqian's eyes narrowed. As for the food robbing, the original owner had only told Gu Taohong about it, so she must have spread it around. She smiled and said, Niu Xianhua, you're not malicious, you're just stupid. Gu Taohong knows exactly what kind of person I am, yet she closes her eyes and tells lies against her conscience. Is that kindness? Ha, that's hypocrisy. That's fake. Only a fool like you would be fooled by her. And as for you, don't think you're something special, just because your family has some stinking money. With your family's paltry few dozen taels, you think you're superior. Ha, you're like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking your face is as big as a basin. And Niu Xianhua, I think you're Niu Shiba Caodong. Niu Xianhua's face stiffened with rage. Pa, Gu Qianqian, you fat cow. I'll go tell my brother right away to never talk to you again. Gu Qianqian rolled her eyes at her. Niu Qingfeng had never paid attention to the original owner anyway. On the day of the confession, he even viciously humiliated the original owner, showing not a shred of a scholar's decorum. He was just like a shrew. Gu Qianqian couldn't be bothered with him anymore, and walked over to the pond ahead, where she reached out to pick a few lotus leaves and some lotus flowers. Returning home, she placed the snails in the water vat. That large vat was really good. It could hold many snails. She quietly glanced. Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing were still asleep, so she went to the kitchen, took some meat, cut about half a jin of it, and wrapped it in a lotus leaf. She also took out 20 won from her space and went to find Uncle Qianqian. Uncle Qianqian fired pottery every day, and after a whole year of backbreaking work, he barely earned anything. His family was truly impoverished. Auntie Cuihua, who had to raise 2 children with him, also had a hard time. Fortunately, they could barely get by. "Is Auntie Cuihua home?" Gu Qianqian called out by the door, and Auntie Cuihua poked her head out. "Qianqian, you're here? Come in and sit." "No need, I'm here to give you the money for yesterday's water vat." "What's the hurry?" "I just heard that your mother and brother were beaten up by Gu Laosan and his gang. We were planning to go over later with your Uncle Qianqian to check on them." "Where's Uncle Qianqian?" "He went to open the kiln on the mountain. He'll be back soon." "Annie, your family is struggling too. I must give you this money, and here's a piece of meat. You can stir-fry it with some chili for the kids tonight." "Oh, that won't do. You should give it to your mother and brother. There's still some at home." Just as they were talking, Uncle Qianqian came back, pulling a cart loaded with many earthenware pots. Auntie Cuihua told him about it, but Uncle Qianqian refused to accept it no matter what. In the end, Gu Qianqian insisted on leaving it. "Uncle Qianqian, I see you have a lot of pots. I'm going to town tomorrow, so why don't I take a few to sell for you?" Every time after opening the kiln, Uncle Qianqian would drag the cart from village to village, peddling his wares door to door. Those pots would take quite a while to sell. Hearing this, Uncle Qianqian didn't refuse. After all, it was just selling together. Auntie Cuihua took a basket and picked out a few smaller ones. "How about these?" "Let me pick." Gu Qianqian chose over a dozen, all still warm to the touch. "Uncle Qianqian, your pots are all for water or food. Next time, could you make some beautiful flower pots?" Flower pots. Uncle Qianqian had never thought of that. He only made household items: water vats, rice vats, and earthenware pots for water. There was also a type used for cooking rice porridge for children. After the meal, when there were embers in the stove, they would take a handful of rice, put it in a small pot with water, and leave it in the fire to simmer. When the child wanted to eat, they would take it out, and it would be perfectly cooked into rice soup. As for making flower pots, he had never considered it. "I'll draw some patterns for you later. You can try making a few, and I'll help you sell them." Uncle Qianqian agreed verbally, but in his heart, he wondered, could these things really be sold? He was a man living at the bottom of society, thinking only about the most basic necessities, unaware of the needs of the wealthy. Gu Qianqian carried the dozen small earthenware pots home, preparing to sell them in town the next day. When she arrived home, she saw that Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing had already woken up, so she began to prepare dinner. Sang Yang wanted to get up and help, but Gu Qianqian stopped her. "Mother, you're injured today. You should stay in bed for a few days." She put the rice into the pot, washed the meat, and sliced it thinly, mixed it with light soy sauce, then took out steamed meat powder from her space and sprinkled it over the marinated meat. After washing the lotus leaves she had picked, she lined an iron basin with them, then layered the seasoned meat on top and placed it in the pot to steam together with the rice. While the rice was cooking, she went to the vegetable garden behind the house and picked a handful of long beans and 2 chili peppers. For dinner, stir-fried long beans and a plate of steamed pork with rice flour. Perfect. The ancient people used lard and rapeseed oil. Gu Qianqian disliked using lard because she was too fat. Rapeseed oil was expensive, and she didn't like its taste. Fortunately, in a corner of her space's universal gourmet seasoning storeroom, she discovered a large bucket of luhua blended oil. She was thrilled. Although there was only one bucket, after she took it out, another bucket would appear the next day. Gu Qianqian's seasoning storeroom didn't just contain seasonings. There were also many Chinese medicinal herbs used for making soups and braising dishes. However, she couldn't use these things yet. When she had money later, she would rent a shop and slowly play around with them. But there was one thing that frustrated her. She found that her universal culinary seasoning repository was missing many items. She distinctly remembered that aside from these seasonings, there were also plenty of dried goods stored there. Those were the truly valuable things. But now they were all gone. Items like dried sea cucumbers, fish maw, shark fin, and abalone were nowhere to be found. Now there were only some ordinary condiments and worthless side dishes, not even shiitake mushrooms or wood-ear fungus. She strongly suspected someone had stolen her belongings. Fortunately, she was an optimistic person. She believed that with these common seasonings, she could still carve out a place for herself in this strange world. Gu Qianqian finished stir-frying the green beans, and the rice was almost done. Gu Xiaoqing had also gotten up. Sang Yang struggled to rise. Her head had been pounded by old third Gu, leaving her dizzy, but after sleeping, she felt much better. Gu Qianqian said, "Mother, lie down. I'll bring you a bowl." "It's not that serious," Sang Yang smiled. "We country folk aren't that delicate." Gu Xiaoqing washed his hands and stood by the stove ready to help serve the food. The family bustled about, exuding a warm harmony. "Wow, sis, what kind of meat is this? It smells amazing." "It's steamed pork with rice flour. Try it. It's rich, but not greasy, delicious." The rice flour coating was carefully selected by her. After countless attempts, she had perfected the recipe and had it made by a processing plant. It was far superior to the ready-made steamed pork powder you could buy casually in supermarkets. "This is just too good." Gu Xiaoqing took a bite, his eyes shining with light. He had thought that the braised pork from yesterday was the best thing in the world. Unexpectedly, his sister's steamed pork was even better. "Sis, I feel like I could eat my own nose." Sang Yang also let out a rare laugh. "Child, you're growing, eat more." As she spoke, she picked up several pieces and put them in Gu Qianqian's bowl. "Qianqian, you eat too." "Mother, I'm trying to lose weight now." "2 pieces are enough for me. You and Xiaoqing eat more. You're both so thin." In the past few days, she had worked hard, set up the stall, and controlled her appetite, not eating too much. Now she seemed to have lost a little weight. "Silly child, you'll get sick losing weight like this. Listen to your mother, eat a bit more." Sang Yang picked up several more pieces and placed them in her bowl. Gu Qianqian smiled and gave them to Gu Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing needs to eat more or the boy will be too short and not handsome." Gu Xiaoqing had never imagined he could eat such delicious meat, nor that his sister would become so kind. Ever since their father died, the 3 of them had been on the verge of starvation. Before, when their father was alive, life was somewhat better and they had meat to eat. But every time Gu Qianqian would wolf it down, like a whirlwind devouring the clouds. "Sis, will we have meat every day from now on?" Gu Qianqian smiled. "Don't worry, our family will have meat at every meal from now on." "Mother," Gu Xiaoqing turned to look at Sang Yang beside him. "I'm so happy." This made Sang Yang and Gu Qianqian burst into laughter. After the meal, Gu Qianqian began preparing the snails for the next day. She always boiled them the night before and soaked them in a basin so the flavor would penetrate better. Although the weather was quite hot now, the nights were still cool. And with such a basin, by the time it had completely cooled, dawn was almost breaking. When she finished, she went to the space and rummaged through the universal seasoning repository, but found none of her valuable dried goods. Gu Qianqian felt a little frustrated, otherwise she could have taken them out now to nourish the 2 injured people at home. Coming out of the space, she lay on the bed and thought it over, sure that when the accident happened, the seasoning repository had contained dried goods. Because just the day before the accident, she had purchased a batch and put them in. If the time of the accident was the reference point, then these dried goods should definitely be in her space. But now, there was nothing. Could it be that she was only using low-level seasonings because her own level was too low? And how was this level determined? She felt a bit confused, so she decided not to think about it. She would sleep and continue earning money tomorrow. For now, making money was her only motivation and goal. The next day, she still woke up very early. Sang Yang also struggled to get up and helped her. Mother and daughter worked in perfect harmony, just like the day before, preparing everything for the street stall and also eating some dough-drop soup. "Qianqian, be careful on the road." Before dawn, she set off for the town amidst Sang Yehong's reminders and instructions. Today's business was just as good as yesterday. When Gu Qianqian delivered the snail noodles to Old Master Qin, she didn't see Du rooting. Old Master Qin was a warm-hearted person. He also treated others in the tea shop, so over 2 days he had already consumed 10 bowls. There were still 40 bowls left on the balance. Today she not only sold snail noodles, but also the earthenware pots from Uncle Qianqian. However, the pots didn't sell as well as she had imagined. These people were willing to spend 21 on a bowl of noodles, but not 5 or 10 went on an earthenware pot. Of course, it might also be that they simply had no use for such an item. Earthenware pots were really different from noodles. After eating noodles today, you'd be hungry again tomorrow, but a pot could last for years. By the time her noodles were sold out, and she was ready to pack up, she had only sold 3 or 4 pots. Staring at the remaining 6 or 7 pots, she felt a headache coming on. But she didn't want to waste time just selling pots here, so she decided to continue selling them when she set up the stall tomorrow. When she passed by a pharmacy, it suddenly occurred to her that she had plenty of medicinal herbs in her space. She could take some out and sell them. "Shopkeeper," she called out as she walked in. The pharmacy had no customers at the moment, and her voice startled the shopkeeper, who had been dozing behind the counter. "Miss, are you buying medicine?" The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes and sized her up, clearly a poor country girl. "No, I'm here to sell medicinal herbs," Gu Qianqian said as she searched through her basket. But the result shocked her greatly. Before entering the shop, she had clearly placed several packets of herbs, grass fruit, cardamom, and cumin, which were used in braising, into the basket. But now she couldn't find them. What was going on? She tried to retrieve some medicinal herbs from the space, but strangely, she couldn't take them out. Helpless, she had to give up. The shopkeeper waited on the side, watching her rummage through the basket, but produced nothing. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you lose your herbs?" Gu Qianqian looked dejected. "It seems they're lost." The shopkeeper saw her disappointed expression and smiled. "Don't be sad. Bring your herbs next time you have some." Just then an apprentice ran in and asked, "Shopkeeper, the medicine for Squire Zhang is ready." Gu Qianqian, who was tidying up, brightened at the words. The shopkeeper said, "Hurry up and pour it out, then deliver it to Squire Zhang." Gu Qianqian asked, "Shopkeeper, do you also decoct medicine for others here?" "Yes," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. "Some patients dislike the smell of herbs in their homes, fearing it will bother their families. But to me the scent of brewing medicine is quite delightful." Gu Qianqian could not agree. She dreaded the smell of medicine. The taste of the herbal concoctions she had as a child was simply unbearable, even more pungent than the snail noodles she made. She asked, "Shopkeeper, I have some earthenware pots here. Could they be used for decocting medicine?" As she spoke, she took out all the pots from her basket. The shopkeeper glanced at them and selected a few with lids and a more conventional shape. "These will do. How much for them?" Gu Qianqian said, 21 each. "There are 5, so 101. "That's too expensive," the shopkeeper said. "Lower the price a bit." "Shopkeeper, my earthenware pots are of excellent quality. Just look how thick they are and listen to the crisp sound they make. If they were crafted more delicately, they could rival porcelain." "All right, you've exaggerated them to the skies." "Shopkeeper, if it weren't for my lost herbs, the one bargaining right now would be me." The shopkeeper chuckled. "Fine, I'll give you 81, no more. What if I throw in an extra one and make it 101? Next time I'll also give you a discount on the herbs." After a lengthy haggling session with the shopkeeper, they finally settled on 6 pots for 101. When decocting herbs, the pots often cracked due to the heat, so they needed to keep spares. Although these pots were not specifically designed for herbal medicine, he could tell at a glance that their quality was superb. They could easily replace the costly medicine pots. This transaction was mutually beneficial. "Feel free to bring more pots in the future. I don't need many, but I'll take a few now and then." "Thank you, shopkeeper. You are a healer who saves lives with a benevolent heart. You are sure to enjoy great wealth and honor." "Oh." The shopkeeper was slightly surprised. "A country girl like you speak so well. Have you been to school?" "No, but I can read." The characters here were traditional, but she could barely understand them. "Truly remarkable. Did your parents teach you?" "I once met a wandering nun who taught me for a year. After she left, I stopped studying." I see. Fearing the shopkeeper would ask more questions, and she might slip up with too many answers, Gu Qianqian quickly took her leave. On the street, she bought a fish, some snacks, a chicken, and 2 jean of meat. She packed everything into her basket and returned home on Huzi's ox cart. At home, she cleaned the fish to make boiled fish and chili sauce, stewed a chicken soup, picked a few eggplants, and lunch was ready. She gave the snacks to Gu Xiaoqiang, who said happily, "Sis, thank you." He still hadn't finished the snacks she had bought him last time. Having a sister was wonderful. Gu Qianqian looked at him in his new clothes. He looked just like the children of wealthy families in town. He was clean and handsome, resembling Sang Yang in appearance. Unlike Gu Xiaohu, Gu Xiaonyo, Gu Xiaoma, and Gu Dadu, who were always filthy with snot running down their faces, disgusting beyond words. While she was cooking, Uncle Chen, Qianshu, arrived carrying 2 wooden buckets. "Qianqian, I've been thinking. These snails need to be kept in mud. Clear water alone will kill them easily." "Thank you so much." Uncle Chen Qianshu poured the 2 buckets of mud into the vat. This mud was dug from the river. Gu Qianqian took out 150 copper coins. "Uncle Chen, this is the money from selling 9 pots. There are still 2 or 3 left, I'll give you the rest after I sell them." "Qianqian, you sold so many." Uncle Chen Qianshu could hardly believe his ears. "Yes." Gu Qianqian said with a smile, "You said 5 won each, but I thought that was too cheap, so I set the price at 21. Some haggled, but I still got over 10 won for each." Qianqian, you really know how to do business. No wonder you can make even these unpalatable snails taste so delicious. Thank you so much. Later I'll draw some designs for you. You can make them according to my drawings. Then I won't sell them on consignment. I'll buy them directly from you and resell them. Acting as a middleman, she would earn a small margin. Uncle Qin Xianshu said, cheerfully, fine, you decide. I'll give you 5 won each. That won't be necessary. We'll discuss the price when the time comes. Although she had been a cook before as a top-tier chef, aesthetics were extremely important. The dishes she served had to be not only delicious, but also visually appealing. Even the plating had to be eye-catching. She had undergone specialized training for that. After seeing Uncle Chun off, the meal was ready at home. The family enjoyed the boiled fish and stir-fried eggplants while the chicken soup was still simmering. Sang Yang had saved a small amount of dried wild mushrooms which she added to the soup, 5 or 6 varieties in total. The broth turned out clear, but incredibly flavorful, rich in aroma. Gu Qianqian took a small sip. It was absolutely delicious. She thought that even if she stopped selling snail noodles and switched to chicken soup wontons, she could still become wealthy. In the town there were many food stalls, but none sold dumplings or wontons. Suddenly she realized there were too many things she wanted to do. The 3 of them ate to their heart's content, unaware that next door the Gu eldest family was plotting mischief again. Just then, after finishing a bowl of thin porridge, they caught the aroma of chicken soup wafting from Gu Qianqian's house. Heavens, it smells so good. I can't take it. I'm drooling, Gu Laoda said, sucking in his saliva, his eyes gleaming with greed. Gu Xiaohu clung to Lin Xuanhua's leg, crying, Mom, go steal from the fat girl's house. I don't ask for much. Just grab a chicken butt for me. Ya wife, why don't you go steal? The cravings in Gu Laoda's belly were stirred up. No, Lin Xuanhua refused decisively. She had witnessed Gu Qianqian's ruthlessness several times and dared not try again. Do you want me dead so you can find a younger wife? Gu Laoda rolled his eyes at her. Even if you died, I couldn't find a younger wife. At least you know yourself. With this family situation, who would be willing to marry you? Only me, blind as I am. Lin Xuanhua then asked him, if you want to eat so badly, why don't you go steal? I want to, but I'm afraid you'll become a widow. Huh? She spat at him fiercely. Useless man. Don't you want to eat? Her family swindled 5 taels of silver from mother yesterday. They'll probably have meat and fish every day now. Mom, Gu Xiaohu said, why don't we also take a knife and swindle 5 taels from grandma? Then we can have fish and meat too. Lin Xuanhua said, that's a good idea, but it won't work with just us mother and son. Your father has to do it. But Gu Laoda chickened out, shaking his head like a rattledrum. No way, 3rd brother and 4th brother would kill me. Are you even a man? Our son is more capable and courageous than you. You're worse than our own son. The more Lin Xuanhua spoke, the more she felt Gu Xiaohu would be promising in the future, bold enough to threaten with a knife at such a young age. He would surely grow up to be an extraordinary man. Then what do we do? Gu Laoda looked glum. He had just had a bowl of porridge and wasn't very hungry, but now the aroma of chicken soup was so tantalizing that his stomach began to growl again. Lin Xuanhua's eyes darted around cunningly. I have a great idea. Just wait to eat meat. He he he. At Gu Qianqian's home, the 3 of them had finished their meal and the chicken soup happened to be ready. Gu Qianqian ladled a bowl of chicken soup and served it to Sang Yehong, who was lying in bed, then filled another bowl for Gu Xiao, Chung distributing 2 drumsticks and 2 wings between the 2 of them. Gazing at the heaping bowl of chicken soup, Sang Yang was overwhelmed with emotion. Even when Gu Lao had been alive, she had never enjoyed such a meal. The little game they had painstakingly hunted was meant to be sold for money or saved as an occasional treat for the children. How could she bear to eat such generous bowls? She looked up at Gu Qianqian and felt as though the daughter before her, with her sweet smile, had become someone entirely different. The former Gu Qianqian had been unreasonable and vicious at home, throwing punches at her and Xiao Cheng at the slightest provocation, but now everything had changed completely. Mother, drink it while it's hot. It will upset your stomach if it gets cold. Had her dried fish maw and scallops from her spatial storage been intact, they would have been perfect for soup. Qianqian, you should have a bowl too. You've lost so much weight. Mother, even if I've lost a circle's weight, I'd still be 2 or 3 times the size of a normal person. What are you worrying about? Sang Yang regarded her with deep sympathy. Then Mother's heart aches for you. Mother, you should be glad I'm losing weight. Otherwise, with a figure like mine, I fear I'll never find a husband. Gu Xiaocheng, sipping chicken soup on the side, piped up. If sister can't marry, then don't marry. When I grow up, I'll earn silver to support you. Gu Qianqian looked at her little brother with his greasy mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Mother, I'm going to the river to catch snails. You and your brother stay home and rest. Wait for me when I return. Be careful when you go into the water. Hardly had Gu Qianqian left than Sang Yang heard a hoarse voice call out from outside. Is anyone there? The voice sounded unfamiliar, so Sang Yang got up and went to the courtyard to take a look. Standing there was an elderly woman with silver-streaked hair, leaning on a walking stick, her clothes in tatters. In her other hand, she held an iron bowl, her face smudged with dirt, her hair tangled and hanging in disarray. Curiously enough, wrapped atop her shabby head was a headscarf equally gray and grimy, making her look as though she had been wandering as a beggar for dozens of days. Noticing Sang Yang approaching, the old beggar shuffled forward. Sister, have pity on an old beggar like me. I haven't eaten in 3 days, wah wah. Seeing her condition, Sang Yang was reminded of her own difficult days and her heart ached. Old sister, come inside and sit. As Sang Yang spoke, she guided the old beggar toward the house. Yes, yes, the beggar replied, tottering along on her cane. This old woman won't eat much. A bowl of rice will suffice. Sang Yang seated her by the table and served a generous bowl of rice. On the table remained the boiled fish and eggplant from lunch. The beggar's mouth watered at the sight of the fish. She wiped her mouth and said, that fish looks delicious. Old sister, please help yourself if you don't mind. I don't mind at all. The beggar stared at the boiled fish and rice before her, drooling, and quickly reached for the chopsticks. Hold on, Gu Qianqian entered from outside. Who is this? Sang Yang hurriedly explained. She's an old beggar who hasn't eaten in 3 days. I couldn't bear to see her like this. So she's a begging grandmother, Gu Qianqian said, studying the old woman closely. The beggar kept her head bowed, acting timid and fearful. Sang Yang said, Old sister, eat quickly before it gets cold. Shall I carry the rice into a basin and eat outside? By then Sang Yang had ladled another half bowl of chicken soup containing 2 pieces of meat. The beggar's eyes lit up the moment she saw the soup. Yet Gu Qianqian stood nearby, watching her intently, making her deeply uneasy. Miss, the beggar rasped to Gu Qianqian, thank you so much. I still have a little grandson at home. Let me take this back for him to eat. Sang Yang hastened to say, Old sister, eat first, and I'll pack some for your grandson later. There are still a few pieces of chicken in the pot. I'll scoop them for you. At that moment, Gu Qianqian yanked the scarf right off the beggar's head. The old woman shrieked, and with remarkable agility, snatched up the bowl of chicken soup from the table and drained it in one gulp. Only then did she clutch her chest, hopping around on the floor and crying out, It burned me to death. Sang Yang was startled and quickly scooped a gourd of cold water. Old sister, are you all right? Drink some cold water. The beggar snatched the gourd and guzzled the entire contents in one go. Gu Qianqian folded her arms and said coldly, What? No longer hiding your voice behind that raspy throat act. She then took the headscarf in her hand and shook it over the beggar's head. After a flurry of plant ash scattering about, jet black hair was revealed beneath. Lin Chunhua, you've really got skills. Oh my, what a disguise. Quite ingenious. Gu Qianqian could scarcely believe Lin Chunhua would concoct such a ridiculous scheme just to scavenge for food. It was unheard of. Even Sang Yang was stunned. Sister-in-law, how did you come to look like this? Exposed, Lin Chunhua dropped her pretense entirely. She quickly grabbed the nearly empty basin of boiled fish from the table and bolted. Gu Qianqian cursed. Lin Chunhua, you damn woman, stop right there. I'll beat you to a pulp. She was about to give chase when Sang Yang grabbed her arm. Lin Chunhua called back over her shoulder, Just consider it feeding the dogs. Sang Yang shouted, Sister-in-law, remember to bring the basin back. Then she turned to Gu Qianqian and said, Forget it. She reduced herself to this state just for a meal. If only she directed such determination toward honest work, her life wouldn't be so wretched. Sang Yang sighed, but said nothing more. When Gu Lao heir had passed away, Lin Chunhua had spurred Gu Yaoshi to come and divide their family property, yet what property did they have? They searched the house from top to bottom, but found not a coin, only a strip of salted pork hanging on the wall, which Gu Yaoshi promptly took. That incident left Sang Yang deeply grieved. They were already a pitiful widowed mother and children, yet even their own family bullied them so cruelly. From then on her heart grew cold. Moreover, they were barely managing to survive themselves and had no capacity to help others. Now that their circumstances had improved somewhat, and they had the means to offer aid, this household had quietly slipped from her authority. The home had gradually fallen under Gu Qianqian's control. Gu Qianqian seemed to read her mother's thoughts, and quickly said, "Mother, please do not let your compassion run too deep. Helping others does not mean we should be naively selfless. What is this saintly heart you speak of?" Gu Qianqian explained, "It's about being too kind-hearted. We help anyone who comes along, but they eat our food while complaining that we're only giving them what we don't want anymore. Some people are simply wolves that can never be satisfied." Sang Yang sighed, "Qianqian, don't worry. Mother will never do such a thing. I'll follow your lead." She was increasingly aware that Gu Qianqian had her own thoughts and insights on many matters. Some things Gu Qianqian did were not particularly empathetic, even bordering on ruthlessness. But thinking back on it later, what she said and did truly made sense. Gu Qianqian nodded, "We cannot be pushovers." Gu Xiaoqing said, "Mother, I think sister is right. Before, when we gave meat to Xiaohu, Xiaonyo, and Xiaoma, they still bullied me." Gu Qianqian looked at Gu Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, do you get bored staying at home all day? Would you like to go play with your friends?" Children of his age love to play. Staying at home every day, wouldn't he feel isolated from the world? Gu Xiaoqing shook his head, "I don't want to play with them. They always bully me." Probably because he had been badly bullied before when playing with others. "Then sister will buy you paper and brushes tomorrow, okay? Sister, are you going to teach me how to read and write?" "Yes," Gu Qianqian nodded. "I will also buy you a copybook to practice calligraphy. You can just trace the characters in it." "Thank you, sister. I will practice hard." Gu Xiaoqing's quiet temperament reminded her of Sang Yang, and he did seem to have the aptitude for studying. Sang Yang asked, "Qianqian, why did you come back so early today?" "I gathered a basketful and figured it was enough, so I came back." Fortunately, she had returned early. Otherwise, who knew what schemes Lin Chunhua would have cooked up next? "It is a good thing you came back. Otherwise, I would still be getting fooled by your aunt." "She is not my aunt." "What kind of aunt behaves like that?" "I refuse to acknowledge her." Sang Yang sighed. Gu Qianqian had a point. Meanwhile, after Lin Chunhua carried the boiled fish home, her throat felt as though it were on fire, bringing tears to her eyes. She did not know the taste of that bowl of chicken soup, but her tongue had been scalded numb. Fortunately, she had drunk a ladle of cold water, or she truly would have suffered to death. "Mother, you really got it." Gu Xiaohu looked at the half-basin of boiled fish, so happy he almost rolled on the ground. Not minding his dirty hands, he reached into the basin to scoop some up. Lin Chunhua slapped his hand. "Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Get chopsticks." Gu Lauda looked at her, forgetting to grab the boiled fish. "Child's mother, what is wrong with your throat?" Her voice had been burned hoarse by the chicken soup. Now her voice sounded even more shrill than Gu Yaoshi's. "You made me angry," Lin Chunhua said, picking up chopsticks to eat the fish. Seeing her eat, Gu Lauda did not dare to lag behind, and quickly grabbed his chopsticks as well. Gu Taohong, who had just returned from digging wild vegetables, watched the three of them hunched over the table like pigs fighting for food, and could barely stop her mouth from watering. But she had no right to join in the feeding. From morning until now, she had only picked 2 fruits outside and eaten them. She was already starving, her stomach pressed against her back. Even after eating 2 wild fruits outside, she dared not mention it, for fear Lin Chunhua would beat her to death. While they were eating, Lin Chunhua suddenly stiffened all over, then clutched her stomach. "Oh, my stomach hurts." Speaking of which, she stumbled and ran toward the outhouse behind the house. Gu Xiaohu and Gu Lauda exchanged glances. Gu Lauda said, "Xiaohu, your mother got diarrhea from eating this, which proves it is poisonous and cannot be eaten." Gu Xiaohu wiped his snot with his sleeve. "Father, even if it kills me, I will keep eating. I have never tasted anything so delicious." Neither father nor son yielded. Gu Lauda, having eaten too hastily, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat and let out a howl. "Ouch! I got a fishbone stuck." He scratched at his throat while yelling. Gu Xiaohu glanced at him, but did not help, instead keeping his hands busy, seizing the opportunity to eat a bit more himself. Gu Taohong ran over wanting to taste it, but Gu Xiaohu bared his teeth at her. "You worthless girl, if you dare grab my fish, I will chop you with a knife." He swung his fist and punched toward Gu Taohong's stomach. Gu Taohong felt the pain and ran aside. If it tastes this good when it is so small, it will only end up begging when it grows up. She ran to the kitchen in a huff, hoping to find leftover porridge, but found nothing. By the time she came out, Gu Xiaohu had already finished drinking all the soup from the boiled fish. Gu Lauda still could not get the fishbone out, so he had to run to find Doctor Hu for help. Previously, other children in the village had gotten fishbones stuck, and Doctor Hu had removed them with tweezers. Doctor Hu did not hold back when he saw it was him. 5 win for removing a fishbone. 5 win. Gu Lauda shouted loudly. That is correct. Doctor Hu glanced at him. You can also choose not to remove it. Remove it. Gu Lauda had screamed just now, and the pain made his whole body tremble. If he did not get it removed, he felt he might not survive until tomorrow. After finally getting the fishbone removed, Lin Chunhua walked in, clutching her stomach again. Her stomach hurt so badly that cold sweat streamed down her face. She had nearly fainted in the outhouse earlier. Doctor Hu, please examine me. My stomach hurts too much. I suspect someone gave me poison. She strongly suspected Gu Qianqian had given her laxatives, otherwise she would not have had such severe diarrhea. Doctor Hu checked her pulse. This is not caused by laxatives. You caught a chill. Caught a chill. Lin Chunhua exclaimed. Doctor Hu, do not talk nonsense. It is so hot that it is impossible to catch a chill. Did you eat greasy food, and then drink a lot of cold water? Lin Chunhua paused. I just drank a bowl of chicken soup. It was too hot, so I chased it with a ladle of cold water. Gu Lauda, overhearing this, was surprised. You drank a bowl of chicken soup? You actually drank chicken soup behind our backs. Why did you not bring some home for us to taste? You stupid woman, you deserve to have diarrhea. Lin Chunhua was in terrible pain, and her courage had diminished considerably. If you were a real man, I would not be in this mess. Doctor Hu did not want to listen to their quarrel. That explains it. So you have diarrhea? Take a pill, and you will be fine. 10-1. 10-1. Lin Chunhua cried out, robbery. Doctor Hu glanced at her from the corner of his eye. If you think it is expensive, you do not have to see me. It should get better in a few days anyway. But Lin Chunhua's stomach started rumbling again. Clutching her stomach, she cried, I cannot take it anymore. It is starting to hurt again. Oh mother, I am going to die. Spend 10 won to buy a pill, take it, and you will be fine. Hearing this, Lin Chunhua gritted her teeth, took out 10 won, and said, take it. She grabbed the single pill from the table and swallowed it in one gulp, nearly choking on it. Fortunately, after taking it, her stomach stopped hurting after a while. The couple quarreled all the way home. Gu Taohong happened to have already started cooking dinner. Seeing them return, she hurried to say, I have finished cooking the porridge. You dead girl, cooking porridge and yet claiming credit. Gu Taohong was so frightened she dared not reply. She glanced outside. The sky was gradually darkening. It was time for dinner. Yes, it was time to begin the plan. Gu Taohong put on a timid air and said, Mother, I'll go return the basin to that fatso's house. Lin Chunhua rolled her eyes at her. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If they give you meat, you must bring it back for your brother. Don't worry, Mother. If Sang Yang gives me food, I'll surely bring it back. That's more like it. After she left, Gu Lauda said, Why didn't you go yourself? That lazy, gluttonous girl is bound to sneak a bite. What do you know? Lin Chunhua sneered. The fatso hates us now, he'll never give us food. If Taohong goes, there might still be hope. But this time, even sharp-witted Lin Chunhua was mistaken. Though Gu Taohong had also grown clever, slipping quietly into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Qianqian's family of 3 sitting at the table eating dinner. And they were having noodles. The noodles were thin and long with bits of lean meat inside, looking utterly delicious and mouth-watering. Second Aunt Qianqian, you're eating dinner, Gu Taohong said with a sorrowful expression, approaching the table. Second Aunt, I've brought you back the basin. Sang Yang smiled and was about to stand up, but Gu Qianqian stopped her. Mother, you're not well, stay seated. With that, she reached out and took the basin from Gu Taohong's hands. Go back and tell your mother to stop scheming. I'd rather feed my food to the dogs than give it to her. How cruel. It made her sick. Gu Taohong's heart fluttered. It seemed that Idiot had overheard what she said that day by the water. Back then she thought Gu Qianqian was as good as dead, so she had indulged in a moment of verbal spite. Fortunately, there was no proof, and Gu Taohong wasn't worried about being exposed. She forced a smile. Qianqian, you're having noodles for dinner. They're so thin. Second Aunt, did you make them? Normally Sang Yang would have already offered her a bowl, but today she waited for Gu Qianqian's cue. Unexpectedly, Gu Qianqian sneered. No matter who made them, you won't get any. The basin is returned, so you'd better leave now. Seeing her reminded Gu Qianqian of how the original owner was harmed. It wasn't that she didn't want revenge, but she needed to bide her time. Didn't Gu Taohong dream of becoming a scholar's wife? She wasn't going to kill Gu Taohong if she wanted to destroy her heart first. If the heart remained intact, how could the person die? Gu Qianqian's words utterly cut off Gu Taohong's hope of mooching food. Though raging inside, she kept her face neutral. Second Aunt Qianqian, I'll be going now. Then she turned and walked away, slowly, disappointed that Sang Yang didn't call her back. In the yard, she spotted the large water vat and the snails raised inside. There must have been hundreds of pounds of them. Phew, fatso, since you've gone this far, don't blame me for being ruthless. Her face twisted with rage as she thought of the beating she'd get from Lin Chunhua for coming back empty-handed. Sure enough, soon from Lin Chunhua's house came Gu Taohong's screams. Mother, please spare me. Second Aunt's family eats fish and meat, that's theirs. Why must I have it? Mother, I didn't steal. They gave me nothing. I just went to return a basin. Gu Taohong cried and screamed, her voice loud and pitiful. The neighbors heard and felt sorry for Gu Taohong, while also morally judging Sang Yahong's family. Ah, poor child, having a mother like Lin Chunhua. Such a tragedy. I say Sang Yang is really something. It's just a bite of food. Couldn't she spare a bit? Their family eats fish and meat every day, even better than the townsfolk. Didn't they just swindle 5 taels from Gu Yao's family? With money they can afford to eat well. At this rate they won't last long, and then they'll be begging again. Don't pity them. Fortunately, Sang Yang didn't hear these remarks, or she'd be heartbroken. She used to give so generously, and now she was the villain for not giving. Sang Yang looked at Gu Qianqian. Qianqian Taohong is being beaten so badly, should we? No. Not only am I unwilling, but even if I were, I wouldn't give now. If I did, she'd be beaten every time we didn't send food. That would only harm her. Hearing this, Sang Yang thought it made sense. Someone like Lin Chunhua would indeed do that. Besides, even if they sent food, Gu Taohong wouldn't get to eat it. Over there, after beating her for a while, and seeing no reaction from Gu Qianqian's house, Lin Chunhua cursed a few times and stopped. Gu Taohong, now beaten, harbored even deeper hatred for Gu Qianqian. After dinner, the 3 of them busied themselves again with the snails for tomorrow, washing, cracking, and boiling. Though the routine was the same, they worked happily. Gu Qianqian recalled the incident at the pharmacy that day, still puzzled. So she secretly took a few herbs from her space and added them to the boiling snails. When the snails were done, she checked and found the herbs still intact. Then she understood the items from the space could only be used in her cooking, not sold directly. Thinking about it, if she could sell everything from the space for silver, what would be the point of her transmigration? She was meant to work hard with her own hands to build a fortune, not by selling items from the space. Once she realized this, she felt at ease. To get rich, she had to take it step by step. After all, she could sell these snails for a few more months and save up several dozen taels of silver. But plans changed as Gu Qianqian discovered the next day after returning from town. After a hearty lunch, she took her basket to the shallow river to gather snails. The moment she reached the riverbank, she was stunned by the sight before her. As far as the eye could see, the not-so-wide river was packed with people, all excitedly scooping up snails. Gu Qianqian's heart sank. What was going on? She rubbed her eyes. Yes, they were gathering the very snails that were her path to wealth. Had everyone found out so quickly that she was making good money selling them? Although she hadn't tried to hide it, such things couldn't be hidden. She hadn't expected word to spread so fast. What's more, the entire village, men, women, young and old, had turned out, almost turning the river upside down. Just as she was stunned, Auntie Hahua came running over, her face wrinkled like dry bark from her broad grin. She carried a basket full of snails in her hand. Oh, isn't this Qianqian? You've come to catch snails too, but I'm afraid you won't catch any. With her mouth stretched wide as she spoke, if Gu Taohong hadn't told us that you were making a tael of silver a day selling snails, we would never have known about such a profitable opportunity. She had assumed that exposing Gu Qianqian's secret would provoke anger, but her expectations proved wrong. Gu Qianqian not only refrained from becoming upset, but instead responded with a smile, saying, "So everyone is actually hunting for silver, not snails." Exactly right. My family of 5 went at it together, and today we caught at least several hundred cattle. We're made now. at least over 10 taels of silver. As Auntie Haohua spoke, her eyes gleamed with excitement, as though the silver were already laid out before her. I won't waste more time chatting with you. I'll go try catching a few more. Who knows, I might still find some. Gu Qianqian understood that Auntie Haohua was not acting out of kindness. She was deliberately coming to provoke her. Though surprised by what had happened, Gu Qianqian felt no anger and simply turned to head back. The villagers each filled a basket and carried it home before returning for a second load. As she walked, she saw Gu Taohong and Gu Xiaohu carrying their baskets back. Without a doubt, Gu Laoda and Lin Chunhua were also in the river catching snails. You fatso, Gu Xiaohu said with an air of arrogance. My mother says our family will be eating meat soon too. You'll just have to drink the northwest wind from now on. Gu Taohong dropped all pretense and said haughtily, fools are fools. They actually thought they could keep everything for themselves. Aren't you afraid you'll burst from gluttony? Gu Qianqian smiled. So you went around happily telling everyone that I make a tale of silver a day selling snails. That's right. If you weren't earning silver, where would your family get the money to buy meat every day? Others may not know, but our houses are so close. We can smell it every day. Then I wish you all the best. Gu Qianqian did not deign to argue with her. Since they believed silver was so easy to come by, let them go earn their fill. Gu Taohong's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Fatso, let me tell you. Since you've offended me, I won't let you off easy. She pointed toward the river and said, You must be absolutely furious right now. Cutting off your source of income. It makes me so happy. You have no idea how grateful everyone was when I told them. They all praised me for being so kind and sensible. Her face was filled with self-satisfied pride. With such a fine reputation, the scholar's wife will surely be me. Take a look at yourself in the puddle, you fatso. Pooh. Gu Xiaohu grew anxious. Stop rambling, you money-losing girl. Hurry up and catch them before someone else gets them all. I know. Remember to save me some meat when mother buys it. That is how people are. When any good opportunity arises, they swarm forward all at once, terrified of falling behind or being beaten to it. Gu Qianqian smiled and continued walking home. Upon arriving, Sang Yang noticed her quick return and immediately asked, Xianxian, why are you back so soon? Mother, it's nothing. The snails in the river have all been caught by others. Ah. Sang Yang was startled and sat up from her bed. How could this happen? She looked at Sang Yang and smiled. It was Gu Taohong who went around telling the villagers that I make a tale of silver a day selling field snails. Sang Yehong's thin face was filled with sorrow. How could this child speak so recklessly like that? Our family may fare a bit better, but how could we possibly sell enough to make a tale of silver in a single day? As she spoke, she could not help but look up at Gu Qianqian. Xianxian, what are we to do from now on? It's all right, mother. This is merely a small detour for me. I never intended to continue doing this indefinitely anyway. Previously, she had only been gathering in the shallow waters near the riverbank, but today these people had swept through even the deep water. Essentially, there would be nothing left to catch this year. Even if some remained, Gu Qianqian would not deign to gather them. She certainly had other means of making money. The thing with snail noodles required almost no initial investment, so it was essentially pure profit. She only needed to prepare some flour. Switching to something else would likely increase costs. There were still several hundred caddies of snails at home, but she decided not to process them for now, lest she cross paths with them these days. Though she did not need to labor, she also had no desire to remain idle. She took out the calligraphy copybook she had purchased for Gu Xiaoqian that morning along with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began having him trace the characters. Meanwhile, she sketched patterns for flower pots on blank paper, rendering the decorative motifs with remarkable vividness. Just as she was drawing, Gu Laowu rushed in hurriedly. Xianxian, do you know that everyone in the village has gone to the river to catch snails? I know, Gu Qianqian smiled. Fifth uncle, don't be so nervous. How could I not be nervous? That's your... Gu Laowu left his sentence unfinished. I was also worried you'd be angry. Seeing her cheerful demeanor and complete lack of anger, he relaxed. Why would I be angry? Those snails do not belong to my family. If I can catch them, others naturally can too. Gu Laowu sighed. That may be true, but they've caught them all. What will you do in the future? I won't sell them anymore. Gu Qianqian smiled. I'll sell something else. As long as you have a new path, that's all that matters. Gu Laowu breathed a sigh of relief. When I returned from my father-in-law's house and learned of this, I came immediately to inform you. Thank you, fifth uncle, Gu Qianqian smiled. This has little impact on me. The sales were not strong to begin with, and the profit was meager. They all say you earn a tael of silver a day. That is merely Gu Taohong talking nonsense. Gu Qianqian knew that wealth should not be flaunted carelessly. Gu Laowu nodded upon hearing this. If this could truly fetch a tael of silver per day, our village would have long been wealthy. Would we still be so impoverished that we could not even afford to eat our fill? After chatting a few more words, Gu Laowu departed, and Gu Qianqian finished drawing the remaining patterns. Mother, I'm going to deliver this to Uncle Qianqian. Come back early. Given the current turmoil in the village, she was deeply concerned about Gu Qianqian's safety. After all, rumors had spread that she earned a tael of silver daily, a substantial sum that would inevitably provoke jealousy. Gu Xiaoqing quickly rose to his feet. Sister, I'll go with you. I'll protect you. You stay with mother at home. I'll be back soon. Despite her stout figure, she walked remarkably fast, reaching Uncle Qianqian's house in no time at all. She handed the drawings to Uncle Qianqian. I sketched these casually. Can you make sense of them? Uncle Qianqian's home was set somewhat apart from the rest of the village, so its inhabitants were unaware that the villagers had gone to catch snails. I can understand them. I have spent my entire life doing this work. One glance tells me exactly how to craft what you've drawn. As Uncle Qianqian spoke, he glanced at her. These small flower pots you've sketched are truly beautiful. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Qianqian, Gu Qianqian said. I shall take my leave now. As she turned to go, she caught sight of two familiar figures approaching. The two approaching figures turned out to be Niu Qingfeng and his sister Niu Xianhua. Niu Qingfeng was a scholar usually studying in town and rarely coming back. Seeing Gu Qianqian, Niu Xianhua couldn't help sneering, brother, isn't that fatso Gu Qianqian, who was so shameless last time? Gu Qianqian glanced at her, frowning. Niu Xianhua's outfit today was truly indescribable. The girl, who was originally quite pretty, had adorned her head with a profusion of wildflowers. Gu Qianqian narrowed her eyes, strode forward, and slapped her hard across the face, sending flower petals scattering in all directions. Gu Qianqian, you fatso, how dare you hit me? This slap is to teach you to keep a clean mouth. Gu Qianqian said coldly. What business is it of yours if I'm fat? Did I eat your food or drink your water? Gu Qianqian. Niu Qingfeng was furious at seeing Niu Xianhua being hit. It's wrong for you to strike someone. He added contemptuously, isn't it just because I rejected you last time? Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Any man who fancies you must be blind. Gu Qianqian merely stared at him coldly, showing no reaction. Niu Qingfeng grew more fervent. Don't think you can provoke me with such tricks. Even if all the women in the world were dead, I would never fancy you. Gu Qianqian still said nothing. She merely took a big step forward and delivered a fierce slap to his rather handsome face. The slap left Niu Qingfeng questioning his existence. You dare hit me as well. Clutching his cheek, he was a scholar with no physical strength. How could he be a match for Gu Qianqian? Gu Qianqian sneered, don't you deserve it? How you still have the nerve to call yourself a scholar? I see you as nothing but a selfish, arrogant, and conceited fool. Did you really think I like you? Dream on. Get lost. She grabbed his frail body and shoved him aside. Skinny as a chicken, and you even powder your face. You look less like a man and more like a eunuch. To sissy. She walked away, muttering, sending Niu Qingfeng into a fury. He had always been proud of his appearance, believing himself to be as handsome as Pan and as talented as Chao Ji. Venturing out in such scorching heat, he had applied layer after layer of powder to avoid tanning. He never expected Gu Qianqian to call him a eunuch. And a sissy. Next time I see her, I'll beat her until she crawls on the ground. Niu Qingfeng flicked his sleeves, vowing revenge. But certainly not now. Xianhua, why are you here? Just then Gu Taohong hurried over, spotting Niu Qingfeng at once. Brother Qingfeng, you're here too. She spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice, blushing. Seeing Gu Taohong's shy demeanor, Niu Qingfeng felt this was the normal way of things. Gu Qianqian's reaction earlier had been utterly abnormal. Taohong, my brother, and I came to buy a jar. My mother wants to pickle vegetables. What a coincidence, so did I. She was lying. She had merely spotted Niu Qingfeng coming and rushed over under the pretense of a chance encounter. The three of them went to Uncle Qianqian's place together. Niu Qingfeng selected a jar, paid 10 coins, and asked Uncle Chun to deliver it to his home. Uncle Qianqian thought it was just a small jar, so he picked it up and headed off. It wasn't heavy, and though he didn't want to deliver it, he said nothing. But Niu Xianhua was displeased. The anger she had held from Gu Qianqian was now vented on Uncle Qianqian. She planted her hands on her hips. Let me tell you, don't be unwilling. My mother had my brother's fortune read the day before yesterday. The fortune teller said he is destined to become a jiren. Uncle Qianqian smiled. Then congratulations. He was a craftsman relying on the goodwill of the villagers, so he wouldn't offend anyone over trifles. Gu Taohong was overjoyed. If Niu Qingfeng became a jiren, he could become an official. Wouldn't she then be the wife of a jiren? At the thought, her heart bloomed with joy. In the future, wouldn't Gu Qianqian have to kneel and bow to her? Then she would make Gu Qianqian kneel for an entire day with no food or water. After all, Gu Qianqian was so fat it would be like dieting. The thought made Gu Taohong's heart flutter. She wished it could become reality right now, so she could slap Gu Qianqian's face. Uncle Qianqian, you heard him. Brother Qingfeng is going to be a jiren. If you deliver the jar to a jiren's home, you'll be able to boast for years to come. Uncle Qian glanced at her, smiled, and said nothing. Even if Niu Qingfeng became a jiren, what did that have to do with him? The Niu family was wealthy in the village, so they always felt superior. As outsiders, they strutted around Gu family village looking down on the locals. Even if such a family rose to power, would they remember old ties? Besides, Uncle Qianqian himself was also an outsider. Watching Gu Taohong's fawning behavior, he felt nothing but contempt. At the same time, he pitied her. How could someone like Niu Qingfeng ever fancy her? Uncle Qianqian walked ahead with the jar, while the three followed behind. Seeing his swollen face, Gu Taohong asked with concern. Niu Xianhua, unable to keep a secret, immediately blurted out everything. Gu Taohong then added fuel to the fire, denouncing Gu Qianqian, while flaunting her own grand achievement of the day. Niu Qingfeng asked, by doing this, won't Gu Qianqian come to hate you? Gu Taohong replied coyly she was indeed upset, but I thought since we're all from the same village, such a good opportunity should be shared with everyone. Niu Xianhua said cheerfully, such a good thing, and you didn't tell me. Xianhua, it's not that I didn't wanna, but I thought your family wouldn't care about such a small amount of silver. Flattered Niu Xianhua's vanity was greatly satisfied. In truth, she did care. Although her family had some means, Niu Qingfeng's expenses in town were high. He always cared about appearances, treating others to meals, and spending lavishly. The family business had been slow for the past 2 years, and her parents first cut back on her. Niu Xianhua hadn't bought new clothes for 2 years. Of course, even the Niu family's reduced circumstances were still what Gu Taohong envied and desired. Gu Taohong continued flattering. Besides, brother Qingfeng is going to be a jiren, so it might affect his future reputation. Though uneducated and illiterate, she had inherited Lin Chuanhua's fox-like cunning. She knew how to socialize and charm people into doing her bidding. Niu Qingfeng, swayed by her words, looked at her differently. He felt that although this girl was ordinary-looking, she was 100 times better than Gu Qianqian. That single glance made Gu Taohong's heart race, thinking Niu Qingfeng had taken a fancy to her. Early the next morning, the entire village was bustling with excitement as all the villagers, young and old, turned out. The able-bodied young men carried loads on their shoulders, while the elderly and children worked in pairs to carry theirs. Even Gu Huzi's ox cart was piled so high that the old ox pulling it staggered under the weight. Everyone was extraordinarily thrilled, desperate to get to the town and claim piles of silver. Gu Taohong watched the lively scene before her with a particularly cheerful mood. She thought to herself, this time Gu Qianqian must be furious. Well, it would be good if she died of anger. Through her interactions with Niu Qingfeng yesterday, she was even more certain that Niu Qingfeng liked her, just too shy to say it. She believed she was good-looking, especially compared to Gu Qianqian. She was practically a celestial beauty. If she could dress like Niu Xianhua in bright colors with a flower in her hair and some powder on her face, she could almost be selected as a palace lady for the emperor. People kept coming by to praise Gu Taohong to Lin Chuanhua, which made Gu Taohong even more delighted. Even Lin Chuanhua felt honored and for once gave Gu Taohong a few words of praise. She also hoped Gu Taohong could marry into a good family, so she could get a larger betrothal gift. Gu Xiaohu was already 8 years old. In a few years he would need to find a match, and that would require money for betrothal gifts. Compared to the liveliness outside, Gu Qianqian's home was much quieter. Although she wasn't setting up her stall today, Gu Qianqian wasn't idle. Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing's injuries had mostly healed. Sang Yang said, "Why is it so noisy outside? It's been this loud since early morning, and it's not time to sell grain yet." "Mother, they're probably going to town to sell snails." Gu Qianqian replied to her. Sang Yang looked at her afraid she might be upset. "Qianqian, I miss your grandmother. How about we go to her place today?" Gu Qianqian knew that Sang Yang was worried she would feel sad seeing the scene. If those people returned with lots of silver, it might break her heart. Although Gu Qianqian repeatedly said she didn't care, as a mother, Sang Yang was still concerned. After all this had cut off Gu Qianqian's source of income. "All right," Gu Qianqian smiled and stood up. "I miss grandmother too." The three of them packed up Sang Yang, and Gu Xiaoqing put on new clothes, and they took a small bundle and left. Just as they reached the village entrance, they saw villagers still heading to town in droves. They happened to bump into Aunt Chuntao and Aunt Hua, who were carrying their loads to town. Aunt Chuntao greeted them. "Sister-in-law, where are you headed?" Sang Yang smiled. "I'm going back to my mother's place to see her." Aunt Hua was less kind. She smirked smugly. "I thought you were going to town too, so we could go together. I'll look at you all in new clothes. I'll buy myself some new clothes later." She pointed to the load of snails on the ground. "Qianqian, how much silver do you think this load of mine can sell for?" "I don't ask for much. Just 3 taels will do." Gu Qianqian looked at her load, which weighed about 100 catties. From here to town would take at least half an hour, and carrying such a heavy load would take even longer. The snails had been scooped up yesterday and piled in the yard. By now, they were probably half dead. And in this summer heat, after all this jostling, they'd likely stink. Thinking this, Gu Qianqian smiled faintly. "I wouldn't know. I carry a basket every day and sell it for just a dozen coppers." "Cut it out." Aunt Hua's face instantly darkened, her tone mocking. "At this point, you're still not telling the truth. Taoong said you make 1 or 2 taels a day with 1 basket. Oomph. No matter what you say today, you can't stop us from going to town to get rich." Gu Qianqian's lips twitched, and she smiled. "Then, Auntie, you'd better hurry, or someone else might beat you to it." When I get rich, don't you be jealous of me." Fuming, Aunt Hua picked up her load and hurried off. Aunt Chuntao said to Gu Qianqian, "Qianqian, don't mind her, she's just like that. I'm off too." Her load was also heavy, but no matter how heavy, it couldn't stop their determination to get rich in town. Gu Qianqian held Gu Xiaoqing's hand, supporting Sang Yehong, and the three of them continued on their way. The 2 villages were not far apart, about an hour's walk. Fortunately, the weather wasn't particularly hot. Gu Qianqian and Gu Xiaoqing were both happy picking wildflowers along the roadside as they walked. Gu Qianqian wove the wildflowers into a garland and placed it on Gu Xiaoqing's head. He then chased butterflies and caught dragonflies, having a great time. But after playing for a while, he began to gasp for breath. Gu Qianqian quickly carried him on her back. Gu Xiaoqing lay on her back, feeling how wonderful it was to have an elder sister. Her plump back was so comfortable to lean on. Unlike his mother, whose bones were all bony. Gu Qianqian asked, "Mother, is Xiaoqing not in good health?" Sang Yehong's eyes showed sorrow. "It's a bit better now, but it's especially bad in spring, especially when the willow catkins fly. He doesn't dare go out." "Is it just difficulty breathing?" "Yes." Sang Yang sighed. "Alas, we don't have money to see a doctor." Gu Qianqian wasn't a medical professional, but in her past life, she had some exposure to traditional Chinese medicine and health preservation. She suspected Gu Xiaoqing might have asthma, but since she wasn't a real doctor, she would need to take him to town to get checked. After a while, Gu Xiaoqing felt better. He said understandingly, "Sister, I can walk by myself now. It's tiring for you to carry me." "It's okay, Xiaoqing. Your sister can carry you." Thus the three of them walked to Songjia village. Songjia village was slightly wealthier than Gujia village. At least there was a butcher at the village entrance. Gujia village was dirt poor. The villagers rarely ate meat, and when they did, they bought it in town. Setting up a meat stall at the village entrance would surely lead to starvation. The meat price was not expensive, the same as in town, 30 coppers a catty. But the bones and meat were sold together. Gu Qianqian asked for 5 catties of pork belly with ribs, and the butcher tied them with straw rope, then wrapped them in 2 separate lotus leaf packets. Sang Yang and Gu Qianqian each carried a bundle and entered the village. In Gu Qianqian's memory, she and Gu Xiaoqing rarely visited their grandmother's home, and their grandmother seldom came to theirs. The 2 families didn't interact much. The reason was that their grandmother greatly disliked the original Gu Qianqian, while Sang Yang always protected her, so gradually they stopped visiting. Gu Qianqian could understand that. After all, the original was such a mess. Those who liked her truly loved her. Probably only Sang Yang and Gu Lauer were genuinely good to her. Others couldn't stand her. Thinking this, Gu Qianqian suddenly felt she shouldn't have come, as she was just being a nuisance. Sang Yang was already knocking on the courtyard gate. "Mother, are you home?" "Coming." A sharp and shrewish voice came from the yard, unmistakably that of a formidable woman. Creak. The door opened, revealing a woman in a green cloth dress. She cast a disdainful glance at Sang Yang. "Oh, so the child's aunt has come." Sang Yang forced a smile. "Sister-in-law, I came back to see you all. What's there to see about us? But lately we don't have much good food to share with you," Su Xiaolan said, deliberately glancing at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian shot back a defiant glare. It seemed this eldest aunt-in-law was not to be trifled with. The original owner's memories of this place were sparse. The only clear recollection was that behind her grandmother's house, there were many peaches, delicious and sweet. Su Xiaolan stepped aside. "Since you're here, come in. Your mother and elder brother are out gathering pigweed." Gu Qianqian entered the yard. Although her grandmother's house was nothing impressive with old tiles, it was neatly kept, and the yard was spotless. "Sister-in-law, I left in a hurry today and didn't bring much. I just bought a few caddies of meat at the village entrance. Let's cook it for lunch." These words stunned Su Xiaolan. Her eyes fixed on the lotus leaf bundle in Sang Yehong's arms. Such a large bundle. Surely it contained over 2 caddies of meat. Then she glanced at what Gu Qianqian was holding, which was probably another 2 or 3 caddies. Her eyes widened in shock. "Child's aunt, you bought so much meat. Our family has many mouths, oh, a little wouldn't be enough." Hearing this, Su Xiaolan wondered, had her sister-in-law struck it rich? Impossible. A widow raising 2 children could hardly get rich. Could it be that her sister-in-law had remarried? At that thought, Su Xiaolan quickly pulled all 3 of them outside the yard, then slammed the door shut with a bang. This time not only Sang Yang was stunned, but even Gu Qianqian was taken aback. What game was this? Just as she was wondering, Su Xiaolan opened the door again, her face beaming with smiles. "Oh, if it isn't my sister-in-law. What brings you here?" "A rare guest. Please come in. I saw magpies chirping on the tree this morning and knew a distinguished guest would arrive. And here you are." She then looked at Gu Qianqian, her expression exaggerated. "Oh my, is this Qianqian? She's grown so big. Last time you came you were still a little girl. Now you're a young lady. Look at how sturdy she is. She'll certainly bear children well." Then she scooped up Gu Xiaoqing. "And this is Xiaoqing. My, in just a few years he's grown so big. Such delicate skin. I can't help but like him." Setting Gu Xiaoqing down, Su Xiaolan finally took the meat from Sang Yang, and Gu Qianqian, her smile growing even wider. "Sister-in-law, you shouldn't have brought anything." Gu Qianqian was astonished by this series of extravagant displays. She couldn't help but twitch her lips, thinking, lucky we brought gifts, or we'd probably have been kicked out. Sang Yang quickly adapted, taking Su Xiaolan's hand with a smile. "Sister-in-law, since we're here today, you take a rest. Qianqian and I will help cook." "That would be wonderful. I'll assist you." With that, she even generously produced a piece of hard rock candy. "Xiaoqing, here's a piece of your cousin's candy." Gu Xiaoqing shook his head. "Thank you, first aunt-in-law, but I don't eat it. Sister says too much candy makes teeth hurt." "Silly child," Su Xiaolan chuckled. "Such a precious thing. How could there be too much?" Sang Yang quickly interjected, "Xiaoqing, since your aunt-in-law gave it to you, take it." Gu Xiaoqing reluctantly accepted. "Thank you, first aunt-in-law." Then he secretly slipped the candy to Gu Qianqian. She didn't eat it, either, planning to put it into the braised pork later. She was too plump to enjoy chewing on candy directly. As they were talking, another woman walked back, carrying a bamboo basket filled with vegetables. It was Sang Yehong's second sister-in-law, Zhu Rui. Behind Zhu Rui followed Sang Yehong's mother, Sang Yunshi, and her eldest brother, Sang Shu, along with her second brother, Sang Shun. The 3 children in this family had peculiar names. Sang Yehong's name was chosen before her birth, and everyone had assumed she would be a boy. So they picked Sang Yi Mulberry Leaf, but when she turned out to be a girl, they added the character Hong, red, at the end. Both Sang Shu and Sang Shun had a son and a daughter. Their daughters were already married. Sang Shin's daughter, Sang Xiaomei, had lost her husband earlier this year and was now a widow. Sang Shu's son Sang Xiaoxing was 10 years old. Sang Shen's son Sang Xiaoyu was 8. Both were older than Gu Qianqian. The three of them were startled to see Sang Yang and her 2 children. It had been years since they last visited. When Gu Lauer died, Sang Yang hadn't informed them. They only learned of it later from a woman in the same village who had married into the Gu family. But that was already half a month later. Sang Yunshi grew even angrier and refused to go. Now unexpectedly, Sang Yang had come with her 2 children to see her. Mother. Sang Yang looked at Sang Yunshi. Mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for a long time. That single word, mother, nearly brought tears to Sang Yunshi's eyes. Sang Yunshi felt a pang in her heart, but her words remained harsh. What are you coming back for? Mother. Sang Yang walked up to her. I missed you, so I came to see you. Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go inside to sit. Mother, you rest for a while. Xian, and I will prepare the meal. She can cook. Sang Yunshi was utterly incredulous. I'm afraid the food won't even be cooked before she eats it all herself. Grandmother, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but say at this vivid analogy, I'm on a diet now. I eat very little. You're on a diet. Sang Yunshi gave her a once-over. It seemed she had indeed lost a tiny bit of weight. Mother, Sang Yang quickly interjected, Xian really has done it. She's very disciplined, eats little, and works hard every day. It breaks my heart. Hearing this, Sang Yunshi's gaze toward Gu Qianqian softened a little. Gu Qianqian didn't disappoint. Grandmother first, uncle second, aunt-in-law. Gu Xiaoqing followed her, greeting everyone in turn. Sang Yunshi, Sang Shu, and Sang Shun were easygoing. After all, they were family. But Zhu Rui remained indifferent. In fact, she even sneered sarcastically. Mother, look at first sister-in-law. Thanks to the child's aunt visiting, she's bought so much meat. At least 10 caddies, right? Hearing this, Gu Qianqian was displeased. She laughed. Second aunt-in-law, your eyesight isn't great. This meat isn't 10 caddies, it's exactly 5. Zhu Rui's face darkened. You know that very well, huh? Humph. When elders are speaking, what business does a child have to interrupt? Because I bought it, so of course I know. Not only Zhu Rui, but even Sang Yunshi was stunned. She asked, Yehong, is what Xian said true? Su Xiaolan, however, seized the chance to take over the conversation. Su Xiaolan said, of course it's true, Mother. Don't underestimate her aunt's family. Every one of them is outstanding. Zhu Rui glanced at her, never expecting that someone as sharp-tongued as Su Xiaolan could utter such words. Sister-in-law, you didn't say that before. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Su Xiaolan turned and smiled at Sang Yang. Aunt, how many days do you plan to stay this time? I'll leave tomorrow. I'll just trouble you for one night. That won't do. It's been so many years since you last came, you must stay a few more days. Although Su Xiaolan and Zhu Rui were not particularly magnanimous individuals, they were not entirely malicious either. Thus they could still manage to get along. Zhu Rui said, Aunt is cooking today. Do you need my help? No need. Xian is the chef, and I'll just assist. Xian is cooking. Zhu Rui's mouth fell open in astonishment. It was simply unbelievable, given the terrible impression the original owner had left on them. She was lazy and greedy. Now she could actually cook. Zhu Rui looked at the 5 pounds of meat with alternating fat and lean still attached to ribs, and imagined what would happen if it were burnt. She dared not think. And maybe I should cook instead. Gu Qianqian smiled and said, Second aunt, don't worry. I won't sneak a bite. It's not about you sneaking a bite. With so much meat, could you eat it all? Gu Qianqian listened and lowered her eyes in contemplation. She wouldn't, but if it were the original owner, those 5 pounds of meat wouldn't be enough. Sang Yang smiled. It's fine. Let us handle it today. Xian's cooking skills are excellent now, as she has a talent for it. The others left the kitchen with a mixture of doubt and anticipation, leaving only Sang Yang and Su Xiaolan to help wash and prepare vegetables. Gu Qianqian didn't plan to make many dishes, just a pot of braised pork belly would suffice. But she thought that if she didn't cook, Sang Yang would have to do it. She felt sorry for her mother, so she decided to take over. Having spent some time in ancient times, she couldn't help but marvel at how fragrant the pork was without any hint of a gamey smell. She tossed in a few 5-spice seasonings, and the aroma of the pork bloomed. Soon the entire kitchen, and even the whole courtyard, was filled with the scent of meat. Those who had doubted her earlier were now salivating. Zhu Rui in particular had been most worried about the pot of meat being ruined, but she never expected it to smell so enticing. She couldn't help swallowing. Mother, do you think Xianxian has really changed for the better? Sang Yunshi glanced at her and sniffed. Your aunt says so, and it's probably true. I've observed the girl closely, she's truly different from before. Then maybe it's because we haven't seen her in a few years, and she has changed. If that's the case, then your aunt is fortunate. Sang Yunshi let out a sigh of relief. Now that Sang Yang was a widow, life was already difficult. If she were burdened with a lazy and gluttonous Gu Qianqian, it would be even harder. Now it seemed that Gu Qianqian could lend a hand, making her days easier. Soon Su Xiaolan called everyone to dinner. Although the family had many members, the number of dishes was small, but each was plentiful. There were only 3 dishes, each served in a large bowl: a bowl of braised pork, a bowl of green beans, and a bowl of eggplant. Placed on the table, the 3 bowls looked presentable. Sang Yunshi, who was usually indifferent to food, found it hard to remain composed at the sight of these 3 dishes. She licked her lips. Xianxian, did you make all these dishes? Of course, Gu Qianqian smiled. Grandmother, I made them all. Su Xiaolan chimed in. I can vouch for her. I was helping wash and cut the vegetables, and she really did the cooking. Mother, Xianxian has grown up now, and your daughter has a good helper. As they spoke, 2 boys rushed in. Grandma, what smells so good? Sang Yunshi's face lit up at the sight of them. Your cousin Xianxian made braised pork. Go wash your hands and get your bowls. The boys had been playing outside and were covered in dust, their hands black as claws. When they saw Sang Yehong, they obediently called out, Aunt. Your aunt is leaving tomorrow. You 2 are not to go out and play anymore. Stay home and keep your cousin company. Yes, Grandma. The family sat down to eat. On ordinary days, they couldn't afford to eat rice. They subsisted on sorghum mixed with a little rice. Today, in honor of Sang Yehong's visit, they had cooked white rice. The fragrant white rice paired with braised pork, sautéed green beans, and braised eggplant. This meal felt better than the New Year's feast. Su Xiaolan said, Xianxian, your cooking is truly amazing. If you became a cook, you'd be very popular. Sang Shu chuckled. Xianxian, your aunt-in-law is right. Your skill is unmatched. I've eaten at the town's tavern, and you're even better than them. Gu Qianqian smiled. But the taverns don't seem to hire female cooks. If you're skilled enough, they'll definitely take you. Gu Qianqian shook her head. I'm not fond of such a constrained life. Taking someone's monthly wages meant working for them and following their orders. She despised that kind of life where she had to follow orders. She wished to live freely. If she wanted to earn more, she would work longer. If not, she would rest early. Sang Shu was taken aback. With such excellent skills, are you just going to waste them? No, uncle, rest assured. I'll put my skills to good use. The happiest ones today were the 3 children. After eating, they even helped themselves to several more pieces of fatty meat. In the past, they only had such a lavish meal on New Year's Day. Now they had achieved pork freedom ahead of schedule. Sang Xiaoyu said, Cousin Xianxian, your cooking is absolutely delicious. Later teach my mother too. Her cooking is terrible. Zhu Rui glared at him. Exposing my weakness, I'll skin you later. Sang Xiaoyu was so scared he didn't dare make a sound. Sang Yunshi said, Xiaohong, did you come back this time because you have something to tell us? Sang Yang smiled. Really nothing. I just wanted to come back and see mother, my brother and sister-in-law, and my 2 nephews. Hearing this, Sang Yunshi believed her. If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to speak. As long as it's reasonable, your 2 brothers will help you. As for whether they could succeed, that was up to fate. I understand, mother. Just as Sang Yang finished speaking, Zhu Rui asked the question everyone was curious about. Zhu Rui asked with a gossipy expression, Aunt, ever since our brother-in-law passed away, I heard your household has been in dire straits. I wanted to visit you, but you didn't even send word of his death. Mother has been brooding over this, saying that when you couldn't go on anymore, you'd naturally come back begging for help. But today, seeing you and Xiaoqing dressed in ready-made clothes and spending over 100 won on meat, as soon as you arrived, have you remarried? Sang Yehong. Gu Qianqian. Seeing Sang Yang utterly bewildered, Zhu Rui added, There's nothing to be ashamed of. My younger sister's husband went fishing last year and drowned in the river. Now she's a widow too. I've been thinking of finding her a new match, but I'm afraid her in-laws won't let her go. She raised her face and asked, When you get a chance, bring him over for us to meet. Sang Yang quickly explained, No, I won't remarry. We endured so much hardship before, and now that I have Qianqian to help me, I'm even less inclined to remarry. She still believed that a widow remarrying was improper. Besides, her children were already so grown, and it wasn't as if they couldn't survive on their own. There was simply no need. Moreover, Gu Lauer had been exceptionally good to her before. Though they were impoverished, the bond between husband and wife was incredibly deep. Zhu Rui said, "So your life now isn't tight?" Sang Yang smiled. Ever since Qianqian came to her senses, she's been busy earning money, working hard every day. The two of us have been living much better. If we couldn't go on, we wouldn't have come back to see you. Coming back only when they couldn't survive would mean begging for food, and she was a woman of pride who didn't want to worry her family. Now her eyes gleamed with light, and her heart was filled with hope. Sang Yincher nodded. That's good. Qianqian, your mother has suffered enough. Now that you're grown, you can share some of the burden. Su Xiaolan looked at Gu Qianqian and suddenly said, Mother Qianqian is not young anymore. She's become so sensible and filial now. It's time to talk about arranging a marriage. Sang Yincher glanced at her. What are you trying to say? The day before yesterday, old Wang at the village entrance asked me to keep an eye out for a suitable match. I think Qianqian would be a good fit. Old Wang's son is nearly 30. How can you even suggest that? I was thinking that if Qianqian married nearby, we could help each other out. Gu Qianqian smiled. I don't want to marry. I just want to live happily with my mother and brother, cherishing each day. She was only 16. Why would she rush into marriage? Unless she met someone who made her heart race and who truly loved her, but such a person hadn't appeared, yet at least not now. Sang Yincher shot her a look. Silly child, I opposed it because that match wasn't suitable. But you still need to marry a suitable one when the time comes up, otherwise you'll end up stuck with your mother forever. Gu Qianqian felt like laughing. This grandmother was quite amusing. After the meal, Sang Xiaoxing and Sang Xiaoyu took the initiative to play with Gu Xiaoqing. The two older cousins adored Gu Xiaoqing, especially Sang Xiaoxing, who happily told Sang Yincher, Grandma, I really like little cousin. He looks like a porcelain doll, so beautiful and cute. Gu Xiaoqing was indeed very handsome, except for being a bit thin. With such striking features as a child, who knew what a heartthrob he would become when he grew up. Sang Xiaoxing even took out his treasured piece of sesame candy and gave it to Gu Xiaoqing. Sang Xiaoyu also wanted some, but Sang Xiaoxing scolded him. Little cousin is our guest. We should give him the best things. You're 8 years old and still so greedy. Reprimanded. Sang Xiaoyu blinked. Cousin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll get you something delicious. He then took out the rice cake he had saved, broke it into 3 pieces, and they shared it. Seeing the children so close, the adults were also delighted. Gu Xiaoqing ran to Gu Qianqian with a sad face. Sister, I didn't bring any snacks, otherwise I could share them with the cousins. Before leaving, Gu Qianqian had stored all the food and valuables at home into her space, including the snacks. She smiled and said, I did bring some. I remember putting them in the bundle. With a thought, she transferred the snacks from her space into the bundle. Gu Xiaoqing ran over, opened the bundle, and screamed with joy. He then grabbed them and ran off to share with his 2 cousins. Lunch had been sumptuous. The large pot of braised pork along with the green beans and eggplant had all been finished. Gu Qianqian asked, Grandma, do you have any flour at home? Sang Yincher said, a little bit left. Do you want to steam some buns? No. Gu Qianqian smiled. I'll make noodles with sauce for dinner. She added, I'll go to the village entrance and see if there's any meat left. But in such hot weather, without an icebox, the meat would surely have gone bad. She said this and went out on her own. Sang Yang called out, I'll go with you. You're unfamiliar with the place. Don't get lost. It's fine. Gu Qianqian smiled. It's just a few steps away. When she reached the village entrance, the meat stall owner was about to pack up. Seeing Gu Qianqian, his face immediately lit up. Young lady, you're buying meat again. She had bought 5 jin that morning. He remembered clearly. A customer like this, he could take a dozen more. Is there any meat left? Just a little. I was planning to take it home for myself. He took out a piece of meat from an iron bucket. This meat was kept on ice. It hasn't gone bad. Gu Qianqian nodded. Wrap it for me. This piece is about a jin. I'll give it to you for 25 won. Since Gu Qianqian had bought 6 jin of meat from him today, he gave her a discount of 5 won. This jin of meat basically earned him no profit. When Gu Qianqian returned home, Sang Yincher had already taken out the flour. Mom, I'll prepare dinner. You keep Grandma company and chat. Watching her busy figure, Sang Yunsher said sincerely, Qianqian has really matured. Before dinner was even ready, everyone was already waiting because the aroma of Gu Qianqian's cooking was simply irresistible. The entire courtyard was filled with fragrance. Even the neighbor next door couldn't help poking their head out. What delicious food are you making? Why does it smell so good? The noodles were hand-pulled by Gu Qianqian, thin yet chewy. The sauce was a mix of meat and vegetables not separated. Besides meat, there were eggplants and green beans from their own garden, all cooked together. Then she added some special Zhejiang sauce, stir-fried it, and it was perfect. Everyone mixed the cold noodles with the sauce and ate with great relish. Su Xiaolan said, Qianqian, your cooking is really good. You could set up a stall outside. You'd definitely have many customers. Sang Yang said, but we don't have a shop and it's troublesome to carry pots and pans. That's not hard, Su Xiaolan said. Old carpenter in our village once made a carrying pole set for someone to sell food while walking. Gu Qianqian listened, and her heart stirred slightly. With this thought, after finishing her meal, she could no longer sit still. She grabbed Su Xiaolan and went straight to find Carpenter Wang. When they arrived at the old man's home, they saw that the carpentry work was superb. Not only was the craftsmanship impeccable, but the design was also remarkably user-friendly. The interior was lined with iron, and firewood could be placed directly underneath for heating. It had 2 pots, and with a single fire both could be cooked simultaneously. The most convenient part was that she could carry it on a pole to the town and even go from door to door in the nearby villages. It was truly convenient. The wooden surface had been polished with tung oil many times, making it smooth and sturdy. Gu Qianqian took a liking to it at first glance. Sang Yang asked cautiously, Uncle Wang, how much does this cost? Uncle Wang smiled and replied, since your family, 1 tael of silver. 1 tael? Su Xiaolan exclaimed, that's too expensive. Uncle Wang chuckled, rest assured if you use it with care, it'll last for decades. The wood is made of chestnut, the tung oil is of the finest quality, and even the iron pots have been fortified with steel. 1 tael is not a loss for you. Gu Qianqian didn't know much about pots, but she tapped it lightly. The sound was rich, crisp, and lingering. This pot seems quite good. Gu Qianqian nodded, handed over 1 tael of silver to Uncle Wang, picked up the pole, and left. Her decisiveness startled Su Xiaolan, who couldn't help but wonder just how much silver Gu Qianqian actually had. Buying something worth 1 tael of silver so casually, without any hesitation. On the way back, Su Xiaolan began to inquire where Gu Qianqian had gotten so much silver. Seeing her curiosity, Gu Qianqian said, where would I have that much silver? I just gathered some river snails a few days ago, boiled them, and sold them in town. Gathering snails to sell. Su Xiaolan was skeptical at first, but on second thought, with Gu Qianqian's excellent cooking skills, the snails she made must have tasted delicious. It all comes down to your skill, Su Xiaolan sighed. When can I, your aunt, learn from you? It's hard work. Look at me. Just a few days, and I've already lost weight. I'm not afraid of hardship. I'm afraid of not earning silver. Our family relies on a small plot of land, and your 2 uncles only find occasional labor outside. She sighed again. There are many mouths to feed, and every day we need to eat. Thanks to your visit, the children have been able to eat their fill. Once you leave, we'll probably have to drink porridge for a month. Gu Qianqian didn't fully believe Su Xiaolan's words. Still, even if it was somewhat exaggerated, they would likely be eating thin gruel for at least a week. Gu Qianqian smiled. Learning a craft isn't done overnight. Aunt, look at my mother. She watches every day and still can't do it. Sang Yang added, Qianqian isn't lying to you. Su Xiaolan said, then Qianqian, tell me, what can I do? Well, Aunt, in the future, if I succeed and expand, you can come help me and learn along the way. Once you learn it, you can even start your own business. That's wonderful, Qianqian. That's exactly what I was waiting for. That night, Su Xiaolan invited Gu Qianqian to stay at her home. Qianqian, this room was originally for your cousin when she visits home. Since she's not here, it's perfect for you. Gu Qianqian didn't refuse. Sang Yang and Gu Xiaocheng stayed in the same bed as Sang Yunsher, allowing the mother and daughter to have a good talk. From this point on, the 2 families would visit each other much more frequently. The next morning after breakfast, the trio left Sang family village. Gu Qianqian cheerfully carried the pole in front. With this load, she truly felt much more at ease. From the very beginning, she had thought of making such a carrier, but if she had to draw the design herself, and have someone build it would have been very troublesome. Moreover, she wasn't entirely clear on the detailed structure and could easily overlook critical points. But what Uncle Wang made was excellent. Every detail had been considered. Mother, before I left, I gave grandmother 1 tael of silver. Sang Yang sighed upon hearing this. You've spent quite a bit these past 2 days. You should be thrifty with your silver. Mother, I know what I'm doing. In a couple of days, we'll set up our stall. Then we'll have to work hard. Qianqian, working with you makes me happy. Ooh, I don't feel tired. It's nothing. Once we get back, we'll discuss it properly. Though they said discuss, it was still Gu Qianqian who made the decisions, with Sang Yang only offering suggestions. When the 3 returned to Gu family village, they were astonished by the scene before them. Every household was steeped in sorrow, and everyone's face was clouded with worry. Even worse, when people saw them, they quickly hid away. Sang Yang asked, "What's wrong with them? Did they hold a grudge against us?" "Probably not a grudge. More likely embarrassment," Gu Qianqian said calmly. "They probably didn't sell their snails yesterday. It was bound to fail. Not only were those snails undercooked, but even if they had been cooked and tasted exactly like Gu Qianqian's, it still wouldn't work. The town was only so big. Those people had brought thousands of genes of snails to sell at once, instantly saturating the market." Just then they ran into Aunt Chuntao and Aunt Hawa, who didn't run away. In fact, Aunt Hawa even took the initiative to say, "Qianqian, you'd better go home and check if anything is missing." Though it was meant as a caring remark, from Aunt Hawa's mouth it sounded like gloating. "Moi." Gu Qianqian sensed something amiss. Did we have a burglary? She wasn't too worried. She had already stored all the valuable items in her dimensional space. If a thief broke into her house, they would likely leave in tears. Aunt Chuntao said sorrowfully, "It's not just your house. The whole village has been robbed." Judging by her expression, she had suffered a considerable loss. After she finished, Aunt Hawa added, "Your house was surely robbed too. Yesterday the town constable came and registered every household." With a sly smile she continued, "Since no one was home, you weren't registered. You'd better check if your silver is still there." Gu Qianqian rolled her eyes. It seems Aunt Hawa's house wasn't robbed. Aunt Hawa grinned. "I didn't lose any silver, just 2 chickens. 1 chicken is 50 when 2 make 101. Gu Qianqian said deliberately. "If I recall, Aunt used to take eggs to town every few days and always brought back a few dozen when didn't you?" As expected, the smile vanished from Aunt Hawa's face. That's how people are. When compared to others, if one's own loss is the smallest, they can't help but feel relieved, thus overlooking their own misfortune. Seeing Aunt Hawa's darkened expression, Sang Yang quickly said, "Sister, please tell us exactly what happened." Auntie Hawa felt uneasy inside. She needed to find some balance. "I'll go check your house first. They say your family is well off. Let's see if anything's been stolen." "My family isn't rich," Gu Qianqian replied casually. The day before, she had hidden all their valuable items in her spatial storage. This included the fabrics they had purchased earlier and even the rice in the storage jar. But clearly Auntie Hawa didn't believe it and kept urging them to return home to check. When they arrived home, sure enough, the door had been kicked open. The interior was tossed everywhere, and it truly looked like a burglary had occurred. Moreover, the thief seemed to know there was silver at home, as no corner was left untouched. Auntie Hawa anxiously asked, "Quickly check if your family's silver is still there." "We don't have any silver." "How could you not have any silver?" Auntie Hawa still refused to believe it. "I told you before, I make a few dozen coins a day selling snails, but you wouldn't believe me. But your family eats fish and meat every day." Auntie Hawa wore an expression of utter disbelief. Gu Qianqian said mournfully, "That was the 5 taels of silver compensation from Lady Gu Yao. If I had silver, wouldn't I buy food and drinks to nourish my mother and younger brother?" "Then you couldn't possibly have eaten 5 taels of silver. When I visited my grandmother's house, I couldn't have gone empty-handed. And this carrying pole cost silver as well." Auntie Chuntao remarked, "Your expenses are indeed quite substantial." Auntie Hawa pursed her lips. She spent it all on food. After all this, Gu Qianqian's family hadn't suffered a single loss, which left Auntie Hawa thoroughly disappointed. Watching her expression, Gu Qianqian delivered another verbal blow. "Auntie Hawa, your family should be well off now. Yesterday you sold snails for over 10 taels of silver." "Pa." This cut deep into Auntie Hawa's heart. "Don't mention those snails to me. The mere thought makes me retch." Gu Qianqian feigned surprise. "What happened?" Auntie Chuntao said dejectedly. Yesterday, everyone in the village happily transported the snails to town to sell, but nobody wanted them. Not a single one sold. As she spoke, tears threatened to fall. Over 100 caddies. That was the weight. She carried all that distance on her pole, while her husband bore even more, and the children helped too. The whole family had set off joyfully and full of hope, only to return with nothing sold. Then what happened? Gu Qianqian wanted to know where all their harvested snails had gone. Tears streamed down Annie Chuantao's face. What else could we do? We threw them all away. Everyone waited in town until the afternoon, and by then they had rotted. Glancing at Gu Qianqian, she continued, many people came back in tears. The children had been clamoring to buy this and that, but not only did they buy nothing, they nearly starved. And what made it worse was discovering upon return that thieves had broken in and stolen everything they could take. One could easily imagine their state, starving, exhausted, and terrified. Hearing this, Auntie Hua felt her anger rise. It's all that Gu Taohong spreading rumors in the village. She's led everyone astray. Gu Qianqian looked at her speechlessly. Auntie Hua, if I recall correctly, you were praising her yesterday, saying how wonderful she is. That's right, Auntie Chuntao chimed in. Yesterday, when Xianxian said she earned only a dozen or so coins a day, you scolded her. Auntie Hua wasn't pleased to hear this. Would you have believed me in that situation? If you had believed her, you wouldn't have been carrying that burden, exhausting yourself to death behind her. Auntie Chuntao sighed. Yesterday, when we went, everyone praised her. When we came back, everyone cursed her. Never mind. My family has lost everything now. She raised her tear-filled eyes. I wonder if the stolen silver can ever be recovered. Gu Qianqian said, didn't the town constable come? You should trust the constable. She glanced at Annie Hua. Those 2 chickens from your house probably won't be coming back. They were likely cooked by now. Auntie Hua grew angry again. Can't you say something nice? What good would nice words do? When Gu Taohong spoke sweetly, did you want to hear her? Annie Hua was at a loss for words and felt deeply hurt, so she turned and fled. Auntie Chuntao also felt awkward staying any longer. I'll go too. Hurry up and clean things up. After they left, Sang Yang sighed. How could this happen? Her home was nearly bare. The old clothes from the cabinet, tattered and worn, had all been thrown onto the floor. The two of them began tidying everything up, placing the items back in the cabinet. Even though the clothes were old and ragged, they couldn't be discarded. Suddenly Sang Yang stood up. Xianxian, where are the fabrics we bought? They're here. Opening the bundle, she took out the fabrics. Seeing the cloth was still safe, Sang Yang finally relaxed. Then she put the rice jar back. Soon the house was restored to its original state. Gu Xiaoqing was already standing by the table, beginning to practice his writing. Gu Qianqian watched his earnest little expression and couldn't help but reach out to pat his head. She went outside to check her snails, only to discover in shock that they had all died. There had been hundreds of caddies of snails originally, but now they were all gone. They floated on the water's surface. She had on her way back, but seeing them now truly startled her. If all these snails were dead, it would be a significant blow to her. She had been planning to make another small profit from them. One thing was certain, this was definitely deliberate. If it were due to hot weather or some other natural cause, not so many snails would have died at once. At that moment, Sang Yang came out of the house. Seeing Gu Qianqian gazing blankly at the water vat, she took a look and was instantly stunned. Qianqian, don't be upset. Even if these snails are gone, we're not afraid. Gu Qianqian nodded. It's fine, mother. I'm not afraid. I had already decided not to continue. I was just thinking of selling these. But now not a single one remained. Her snails were all dead. Sang Yang took a basket and scooped some up to examine them. All dead, some floating. The two of them dug a hole in the back and buried all the snails. If they had simply discarded them on the ground, they would surely rot and stink, attracting flies and breeding maggots. A truly disgusting sight. After burying the snails, Sang Yang asked, Qianqian, what should we do with this large vat? Later we can fill it with some mud, add some lotus roots, and raise a few koi. Sang Yang looked vexed. Who could have done this? Was it worth poisoning all the snails just for a few? She said, Mother, please go ahead and cook. I'll go dig up some lotus roots. Watching her receding figure, Sang Yang sighed deeply, her brows furrowed into a deep wrinkle. Gu Qianqian dug up several segments of lotus root in the lotus pond and picked 2 lotus flowers, preparing to return home to arrange them in a vase. She had barely walked a short distance when she saw Aunt Chuntao coming running toward her. Qianqian, hurry back. Something has happened at your house. Something happened. Gu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She didn't bother asking further and hurried off at full speed. Upon arriving home, she found numerous people standing in the courtyard, all with grave expressions. Sitting in the middle of the ground was Gu Yaoshi with Luo Baiyun and Chun Milan standing beside her. Gu Yaoshi wailed on the ground, as though on the verge of death, like a drake gasping for its last breath. I can't live like this anymore. My coffin money is all gone. I demand compensation from you all. Gu Qianqian waved her arms, pushing past the crowd and squeezing her way in. Gu Yaoshi, what are you doing here at my house again? At her shout, Sang Yihong immediately came to her side. Qianqian, mother, do not be afraid. I am here. With Gu Qianqian by her side, Sang Yihong felt an immense sense of security. What are you after? Gu Yaoshi scrambled to her feet. I am here to demand silver from you. Demand what silver? Gu Qianqian was not intimidated by her. That 5 taels of silver last time was compensation to mother and my younger brother. You want it back? She let out a cold laugh. You can ask the uncles and aunties here. They were watching right beside us at the time. It's not that silver. Gu Yaoshi's behavior today was different from before. Usually she faked her crying, but this time it was real. Then what silver are you talking about? A thief stole my coffin money yesterday. You must compensate me. Gu Qianqian shot her a cold glance. Gu Yaoshi, have you been drinking again? If your house was robbed, you should report it to the authorities. Why are you coming to me? Who else should I go to but you? Gu Yaoshi planted her hands on her hips, her face twisted into a ferocious snarl like an old lioness. Even coming to me is useless. Our house was burgled too. Who am I supposed to blame? But Gu Yaoshi raised her voice loudly. Everyone hear this. Her house was robbed too, yet not a single needle was lost. At that moment, Aunt Hua was the first to step forward. I can testify. She said those words with her own mouth. Aunt Chuntao can corroborate. Aunt Chuntao stood outside. Hearing Aunt Hua say this, she froze. She was on Gu Qianqian's side. Gu Qianqian did not want to put her in a difficult position, so she spoke directly. That's correct. Our house was burgled, but nothing was stolen. Don't you all wonder why we lost nothing? Need you ask? Aunt Hua's voice was sharp and crisp, exactly the opposite of Gu Yaoshi's. Because you are in league with the thief. How dare you speak such nonsense? Gu Qianqian's face darkened. Such slander could not be lightly accepted. Once it spread, it would never be washed clean. I am not making things up. In our village, nearly every household lost something, yet yours is the only one that did not. Is that not strange? Aunt Hua, you came home with us, didn't you? You saw how thoroughly our house was turned upside down. Besides, didn't your household only lose 2 chickens? Gu Qianqian sneered. Why is it acceptable that you lost nothing, but my not losing silver becomes a crime? Hey, Aunt Hua, you truly are a double standard. You're the dog. Aunt Hua cried out. At least we lost 2 chickens, while not a single feather was taken from your house. Gu Qianqian pointed toward the large water vat. I originally had over 100 gene of river snails in there. Uncle Qianqian can testify, but now all the snails have been poisoned to death. The thief, unable to steal from me, poisoned my snails, venting his frustration. Don't bring up those snails to us. Luo Baiyun, who had been silent until now, suddenly shouted. It's all because we went to sell snails that no one was home and the thief took advantage. Chun Milan's eyes darted around. We came to demand compensation from you partly for this reason as well. Gu Qianqian gave her a cold, piercing look. What do you mean, eh? Chun Milan said with a tragic tone. If you hadn't told us that selling snails could earn 1 tael of silver a day, we would never have gone to harvest them, and the thief would never have found an opening. Gu Qianqian fixed her with a deathly stare for several seconds. Chun Milan, have you lost your mind? Clearly state. Who was it that encouraged you to harvest snails? And who told you that selling snails could earn 1 tael a day? She sneered. It was Gu Taohong. If you want to assign blame, go find her. Yes, I sold snails, but did I urge you all to rush to harvest them in a frenzy? Did I sell raw snails in the market? Did I tell you I earned 1 tael a day? Qianqian was just telling Aunt Hua that she only earns a dozen or so cash coins per day. She sells cooked snails. We've all tasted them last time, and they were more fragrant than meat. They would surely sell well. Save your hindsight for later. Aunt Hua said. The reason everyone is here today is simply to seek justice. Some people spoke up. This matter truly cannot be blamed on Qianqian. The one who encouraged us to harvest snails was Gu Qianqian. But another portion of the crowd refused to believe it. If she hadn't told Gu Qianqian, would Gu Qianqian have gone spreading these words to us? Then it's simple, someone proposed. Let's summon Gu Qianqian and confront her face to face. Gu Qianqian noticed that today so many people had gathered. Nearly every elder and child in the village. But the Gu family of the first house next door had not appeared. Even Gu Xiaohu, who loved causing trouble everywhere, was nowhere to be seen. When something is unusual, there is surely a hidden agenda. At this very moment, the entire first Gu household was hiding inside their home, too afraid to step out. Gu Taohong's eyes were swollen from crying. She had originally hoped to seize this opportunity to win herself a good reputation so she could smoothly marry Niu Qingfeng. But she never expected things to fall completely apart. Cry, cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. Lin Chunhua cursed fiercely. Why did you have to run your mouth and get us into this mess? You've made your old mother live in constant fear. She was terrified those people would storm into their home to demand compensation from her. Gu Laoda nervously peeked outside. Looks like everyone is at the second house's place. They probably won't drag us into this. Lin Chunhua breathed a slight sigh of relief. You foolish girl, I told you to keep your mouth shut. When someone asks, you simply insist that the fat boy told you everything. Understand? Understood, mother. Gu Taohong's eyes filled with tears. Yesterday, when she had been praised, hadn't her mother also been delighted? Now that trouble had struck, her mother was dumping all responsibility onto her. Just then a knocking sound came from outside. Is anyone there? Open up. Lin Chunhua had been fearing this all along, that these people would come to demand compensation. And now they had indeed come to their doorstep. Though she usually acted fierce, she knew this time she had provoked not one person, but the entire village. How powerful could she possibly be against the whole village at once? The people outside continued pounding on the door. In a desperate moment, she shouted loudly, "Stop knocking. No one's home." Hearing that the people outside knocked even more vigorously. If no one's inside, how can we hear a voice? Open the door quickly, or if it breaks, don't blame us. Another person said, open the door, and let's go together to demand compensation from Gu Qianqian's family. Upon hearing the word compensation, Lin Chunhua's mind began to race. She glanced at Gu Taohong and said, you know what to say, right? Yes, mother. Only then did Lin Chunhua open the door, and in the next moment the crowd burst and seized her and dragged her to Gu Qianqian's house. The whole Gu Taohong family is here. You can confront each other now. Gu Taohong, upon hearing this, immediately began sobbing and weeping. Lin Chunhua had told her that if they were forced to pay compensation, she would sell her to a brothel. Dear village elders, uncles, and aunties, I am truly sorry about this snail-picking incident. I really heard from my cousin that selling snails was very profitable. Which ear of yours heard me say selling snails was very profitable? Qianqian, I heard it with both ears. Gu Taohong wept. Don't hide it anymore, just admit it. I never said that from start to finish. Gu Qianqian said coldly. Who among you has ever heard me say that selling snails could earn me 1 tael of silver a day? Aunt Hua was still unwilling to give up. We heard it from Gu Taohong, but you told her. Gu Qianqian sneered. You believe whatever she says. Is she your father or your mother? What's more, why do you believe everything she says, but not a word I say? Seeing that Gu Qianqian's words had once again subdued the crowd, Gu Yao began to wail, my coffin money. I don't care. You fat girl, if you don't compensate me for my coffin money today, I won't leave. Amidst the commotion, someone outside said, is this Gu Qianqian's house? The crowd quickly parted to see a luxurious carriage stopping outside. A young man alighted from the carriage. It was Du Ruding. What's going on here? Du Ruding opened his fan and fanned himself lightly. Seeing this, everyone knew he was a wealthy young master not to be trifled with, and they fell silent. Gu Taohong stared. This man was so handsome, even more so than Niu Qingfeng, and seemingly richer than the Niu family. Her heart bloomed with joy, and it seemed he had come for Gu Qianqian. How could that fat pig Gu Qianqian be worthy of such a noble and handsome rich young master? If not her, the prettiest girl in the village, then who? Thinking this, she hurried forward with mincing steps coyly, and said, esteemed young master, it's all Gu Qianqian's fault. She tricked the villagers, and now everyone is demanding an explanation from her. Du Ruding's gaze fell on Gu Qianqian. She seemed a bit thinner than a few days ago, though not noticeably so. Gu Qianqian wanted nothing more than to scratch Gu Taohong's face. Although she had no improper thoughts toward Du Ruding, being spoken of like that in front of outsiders could easily lead to misunderstandings. So she recounted the whole story. Du Ruding lowered his eyes slightly and smiled gently. That's simple. Have you reported it to the authorities? We did, but the officials didn't seem to investigate seriously. Everyone knew that was true. The total silver lost by the entire village was no more than a few dozen taels, hardly enough for the yamen to bother with. Even if they found it, what then? Wouldn't it just end up in the magistrate's pockets? Their silver was never coming back. Du Ruding snapped his fan shut. I can help you solve this matter, but for now I need your help with something. Gu Qianqian smiled. Young Master Du, just say what it is. Seeing that Du Ruding paid her no attention and left her standing aside, Gu Taohong quickly interjected. Young Master Du, you can also ask me for help. I'm more useful than Gu Qianqian. She's as fat as a pig. Du Ruding's gaze drifted lightly over her, his eyes seemingly gentle but exceptionally sharp. Gu Taohong was so frightened that she swallowed the rest of her words. He turned to Gu Qianqian and said, please. Then he turned and walked toward the carriage. Wait, let me get a bundle. After fetching a bundle from her house, Gu Qianqian also boarded the carriage. The villagers craned their necks to watch. This was the first time such a distinguished guest had come to Gu family village. And he had come for Gu Qianqian. He also said he would help with the official investigation of the thieves. At that moment, Sang Yang called out urgently, Qianqian. Gu Qianqian glanced back and smiled. Mother, wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Then Aunt Chuntao asked tentatively, Young Master, can our money be recovered? Du Ruding's voice was cool. Probably, but I can't guarantee it. Seeing Gu Qianqian board Du Ruding's carriage, the crowd began to ask questions. Who is that handsome, rich young master? Where did he take Qianqian? Did he know her before? Will she be abducted by him? Sang Yang couldn't answer any of their questions. I don't know either. This is my first time seeing him. But the crowd didn't believe her. Lin Xuanhua, seeing that staying any longer might bring trouble upon herself, sensed that everyone was now quietly leaning toward Gu Qianqian's side. She silently scorned these people. That noble young master hadn't even made a definite promise, yet they were foolish enough to believe him. When the silver couldn't be recovered, let them cry. Seeing them about to leave, a woman couldn't help saying, Lin Xuanhua, you'd better discipline your daughter properly. An unmarried girl acting like a sticky plaster. Mind your own business. Lin Xuanhua sneered. You'd like to stick to him, but you can't. Young Master Du won't even look at you. Lin Xuanhua, your daughter slanders Qianqian, swindles us, and now tries to curry favor with young Master Du right in front of us. We've all seen it. You're lying. Lin Xuanhua trembled with rage, rolling up her sleeves. Say that again, and I'll tear your mouth into 8 pieces. Ha, Lin Xuanhua, we all see what your daughter is after. Pity is, even as a concubine, no one would want her. Another woman chimed in with sarcasm. Lin Xuanhua, your daughter is quite something. Flirting with Scholar Niu on one side, and trying to steal Qianqian's friend on the other. Tisk, your girl is really blossoming. She wanted to run before she could even crawl. This remark enraged Lin Xuanhua completely. Though she didn't like Gu Taohong, she had to defend her reputation. She was afraid Gu Taohong would never marry. With a roar, she charged at the woman. That woman was no pushover either. She was the village matriarch, and immediately tangled with Lin Xuanhua in a scuffle. The crowd rushed to break it up, and chaos reigned. Seeing Gu Qianqian leave, Gu Yao's mother thought Sang Yang had lost her backing and immediately began to bluster. Sang Yang, you jinx, you damned woman, you'll pay for this. In the past, Sang Yang would only weep and never dared to resist. But today she felt that Gu Qianqian had sacrificed too much for the family. If she as a mother continued to cower and allow herself to be bullied, it would be truly unforgivable. What happened today was never Gu Qianqian's fault. It was precisely because she had always been too kind that their family was being taken advantage of. These people seized the chance to extort them. With that thought, Sang Yang took a deep breath. Mother, this matter will be decided by the authorities. If you come to bully us again, I will have you thrown out. What did you say? Gu Yao's mother was startled that she dared to speak such words, but she immediately lunged forward. Look at this, everyone. What use is a daughter-in-law like this? Year after year, I see not a single gift of filial piety. Any good food or drink they keep for themselves, never once thinking of me, the mother who lost her son." Then she sat on the ground, clapping her hands and wailing with heart-wrenching sobs. "Oh, my son, my second son, you unfilial wretch. Even in death you bring me to curse you." Sang Yang listened, her heart both angry and sorrowful. It was misfortune enough for Gu Lauer to have such a mother. Even in death he was cursed by her. Overcome with grief, she ran into the house. Aunt Chun Tao quickly followed to console her, and several other kind women also entered to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian boarded Du Ruding's carriage. She felt that not only was the carriage elegant on the outside, but its interior was also exceptionally luxurious. The cushions were made of velvet with cool shimmering sequins embedded in the middle, so that even in summer sitting would not feel too hot. "Now, Master Du, can you tell me what this is about?" Du Ruding had deliberately kept his distance, sitting diagonally across from her. But today he did not show the previous disgust. Instead, his expression was calm. "You'll know when we arrive." His voice was as serene as the intoxicating afternoon breeze, stirring the heart with a hazy allure. "And that promise you made to me, will you keep it?" Gu Qianqian was not the infatuated fool of the original owner who would throw herself at any handsome man. She sat in the carriage cross-legged with a composed demeanor. If she had a cigarette in hand, she would look like a queen. Du Ruding felt that the Gu Qianqian before him was quite different from the lovesick girl he had rescued from the water. Suspicion arose in his heart. He felt that after being saved, she had become a different person. "Don't worry. Once we reach the town, I'll deal with it first. The town head and I are on good terms." With his intervention, the town head would keep an eye on things, and the constables would not dare to be negligent or corrupt. Since Du Ruding said so, Gu Qianqian did not press further. She only asked, "How did you find this place?" "I asked around on the street. You hadn't set up your stall for 2 days, so I had to come looking. The snails are gone. They were all scooped up. The ones we kept at home were poisoned to death." Gu Qianqian spoke in a flat tone, as if recounting someone else's misfortune. Du Ruding's eyes darkened slightly. "Would you still be willing to recover them?" Gu Qianqian smiled. "Recovering them would be good. I'd like to see who did this." Yesterday, except for Niu Qingfeng's family, Uncle Qinqian, and Gu Laowu's family who had gone to his in-laws, everyone else had been involved. The entire village was emptier than on grain-selling day. At least on grain-selling day, there were still some people left, but yesterday the whole village was deserted. And at that very moment, the whole village was burglarized. Even her poor home had been ransacked, as if someone wanted to dig 3 feet deep. This proved it was an insider. If such a person was not weeded out, they would be a scourge sooner or later. Moreover, she could sense that the culprit had specifically targeted her family. Otherwise, why would they bother searching a poor household so thoroughly? They must have believed she had earned money recently and searched desperately. Little did they know her silver was hidden in her spatial space where no one could take it. Du Ruding had no idea about this. He only thought Gu Qianqian was magnanimous. Even after being harmed so badly, she still wanted to help others reduce their losses. When they arrived in town, Du Ruding said, "I'll handle it. Wait for me here." With a light leap, he dismounted and soon returned. "It's taken care of. You'll hear news soon." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Thank you very much. Since the snails are gone, what do you plan to do next?" "I plan to make snacks, breakfast items. I'll send some to you later." "Good." Although Du Ruding's perception and attitude toward her had changed somewhat, he still sat diagonally across from her. He sat by the carriage door, while Gu Qianqian sat by the window. The carriage stopped in front of a tall grand residence. They alighted. Gu Qianqian looked up. The mansion had red bricks and green tiles and elegant courtyard. It was clearly not an ordinary house, yet there was no plaque on the gate. "Is this the Du Manor?" "Yes," Du Ruding smiled. "Follow me." Gu Qianqian, carrying her bundle, followed behind him, showing none of the timidness of a country girl. They walked in silence to a side chamber. "Ling Yan." Du Ruding's voice was cool, yet tinged with tenderness. "Brother." Du Ling Yan, lying weakly on the bed, responded faintly, "Don't bother. I don't want to eat." Gu Qianqian glanced at the girl in bed. She looked about the same age as her, but was emaciated, her face so gaunt it had lost its shape. Du Ruding said, "This is my sister. Over the past month, she suddenly lost her appetite. Sometimes she goes days without eating, and in just 1 month, she's withered to this state." Gu Qianqian frowned. "Is she sick?" Du Ruding nodded. She was sick before. After the doctor treated her, the illness was cured, but she just won't eat anymore. In her previous life, she had often encountered patients with anorexia. Many of them gradually regained their appetite under her careful culinary guidance. Although she wasn't well versed in medicine, she felt that Du Lingyan's condition was a side effect of the medication. It wasn't true anorexia, just a lack of appetite. If that were the case, it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Please step out for a moment. I'd like to have a word with Miss Du. Du Ruding, surprisingly obedient, nodded expressionlessly. After Du Ruding left, Gu Qianqian sat by the bedside and asked with a gentle smile, Miss Du, are there still dishes you used to enjoy that you'd like to eat now? Du Lingyan shook her head. Seeing her once elegant features now wasted away, Gu Qianqian felt a pang of sympathy. Then is there anything you'd like to eat now? Du Lingyan shook her head again. You don't want to eat. Is it because you're not hungry, or because you've lost your appetite? I am hungry, but after just a few bites I lose my appetite and don't want to continue eating. That's manageable then, Gu Qianqian said. Did you enjoy spicy food back then? A little, but not particularly fond of it. Gu Qianqian touched her hand. It was ice cold, far too chill for this weather. Looking at her again, she was still wrapped in a quilt despite the season, and the room felt dark and stuffy. Miss Du, may I open the window to let some fresh air in? Du Lingyan remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes. There's no point in all this trouble. I likely won't live much longer. I can't bear to be a burden to my brother anymore. Gu Qianqian smiled gently. This girl had such a quiet, dignified nature. If she were another spoiled young mistress, there would undoubtedly be cries and tantrums. But Du Lingyan merely wiped her tears, silently mourning her own ill fate. This stirred a measure of compassion in Gu Qianqian. She wanted to help this unfortunate girl, not out of empty sentimentality, but because genuine kindness compelled her. Had this been someone like Gu Taohong, she would have turned away without a second thought. Your body is so cold. I'll prepare something warming for you. But Du Lingyan continued weeping quietly without responding. Seeing her, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but think of Lin Daiyu, so delicate and fragile it ached to witness. Gu Qianqian let out a soft sigh, genuinely wishing she could spare some of her own warmth to the shivering girl. Du Ruding hadn't left. He remained standing by the doorway. Well, it was clear how deeply he worried about his sister. I'll prepare something for her to eat, Gu Qianqian said, then paused to consider. Let me write up a list. You can arrange for it to be purchased. Very well. Without hesitation, Gu Qianqian asked for paper and pen, carefully writing out the ingredients and quantities before handing the list to him for procurement. You can write. Du Ruding appeared genuinely surprised. A village girl, and one with such elegant, graceful calligraphy. Gu Qianqian merely smiled. What makes you think I shouldn't be able to write? No, I mean, I'm just a bit surprised. Du Ruding then sent a servant to escort her to the kitchen, while he personally organized the purchasing of the items on her list. Once in the kitchen, Gu Qianqian retrieved a small copper hot pot from the bundle she'd brought with her. It was a compact, single-serving vessel she'd stored in her spatial dimension, a design where charcoal sits in the center, generating heat to bring the broth to a rolling boil. This particular pot featured a divided design, a yin-yang configuration that allowed for both spicy and non-spicy broths, simultaneously accommodating whatever preferences Du Lingyan might have. By the time Du Ruding returned with the ingredients, Gu Qianqian had already finished preparing the broth base. This time she opted to make the base directly from concentrated soup powder. But this wasn't some cheap, mass-produced variety. The broth concentrate she used was genuinely crafted from real bone stock, not artificial substitutes. A mere fraction of it transformed the water into something remarkably rich and savory. She poured the prepared broth into one side of the hot pot, keeping it as a clear white base, while the other side received a vibrant, aromatic, spicy, numbing broth instead. Given that her stomach had been empty for so long and might struggle with something too pungent, she kept the spice level mild, just enough to hint at the flavor without overwhelming her. A touch of gentle heat was all she added, yet the fragrant aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. A skilled chef needs more than just precise knife work and mastery of technique. Fine seasonings are equally essential. Once the broth base was set, she moved on to preparing all the ingredients needed for the hot pot. She sliced the lamb into paper-thin pieces and arranged them neatly on a plate. Next, she took a large cut of beef and pounded it into a fine paste, mixing in seasonings before shaping it by hand into meatballs. To cut down on cooking time in the hot pot, she pre-cooked the beef balls in boiling water first. She also arranged various vegetables on an elegant large platter from the estate, presenting them in an artful staggered pattern that was visually pleasing. All set, gather some of the prettier maids to assist me. She carried the copper hot pot herself, its interior, holding the broth she'd so carefully prepared. Behind her, the maids bore trays of meat, vegetables, dipping sauces, and a copper pot of the plain white broth. Together, they made their way in a grand procession toward Gu Qianqian's quarters. Even with the lid securely in place, the fragrance escaped through every seam, and by the time they reached the courtyard, Gu Qianqian, walking behind them, found himself suddenly ravenous. They set the hot pot on the table, surrounding it with platters of prepared ingredients arranged in a neat circle. Gu Qianqian reached over and placed the smoldering charcoal into the hollow center of the pot. The aroma had already begun to drift through the room, though it hadn't quite reached its full intensity yet. In no time, the broth came to a rolling boil. When Gu Qianqian lifted the lid, the entire room filled with the rich, mouth-watering scent of hot pot. The fragrance was absolutely intoxicating. A deep, savory broth with just a hint of numbing spice that made the aroma irresistible and impossible to ignore. The fragrance was absolutely intoxicating. A deep, savory broth with just a hint of numbing spice that made the aroma irresistible and impossible to ignore. Lying weak and half-conscious in bed, Gu Qianqian struggled to sit up as the scent reached her. "Help me up, what is that soup?" "Qianqian," he said, "do you think you can eat the meals prepared by Miss Qianqian?" Gu Qianqian nodded, and for the first time in days a glimmer of light returned to her dimmed eyes. "Brother, I haven't eaten much for so long that even swallowing feels difficult now." Gu Qianqian smiled, his gaze brimming with tenderness. "As long as you have an appetite, take your time. You'll recover gradually." Gu Qianqian could tell from his words and actions that he was a devoted brother. The subtle shift in his eyes as he looked at Gu Qianqian, from sorrow to joy, did not escape her notice. Gu Qianqian said, "If you enjoy it, eat a little more. I've made dishes that are easy to digest today, perfect for you." She had deliberately avoided any tough or chewy foods that might be difficult to swallow. After one bowl, Gu Qianqian stopped her. "All right, Miss Du, that's enough for now." "Why?" Gu Qianqian blinked her sunken eyes. "Before, when I didn't eat, you were worried. Now that I want to eat, you won't let me. You haven't eaten properly for over a month. Eating too much at once will give you a stomachache." "Then what if I'm still hungry?" "Don't worry," Gu Qianqian smiled. "I'll make you something delicious later." Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Really? This was the first time she had craved food. Before falling ill, she had never been fond of eating, always finding the daily meals monotonous and uninspired. She neither disliked nor looked forward to meals. But now she truly anticipated them. So she asked cautiously, "Will it still be hot pot later?" "No, I'll make something different to suit your taste." "Then I'm really looking forward to it." The dishes from the Celestial Tower restaurant in town were already quite delicious, but they only served a few staple items, and after a while the novelty wore off. In ancient times, after all, seasonings were scarce, and this was merely a small town. The restaurant's fare was only slightly better than home-cooked meals. Compared to a master chef like Gu Qianqian, there was still a considerable gap. Yet what she had made so far were only simple home-style dishes. Her signature specialties had yet to be unveiled. Now was not the time to reveal those skills either. Gu Qianqian said, "Take these dishes away." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Since it's a rare opportunity, how about I cook a pot for you two, young Master Du?" "Fine." Though Gu Qianqian's expression remained mostly impassive, Gu Qianqian could see from his eyes that he was eager to eat. So she catered to his preference by offering first, which indeed pleased Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian watched wistfully as the servants carried away the delicious hot pot. Just now Gu Qianqian had only taken a few bites. The lamb beef balls and various vegetables were barely touched. She felt she could have devoured it all in one go. After moving the hot pot to the adjacent side hall, Gu Qianqian replaced the broth and scrubbed the pot clean. Then she had someone pour the stock from the copper kettle into the hot pot, added charcoal, and set up a spicy broth pot on the other side. Soon the hot pot boiled again. Gu Qianqian personally picked vegetables and meat, cooked them in the broth, dipped them in the meticulously prepared sauce, and placed them in Gu Qianqian's bowl. "This taste is truly excellent." Du Ruding rare as it was smiled, a hint of cunning flickering in his eyes. That flicker of cunning did not escape Gu Qianqian's notice either. A slight unease stirred in her heart. She sensed that from the very first bite, Du Ruding had already conceived some scheme. And it was certainly nothing good. Gu Qianqian immediately felt she was about to suffer a great loss. Would Miss Qianqian like to join us for a meal? No thanks. I'm on a diet. Eat less and exercise more. You actually think about dieting? Du Ruding found it incredulous. If she wanted to be thin, she wouldn't have eaten herself so plump in the past. Why not? I'm a girl. I want a slender figure too, you know, graceful and delicate. Du Ruding couldn't help but twitch his lips. With your personality, I'm afraid graceful and delicate is a bit far-fetched. Gu Qianqian rubbed her forehead. She was indeed more of a tomboy. Especially after her transmigration, she could carry objects weighing hundreds of pounds without breaking a sweat. That wasn't delicate grace. It was like a mountain descending. When other girls playfully pouted to get their way, she would probably just resort to her fists. Pound, pound, pound. Until the other party gave in. After finishing his meal, Du Ruding asked, "What will you prepare for Du Lingyan later? She needs nourishment, but can't eat anything too hard. Noodles or congee would be suitable. Tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll procure them." Just flour. Of course the Du mansion had plenty of flour. As she kneaded, rolled, and cut the dough for wonton wrappers in the kitchen, Du Ruding surprisingly stayed by her side, watching intently. "Young Master Du, are you always this idle?" Du Ruding replied calmly. "I want to see how it's done so that if you're not here, I can make them for Lingyan myself." Gu Qianqian smiled. "As you wish." What a devoted sister's brother. She had heard that if a man is a doting brother, he would surely become a doting husband and father as well. He was a warm and responsible man. Gu Qianqian suddenly realized she was pondering too much. After rolling out the wonton wrappers, she began preparing the filling, a task she excelled at. She took out a bottle of seasoning, added it to the minced meat, then poured hot oil over it, instantly filling the entire kitchen with an irresistible aroma. Quickly, she added salt and chicken powder, stirred until the mixture was firm, and set it aside. Before making the hot pot, she had already simmered an old hen for broth, and now the soup was nearly ready. In fact, there was a considerable interval between Du Lingyan finishing her hot pot, Du Ruding having his, and Gu Qianqian making the wontons. After such a long time, Du Lingyan could certainly eat new food. Small, frequent meals were Gu Qianqian's dietary arrangement for her. Once the old chicken soup came to a boil, she began wrapping wontons and dropping them into the pot simultaneously. Du Ruding stood beside her, watching her hands flutter like butterflies among flowers. In no time, the pot of wontons was ready. In the brief interval while they cooked, she prepared a dipping sauce. From a small packet, she retrieved a jar of fermented bean curd. She picked out 2 pieces, placed them in 2 white porcelain bowls, added a few drops of vinegar and light soy sauce, and finally a bit of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. A dab of lard went into each bowl, then she ladled the wontons and steaming broth over them. Sprinkled with chopped scallions, the aroma was intoxicating. The old chicken in ancient times was far more flavorful than modern farmed ones. This pot of chicken soup was enough to make one's nose tingle with delight. The wontons cooked in such a broth were mouth-watering. Du Ruding's gaze toward Gu Qianqian shifted once more. This unremarkable plump country girl could actually produce food of such exquisite taste. How he longed to have a taste. What should he do? Gu Qianqian carried both bowls to Du Lingyan's courtyard, placing one on the table in her room and the other in the adjacent side hall. "That bowl of wontons is for you, Master Du." Du Ruding smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." Gu Qianqian thought that even a graceful nobleman like him could not resist the allure of fine food. Du Ruding sat at the table, gently stirring the broth with a silver spoon. The aroma was intoxicating. He scooped up a spoonful of the soup and took a careful sip. The flavor, a delicate sweetness beneath the savory richness, instantly awakened his taste buds. "We both use old hen to make the broth, so why does yours taste so exquisite?" Du Ruding examined the soup closely. "And your broth is so clear and limpid, not murky at all. How did you achieve that?" Though now with the addition of fermented tofu and other seasonings, the soup had become slightly cloudy, it was still entirely different from the milky white broth produced by boiling. "That's a secret recipe. I can't share it." Cooking for him was already generous enough. Did he think he could pry her secret formula? He wasn't her man. Even if he were, she wouldn't. Du Ruding paused, then chuckled softly. He bit into a wonton, sweet, chewy, and delicious. I must say your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Du Ruding praised sincerely. Gu Qianqian smiled and walked to Du Lingyan's room only to find that she had already devoured the entire large bowl. Qianqian, this is absolutely divine. If I had eaten such wonderful food before, I would have looked forward to every meal. She craned her neck. Qianqian, is there any more? No, there isn't. I feel I've gained some strength since eating your cooking. Before I was weak and dizzy all the time. That was because she was starving. Tomorrow will be even better. Gu Qianqian picked up the bowls and walked to the side hall. It's getting late. I should return home. Well, Du Ruding said with a smile, Lingyan has finally regained some appetite. I'd like to trouble you to look after her here for a few days. I don't think I'm obligated to do that. Gu Qianqian wasn't unwilling, but agreeing so easily felt too cheap. Du Ruding nodded seriously. I understand. So I'd like to hire you. Hire me? Gu Qianqian blinked. On what terms? I'll pay you 1 tael of silver per day to take care of Lingyan. That sounded reasonable. I'll only be responsible for her alone. If he expected her to cook for the whole family for just 1 tael, she wouldn't agree. She could earn that much on her own. Deal. Since he was so straightforward, Gu Qianqian didn't want to be difficult. Let's settle it for now. She paused. I want payment daily. Daily, or even in advance, it's fine. As long as Du Lingyan recovered, everything else was secondary. He immediately took out a 100 tael silver note. Here's 100 taels. If she recovers ahead of time, the remainder is your bonus. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Gu Qianqian naturally didn't refuse. She pinched the corner of the note with her index and middle fingers and whisked it away with a swift motion. How generous, boss, she said with a grin. Du Ruding arranged a room for her so she could stay there. Please inform my family so my mother won't worry. I know. Du Ruding had placed all his hopes in her, so he would certainly comply with her requests. Gu Qianqian couldn't help remarking, You're very good to Miss Du. Of course. She's my only sister, practically my only family. Gu Qianqian didn't press further. She could tell that Lady Du had likely passed away. She knew nothing else. But she wasn't overly nosy. She understood that taking money meant doing the work, speaking less and acting more. After eating the wontons, Du Lingyan skipped dinner, so she would be ready for a late-night snack after everyone else. Gu Qianqian pondered what to make for the night snack. She herself had been busy all day, only having a bowl of wontons in the afternoon. After 2 meals during the day, Du Lingyan had regained some strength. Though still weak, there was a sparkle in her eyes. Lying in bed, she said to her personal maid Shui Gua, I should have eaten more wontons this afternoon. I didn't know there would be no dinner. Shui Gua looked at her wistfully. Miss, you ate a whole large bowl, several times your usual amount. Normally you eat so little, and you never complain of hunger. Du Lingyan sighed. Shui Gua, now I have the will to live. Truly. Before I didn't want to eat, and I wasn't hungry. But ever since she tasted Gu Qianqian's cooking, she felt refreshed, and her spirits were slowly reviving. This made her deeply trust Gu Qianqian. I believe Qianqian is my lucky star. She saved my life. If one loses the will to live, no one else can save them. But if one has the will to survive and meet someone who can help, then survival is possible. Du Lingyan rubbed her stomach. Talking about it makes me so hungry. Shui Gua said, Shall I go to the kitchen and see if there's anything to eat? I can't stomach the food the kitchen makes. The mere thought of those dishes killed her appetite. Just then she stopped and sniffed the air. What smells so good? It's beggar's chicken. As she spoke, Gu Qianqian walked in from outside, holding an oval-shaped ball. But the ball was made of mud. Qianqian, what is that? Mud, she exclaimed. Oh my, you're not going to feed me mud, are you? Oddly, the mud smelled wonderful. Gu Qianqian smiled. Watch. She broke open the mud, revealing lotus leaves inside. When she unwrapped the leaves, a golden roasted chicken appeared. A rich fragrance instantly filled the room. It smells heavenly. Oh, I'm so happy. Du Lingyan's mouth watered and tears welled up in her eyes. Miss, it's been years since the madam passed away. Please don't keep mentioning her, Shui Gua said, feeling a pang of sorrow. She knew how much her mistress missed her mother. Gu Qianqian now understood Lady Du was indeed dead. No wonder Du Ruding said Du Lingyan was his only family. And wasn't he also her only family? But then another thought struck Gu Qianqian, leaving her puzzled about the true meaning of Du Ruding's words. Although Du Ruding and Du Lingyan had lost their mother, what about their father? Wasn't Master Du still alive? Could it be that Du Ruding and Du Lingyan were not his biological children? Quick as her mind raced, her hands moved even faster. In a single thought, she had already torn apart the beggar's chicken and arranged it on a plate. Miss Du. Du Lingyan stopped her promptly. Please don't call me Miss Du. Call me Lingyan. Gu Qianqian smiled. Lingyan, come and try this. This beggar's chicken had been marinated with a generous amount of spices, making it exceptionally flavorful without needing any dipping sauce. Du Lingyan took a bite, her eyes sparkling. Delicious. Truly delicious. If you like it, eat more. What's this delicious food in the middle of the night? Came Du Ruding's voice. Gu Qianqian turned to see Du Ruding approaching with the gentle breeze and bright moonlight scattering the moonlit ground. Brother, it's beggar's chicken. Have a bite. Du Ruding tasted it, and the flavor was truly indescribable. Seeing his pleased expression, Du Lingyan offered him the entire plate. Brother, you eat it. Du Ruding shook his head, his gaze tender. You eat. You need to nourish yourself. Today, to whet Du Lingyan's appetite, he had given her only meat, no vegetables or fruits. Next, they would pair it with fruits and vegetables to maintain nutritional balance. Du Lingyan had quite an appetite, quickly finishing half the chicken. She gave the remaining half the parts she didn't like to Cui Guo. Cui Guo was overjoyed. She had been watching, almost drooling, and quickly tidied up, then took the half chicken and slipped away to eat it in secret. The three chatted a while longer, and when Cui Guo returned, Du Ruding and Gu Qianqian took their leave. Gu Qianqian pulled out 2 chicken legs. Here for you. What's this? Grilled chicken legs. Try them. While making the beggar's chicken, she had deliberately grilled 2 extra chicken legs, wrapped them in plastic wrap, and stored them in her space. I saved them especially for you. Gu Qianqian felt that although Du Ruding could be quite annoying at times from this interaction, she still found it quite pleasant. Moreover, given their current relationship, it was necessary to occasionally use the boss's own things to curry favor with him. Du Ruding took the chicken legs. He had been out on business and hadn't eaten until now. The earlier beggar's chicken had already made him crave it terribly, but he couldn't snatch it from Du Lingyan. Now Gu Qianqian had given him 2 chicken legs, truly a lifesaver in times of need. He looked at the girl before him, whose face was indeed larger than average, but her eyes were as bright as stars, as deep as the ocean, shimmering with spirit. He increasingly felt that she seemed a different person from before, and he decisively concluded that the Gu Qianqian before the fall into the water and the one after were not the same person. Though he had not had much direct contact with the former Gu Qianqian, she had been labeled as a lovesick fool, vulgar, and morally corrupt. But the current Gu Qianqian, through these few interactions, had completely overturned his previous impressions. Now, despite her plump figure and less-than-ideal appearance, she was intelligent, deft, and an exceptional cook. With this thought, he reached out, took Gu Qianqian's hand, and they leaped up together, landing on the rooftop. He pulled out a flask of wine from his side. Want a sip? No thanks. Gu Qianqian shook her head. Wine could lead to indiscretion. Although with such a handsome man she wouldn't exactly be losing out, the subsequent complications would be quite troublesome. Du Ruding tilted his head back and took a swig of wine. Gu Qianqian had thoughtfully peeled off the plastic wrap and wrapped it around the chicken leg bones, making them easy to hold. Du Ruding took a bite and found the taste different from the beggar's chicken he had earlier. But the flavor seemed even more special and delicious. She had used her own special blend of grilled chicken seasoning, which was far superior to ordinary seasoning. The two sat on the rooftop enjoying the moonlight while eating and chatting. But not far away, a pair of eyes watched them like a venomous snake. The next day, Gu Qianqian rose very early. Though yesterday had been busy, it was far easier than selling snails in the town before. The kitchen servants were bustling about preparing breakfast for the master and concubine Feng. Gu Qianqian didn't want to waste their time and cause them trouble. She asked manager Li of the kitchen for a charcoal stove, lit some charcoal, and took out a clay pot from her space that she had previously helped Uncle Qianqian sell. There were 2 left unsold last time, and they came in handy now. She added a handful of rice and started cooking congee directly on the charcoal stove in a corner of the kitchen. While the congee was cooking, she asked for some lean pork, sliced and marinated it, then cut a few slices of ginger and added them to the pot. When the congee was ready, she put in the pork and finally sprinkled some chopped green onions. So fragrant. When this pot of fresh pork congee was done, the entire kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. This also made Gu Qianqian feel a bit strange. It seemed that whatever she cooked turned out exceptionally fragrant and appetizing. Even when she made something simple, it was remarkably delicious. Could it be because the seasonings came from her space? Was that why it was so fragrant? She poured the pork congee into a large white porcelain bowl for Gu Qianqian. After she left, Manager Li scooped up a bit of leftover congee from the clay pot and tasted it. Really delicious. How does this country bumpkin have such good skills? Manager Li, if she stays, your position as kitchen manager might be in jeopardy. Manager Li's husband was the steward of the mansion, and it was through this connection that she had secured the kitchen manager post. The ones speaking were the kitchen maids, who were the ones truly afraid. They worried that Gu Qianqian would stay and drive them out. But how could they compare to Gu Qianqian? She was personally assigned by Du Ruding. The only thing they could do was to egg Manager Li on. Manager Li's plump face was no smaller than Gu Qianqian's. She sneered. She wants to take my position. That's a bit hard. Someone nearby added fuel to the fire. That's hard to say. She's the young master's hand-picked person. Manager Li's face darkened further. The young master's hand-picked. She overestimates the young master's standing in this mansion. Humph, she continued coldly. The Du mansion today is no longer what it used to be. Times have changed. And I am the most favored person of the new madam in this new era. She wants to pry my position away. That's one word. Impossible. The maids listening couldn't help but twitch their lips. That was clearly 3 words. But regardless, they had succeeded in inciting Manager Li to deal with Gu Qianqian. Now all they had to do was wait and watch Gu Qianqian be driven out of the Du mansion in disgrace. As Gu Qianqian was feeding Du Qianqian some congee, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Both of them looked out to see a group of people hurrying in, led by a noble woman draped in silk and satin, her hair ornaments trembling with every step. Behind her followed several maids and elderly servants, a grand procession. Du Qianqian's face turned cold as she looked at them. What are you doing in my courtyard? The noblewoman did not speak, but a wizened old servant beside her smirked unpleasantly. Miss, something has gone missing from concubine Feng's quarters, and every courtyard is to be searched. Du Qianqian trembled with rage. I've been bedridden for a month and haven't stepped outside. How dare you suspect me? Qianqian, concubine Feng sneered. I am merely being impartial. Since I've ordered a search, every courtyard must be inspected. She paused, then added coolly, I've been searching all the way here, and it's not just you. After all, you do have an outsider with you. Her gaze drifted lightly and landed on Gu Qianqian. I wonder about this young lady's origins. Is her family background respectable? Du Qianqian gritted her teeth. Who she is none of your business. Concubine Feng was not angered. She merely curled her lips into a cold smile. Qianqian, although I am but a concubine, the master has entrusted me with managing this household. I have the authority, and you'd better save your strength lest you shorten what little time you have left. You? Du Qianqian trembled with fury, wishing she could leap from the bed and fight her. Search. Who dares? A white blur moved, and Du Ruding entered from outside. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped several degrees. He walked up to concubine Feng. This courtyard is not for you to search. Get out. Concubine Feng was momentarily taken aback. Today I must search this courtyard. Otherwise, where would my authority as the matriarch be? You are merely a concubine, yet you dare to call yourself the matriarch. How ridiculous. Du Ruding's tone grew even colder. Miss Gu is a guest I invited. What right do you have to be rude to her? She is merely a hired servant. Concubine Feng stopped pretending to be pitiful. Over the years, thanks to the master's favor, her life had been too smooth, and she had forgotten her place. From now on, stay out of this courtyard, so we won't have any unpleasantness. If there was a red line for Du Ruding, it was Du Qianqian. He could tolerate anything except crossing that line. But once that line was crossed, there would be no forgiveness. You dare to order me? Concubine Feng was furious. Don't think that just because you are the eldest young master of the Du mansion, you can boss me around the matriarch. Think carefully. Who controls the family's business? Her face twisted into a triumphant grin. In this house, besides your father, it's me and Meower who have the final say. I will spare this room out of courtesy, but that plump girl's room I will definitely search. Old Madame Ruan. Concubine Feng's tone shifted. Go to that plump girl's room and search thoroughly. At Concubine Feng's command, old Madame Ruan stepped forward with a smug smile. Young master, why must you antagonize Concubine Feng over an outsider? Relying on her high status as Concubine Feng's confidant, she even dared to disrespect Du Ruding. She turned and walked out ready to search Gu Qianqian's room next door. Just as she reached the threshold, Du Ruding suddenly kicked her in the back. With a piercing scream, old Madame Ruan flew like a broken kite, soaring over the treetops and out of the courtyard. Gu Qianqian's mind instantly conjured the lyrics, I send you away 1,000 miles away. Concubine Feng's eyes bulged like a cow's, her mouth wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. You. Old Madame Ruan was her trusted aide, and it seemed she was finished. Concubine Feng, please leave. He said coldly, his gaze as dark as water, an icy aura radiating from him that kept everyone at bay. Concubine Feng's finger trembled as she pointed at him. You killed my trusted aide over an outsider. If you don't leave Concubine Feng, you will have fewer and fewer trusted aides. He no longer pretended. Earlier he had suppressed his rage to lure the snake out of its hole. But in return, even a mere old servant dared to order him around. Gu Qianqian did not intervene. She stood quietly by the side watching, but inside she thought, this man isn't so bad. He has temper, character, warmth, and a sense of responsibility. And most importantly, he has good looks, a great physique, and even pectorals and abs. After Concubine Feng and her entourage left, she put away her starry-eyed look and regained her usual composure. Du Ruding turned to her. Miss Gu, I apologize for the intrusion. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine. Gu Qianqian was not one to be easily bullied. If that Concubine Feng tried anything again, she would use her elephant-like leg to break her bones. Du Lingyan was still seething. Brother, Concubine Feng is utterly despicable. From now on I won't hold back. If necessary, I'll tear off that veil of hypocrisy, and everyone will be better off. Du Lingyan nodded. In this house we siblings have almost no place left. She said indignantly to Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That Concubine Feng was actually a woman my father kept outside in his early years. My mother's family was well off, and my father built his fortune relying on them. So he was always very cautious around my mother. Concubine Feng had a child outside, but she couldn't enter our house. A few years ago my mother became gravely ill and made my father swear on her deathbed not to make things difficult for us siblings. One more thing, he was never to elevate Concubine Feng to the status of a legal wife. She could only enter as a concubine, and the same for any other woman. My father agreed to keep the family property. Not long after my mother died, Concubine Feng brought her son into the house. At first they behaved themselves, but later the power in the household fell into their hands. After years of consolidation, they have grown more and more overbearing. My brother and I have always yielded, fearing for my father's sake. Little did we know my father had already changed. He entrusted all the family business to Gu Miao, Concubine Feng's son. The title, Young Master Miao, now carries far more weight than Young Master. We are legitimate children, yet we are treated like bastards. Du Lingyan poured out all her grievances, her heart aching and tears streaming down. All the pent-up resentment burst forth at once. Gu Qianqian took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Du Lingyan nodded. I'm just sad. A good family ruined by a vile woman. That was truly hard to bear. Du Ruding said, Qianqian, I actually came back to tell you some good news. What good news? Gu Qianqian couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at him. Du Ruding offered a faint smile. The thief who was stealing in your village has already been apprehended. So fast. This was indeed good news for Gu Qianqian. That detestable thief had finally been caught. She was curious to see who would be so despicable as to poison her snails after failing to steal her money. Let's go. I'll take you to the village. All right. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian could barely contain herself and hurriedly ran outside. Du Lingyan was quite anxious. After 2 days of rest, her condition had improved significantly. Although she hadn't fully recovered, her spirits had lifted considerably. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the energy to argue with Consort Feng earlier. Now she wanted to go as well, but Du Ruding refused and asked Zuigwa to look after her. After all, the journey to the village was bumpy, and her body, having only just begun to recover, couldn't endure such hardship. If something were to happen from the rough ride, it would be troublesome. Once the carriage arrived at the township mayor's place, Du Ruding went to greet the mayor, then followed Gu Qianqian to the village. When the villagers saw Gu Qianqian return in a carriage, they all rushed over. "Qianqian, you're back. Has the thief been caught? Qianqian, did you come back with good news to share with us?" Only Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing showed genuine joy upon seeing her. She had been terribly worried about her these past 2 days. Even though Du Ruding had sent someone to check on her, the mere thought of Gu Qianqian being alone outside filled her with anxiety. "Mother," Gu Qianqian said with a smile, "the thief has been captured. The magistrate will bring him here shortly." "Really? That's wonderful." Sang Yang was overjoyed. This meant their family would no longer be slandered. The onlookers were also excited to hear this. "Will our silver be returned to us?" "I'm not entirely sure myself. I just heard about it from young Master Du." Upon hearing this, the crowd surrounded Du Ruding again. "Young Master Du, is our silver still there?" "Rest assured," Du Ruding smiled. "The authorities will do their best to recover it. We'll have to wait a bit longer for specifics." Everyone waited, but this time the anticipation was far more tense and anxious than before. Last time hope was slim. This time, with the thief already captured, there was a strong possibility the silver would be recovered. Their real concern wasn't whether the thief was caught, but whether they could get their silver back. Sang Yang said, "Young Master Du, if you don't mind, please come inside and rest." "No need for trouble. I'll just stand here. The officers should be arriving soon." Those officers only recognized him, so his presence outside signaled his deep concern about the matter, which meant they wouldn't dare to deceive anyone. Gu Qianqian pulled Sang Yang into the house and whispered, "Mother, young Master Du's sister is ill and has lost her appetite. I'll go help care for her for a few days and come back shortly. Please stay home with Xiaoqing during this time and don't worry about me. Mother is fine. Thanks to young Master Du, no one in the village dares to bully us now." Gu Xiaoqing pulled out a piece of paper for Gu Qianqian to see. "Sister, look at my calligraphy practice. Do you think it looks good?" "It looks wonderful," Gu Qianqian said, lifting Gu Xiaoqing into her arms. "Xiaoqing, you're doing great." Just as they were speaking, a commotion erupted outside. Gu Qianqian quickly set Gu Xiaoqing down and walked outside. Sang Yang told Gu Xiaoqing to stay home while she went out to investigate. Outside, sure enough, several officers were escorting 2 individuals toward them. Their heads were bowed, hair disheveled, and their bodies covered in patches of blood. It was clear they had been tortured. As soon as they appeared, the crowd began shouting, "Where is our silver?" The lead constable raised his hand to quiet them. "No arguing. We'll distribute according to what you previously registered." Before arriving, they had already cross-referenced the silver and belongings. Most items matched their records, with only a few food items missing, such as the 2 old hens from Aunt Lotus's household. Gu Qianqian surveyed the crowd. Every member of the village, young and old, had gathered. The constable called out names, and those called forward to claim their silver. One person spoke up, "Sir, I underreported by 3 taels of silver. May I amend it now?" "Absolutely not." The constable refused immediately. "We've already verified the quantities. They're exact. Seize this man and administer 20 strokes." This person was clearly acting with ill intent. A warning had to be made. Others who harbored similar thoughts dared not pursue them after witnessing the man's blood-curdling screams. The silver was distributed among the crowd along with other valuable items. Though everything had been handed out, Gu Qianqian felt something still wasn't quite right. Aunt Lotus kept waiting, but as everyone received their share and the items ran out, she still hadn't received her 2 old hens. "Officer, my things haven't been returned yet." The officer glanced at her impatiently. "Everything's been distributed. If you didn't receive yours, it's lost." "Why hasn't mine been found?" Aunt Lotus looked utterly shocked. "Could you please check again? I'm talking about 2 old hens." The constable turned and asked the 2 prisoners, "Did you steal 2 old hens?" One of them replied, "Yes, we killed and ate them when we got back." "Oh my God," Aunt Lotus wailed. "I was counting on those eggs to earn some cash." She nearly screamed, "I don't care. You 2 must compensate me. Their property has been confiscated. There's no silver left to pay you." Hearing this, Aunt Lotus was dumbfounded. At that moment, Aunt Chun Tao remarked, "Why do these 2 thieves look so familiar?" Originally, everyone was too busy claiming their shares to notice the prisoners. Prompted by Aunt Chun Tao's words, the crowd carefully examined them. Both had tangled hair, filthy bodies from the torture they'd endured, and tattered clothes. But upon closer inspection, some details became apparent. "I know these two," a villager shouted. "They're relatives of Lin Xuanhua's, her elder brother and younger brother, I believe." More people confirmed that the two were indeed Lin Xuanhua's brothers. Gu Qianqian finally understood what had been off. That day, every household that went to the street to sell snails lost something. Whether much or little, all were victimized. Yet Lin Xuanhua's family was the only one untouched. Now, seeing that these two thieves were actually Lin Xuanhua's brothers, it was natural they wouldn't steal from their own family. The situation had developed in such an interesting way. Gu Taohong's carefully cultivated reputation was likely to come crashing down. The two men, realizing they had been identified, bowed their heads, even lower, daring not to utter a word. They had initially refused to confess despite fierce resistance, but under the cruel interrogation, they eventually broke down and admitted everything, handing over all the stolen goods. With this, the case was naturally solved. Seeing this development, everyone rushed to the eldest Gu's residence, where the family had once again stayed hidden indoors without coming out. From that day onward, Gu Qianqian had already harbored suspicions about whether Lin Xuanhua and the others knew who the thief was. Because they feared speaking too much and revealing too much, they had been hiding at home all along. Yesterday, it was also because someone mentioned coming to distribute the silver that she dared to open the door, thinking the danger had passed. Today, upon hearing that the thieves had been arrested, she was naturally too frightened to come out. The group knocked several times on the door, but no one opened it. They simply removed the door of the eldest Gu household. The village homes all had wooden plank doors which could be easily pried open with a gentle lift. Soon the entire four-person family of the eldest Gu was apprehended. When Lin Xuanhua saw the constables and witnessed her two brothers beaten to such a wretched state, she was so terrified that she lost consciousness on the spot. "Mother!" Gu Xiaohu and Gu Taohong hurried forward, embracing her and wailing loudly. Gu Qianqian noticed Lin Xuanhua's eyelids flutter slightly and knew she was feigning unconsciousness. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed her mind. "I've heard that pressing the philtrum can wake someone up." Those nearby immediately went over to press her philtrum. They pressed hard, and Lin Xuanhua, who had been pretending throughout, could no longer endure the pain. She was forced to open her eyes and cried out, "Stop pressing. It hurts to death." Lin Xuanhua's anguished wailing was so intense that everyone finally released her. "You're here to arrest thieves, so why arrest me?" While pretending to faint, Lin Xuanhua had already prepared her response, simply refused to admit anything. Everyone had already recovered their lost silver and belongings, so their minds were considerably at ease. Bringing Lin Xuanhua to justice was merely an attempt to seek some explanation. However, Aunt Hua was not satisfied. Her two laying hens, which she had raised for many years, had been killed, and she was extremely angry. "Lin Xuanhua, you are right. We are catching thieves, but you are also a thief. You are an accomplice." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanhua instantly sprang up. "What nonsense are you spouting?" This accusation was something she absolutely could not tolerate. Otherwise, not only would Gu Taohong struggle to find a husband, but Gu Xiaohu would also face difficulties in arranging a marriage. If Gu Xiaohu could not find a wife, wouldn't all her efforts raising him have been in vain? Aunt Hua would not accept such excuses. "Everyone, think about it. Doesn't this situation seem suspicious?" Gu Taohong urged everyone to go collect snail clams, and then her two uncles took advantage of the opportunity while we were selling them to rob the entire village. Tell me, isn't that too coincidental? With these words, even the constables couldn't help but glance toward Lin Xuanhua's family. The eldest Gu, panicked beyond reason, cried out, "I truly knew nothing. It must have been this damn woman acting behind my back." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanhua rushed forward and grabbed the eldest Gu's clothes. "Eldest Gu, what are you babbling about? How would I know what is going on?" The eldest Gu had no patience for arguing with her and immediately slapped her across the face. "You dare hit me? Eldest Gu, you've truly grown bold." Lin Xuanhua began throwing a tantrum. "Enough," the constable said sternly. "Any more noise, and I'll lock all of you up." The two of them behaved much better after that. The eldest Gu said, "Honored officers, this humble one truly knows nothing." Lin Xuanhua also hurriedly knelt on the ground. "We truly know nothing. If you don't believe us, ask them. Her two brothers confirmed they really have no knowledge of this matter. Lin Xuanhua, now terrified to tears, said, "If I were their accomplice, wouldn't they have surely shared the silver with me? But as you can see, the silver is all in their possession." Earlier, although she had not appeared here, she had been eavesdropping, pressed against the door, hearing every detail of how the silver and goods were being distributed. This statement convinced the constables of her version of events. The constable then asked, "You two answer honestly. How did you know the entire village would be empty?" Lin Xuanhua's brother, his expression despondent, said, "A couple of days ago, I saw Taohong. She was completely drenched, so I asked her what had happened. She told me that everyone in the village was collecting snail clams, and that Gu Qianqian was earning 1 tael of silver per day from selling them." Hearing this, I immediately harbored wicked intentions. I went home, called my younger brother, and the two of us slipped into the village while everyone was away selling snails. Aunt Hua exclaimed, "So in that case, Gu Taohong is still involved. If Gu Taohong hadn't gossiped, they would never have come to steal." Gu Taohong trembled all over with fear. She collapsed onto the ground. "This has nothing to do with me. I only mentioned it casually. Who would have known they had such wicked intentions?" Lin Xuanhua worried that the crowd would not let this go and would drag her to prison as well. Thinking this, she immediately got up, seized Gu Taohong's hair, pinned her to the ground, and began beating her fiercely. "You gossipy little whore. Because of your loose tongue, you've endangered the entire village. I'll beat you to death today." Gu Taohong's hair came undone, and her face swelled from the beating, her cries heart-wrenching and miserable. At this moment, Gu Yaoshi, hidden within the crowd, spoke up. "Why are you hitting her? She hasn't done anything wrong." Gu Yaoshi had just recovered her silver and was full of joy. In a good mood, everything seemed pleasing to her. Lin Xuanhua finally stopped. "Mother, if it weren't for her loose tongue, everyone would not have wronged our family. We are all neighbors. We cannot bear this false accusation." She had been pressing her ear against the door and heard very clearly that Gu Yaoshi had lost 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver. Her own family did not know how many years it would take to save such a fortune. Although Gu Yaoshi's silver had been combined with that of the third and fourth Gu households split evenly, Gu Yaoshi still had 3 taels. She needed to maintain a good relationship with Gu Yaoshi and find a way to get her hands on those 3 taels. Gu Yaoshi waved her hand dismissively. "As long as this matter is clarified, it is fine. But you must keep your wits about you and not remain entangled with your brothers and siblings from your natal family." "Yes, mother, I will be more careful from now on." The others, having received their belongings and silver, no longer intended to pursue the matter further. But Aunt Hua would not let it go. She cried and wailed, "So what about me? I lost 2 hens. I don't care. Lin Xuanhua, you must compensate me with 2 hens." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanhua immediately lost her temper. "Everyone else has dropped the matter. Why are you raising such a fuss?" Aunt Hua didn't care. "That's because everyone else received silver or goods. I have nothing. I don't care what form the compensation takes. You must pay me. Silver or hens, either will do." Gu Yaoshi clapped her hands and charged toward Aunt Hua. "How dare you be so shameless? If you want money so badly, why don't you stand at the village entrance and ask men for it?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Hua was furious. Demanding compensation was one thing, but being slandered was entirely another. Just as she was about to erupt, the constable spoke up. The constable stated this matter should have been handled by the Lin brothers, who directly committed the theft. However, as they are now unable to compensate, the liability falls upon Gu Taohong, who relayed the message. Considering Gu Taohong's young age, the financial loss shall be borne by her parents Gu Laoda and Lin Xuanhua. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanhua's heart sank. Heavens, what calamity has befallen us! Where would we find silver to compensate her? Aunt Hua replied, "My 2 hens are not many. I only asked for 201. 201. Lin Xuanhua cried out, "You are robbing me." Aunt Hua said, "I speak no lies. My 2 hens are both laying eggs daily. Such good hens at 100 each are not expensive at all. Those 2 chickens of yours have been raised for many years. They are practically sterile. You still want 100 apiece. Huh. Regardless of how long you raised them, they are old hens, so you must pay 100 each." Lin Xuanhua grabbed Gu Yaoshi by the arm. "If you have the nerve, go sell your own mother for 101. Pak. Aunt Hua spat. "Your mother is so old that not even 10 would be offered for her. If your old hen can be sold for 100 when my mother, no matter how old, is still a woman, why can she not be sold for 100 when? Gu Yaoshi did not grow angry. Instead, she thought Lin Chunhua was quick-witted and her analogy vivid. At that moment, the constable interjected, "Enough. 151. Hand over the money swiftly, and let us all disperse." Lin Chunhua wished to argue further, but upon meeting the constable's stern gaze, she dared not utter another word. Her hands trembling, she went back to fetch the silver, counting it repeatedly to ensure accuracy before handing it to Aunt Hua. Aunt Hua snatched it eagerly, her spirits lifted somewhat. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled and prepared to leave, Gu Qianqian spoke up. "Constable, I have something to report." The constable glanced at her, knowing she was the person Du Ruding had mentioned. "Miss, what matter do you have?" "Well, I was not home that day, so my case was not registered." "Did you also lose something, miss?" "Nothing was stolen, but someone poisoned and killed my snails weighing several hundred jin." She pointed to the large vat nearby. "They were originally kept here, but upon my return they were all dead from poisoning." A constable who had followed the chief spoke up. "Chief, this young lady tells the truth. When I came to register, no one was home, and I happened to glance at that water vat. There were indeed many snails inside." The constable looked at the two individuals still kneeling on the ground. "Confess truthfully, did you poison them?" The two glanced at Lin Chunhua beside them, then bit the bullet. "Yes, because her family had nothing, we angrily poisoned all their snails." The constable asked, "Miss, how much are these snails worth?" "Gu Taoyong boasted everywhere that I earn 1 tael of silver per day selling snails. So today I shall make it stick." These snails could fetch 5 or 6 days of sales, approximately 5 or 6 taels of silver. Upon hearing 5 or 6 taels, Gu Taoyong burst into wails. 5 or 6 taels, not 101. 100 when her mother might cover, but 5 or 6 taels. Her family would be ruined entirely. She estimated her mother would sell her to settle the debt. "Qianqian," Gu Taoyong threw herself at Qianqian's feet, kneeling desperately. "I beg you, do not hold this against me. I will work to repay you." "Work?" Gu Qianqian showed no sign of yielding. "How would you work it back? You have already dredged the river bottom clean. Hundreds of jin, not 1 or 2. 5 taels is too much. My family simply cannot produce such a sum. Since you went about claiming I earn 1 tael daily, I naturally must substantiate it. Otherwise would I not be unjustly slandered? I was wrong. I should not have recklessly spread such false claims about your earnings." Lin Chunhua was equally bewildered. She had not expected Gu Qianqian to deploy such a tactic. "Qianqian, if you do not earn that much in a single day, then these snails are hardly worth much. We are family, let it pass." Lin Chunhua adopted a pitiful expression, weeping and wailing. "Look, this is all the money I have left. I just gave Aunt Hua 151, and only a few dozen would remain. Qianqian, can you truly drive your own elder aunt's family to ruin?" Hearing this, Gu Qianqian felt that Lin Chunhua had indeed grown cleverer, knowing how to garner sympathy and wield moral coercion. After all, this situation differed from the previous bet involving kneeling and kowtowing. Kneeling and kowtowing carried no real cost and was Lin Chunhua's own demand. But 5 taels this time. Lin Chunhua genuinely could not produce such a sum. If pressed too hard, she feared it would arouse the villagers' collective outrage. At this point, Gu Yaoshi grew displeased upon seeing Gu Qianqian demand such a large sum from the outset. "Gu Qianqian, you are utterly shameless." Gu Yaoshi cursed loudly. "You have made the entire village labor in vain, and you ought to apologize to everyone, giving each household a tael of silver. And here you are extorting money from your own elder family. Gu Yaoshi, Gu Taoyong is your granddaughter. By any measure, we are one family. You hold 10 taels of silver, and you ask me for only 5. It is hardly excessive, is it?" "What?" Gu Yaoshi could scarcely believe her ears. She leaped to her feet. "You brazen, shameless fat woman. You dare extort money from me. Constable, please advise on how to handle this matter." This time no one would accuse Gu Qianqian of being too harsh. Moreover, Gu Yaoshi possessed 10 taels, more than any other household whose reserves rarely exceeded 5. Gu Yaoshi had long been domineering and had feuded with many villagers. Even Aunt Hua turned her criticism toward Gu Yaoshi, saying, "Auntie, you hold 10 taels. Better to pay now before your silver is stolen again." "Impossible." Gu Yaoshi roared. This is my burial fund. No one shall lay a hand on it. The constable looked at Gu Qianqian. Miss Gu, might you accept a lesser amount? What say you to 3 taels? Very well, for the constable's sake, 3 taels it shall be. Gu Yaoshi refused to part with a single coin. She clutched her silver and rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. 2 constables stepped forward, pried the silver from her embrace, selected a piece worth 3 taels, and handed it to Gu Qianqian. The constable declared, debts must be repaid. Let this serve as a lesson to you both. Henceforth, should you spread baseless rumors again, you shall not escape so lightly. Gu Yaoshi dared not confront Gu Qianqian or Sang Yang before the constable, but she could take out her fury on Gu Taohong. Soon Gu Yaoshi's curses and Gu Taohong's wails echoed once more. Before departing, the constable told Gu Qianqian, should anyone bully you in the future, come report to the town authorities. Thank you. Once the constable had left, the crowd dispersed. Gu Yaoshi and Gu Taohong, one fleeing the other in pursuit, vanished into the distance, their whereabouts unknown. Young Master Du. As the 2 prepared to board the carriage back to the Du residence, they heard someone calling out to Du Ruding. Gu Qianqian, who had just climbed into the carriage, glanced sideways and frowned as she saw 2 figures running toward them. It was Niu Qingfeng and Niu Xianhua. These siblings were nothing but trouble. The way they hurried over and called out so sweetly could only mean they wanted something. Du Ruding stopped and looked at the 2 approaching him. You are? Niu Qingfeng made a bow. I am Niu Qingfeng, a student of Qingyao Academy in the town. Du Ruding nodded. What is it? Niu Qingfeng smiled. It's like this. I heard today that young Master Du had come to our village. I wish to extend my hospitality. Would young Master Du do me the honor? No. Du Ruding's answer left Niu Qingfeng and Niu Xianhua stunned. It seemed Du Ruding was not easy to talk to. Watching the 2 with frozen expressions, Gu Qianqian, seated inside the carriage, couldn't help but laugh. So even the usually arrogant and overbearing pair had moments when they needed to beg. Niu Qingfeng would never offer hospitality for no reason. He definitely had a favor to ask. Especially Niu Xianhua, whose eyes sparkled with stars the moment she saw Du Ruding. This man was too handsome, and a rich young master at that. She could barely contain her ecstasy as she was about to speak, only to hear Gu Qianqian's cold laugh. You fat pig, what are you laughing at? Niu Xianhua cursed. Don't think that just because you're camped in young Master Du's carriage you can follow him to town. Niu Qingfeng also noticed her and frowned. As expected, meeting this fat pig was bad luck. He thought that Gu Qianqian was probably clinging to Du Ruding's carriage, ruining his mood, which was why he had refused the invitation. So he said, Gu Qianqian, get down at once. This is young Master Du's carriage. What are you doing climbing up? You're dirtying it. Gu Qianqian found his sycophantic attitude disgusting. Only the original owner with her foolish infatuation would have fallen for someone like him. She grinned mischievously. What? Young Master Niu thinks I've dirtied young Master Du's carriage. Exactly. Get down now. If you anger young Master Du, you'll be in trouble. Gu Qianqian said, if you mind my dirtying it, then shall I get down and you wipe it clean. This remark caught Niu Qingfeng off guard. Gu Qianqian sneered. Since you don't want to wipe it clean, I'm not getting down. Fine. Niu Qingfeng, eager to curry favor with Du Ruding, gritted his teeth. Fine, you get down, and I'll wipe it clean. He thought that given Gu Qianqian's stubborn nature, she would never come down on her own. He would have to drag her. Unexpectedly, Gu Qianqian actually jumped off the carriage. I'm down. Now wipe it clean. Niu Qingfeng was flustered, but in front of Du Ruding, he couldn't break his word. Besides, he saw this as a chance to ingratiate himself with Du Ruding. So he actually used his clothes to wipe the inside of the carriage, then smiled ingratiatingly. Young Master Du, it's clean now. Please. Du Ruding glanced at him coldly. Just say what you want. Niu Qingfeng looked at Gu Qianqian. Could we speak in private? No need. Just say it. I'm in a hurry to get back to town. Niu Qingfeng hesitated, but seeing Du Ruding's growing impatience, he steeled himself. I know you have a good relationship with our academy's tutor. I'm asking you to put in a good word for me so that I can take part in the upcoming township competition. Du Ruding looked at him askance. Why should I? Du Ruding's bluntness left no room for negotiation. Gu Qianqian felt that this man was stern and impartial, worthy of deeper acquaintance. Unlike Niu Qingfeng, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was weak himself, yet loved to pick on those even weaker. Niu Qingfeng was taken aback. Because I really want to participate. I do have talent, but compared to others my family background leaves something to be desired. In other words, the tutor picked candidates with a biased eye. Du Ruding smiled. Rest assured. As far as I know, the academy selects participants for the township competition through tests given by the tutor. He said this while giving Niu Qingfeng a penetrating look as if seeing through him entirely. As long as you are talented enough, you will surely get what you wish. Hearing this, Niu Qingfeng felt deeply disappointed. He had hoped that by asking Du Ruding to speak to the tutor, he could secure a place in the competition. The township competition was a mock exam held before the actual county examination, and only the best students from each academy could participate. Winners not only got a taste of the exam atmosphere, but also received a decent cash prize. For Niu Qingfeng, both the experience and the prize were extremely tempting. But the prerequisite was being selected. Without the qualification, nothing else mattered. Niu Xianhua felt that Du Ruding was hard to talk to because of Gu Qianqian. It was all her fault for clinging to him. She put on a flattering expression. Young Master Du, please don't be angry. This fat pig is always like this. Last time, she even pestered my brother to confess his love. She throws herself at any handsome man she sees without even considering what she is. She's not even worthy of standing in front of young Master Du, let alone speaking to you. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but find it amusing. Did Niu Xianhua think she was worthy? Niu Xianhua then blushed coquettishly and continued, young Master Du, a beauty like me. Don't you think I'm fit to serve you tea or pour water? If she could build a good relationship with young Master Du, even being his maidservant would be fine. Over time, she was confident she could become his concubine. More importantly, she could use this connection to lobby for Niu Qingfeng. Then her brother could smoothly represent Qingya Academy in the township competition. She had great faith in her brother's talent. Moreover, Du Ruding was utterly irresistible. His looks, his figure, those crimson thin lips. At the thought, she blushed with shyness, feeling even more beautiful than a camellia flower. Du Ruding frowned and replied coldly no. The coquettish Niu Xianhua was stunned. She looked up at him in disbelief. But instead of feeling ashamed, she turned to Gu Qianqian. See, fat pig, even a beauty like me isn't worthy of serving young Master Du tea. So don't even think about it. Gu Qianqian simply shrugged. Young Master Du, let's go. She climbed back into the carriage, and Du Ruding followed suit, sitting opposite her. The carriage curtain fell, and the vehicle slowly moved away. She lifted the curtain slightly, and saw Niu Qingfeng and Niu Xianhua standing dumbfounded by the roadside. Their expressions were as if they had swallowed a fly. Right now, they must be regretting their actions bitterly, weren't they? Oh, how little they knew. At that very moment, Niu Qingfeng's mind was already scheming, plotting a clever trick. Inside the carriage, Gu Qianqian said gratefully, Young Master Du, I must thank you for catching that pickpocket. Without you, we never would have apprehended him so quickly. Du Ruding smiled. It was nothing but a small favor. For him, it was effortless, but for Gu Qianqian, it had been an extraordinarily complicated matter. Had he not intervened, they would never have caught the culprit. No one was truly willing to chase down that thief. Young Master Du, could you ask the driver to stop when we reach the town? Very well. Although Gu Qianqian had not explained the reason, he roughly guessed she intended to buy groceries. Indeed, before the vegetable market in town, she alighted from the carriage and soon returned carrying a fresh green carp. I will make boiled fish for you later. She knew Du Ruding disliked eating with his family, so instead she would simply cook an extra portion and let the siblings share a meal. Upon returning, she immediately set to work. By then it was already past noon, and everyone in the mansion had eaten. Gu Qianqian walked to the kitchen, but Manager Li had already left for his afternoon rest. A few cooks remained tidying up. Seeing her enter, they paused in surprise. They had only been discussing how Gu Qianqian had not appeared all morning and might already have been dismissed. Who would have imagined she would return? Fat girl, why are you back again? One cook asked without restraint. Gu Qianqian smiled. Sister Lingyan has not recovered yet. How could I leave? Hearing this, the cooks could not help but ask, so once the eldest miss recovers, you will depart? Naturally. I am only here as a temporary helper. I do not wish to remain in this place. Those were her honest words. Having been targeted by concubine Feng that morning, she had deeply felt that although noble households lacked for nothing, their scheming and intrigue were unbearable. She certainly did not wish to live in such an environment. Though with her intellect and means it would not be easy for others to scheme against her, she simply detested it. In her past life, she had thrived magnificently in the business world, yet she had also weathered tremendous storms. The realm of commerce was like a battlefield, and its depths of deception far surpassed anything this modest Gu estate could offer. In this life, she only wished to live quietly, tending to her own humble happiness. Hearing her words, the cooks felt somewhat reassured, though they were not easily convinced. What if the young master himself asks you to stay? Would you still leave? Gu Qianqian glanced at her and offered a cool smile. Do not worry. I hold no threat to any of you. This place cannot keep me. While speaking, her hands never stopped. Soon she had handled the fish, removing bones and skin, slicing it into thin pieces in one smooth motion. She coated the fish slices with batter and set them aside. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, she retrieved a small jar from her spatial storage and took out a head of pickled cabbage. After blanching it, she placed it in a large porcelain bowl. She then simmered the fish bones in rich broth and finally brought the strained broth to a boil in a pot. She dropped the fish slices into the boiling broth until they changed color, then removed them and arranged them over the pickled cabbage. She poured the seasoned sour broth into a basin, added Sichuan peppercorns and chilies along with scallions, ginger, and garlic, and splashed hot oil over them to release their fragrance. The dish was sour, appetizing, numbing, and richly fragrant. Even the cooks lingering in the kitchen could not help but swallow their saliva. It smelled incredibly delicious, truly mouth-watering. Just then Sueguo arrived. Gu Qianqian asked her to carry the small jar of pickled cabbage to Lady Du Lingyan's courtyard. She also packed several bowls of rice and asked one of the cooks to carry them along. Du Lingyan had already managed to get out of bed and walk around. Catching the aroma, she hastened to rise and sit at the table waiting. Gu Qianqian said to Du Ruding, "Young master, you should have a bowl as well." Du Ruding did not decline. He was likewise starving, and how could he remain seated when such a heavenly fragrance filled the air? "Qianqian, you too must be hungry. Eat with us quickly," Du Lingyan said with a bright smile. "I am not treating you as a servant. Consider me your elder sister." Gu Qianqian smiled and took her seat as well, while Sueguo hurriedly helped serve the dishes. Sueguo wore a resentful expression. If she had known this dish was so delicious, she would not have lost her patience at noon and eaten alongside the other servants early. Du Lingyan, on the other hand, had borne her hunger with composure, refusing to eat until Gu Qianqian returned. "Strange," Du Lingyan remarked. "I skipped lunch with them today, and yet I feel hungry. Last time I felt this hungry was a month ago." Gu Qianqian truly suspected that the seasonings from her spatial storage possessed medicinal properties. Du Ruding smiled. "Is that not a good thing? It shows your body is recovering." "Qianqian," Du Lingyan said with a grin, "why not stay live with us instead? Have my brother support you." Gu Qianqian nearly choked. "That frightens me. I fear I would be thrown out by your brother tomorrow." Du Lingyan looked at Du Ruding with pleading eyes. "Brother, what do you think?" "No," Du Ruding said calmly. "Qianqian is not someone a single household like the dust can confine, nor should she be trapped here. She deserves a freer and vaster world." Was that a compliment? Du Lingyan's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Gu Qianqian. "Qianqian, what will I do if you leave? The food they made at noon made me want to vomit. I believe my inability to eat before was likely because their cooking was simply dreadful." Gu Qianqian listened, then looked at her seriously. "I am not so sure. Young Master Du," she continued, "I think we should find a more skilled physician to examine Lingyan." Du Ruding hesitated slightly. "The physicians in town have all examined her." After a moment, he looked up at Gu Qianqian. "Do you suspect someone deliberately harmed Lingyan?" "It is possible. For instance, was Lingyan's illness a natural ailment, or was she sabotaged? Her condition improved after taking medicine, but she lost her appetite. Could these be side effects of the medication?" Two possibilities existed. One, she fell genuinely ill, and someone took advantage of the situation to frame her. Or two, she was intentionally made ill, and the medicine she took was flawed. Du Ruding asked, "If so, why not administer poison directly?" Gu Qianqian shook her head. "Direct poisoning would be too easily discovered. Moreover, before his wife died, your father swore an oath. If she were killed outright, the oath would be broken. But by indirectly bringing about Du Lingyan's death through poison medicine, the culprit would likely believe the oath would not take effect. Hearing this, a subtle change flickered in Du Ruding's eyes. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Du Lingyan said, every time I eat, I use a silver spoon. If there were poison, the silver would turn black. However, the person might have known of your habit, and therefore chose to administer the poison through your medicine while you were already ill. Du Lingyan said angrily, how ruthless. Enraged, she could not help, but asked Suigwa to serve herself another large bowl of rice. A hint of killing intent flashed in Du Ruding's eyes. In the Fenghua courtyard, Madame Feng, her face dark and cunning, sat by the table listening to the report of her trusted confidant, old Madame Hua. Old Madame Ruan's body has been buried. Madame Feng gnashed her teeth, her expression somewhat ferocious. That little beast grows more insolent by the day. He dares to kill even my people. Old Madame Ruan had been her confidant for many years, serving her since her days in Fireworks Lane. Thus what Du Ruding had slain was not merely old Madame Ruan, but also the dignity of her position as the matriarch. Old Madame Hua added fuel to the fire. If he is already this arrogant now, where will your authority be in the future? You should make plans early. I thought that little wench would be easy to eliminate, but that fat fool ruined everything. Madam, this old servant finds it quite suspicious. That person was at death's door, barely breathing, yet after eating her food, she actually recovered. That medicine was meant to starve her to death. Is that fat girl's cooking really that delicious? The kitchen maids say it is indeed good, fragrant. Especially fragrant. Madame Feng's eyes turned sharp. The master and the young master should be returning soon, right? They will be back in a couple of days, old Madame Hua said with a sinister smile. Everything has been arranged according to your orders. That fat girl needs to be put in her place. Make her leave on her own. Yes. Old Madame Hua's eyes gleamed. This old servant will see to it immediately. If she doesn't leave, we won't be able to make our move. At the town's market, Gu Qianqian carried a bamboo basket on her back, preparing for the evening meal. By now, Du Lingyan's health had recovered considerably, and she no longer needed to be overly cautious about what she ate. This recovery speed far exceeded Gu Qianqian's expectations. Since there was no need for excessive caution, she could cook with full freedom. She bought a chicken, 2 Crucian carps, and some meat along with potatoes, chili peppers, onions, and other ingredients. Having finished her shopping, Gu Qianqian was about to head back when a man blocked her path at the corner. Are you Gu Qianqian? Gu Qianqian looked up at him. The man before her was burly and rough-faced with a thick beard and a fierce expression. His triangular eyes were narrowed into slits, and directly below his eye was a mole the size of a fingernail. One glance at his face made it clear that he was no good person. Who are you? What business do you have with your auntie? Gu Qianqian was not afraid of him. She knew men like this bullied the weak and feared the strong, so a direct punch would do. Haha, the man chuckled. Little girl, you have quite a sharp tongue. Come with me. If you want a beating, just say so. I'll beat you until I'm satisfied. The man's expression darkened slightly. It seems I have to show you some real force before you'll submit obediently. Obedient submission would be foolish. Just as Gu Qianqian expected him to strike, she noticed he did not. Instead, he reached into his bosom and pulled out an ornament. A peachwood hairpin, utterly ordinary. The moment Gu Qianqian saw it, her eyes narrowed, then suddenly widened, a cold fury blazing forth. The man involuntarily stepped back, unnerved by the chilling look in the fat girl's eyes. Gu Qianqian strode toward him. Tell me, where are my mother and brother? They. Come with me, and you'll see them naturally. Oomph. Gu Qianqian let out a cold snort. Lead the way. The man said nothing further, but felt that the girl had become a different person, terrifying. They walked a stretch, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate, until Gu Qianqian stopped. Where exactly are they? The fat man turned back with a sly grin. We've arrived. Several figures emerged from the nearby woods, encircling her. Little girl, the fat man chuckled. I lured you here to tell you that your mother and brother are in our hands. Gu Qianqian narrowed her eyes. Where are they? They're in a safe place, the fat man said with a grin. As long as you do as we say, hey, you'll be reunited with them in a few days. In both her past and present lives, Gu Qianqian had never suffered such humiliation. She suppressed her fury. Name your terms. What do you want? I won't commit murder or arson. Don't worry, we'll handle the murder and arson ourselves, the fat man said with another chuckle. You just need to leave the Du mansion. He produced a silver ingot, roughly 10 taels. If you agree, not only will the silver be yours, but your mother and brother will return safely. Gu Qianqian hated being threatened. She detested it. Instead of taking the silver, she suddenly lashed out, driving her fist into the fat man's face with all her strength. A blow of several hundred jin. Ow! The fat man screamed in agony and collapsed unconscious. She then picked up the silver ingot from the ground and said coldly, "This silver isn't given by you. I took it by my own skill." The others, seeing her take down the fat man in one blow, were stricken with panic. Do any of you still want to fight? No. These men were nothing but petty thugs following the fat man to scrape by on petty thefts and shady deals. If it came to a real fight, they were no match for Gu Qianqian. Now tell me, where are my mother and brother? In the abandoned temple ahead. Lead the way. The men guided her forward, and soon they saw a dilapidated earth god temple. Stepping inside, she saw Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing bound together, sitting on the ground, their faces streaked with tears, looking utterly pitiful. At the sight, Gu Qianqian's anger flared uncontrollably. Is this how you treat my mother and brother? With a swift kick, she sent one of the skinny men flying. The remaining men, terrified, dropped to their knees. They were just petty thugs who had never encountered such a scene. This fat girl was too fierce. A single kick sent a man weighing over 100 jin flying. One punch knocked a burly man unconscious. Was she even a woman? Shouldn't women be like the courtesans of Baihua Tower, delicate, soft-spoken, with sweet and coquettish voices? How could such a strange creature as Gu Qianqian exist? The men exchanged glances, communicating silently, then hurriedly untied the ropes binding Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing. Madam Gu, we sincerely apologize. We took a job today and mistook the wrong people. Thankfully, you and the young master are unharmed. Our apologies. Gu Qianqian. Was that even acceptable? Sang Yang had never experienced anything like this. Trembling with fear, she said, "Qianqian, seeing you here puts my mind at ease." Sister. Gu Xiaoqing threw himself into her arms. I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Gu Qianqian comforted them. With me here you're safe. At that moment the men spoke up. Miss Qianqian, after much deliberation, we've made a difficult decision. Gu Qianqian could not help but ask, what difficult decision did you make? To pledge allegiance to you as our leader. Those few were not foolish. This plump girl possessed immense strength, and she was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Having her as their leader was far better than following that other fatso. Although both were plump, how could they be so vastly different? Gu Qianqian refused outright. I don't take underlings. People like you who loaf around freeloading had better stay far away from me. With that, Gu Qianqian led Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing away. After leaving the Earth God Temple, Gu Qianqian glanced sideways and warned the few behind her. This is the first and last time. You'd better behave yourselves. Yes, rest assured, boss. Whenever you need us, just say the word. Gu Qianqian paid no heed and continued walking with her mother and younger brother. Sang Yang said, Qianqian, shortly after you left, several people came claiming you had sent them to take us to the town. We didn't know any better, so we followed them. As it turned out, when we got off the carriage, we found ourselves in this desolate place. Mother and I tried to run, but they tied us up. Gu Xiaoqing couldn't help chiming in, his little mouth chattering on and on. He was now much more lively than before. Gu Qianqian said, from now on, don't go with anyone unless it's me, or do rooting. We understand. This time was an accident, one lesson is enough. The three of them headed home together, passing through the town on the way and buying some meat to bring back. Since fresh meat was hard to preserve, Gu Qianqian bought some cured meat instead. The cured meat was expertly made, thoroughly dried, and carried the scent of sunlight. Sang Yang tried to stop her, saying, Qianqian, you don't earn money easily. Let's not buy it. We have vegetables and rice at home. Mother, vegetables alone won't do. Xiaoqing is growing and needs nourishment. She also bought 3 chickens, 1 rooster and 2 hens, for Sang Yang to raise at home so they could lay eggs for Xiaoqing. Gu Xiaoqing, hearing how his sister cared for him, couldn't help thinking how wonderful it was to have a sister. She escorted Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing home, hung the cured meat on the wall, and placed the chickens in the yard under a bamboo cover. Mother, make sure to eat this piece of fresh meat tonight, or it will spoil by tomorrow. I know, Sang Yang wiped her tears. Qianqian, take care of yourself out there. As a girl, you must stay vigilant. All right, Mother. I'm off. After all this commotion, it was almost dark. If she didn't leave soon, Du Lingyan would probably starve to death. When she returned to the Du residence, the family was still having dinner. She entered through the back door and immediately started cooking. She had prepared her own set of cooking utensils and didn't use the Du family's. Before each meal, she would take out a basket of various seasonings from her room, and after cooking she would bring it back. This had two advantages. First, it prevented anyone from tampering with her seasonings. Second, it avoided the kitchen maid sneaking a look at her ingredients. A kitchen maid who was tidying up saw her return and asked, "Qianqian, are you cooking tonight? There's still some rice in the bucket." "No," Gu Qianqian smiled. "We're not having rice tonight. It's big plate chicken with noodles." She first washed the chicken, chopped it into pieces, rinsed off the blood, and stir-fried it in a pot with spices. When the chicken was nearly done, she added onions, potatoes, and green and red peppers, then laid the homemade pulled noodles on top, letting the chicken broth cook the noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, she lifted them out and placed them on a separate plate, then served the fragrant big plate chicken in another ceramic bowl. On another small stove, she was simmering Crucian carp soup. Her Crucian carp soup was delicious with a milky white broth, and it contained goji berries, red dates, and angelica. After adjusting the seasoning, she had the kitchen maid help carry the dishes to Du Lingyan's courtyard. "Qianqian, I knew you wouldn't let us down tonight." Du Lingyan scrambled to her feet when she saw the food. "I'm starving." Du Ruding also stood up quickly. "We've been waiting for you. Come join us." Suegwa had also insisted on skipping dinner today, and now stood happily at the side waiting. As a servant, she had to wait until the masters finished eating. Du Lingyan said, "Suegwa, you should eat with us too. I'm afraid there won't be anything left." Hearing this, Suegwa went to fill a bowl of rice and sat down beside Gu Qianqian. Although Du Lingyan was the young miss, she had always treated Suegwa well, like sisters. The three of them ate the noodles with big plate chicken and drank the Crucian carp soup, savoring the exquisite meal. Suegwa was considerate, knowing the noodles were limited, so she left them for the masters and ate the remaining rice. To lose weight, Gu Qianqian ate very little. The cleanup was left to Suegwa. Du Lingyan smiled and said, "Qianqian, the chicken you made tonight was absolutely delicious. If you like it, I'll make it again." "How many dishes do you actually know how to cook?" "These are just home-style dishes, nothing special." Du Lingyan looked at Du Ruding. "Brother, you've seen it too. After eating Qianqian's cooking, I've recovered in just 2 or 3 days. She appeared a bit thinner now, but otherwise fine. Her spirit was especially good now. She no longer seemed listless as before." Du Ruding said, "I'm going to Qingyao Academy tomorrow. Qianqian, come with me." Gu Qianqian blinked at him. "What do I need to go for?" "The master would love to taste your cooking." "All right." After all, she had accepted 100 taels of silver from Du Ruding, so she had to help him out somehow. Du Lingyan heard this and immediately said happily, "I want to go too." "You're not fully recovered yet. What would you go for?" "Brother, I'm fine now. Apart from not having much meat on my bones, I'm all better," she said with a sad expression. "I've been cooped up at home for over a month. If I don't get out, I'll grow mold." Hearing this, Du Ruding smiled. "All right." Du Lingyan was overjoyed. For the past few days, she had been eating and sleeping, basically living like a pig. Her complexion and weight had improved tremendously. When Gu Qianqian first saw her, she was at death's door, but now she looked like a completely different person. Du Ruding looked at her, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. His sister had finally returned to her former self. From now on, he would protect her and never let anyone harm her again. As for what happened this time, he was still investigating. If he discovered that concubine Feng was involved, he would make her pay. The three chatted for a while, and then Gu Qianqian and Du Ruding took their leave. "You've worked hard these past few days," Du Ruding said, his attitude toward her having undergone a complete turnaround. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. I've taken the money, so I have to earn it." After a moment's thought, she decided to tell him about what had happened during the day. The night breeze whispered, carrying elusive fragrances. A crescent moon hung in the sky, draping the world in a gossamer veil. The moonlight was as white as snow. After hearing about Seng Yang and Gu Xiaocheng's experiences today, Du Ruding let out a cold laugh. "It's indeed related to her. I'm a bit worried she might continue to target my family." "That's exactly what she intends. Rest assured, I'll have someone keep an eye on it." The moonlight poured down like water, covering him entirely, making his features seem as delicate as jade. Gu Qianqian gazed at him, feeling that he was even more handsome than the young idols. Gorgeous, yet not lacking in masculine strength. I'm going to bed. She said this and quickly left, thinking that looking at such a handsome man for too long might make her pregnant. Du Ruding watched her retreating figure, and a smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of his lips. Early the next morning, the three of them took a carriage to Qingya Academy. Qingya Academy was the only higher-level academy in the town, and all its students were Shiozai. Anyone who entered Qingya Academy had the potential to become a Jiren or even a Zhuangyuan. The academy's dean, Master Ouyang, was an old man in his 60s with a goatee full of vigor. Du Ruding was extremely respectful and courteous to Master Ouyang. Du Lingyan was also well acquainted with Master Ouyang, and her lively nature endeared her to the old master. After a brief introduction, Master Ouyang looked at Gu Qianqian and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, I've been anxious about the rural competition lately, unable to eat or sleep well. Master Du said your cooking is excellent, and I've been craving it. Don't laugh at me, ha ha ha." The old man's laughter was hearty, and he was witty, seeming easy to get along with. Gu Qianqian smiled. "What flavor do you prefer, Master? Sour, sweet, or spicy? Anything as long as it's delicious." Du Lingyan laughed. "Master, you're in for a treat." Gu Qianqian smiled. "All right, then I'll make a few homestyle appetizers. Master and Master Du enjoy a nice drink at noon." Without delay, Gu Qianqian worked swiftly kung pao chicken, spicy chicken, gizzard, squirrel fish sour, and spicy pork slices, and a seasonal vegetable stew with stuffed eggplants. Du Lingyan had intended to help, but found she couldn't be of any use, so she simply stood aside and watched. When the dishes were brought out, Master Ouyang's eyes lit up. "I've never seen these dishes even at Tianxian Tower. They look mouth-watering." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Then Master, please go ahead and taste them." As she spoke, she briefly introduced the dishes. The old master seemed particularly fond of the squirrel fish. Since she couldn't find mandarin fish in time, she used grass carp instead. It wasn't very large, but the flesh was tender and delicious. The moment she saw it, Gu Qianqian knew it was the one. Master Ouyang picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Sweet, fragrant, with a hint of crispness. Absolutely marvelous. Du Ruding glanced at Gu Qianqian. "You didn't make these dishes at Du Mansion." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Unless you specifically request something, I try to make sure there's no repetition. These were actually nothing special." She had her best soup dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall clear soup with bird's nest wensi tofu, and so on. Master Ouyang laughed. "Miss Gu, with such skill, why don't you become the head chef at Tianxian Tower? I'm used to freedom. I don't like being tied down. I want to do what I love and earn the money I want." How free-spirited. Master Ouyang gave her a thumbs up. "Then have you considered opening your own restaurant? If she did, he could visit every day." "Not for now." Gu Qianqian smiled. Opening a restaurant required a lot of capital and connections. Without solid connections, she might be harassed every day. The town already had several restaurants, and the market was saturated with Tianxian Tower being the undisputed leader. If she opened a restaurant, Tianxian Tower would probably go bankrupt. Then they'd come to pick a fight every day. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she lacked the power to contend with them for now. But opening her own restaurant was her goal. She just needed to wait for the right time. This small town might not be her permanent home. Du Ruding poured a glass of wine for Master Ouyang. "Please." Gu Qianqian didn't drink, neither in her past life nor now. That was her principle. She always remembered that alcohol could lead to trouble. Then she took on the task of pouring wine. Even though she didn't drink, she was well-versed in drinking culture. This was strong liquor. If it were beer, she could create all sorts of fancy pours. Art, latte art. The beer foam art she could make was truly exceptional. Du Lingyan didn't drink either. Her health had just recovered, and she absolutely couldn't touch alcohol. Luckily, she never drank anyway. Master Ouyang praised the dishes endlessly, and without realizing it had a few extra cups. He took a sip and couldn't help but exclaim, "These are all ordinary ingredients, yet you've turned them into something exquisite. Tisk Gu Qianqian, your skill is remarkable." Then he sighed again. "Master, do you get to eat such delicious food every day? How enviable." Du Ruding smiled. Once Du Lingyan recovered, Gu Qianqian would probably leave. He didn't know how many more days he could enjoy such delicacies. The same thought crossed Du Lingyan's mind as she sat beside Gu Qianqian. Master Ouyang said, "How about this, Gu Qianqian? We become sworn siblings. From now on, I'll visit your place every day." This suggestion not only surprised Gu Qianqian, but also startled Du Ruding and Du Lingyan. That would be a generation gap. Gu Qianqian looked at Du Ruding in bewilderment. How could someone as respected as Master Ouyang come up with such a crazy idea? It would be a friendship across generations. Du Ruding quickly stopped him, otherwise he wouldn't know how to get along with Gu Qianqian later. Gu Qianqian seized the opportunity to say, "I'll make a soup." She quickly pulled Du Lingyan to the kitchen, took out a piece of tender tofu, sliced some pork, and took some fulling pickled mustard stems from her space, washing them clean. She took a small handful of soaked black fungus, shredded it, and soon made a bowl of hot and sour soup that was both tangy and refreshing, perfect for sobering up. Master Ouyang and Du Ruding had never tasted such soup before and found it incredibly delicious and refreshing. They couldn't help but praise her again. Even Du Lingyan thought the soup was wonderfully appetizing. Gu Qianqian didn't know how Du Ruding had explained things, but Master Ouyang no longer badgered her about becoming sworn siblings. After drinking the soup, however, he spoke again. "Since we can't be sworn siblings, why don't you be my goddaughter? I'll be your godfather." This once again startled Gu Qianqian. Fortunately, this proposal was more reasonable, and Du Ruding didn't stop her. Du Lingyan even nodded, urging her to agree. Seeing the eager look on Master Ouyang's face, Gu Qianqian thought it over and agreed. Having such a respected person as her godfather would benefit her in the future. Moreover, she had always wanted to find a good tutor for Gu Xiaoqing, and Master Ouyang was the perfect choice. Without this connection, it might have been impossible to ask. Seeing her agree, Master Ouyang was overjoyed and immediately announced, "Let's hold the adoption ceremony in a little while." Gu Qianqian said, "Master, I have a small request." "What request?" Master Ouyang asked eagerly. Gu Qianqian smiled. "Even though I have acknowledged you as my adoptive father, I still need to live my own life. For instance, I want to set up a stall and conduct small business. You cannot stop me." Master Ouyang chuckled. "What harm is there in that? Young Master Du engages in grand commerce while you run a small venture. Both are business." Hearing this, Gu Qianqian felt reassured. Since the elder had spoken so warmly, she no longer felt the need to be reserved. Du Lingyan said joyfully, "This is wonderful news. My sister Qianqian recently lost her father, so gaining an adoptive father now makes up for that loss." Those words struck a chord within Gu Qianqian. The original host's father had treated her well, yet she had been so callous and ungrateful. How lovely it would be if Gu Lauer still lived. Now she had the means to atone for the original host's mistakes and ensure Gu Lauer enjoyed a happy retirement. Unfortunately, it was too late. Master Ouyang nodded. "Qianqian, I will care for you from now on. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak with me as your adoptive father." "Thank you, adoptive father." Originally, Gu Qianqian had assumed Master Ouyang would simply light incense and have her kneel, nothing more. Instead, he was making such a grand affair of it. Master Ouyang said, "Lingyan helped Qianqian change into something finer. Today is a joyous occasion, she should not dress shabbily." He then turned to Du Ruding. "Later we will burn incense in the academy courtyard. Young Master Du, could you kindly ask the steward to make arrangements?" Du Ruding was pleased as well. After spending these past few days together, he found Gu Qianqian to be quite a remarkable person. Being friends with her would surely be rewarding. Du Ruding located the academy's steward and asked him to arrange things. As the steward departed, he spotted someone sprinting toward them. It was Niu Qingfeng. Niu Qingfeng wore a faint, awkward smile. "Young Master Du, what brings you to the academy today? Why can I not come?" Du Ruding detested this man, harboring not a shred of fondness for him. No, Niu Qingfeng hastened to clarify with a forced smile. "That is not what I meant." "I might as well tell you," Niu Qingfeng continued. "This academy belongs equally to Master Ouyang and myself. He serves as the educator while I am the patron. In other words, we each hold half ownership. Is this truly the case?" Niu Qingfeng felt a jolt of surprise. He had previously assumed that Du Ruding simply shared a good rapport with the master, never anticipating such a material connection between them. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with Du Ruding, would that not serve as a protective charm? At this thought, his face bloomed with even more contrived smiles. "Young Master Du, there is something I have contemplated for quite some time, and I believe I should inform you." "What is it?" Du Ruding could not suppress a cold sneer inwardly. This scoundrel with his shifty eyes was clearly no gentleman. Whatever he had pondered over for so long, it was likely nothing but malicious scheming. As expected, Niu Qingfeng spoke up. You see, when I saw you associating with that fat woman, Gu Qianqian, I grew worried that she might be deceiving you. That morbidly overweight woman is utterly infatuated. She has confessed her feelings to me on multiple occasions, each time I rebuffed her. Young Master Du, Niu Qingfeng continued, noticing Du Ruding's lack of response. You should be cautious when you're with her. I hear she is heavy-set and possesses considerable strength. When you find yourselves alone, do be vigilant, lest she take inappropriate liberties with you. Du Ruding regarded him with icy detachment. This man was utterly contemptible. He could not even be bothered to engage with him. To his surprise, Niu Qingfeng added, Young Master Du, since I have repeatedly turned her away, I suspect she will malign my character before you. I implore you not to believe her slanders. These words finally ignited Du Ruding's fury. He cast a frigid glance at Niu Qingfeng. Gu Qianqian has never spoken ill of you in my presence. On the contrary, you are the one constantly disparaging her. A hint of revulsion curved his lips. A man like you is wholly unworthy of her. With that, he swept his sleeve and turned away. Left alone, Niu Qingfeng stood bewildered. He still could not believe that Gu Qianqian had not seized the opportunity to slander him before Du Ruding. As he stood there, several classmates sprinted past him. Niu Qingfeng, come quickly. Master has great news today. Great news. Upon hearing this, Niu Qingfeng immediately abandoned his previous thoughts and hurried after them. Master's momentous occasion must not be missed. He needed to make an excellent impression. Perhaps in his joy, Master would select him to compete in the county examination. He had expended considerable effort to secure a place in this county examination, yet Master had not yet released the final roster. It was driving him to desperation. One classmate mentioned, I have heard that Master is adopting a daughter this time. Adopting a daughter? Another classmate replied, I saw Miss Du Lingyan from the Du Mansion arrive today. Could it be that he has adopted her as his daughter? I too saw Miss Du Lingyan. I heard she suffered a severe illness recently and has grown so thin that even a gentle breeze could knock her over. She was once such a striking beauty. Following behind them, Niu Qingfeng pieced together their conversation and swiftly drew a conclusion. Du Lingyan had fallen gravely ill, consulted a fortune teller, and was told that adopting a guardian would turn her misfortune into good fortune. Consequently, Du Ruding had sought out the venerable Master Ouyang to serve as adoptive father for Du Lingyan. The more he considered it, the more convinced he became. If Master Ouyang was indeed adopting a daughter, he should seize this opportunity to present the master with an extravagant gift. Yet upon reflecting on his family's modest circumstances, providing for his education was already a tremendous strain. The tuition at Qingyao Academy was steep, several taels of silver annually, alongside social obligations among classmates, resulting in considerable expenses. He had once resented being born into a humble family lacking the wealth to navigate such affairs. Otherwise, had he presented Du Lingyan with a costly tribute today, the coveted position in the county examination would undoubtedly have been his. Regrettably, he possessed no silver. His hand instinctively reached into his garments and brushed against a hard object. It was his jade pendant. This pendant, he had been told, was a family heirloom that he had worn continuously. After a moment's deliberation, he clenched his teeth, removed the jade, and resolved to offer it as a congratulatory gift to Du Lingyan. The gathering arrived at the courtyard where Du Ruding waited to one side. Master Ouyang was immaculately dressed, his hair neatly groomed, a rosiness gracing his cheeks from the wine he had consumed. He resided within the academy grounds. His wife had passed away the previous year, and their son was reportedly stationed at the provincial capital, rarely returning home. Since her death, it had been uncommon to witness such a radiant smile upon his face. At that moment, he observed Du Lingyan approaching hand in hand with a gracefully attired young lady. Niu Qingfeng was taken aback when he saw someone walking hand in hand with Du Lingyan. It was none other than Gu Qianqian. She wore a pale pink dress. Though she was rather stout, she radiated vitality, especially in her face. Previously, her face had been full of jowls with tiny, spiritless eyes. But now, having lost some weight, her face had slimmed considerably. Her eyes appeared larger and deep as the starry sky, brimming with a lively aura. Her hair was styled in a look that suited her perfectly, making her face appear round and radiant as a silver plate. Looking at her face alone, she seemed like a completely different person from before. Niu Qingfeng noticed that Du Lingyan and Gu Qianqian were holding hands, their relationship clearly close. Since Du Lingyan was about to be adopted as the disciple's righteous daughter, he felt it necessary to curry favor with her. So he hurried over and said, "Miss Du, with your noble status, how can you associate with someone like Gu Qianqian?" Du Lingyan was in the middle of conversing with Gu Qianqian. When she saw him approach, she asked, "Who are you?" "I am Niu Qingfeng from the same village as Gu Qianqian." Du Lingyan's expression turned slightly cold. "You just said that someone as noble as me shouldn't associate with Gu Qianqian. Do you consider Gu Qianqian's status to be humble?" Niu Qingfeng shot Gu Qianqian a sidelong glance. "A country bumpkin from the village. Naturally, she can't compare to you, Miss Du." Du Lingyan chuckled. "You're from the same village. If she's a country bumpkin, then what are you? A rough country bumpkin." The remark successfully amused everyone. It also made Niu Qingfeng's ears turn bright red with embarrassment. Although Niu Qingfeng's family could not compare with those in town, they were the wealthiest household in the village. As a result, he had nearly forgotten that he too was a country person. He had originally prepared a long list of insults for Gu Qianqian, but now he couldn't utter a single word. Finally, he managed only, "Miss Du, you should be cautious associating with her." Then he took out a jade pendant. "Congratulations on becoming the disciple's righteous daughter." "Me?" Du Lingyan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Niu Qingfeng, this jade pendant is quite nice." She took the pendant and weighed it in her hand. "It's quite heavy. One can tell it's fine quality jade." Then she handed the pendant to Gu Qianqian. "It's for you." Niu Qingfeng was startled. "Miss Du, this pendant is a congratulatory gift for you." But Du Lingyan smiled. "Isn't this congratulatory gift supposed to be for Ouyang Fuzi's righteous daughter?" "Yes," Niu Qingfeng said with an awkward expression. "But you can't just pass it on to someone else. This is our family's heirloom." Just then the steward called out, "Everyone take your positions. Please welcome Ouyang Fuzi's righteous daughter." It is time to bow and address him as father. Gu Qianqian walked forward, knelt on the cushion before Ouyang Fuzi, and bowed deeply. "Righteous father." Everyone was stunned. No one expected the person being recognized as the righteous daughter to be Gu Qianqian. Ouyang Fuzi took out a pre-prepared red envelope and placed it into her hands. "My good daughter." The steward clapped first, and the other students followed suit, applauding and cheering enthusiastically. Only Niu Qingfeng stood there alone, dumbstruck. Gu Qianqian walked over and tossed the jade pendant back to him. "Your family heirloom. I'm afraid I cannot accept it." He caught it. The crowd began to disperse, their laughing and chatting reaching his ears painfully sharp. He clenched the jade pendant tightly and fled like a stray dog in disarray. Since she had acknowledged Ouyang Fuzi as her righteous father, Gu Qianqian decided she should prepare an evening meal for him. For this dinner, she chose to make braised dishes. Normally, the Fuzi ate at the academy's dining hall. His private kitchen had not seen fire for a long time until Gu Qianqian arrived and lit it that day. After the ceremony concluded, Gu Qianqian changed back into her clothes. That new outfit was far too cumbersome for work. Coarse cloth garments were better. She wouldn't worry about getting them dirty. Carrying a basket, she headed to the vegetable market to buy meat for the braised dishes. Du Lingyan also wanted to go, but Gu Qianqian, worried she would grow too tired, asked her to rest at Ouyang Fuzi's home. Du Lingyan happened to feel quite weary herself, so she went to sleep. Gu Qianqian carried her bamboo basket to the market. It was already afternoon, and there was not much meat available to buy. She managed to find a piece of beef, 2 pork trotters, 1 pork stomach, and a string of pork intestines. She also bought half a hen along with green onions, ginger, and garlic. Just after completing her purchases, she turned around and saw Niu Qingfeng. He stood there watching her with a strange expression. She had no interest in engaging with such a person and simply walked past him. "Qianqian." Niu Qingfeng called out, his voice as tender as possible. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but shiver. She glanced at him sideways and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Niu Qingfeng followed after her, his expression still unusually odd, seeming repulsed, yet forcing tenderness upon his face. He gathered his emotions carefully. "Qianqian, I was wrong before. My eyes and heart were clouded. How could I have rejected you? How cruel of me to have hurt you like that. Qianqian, please forgive my ignorance and recklessness in the past. I hate myself. Hate my cruelty, hate my blindness. Qianqian, today, I finally realized your excellence. If I could start over, I would surely tell you those 3 words seriously. I am willing. He spoke passionately for a long time, almost moving himself to tears. But when he glanced at Gu Qianqian, he found her looking at him, as if he were a fool. Are you done? Qianqian. Gu Qianqian ignored him and turned to leave. Niu Qingfeng actually ran over and blocked her path. Niu Qingfeng, do you think I have good manners and am easy to bully? Everyone has a limit to their patience. He was like sticky candy, impossible to shake off, and utterly disgusting. Qianqian, you won't forgive me, will you? Niu Qingfeng looked agitated. He could not understand. Previously, when Gu Qianqian confessed her feelings to him, it was one thing, but now that he was the one initiating, why would she ignore him? Niu Qingfeng, I truly detest you. I have said it many times, I do not like you. You look like a woman yourself, painting your eyebrows and applying powder. You're disgusting to look at. She noticed he had even secretly applied a bit of rouge to his lips. Gu Qianqian felt as though she might retch. The original owner was truly strange to have fallen for such a dandy. Gu Taohong had even pushed the original owner into the water to drown her, all for the sake of this man. What kind of brain damage must one have to commit such an act? Niu Qingfeng paused. He had always been concerned about his appearance. Afraid of tanning, afraid of not having rosy lips and white teeth, afraid of not possessing picturesque brows and eyes. Why had all of this become a flaw in Gu Qianqian's eyes? Qianqian, I know you are still angry with me, so you are deliberately saying these things. But deep down you still like me, right? Gu Qianqian desperately wanted to slap him away. Qianqian, rest assured. Starting now you can ask me to do anything. Really? Gu Qianqian's gaze fell to the ground, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Niu Qingfeng's heart swelled with delight at her question, convinced that his charm had finally won her over. He felt that Gu Qianqian harbored fondness for him deep in her heart. Girls were simply a bit more reserved. He had once thought this fat man truly detested him, yet a mere flattery turned the fellow entirely obedient. It seemed that if he persuaded her to plead with the dean for a quota allowing him to compete in the township tournament, she would spare no effort to assist him. Thus he puffed out his chest, though it lacked muscle, and declared with confidence, of course it's true. Gu Qianqian chuckled, pointing at the fresh pile of dog dung on the ground. Eat that. It's still warm. Niu Qingfeng could hardly believe his ears. What was this damn fat man talking about? Make him eat dog feces. A wave of nausea overwhelmed him, his stomach churning violently. He rushed to the wall and retched uncontrollably. When he finished and looked back, Gu Qianqian had already vanished. Biting his teeth in fury, he muttered, "Damn woman, if I can't handle you, I won't even bear the surname Niu." Stumbling from dizziness, he lurched forward and suddenly slipped, falling flat on the ground. A terrible stench assaulted his nostrils. He looked down and cried out in horror. He had slipped right onto that very pile of dog dung, and now his body was smeared with it, the foul odor nearly unbearable. "Oh!" he screamed and took off running. He had to race home immediately, take a proper bath, and change into clean clothes. He needed to powder his face, draw on his eyebrows, and apply rouge. And Gu Qianqian, that cursed overweight woman, would pay for this. He would have his revenge. 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 Naturally, Gu Qianqian had no idea about his ordeal. She returned to the academy with somewhat heavy steps and immediately began preparing the braised dishes. Although Ouyang Fuzi's kitchen hadn't seen fire in quite some time, there was no shortage of cooking utensils. Beyond the essentials they'd used at noon, a large clay pot sat ready, perfect for making braised dishes. She started by cleaning half a hen and placing it in the large clay pot to simmer into broth, then added various spices and seasonings to create the braising liquid. By the time she had thoroughly cleaned the pork tripe and intestines and blanched them along with the trotters and beef, the broth in the clay pot was already bubbling vigorously. She placed all the ingredients intended for braising into the pot and added a handful of red yeast rice, which would give the final dish its rich, glossy red color. Once everything was arranged, she sat nearby and waited. Du Ruding entered the room. "Qianqian, thank you for your hard work this time." "It's nothing." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Exercise is good for my weight loss." "Actually, don't rush it too much," he replied. "Take your time, and you'll lose weight eventually." In the past, the original owner lived like a pig, eating and sleeping endlessly until she weighed 185. Now that she was eating less and exercising more, the results were showing. She estimated she had already lost about 10 pounds. Becoming slim and swift was only a matter of time. I myself think I'm too fat. It's not just about looks. The worst part is feeling clumsy and heavy. How did you get so skilled at cooking? It's natural talent, isn't that enough? Gu Qianqian said, laughing at herself. The excuse sounded too obvious. The two chatted idly together. Du Ruding noticed that no matter what topic he brought up, she could keep up with the conversation. From cooking to business to poetry and literature, she could engage with everything. This only reinforced his conviction that she had become someone entirely different. The girl before him was no longer the shallow fool she had been. Had she drowned when he rescued her that day? Regardless, he found this new Gu Qianqian far more likable and deserving of respect. She possessed many shining qualities and remarkable wisdom, like a treasure trove or a book whose opening chapter compels you to keep reading. Brother, why are you here? The master is looking for you. Du Ruding smiled faintly and turned to leave. But Du Lingyan paid no mind, inhaling deeply. How fragrant. Qianqian, for the sake of our sisterhood, could you save me an extra portion when you're done? All right. Gu Qianqian gazed at her friend's paper-thin frame and said tenderly, from now on, whether I'm at your house or not, you must eat properly. I know. Du Lingyan laughed. I only care about the present moment. The two giggled and playful as the braised dishes finished cooking. Gu Qianqian lifted them out to reveal their rich, glossy red appearance. How did you achieve that color? The housewives I employ make braised pork that looks dreadful, uniformly dark. They relied on soy sauce for coloring, which clearly wouldn't work. The proper method required caramelizing sugar, a technique that demanded considerable skill. Even the chefs at Tianxian Pavilion could not master it. They didn't even know what sugar caramelization meant. As for the imperial chefs in the capital palace, it was unclear whether they possessed this knowledge either. Gu Qianqian explained, because my technique is excellent. Du Lingyan immediately agreed, that's true. Your skills are indeed outstanding. Anyone who disagrees, I'll break their legs. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. You're quite barbaric. Once the braised dishes were ready, she scooped them out. Du Lingyan spotted the pork tripe and intestines and eagerly asked, the chefs at Tianxian Pavilion prepare these awful dishes wonderfully. I thought you didn't enjoy them. Although not many people eat them, when prepared properly, they're quite delicious. Du Lingyan paused to consider, then added, Tianxian Pavilion has stir-fried pork tripe with money mushrooms and braised fatty intestines. Both actually quite good. Gu Qianqian smiled. Then come taste what I've made later. She transferred all the braised items onto a bamboo rack to drain. The half chicken had been boiled down to just bones, which she discarded. Next, she heated a large iron wok on the stove, sprinkled sugar inside, placed the rack over it, and covered the lid to smoke the braised dishes with caramelized sugar. This technique left Du Lingyan utterly amazed. Qianqian, is this for better flavor? It's also a secret method. Gu Qianqian smiled. It enhances both the aroma and texture. Indeed, the sugar-smoked braised dishes carried a caramel fragrance that made them even more enticing and sweet. The color deepened further compared to when they were first removed. Qianqian, you know so much. Hurry and slice some tripe for me. Gu Qianqian laughed. Look at you drooling. She sliced a piece of tripe for her and arranged the rest on a large round platter, working quickly to finish cutting all the braised items. She prepared a small bowl of dipping sauce with vinegar and light soy sauce, placing it in the center of the platter. The beautifully arranged dish was carried to the table, immediately catching Ouyang Fuzi's attention. Adoptive father, please enjoy your drinks with young Master Du while I prepare 2 more dishes. Du Lingyan had been standing beside her, sampling everything, and was in high spirits. Qianqian, let's go cook together. While they enjoyed their meal in good cheer, Niu Qingfeng in Gu family village was suffering terribly. Niu Qingfeng had washed himself with 10 basins of water, yet he still felt his body reeked of an unbearable stench. His skin was already rubbed raw. He rose from the basin and gazed at the bronze mirror where his slender figure, fair and flushed skin and large watery eyes moistened by the steam, made him feel slightly better. He dressed himself and sat before the mirror, meticulously shaping his brows, applying powder, and dabbing on a bit of rouge. Niu Xianhua entered. Brother, let me comb your hair. Niu Qingfeng did not utter a word. He let Niu Xianhua carefully comb his hair, and place an exquisite pearl hairpin onto his crown. Brother, it's all that fatso's fault. You must not let her off easily. Rest assured, Niu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. I've already thought it through. Hoping she would use her connections with the master is impossible. Since it's impossible, she's utterly useless. His handsome face in the bronze mirror twisted. I'm going to find 2 men, knock her out, and sell her to the brothel. Good heavens! Niu Xianhua gasped, then quickly covered her mouth. So thrilling. But such an ungrateful wretch deserves this treatment. A beautiful man like my brother, like a celestial youth descended from heaven, deigned to speak to her. That was already a great honor. And she dared to be so ungrateful. She should be sold to the brothel and ruined by men. Exactly. Niu Qingfeng clenched his teeth fiercely, his eyes brimming with hatred. I must find several men to thoroughly take care of her. His almost ferocious expression startled even Niu Xianhua. Brother, it's getting late. You should eat quickly and return to the academy. I'm not eating, Niu Qingfeng said. I need to contact people right away. The sooner I sell her off, the sooner I can quench this burning hatred. Niu Qingfeng hurriedly left Gu family village and headed toward the town. He knew a few thugs with whom he often caroused. Now was the perfect time to use them. After dealing with Gu Qianqian, he would think of a way to use a seduction tactic to charm Du Lingyan. Thus he could make Du Lingyan plead with Master Ouyang on his behalf. As he walked and pondered, just after leaving the village, 2 figures approached from ahead. Stop! The 2 men, one in front and one behind, blocked his way. Niu Qingfeng was terrified, his legs trembling. 2 big brothers. What do you want? The 2 men before him were burly and rough, as if they had never bathed, exuding a pungent stench of sweat. Looking at your fine clothes, you must be a rich young master. We want to get some silver to spend. They flashed a gleaming knife. Niu Qingfeng dared not refuse. He quickly pulled out his loose silver. Here, that's all I have. One of the men stepped forward to search, and immediately felt the jade pendant on him. What's this? It was now night, and by the moonlight they could see a jade pendant, warm and smooth to the touch. Having done such deeds many times, they knew it was a valuable item at a glance. They promptly pocketed it. By the moonlight, the man saw Niu Qingfeng's face clearly and let out a lewd chuckle. Boss, this pretty boy is quite good looking. I want to have some fun. The other man leaned in. Tisk, tisk, such delicate skin, better than a catamite. Just when we're short of cash, someone delivers meat to the hungry. Niu Qingfeng was petrified. Don't come near me. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Scream all you want. In this desolate wilderness with no light, you could scream your throat out, and no one would come to save you. Besides, you won't have a mouth to scream with soon. With that, they covered his mouth and dragged him into a nearby thicket. Their movements were brutally rough, and in a few moments they tore his meticulously prepared clothes to shreds. He opened his mouth to cry for help, but a huge, foul-smelling mouth covered his. Niu Qingfeng nearly went mad. The body he had just washed with 10 basins of water and layered with fragrant powder was now defiled by 2 crude, sweat-drenched ruffians. He hadn't even had a chance to seduce Du Lingyan. A sharp pain, and he blacked out. When he awoke, the sky was almost light. The 2 ruffians had left, taking all his silver and the jade pendant. His clothes were torn to shreds. He wanted to sneak back home before dawn to get new clothes. Every step was excruciating, and his heart burned with rage. It was all that fatso Gu Qianqian's fault. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never suffered such humiliation. Staggering back, he ran while plotting revenge against Gu Qianqian. Thinking it was still dark and the villagers were not yet up, he crept into the village. But as soon as he entered, a shrill scream pierced the air. Ah, a pervert! Sister Hahua's piercing cry was filled with excitement. She lunged, grabbed Niu Qingfeng's arm, fell to the ground, and clung to his leg, even copping a feel. Everyone come catch a pervert. Early in the morning, stark naked, harassing me. Niu Qingfeng was terrified. Who was harassing whom? At her shout, all the neighbors rushed out, brandishing sticks and beating him mercilessly. Niu Qingfeng saw the crowd growing larger and felt the world spin. He fainted again. When he woke up, he was lying in his own bed. His mother sat by the bed weeping. My son, what kind of misfortune has befallen you? Niu Qingfeng stared blankly at the ceiling. This was a disgrace beyond words. Now the entire village knew he had been assaulted. If word spread to the academy, he felt he could no longer live. His mother wiped her tears. Son, doctor who examined you. He said rest a few days and wash with herbal medicine and you'll be fine. Fortunately, he was a man. If he were a woman, she would never be able to hold her head up again. Nor would she marry well. But Niu Qingfeng couldn't bear the shame. He had always held himself in high regard, and now he had such a stain. The most infuriating part was that the two men were not only ugly but also stank to high heaven, making him wish he were dead. Fortunately, in this era, rich and noble families often had a perverse fondness for keeping male concubines. Niu Xianhua said indignantly, "It's all that fatso Gu Qianqian's fault. If not for her, you wouldn't have stepped in dog shit or encountered this." Niu Qingfeng's hands clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth fiercely. He would take revenge. He would make Gu Qianqian suffer more than he did and make her regret it for 8 lifetimes. Early that morning, Gu Qianqian rose to prepare breakfast for Du Lingyan and Du Ruding. "Qianqian," said Du Lingyan, who had been well rested lately and also woke particularly early that morning, "what delicious dishes are you making?" "Chung Fun," Gu Qianqian smiled. "You haven't tried it before, have you?" Fortunately, she had kept a set of bamboo steamers for making Chung Fun in her spatial dimension, and this time, she took them out to use. The steamer set was quite small, but had many layers. Water was added to the iron pot, and once the steamers were placed on top and the water came to a boil, the prepared rice batter was poured into the trays. Eggs and minced meat were added, and after steaming until cooked through, they were transferred to a plate. Once a full dish was assembled, a savory sauce was drizzled over it. Du Lingyan inhaled deeply. "It smells so fragrant. I've never had this before. Take it to my brother. My elder brother hasn't woken up yet." "Who says I haven't?" Du Ruding had already walked in. "I've been up for a while." He had been waiting for the breakfast she made. Taking the plate of Chung Fun from Du Lingyan's hands, he left the kitchen with a bright smile. "Look at my brother. How can he be like that? Shouldn't he say, 'Sister, your health has just recovered, come you eat first'?" Gu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. She quickly made another plate, poured the sauce over it, and said, "All right, go eat." After the two finished eating, Gu Qianqian brought over 2 more plates. Du Ruding called out, "You should eat too." "You two go ahead. I'm not hungry." How could she not be hungry? She was dieting, and every day she felt uncomfortable from the constant hunger. But seeing her figure gradually slimming down, she was truly happy. "I'm done," said Du Ruding, rising to his feet. "I have something to attend to, so I'll head out first." Gu Qianqian watched his retreating back and smiled. "We two eat." She had originally planned to make another plate, but Du Ruding only finished one, leaving just enough for her to finish the second. Du Lingyan said, "Qianqian, the braised dishes you made yesterday were absolutely delicious. Could you make another batch?" Of course. Du Ruding had given her 100 taels of silver. Could she not satisfy such a small request? Yesterday was probably the happiest day for Scholar Ouyang since his wife passed away. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian said, "Then I should visit him often in the future." "Qianqian, now that my health has recovered, are you really going to leave?" "Naturally. Now that you're well, how could I stay? I have my own affairs to attend to as well." She had yet to use the camel-drawn cart for making wontons that she had crafted for 1 tael of silver. "But what if I want to eat your food? I'll be setting up a stall in town every morning. Then I'll come to your stall for breakfast." "Good. By the way, wouldn't it be better to open a shop in town?" "Not quite yet. We'll talk about it later." Carrying a cart allowed her the freedom to move around with very few costs to consider. Running a physical shop would require much more careful planning. Besides, she could not guarantee how long she would remain here. Du Ruding was a kind person, but she did not wish to burden him too heavily. Even among friends, it was best to keep financial entanglements to a minimum. She wanted to build her own career, but she was determined to rely solely on her own 2 hands, never on others. Back in her previous life in the modern era, she had also relied on her exceptional culinary skills to establish herself in a restaurant. Once she had accumulated sufficient capital, she started her own business. The early days were difficult, but after enduring that period, everything began to improve. Gradually, her business grew larger and larger. However, she had one principle: she would never open branch stores. If she did, she would no longer be able to personally oversee the cooking, and she could not guarantee the quality of the dishes. She ran only a single shop. Even later, when she had several chefs under her command, they were all personally trained by her. Their flavors remained true to her own legacy. While they were eating, Chui Gua came running in hurriedly. Miss Master and young Master Mu are back. Master Du truly favored his illegitimate son. He had not only handed over his business operations to Du Miao, but also frequently took him along to meet clients and negotiate deals. Master Du himself had personally chosen the name Du Miao, meaning the sole surviving seedling, revealing the depth of his affection, which was truly one of a kind. At the very least, it subtly signaled his lack of fondness for Du Ruding, who was born of Master Du and Madame Du. In Master Du's heart, Madame Du was like a fishbone that pricked him whenever he thought of her. He had built his fortune with the support of Madame Du's family, which left him with an inferiority complex he could never shake. Even though Madame Du treated him exceedingly well, embodying the virtues of an ideal wife and mother, a man's sense of inadequacy runs deep in his bones. If he were a grateful man, he would surely cherish Madame Du and treat her parents as his own. Yet the fact that Master Du had dallied with concubine Feng outside and fathered an illegitimate child proved that he was nothing more than a pitiful, insecure man. He lacked gratitude and was merely a self-made man who had climbed socially. Now that Madame Du was gone, he had grown even more brazen, convinced that Du Miao was his beloved child, because concubine Feng was the woman he cherished most. The child born of his favorite woman was in his eyes his finest offspring. As for Du Ruding and Du Lingyan, an invisible barrier existed between them and him. Du Lingyan finished her plate of chung fan and wiped her mouth. They're back, so what? What's all the fuss about? She remembered that when she was very young, Master Du would bring her small gifts whenever he returned. But later he stopped doing so entirely. Afterwards, when Madame Du passed away and concubine Feng arrived, Master Du resumed bringing gifts. But they were always for concubine Feng and Du Miao, with not a single one meant for her and Du Ruding. Gu Qianqian could read the thoughts behind Du Lingyan's expression from her demeanor. Sigh, I've been ill for so long and my father hasn't even come to see me. It's all been my brother managing everything. Such a father truly had no conscience. Du Lingyan sighed. Fortunately, my mother realized this early on and devoted herself to raising my brother, teaching him the value of endurance. Only through endurance could they survive and wait until they were strong enough to stand on their own. Gu Qianqian nodded. Then your years following your mother's passing must have been incredibly hard for you both. We've grown accustomed to it. Over these years, my feelings toward my father have only grown colder. She offered a faint smile. But fortunately, my maternal grandfather's side has been very kind to us. My uncles have all helped my brother and have not stood by idly. My father would not go so far as to be completely ruthless, but what else could I expect from a man like him? His heart belongs to concubine Feng. At that moment, Chui Gua, who was standing nearby, gossipingly added, Miss, please stop lamenting for now, and come take a look quickly. Father has brought home a new concubine. What? Du Lingyan nearly jumped out of her seat. Gu Qianqian asked, do you want to go take a look? No, Du Lingyan shook her head. I won't go. As they were speaking, old Madame Hua, who served concubine Feng, approached. Old Madame Hua paid no heed to Gu Qianqian. Hey, fatty, prepare a feast for the master and young Master Miao immediately. No fewer than 20 dishes. Du Lingyan let out a cold laugh. Concubine Feng's audacity grows ever greater. She now dares to command my people. Old Madame Hua smiled with a forced lightness. Miss, you speak wrongly. It was the master's order, not the concubine's intention. Do not use my father to suppress me. My father and Du Miao have the household cooks to attend to them. Xianxian is no hired servant. She is my friend. Gu Qianqian remained silent. When she first arrived, she had made it clear that she would only prepare meals for Du Lingyan. Out of mutual goodwill, she had also allowed Du Ruding to dine with them. Old Madame Hua continued in a sinister tone. Then, miss, does that mean you refuse to obey the master's command? Gu Qianqian knew that in ancient times filial piety demanded obedience to parental words, or else one would be deemed unfilial. Du Lingyan was already not favored by Master Du, and this would only worsen the rift. So she said, please lead the way. I wish to see Master Du. Oh, a coarse kitchen maid dares to meet the master. Is that not allowed? Gu Qianqian smiled faintly, her round face suddenly appearing somewhat endearing. Du Lingyan quickly interjected, Qianqian, you must not go. You came to care for me, not to cook for everyone in this household. She was no mere kitchen maid of the Du residence. Old Madame Hua, seeing that she had sufficiently stirred, Gu Qianqian said, "Then fatty girl, follow me." With that she led Gu Qianqian toward the main hall. Gu Qianqian tried to follow, but was stopped by Gu Qianqian. Given Gu Qianqian's temperament, she would only provoke Master Du further. In the main hall, Master Du sat sipping tea, while concubine Feng occupied the seat of the mistress. Du Miao sat in a lower position, and the newly arrived beauty stood beside the master, massaging his shoulders, displaying her favored status. "So you are the new cook?" "Wrong," Gu Qianqian replied decisively in response to Master Du's inquiry. "I am not." "Oh, then what are you here for?" "Miss Du is ill. I am here to care for her for a few days. I hear you cook well. Show us your skills at noon. Let us taste your cooking." Master Du's words were direct, and his tone cold, instantly revealing a chilling and formidable demeanor. "If Master Du invites me to cook, it is not impossible. But as a businessman, you must understand that there is no such thing as a free meal. You dare to negotiate with me?" Her confident posture surprised Master Du. He had assumed she was merely a rustic country girl who could cook a little. How insolent! Concubine Feng's face darkened. "The master honors you by asking you to cook, yet you, a country bumpkin, dare to be so presumptuous." She was already seething with anger because Master Du had brought back a beautiful concubine. This sudden upheaval had completely disrupted all her plans. Her pent-up rage had no outlet. Gu Qianqian cast a calm glance at her. "Concubine Feng, your words are incorrect. The one who invited me to care for Miss Du was not Master Du, nor have I ever received any favor from him. Moreover, all beings are equal. Why speak of honoring me?" This retort was remarkably clever, especially the phrase, "all beings are equal." Since Master Du was a businessman, she had noticed a statue of a reclining Buddha in the courtyard and various Buddhist icons elsewhere, confirming that he was a Buddhist. To a Buddhist, such words would resonate, though he was an ungrateful, treacherous, and despicable man. Master Du chuckled. "You mean if I want to eat your cooking, I must pay, eh?" "Precisely," Gu Qianqian said. "I may not be in the big business like you, Master Du, but I am a small trader. Business is business regardless of scale. Free meals are not allowed." Concubine Feng fumed. "You stubborn country bumpkin. How can you be so obstinate?" "It's fine." Master Du nodded. "How much?" 10 taels of silver. This was a blatant overcharge. Concubine Feng immediately shrieked. "Why don't you just rob a bank?" "Huh. Even the head chef at the Celestial Tower doesn't charge that much." Gu Qianqian remained unruffled. "Their skills are inferior to mine, so my price is higher." "Agreed," Master Du said indifferently. "But don't just boast." Gu Qianqian extended her hand. "I always require payment up front before work." "You're asking for a beating." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Concubine Feng, you are mistaken again. Everyone who has tasted my cooking would sooner worship me than dare to strike me." Old Madame Hua sought to curry favor with Master Du. "Master, this insolent country bumpkin is utterly detestable. Let me teach her a lesson." With that she lunged at Gu Qianqian. The next moment a piercing scream echoed. Old Madame Hua flew backward like a plucked hen hurtling through the air. Gu Qianqian's expression remained unchanged save for a slight curl of her lips. "I am a refined person. I dislike engaging in brutish acts." Concubine Feng's face turned green with rage. "Refined? She. If all refined people in the world perished, she would still be the last." Master Du's eyes narrowed slightly, and he no longer underestimated this rotund cook. "Pay her." As soon as the words left his mouth, young Master Miao, seated to the side, handed over a piece of silver weighing about 10 taels. "Miss, please hurry. Father is hungry." Gu Qianqian took the silver, nodded lightly, and turned to leave. This young Master Miao appeared younger than Du Ruding, with a sullen expression, pale skin, and a striking resemblance to Concubine Feng. But he bore no resemblance to Master Du at all. She supposed his looks took after Concubine Feng. Gu Qianqian had dealt with countless people in her past life, honing her exceptional judgment. Although Du Ruding did not closely resemble Master Du, she could detect a slight similarity in their features. But in Du Miao she found not even a trace of resemblance. However, this was none of her concern. As a paid cook, she maintained high professional ethics. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw that the ingredients were plentiful, likely prepared in anticipation of the master's return. Stewardly greeted her with a flattering smile. "Miss, are you cooking for the young lady?" The incident where old Madame Rouen was kicked to death by Du Ruding had cast a long shadow over the kitchen. That affair had been instigated by Steward Li, ultimately leading to old Madame Rouen's death. Just now Gu Qianqian had sent old Madame Hua flying with a single kick, stunning the entire Du household. No one knew who this formidable woman really was. I will prepare the midday meal today. Steward Li's heart skipped a beat. Gu Qianqian glanced at her and instantly saw through her intentions from her expression. Rest assured, I am here for the money, not to steal your business. Manager Li hurriedly said, Then let me help you, miss. The vegetables are already washed. I do not need your help. You may leave first. She placed a basket nearby filled with seasonings needed for cooking. Manager Li, seeing this, had even less desire to leave and came closer. Miss, are these all your seasonings? Secret recipe. Gu Qianqian deliberately spoke in a mysterious tone, hoping to spare herself further questioning. Oh. Manager Li's eyes darted around like a cunning fox. So this chubby girl's cooking was so delicious because of these seasonings. If that were the case, if she had these seasonings too, could she create equally delicious dishes? Thinking this, she slowly approached the seasonings, wanting to see clearly what was inside. But then, she tragically discovered she could not read a single character. She was illiterate, and so were the other kitchen maids. They could not recognize a sack full of large characters. Gu Qianqian had many dishes to prepare today, so she was busy. First came chopping and preparing vegetables, fundamental skills for any cook and thus nothing difficult for her. Although Grandma Li could not read the characters, she had been a kitchen maid for decades. By watching, she could roughly understand what many of the things were. Especially when Gu Qianqian was pickling, she sniffed hard and could catch a hint of the aroma. But the result disappointed her. These secret recipes were nothing but basic seasonings like soy sauce and vinegar. These were also available in the kitchen. Not just Manager Li, but several other kitchen maids had gathered around to watch. Gu Qianqian said, You had better leave first. Too many people in the kitchen makes it inconvenient to work. Manager Li, upon hearing this, hatched a plan. Everyone stopped surrounding her. Let us all go out. The miss can handle the master's lunch alone. It is rare for everyone to have a free noon. Let us go pick some flowers from the garden ahead and bring them back. With that, she led everyone away. Those kitchen maids knew exactly what she meant. They wanted to embarrass Gu Qianqian. With so many dishes to chop and stir-fry alone, would she not be exhausted to death? Worse still, by afternoon the dishes might not even be ready. Everyone gathered outside and picked a large basket of flowers. Manager Li said to one of the kitchen maids, Go secretly and see if she is crying in anxiety. The old woman grinned wickedly. Need I say more? She is definitely there crying with tears, and Snot probably even forgot to add salt. The main thing is no one is lighting the fire for her. Doing both the stove work and the prep alone. No wonder she would be exhausted to death. Manager Li smiled contentedly. I was planning to stay in the kitchen and help her. Hee hee, look at that. What is she acting so high and mighty for? Alright, go busy yourself then. The old woman quietly slipped into the kitchen and hid behind the window to watch. She saw Gu Qianqian stir-frying, her hands moving up and down so fast that a dish was done in no time. Almost every stove in the kitchen was lit with pan-frying, stir-frying, braising, and deep-frying, all being done simultaneously. Before long, the long table for serving dishes was filled with food. Looking at Gu Qianqian's knife skills, the sliced vegetables were exquisitely beautiful. The shredded pieces were all uniform in thickness, the slices evenly sized, and she even carved patterns into them. What shocked her most was when Gu Qianqian casually picked up a radish and with a small knife sketched what appeared to be random strokes, quickly transforming it into a flower. After soaking it in red water, the flower immediately became extraordinarily beautiful. There was also a large pumpkin. With a few quick cuts and extensive carving using a small knife, it somehow became a phoenix standing atop mountains with flowers blooming beneath. With such craftsmanship, not only could it surpass Tianxian Tower, but even combining all the chefs in the entire town could not match it. At this moment, Suigua arrived with the mansion's maids. Under Gu Qianqian's arrangements, everyone carried the dishes toward the dining hall ahead. Gu Qianqian placed the pumpkin-carved phoenix at the center of the table with other dishes arranged around it. Looking at it, Lord Du could not help but feel his eyes light up. Did you make all of these? Yes. Gu Qianqian replied nonchalantly. 10 taels of silver. Is it worth it? Worth it, Lord Du smiled. It looks excellent. I wonder how it tastes. Gu Qianqian had garnished each dish, making them extraordinarily beautiful. Mistress Feng looked at the table full of dishes and was beside herself with rage. She never expected this country bumpkin to possess such skills. Seeing Lord Du's newly acquired beauty Yue standing by his side, personally serving him food, she felt an indescribable sense of intimacy between them. Mistress Feng was even more infuriated, yet she could not explode in front of Lord Du. Gu Qianqian shot her a cold glance. Mistress Feng had previously harmed Seng Yang and Gu Xiaoqing, and that debt remained unsettled. Now that Du Miao had returned, it was evident that Du Ruding and Du Miao had conflicts. At that time, she could give Du Ruding a hand. Mistress Feng felt the icy gaze from Gu Qianqian. However, she merely assumed Gu Qianqian was putting on a show with all these fine dishes to flatter Lord Du, thinking she could rely on him to back her up. A cold smirk spread across Mistress Feng's mind. This country girl was truly living in fantasy. Though nominally a concubine in the Du mansion, she was essentially the mistress in all but name. Moreover, her son, Du Miao, now controlled the entire Du family business. This time Lord Du was taking him to meet the old clients. A transfer of power indicating he was gradually stepping back from business affairs. In the future, the entire Du mansion would be theirs. Lord Du tasted a bite. The flavor is quite good as well. He then used his chopsticks to pick up a bit and fed it to Yue. My little treasure, try it too. Yue hesitated slightly before parting her cherry-like lips and accepting the food. She then poured a glass of wine and offered it to Lord Du. Master, have a drink as well. The two acted coquettishly together while Lord Du's hands were far from restrained, wandering over Yue's figure. Gu Qianqian's gaze swept lightly, catching Yue's sidelong glance toward young Master Du Miao. There was something unusual between their exchanged looks. She quickly looked away. It seemed the Du mansion was full of dramatic spectacles, becoming increasingly entertaining. These wealthy households may shine on the surface, but their insides are crawling with vermin. At this moment, a figure walked in. Gu Qianqian looked up and saw that Du Ruding's expression was somewhat grave. It was only after he saw Gu Qianqian and the table full of dishes that his expression eased slightly. Father has returned, Du Ruding said lightly. Elder brother. Du Miao stood up and called out respectfully, but his eyes were full of malevolence. Du Ruding only nodded slightly. Father, how are the dishes made by Miss Xianxian? Old Master Du nodded, his expression somewhat cool. Not bad. In my decades of traveling far and wide, I have never seen dishes with such perfect color, aroma, and flavor. He said, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Miss Xianxian, would you be willing to stay in the Du residence? Gu Qianqian shook her head. I prefer a life of freedom. If I stayed in the Du residence, it would go against my original intention. Du Ruding said, Father, Miss Xianxian is a friend of Lingyan. We cannot force her to do what she is unwilling to do. Concubine Feng gave a cold laugh. She's just a country bumpkin. Who would refuse silver when offered? Better than being a mud-spattered laborer in the fields. Her words were unpleasant, but the logic was sound. Gu Qianqian nodded. Concubine Feng's words are very true. I fully agree with your suggestion. However, people have different ideas. She said, then gave a slight bow and left the hall. Du Ruding followed her out. Concubine Feng watched the two leave together, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Gu Qianqian returned to Du Lingyan's room. Du Lingyan immediately asked about the situation. After Gu Qianqian told her, Du Lingyan snorted coldly. I knew it. Concubine Feng has no good intentions. She wants you to stay here, cook delicious food for my father every day, and have you work like a beast of burden. Concubine Feng had previously wanted to drive Gu Qianqian away so that she could poison Du Lingyan's meals again, repeating her old trick. However, old Master Du brought back the beautiful Yue, which completely disrupted her plans. She had to shift from dealing with Du Lingyan to dealing with Yue. Yue was young. From now on, there would likely be no place for her in this household. What she worried about most was that with such a vixen in the house, if Yue became pregnant in the future, would old Master Du elevate her to the status of a legal wife. Although the late Madame Du had made old Master Du swear an oath before her death, many years had passed since then. And old Master Du had indeed been faithful for all these years. But even the most solemn oath would eventually fade with time. This was the most urgent matter she needed to address. Since she was not in a hurry to deal with Du Lingyan, and had turned her attention to Wei. There was an opportunity to make Gu Qianqian work for her. Gu Qianqian smiled. Ling Yan, rest assured. I only do what I want to do and will not be disturbed by anyone. She couldn't stay in the Du residence any longer. It would be better to return to her own home early. Actually, I hope you can stay too. Then I would have delicious food every day. Tomorrow I'm going back. Gu Qianqian glanced at Du Ruding. Young Master Du Lingyan has recovered. I should go back too. Leave tomorrow. Du Lingyan was surprised. I'll miss you so much. All good things must come to an end. Besides, I'll still set up my stall in town. It's not like you won't see me. As soon as Gu Qianqian finished speaking, Du Lingyan hugged her. Qianqian. Her life had been saved by Gu Qianqian. Although only a few short days had passed in Du Lingyan's heart, it was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the evening, Old Master Du gave her another 10 taels of silver and asked her to prepare another table of dishes. The next day, just as Gu Qianqian was about to leave, she heard a terrifying scream from the kitchen. Oh my God! Steward Li has fallen into the well. Gu Qianqian had originally intended to go to the kitchen to make breakfast for Du Lingyan, after which she would return home. As it happened, she heard several kitchen maids gathered around the well struggling to pull someone out. When they finally hauled him up, Steward Li was pale as death, having breathed his last. The kitchen immediately fell into chaos, but fortunately the steward soon arrived to handle the matter. Steward Li was the steward's wife. She was usually fierce and intimidating. Now that she was dead, the steward did not seem particularly grieved. He simply followed the household's rules, placed her in a coffin, and had her taken away. Gu Qianqian did not say much. Although she had not been in the Du residence long, she knew that Steward Li always arranged matters the night before. It was extremely rare for her to come to the kitchen so early. Moreover, the manner of Steward Li's death did not seem like a recent fall into the well, nor did it look like drowning. According to her speculation, someone had clearly beaten or knocked Steward Li unconscious and then thrown her into the well. The time of the incident was at least an hour ago. Though she had all sorts of doubts in her mind, since the steward himself had not said anything, why should she meddle in other people's affairs? When she brought the prepared breakfast to Du Lingyan's room, Du Ruding was also there. Seeing him, Gu Qianqian couldn't help but think of Steward Li. She said, Steward Li is dead. She fell into the well. Du Ruding nodded, his face unruffled. Gu Qianqian looked at his expression. I'll go to town to buy some things later, and then I'll head back. Now she had over 100 taels of silver in her pocket. With surplus in hand, she had no need to panic. I'll see you off later. No need, you have your own matters to attend to. With Old Master Du back, the Du residence was once again in a mess. She didn't want to get involved, she could simply extricate herself and leave. But Du Ruding couldn't. He could not extricate himself from this household. Even if he could manage to separate from the family, he couldn't do it. The entire foundation of the Du residence was his mother, Madame Du's. He couldn't just give it away to a bastard son. However, Gu Qianqian believed that Du Ruding would surely stage a brilliant comeback, such as this morning's retrieval of Steward Li from the well. Gu Qianqian felt that this incident must be related to Du Ruding. Du Lingyan had nearly died this time, all because of concubine foam. Steward Li was concubine Feng's person, so she was definitely implicated. Since Du Ruding said he would no longer tolerate it, he was bound to do something. After leaving the Du residence, Gu Qianqian went to town and bought another portion of pork intestines, pork tripe, and beef. She also bought some pork and put it in her space. She did not return directly, but went to Qingya Academy to find Master Ouyang. Godfather. Gu Qianqian saw Master Ouyang as soon as she entered the academy and hurried over to greet him. Qianqian, you've come. I haven't seen you for a couple of days. I missed you. You must be craving my braised dishes, right? You guessed it. Chatting and laughing, the two arrived at Master Ouyang's residence. This time, Gu Qianqian skillfully began cooking. Master Ouyang just watched from the side. He didn't know how to light a fire or wash things, so he could only keep her company with conversation. Soon the aroma wafted out. Godfather, Gu Qianqian said, I came today not only to cook you a delicious meal, but also to ask you a favor. Master Ouyang asked, tell me directly what you need. I have a younger brother. I wish to teach him to read and write. I wonder what books would be suitable for his age. Learn to recognize characters first, then read some poetry and such. Only after he is familiar with them can you teach him tonal patterns. I have bought calligraphy copybooks for him. Could you recommend some good ones, foster father? I have a stack here. I'll bring them back for you. This time Gu Qianqian accompanied Master Ouyang for the meal and also summoned the academy steward. The steward was full of praise for Gu Qianqian's pot stewed dishes. Qianqian, last time I tasted your braised fare, it left an unforgettable aftertaste. I've been longing for another chance to eat it. Gu Qianqian said. Then steward uncle, please indulge yourself to your heart's content today. The steward especially loved the pork intestines and tripe. I used to think the pig offal at Tianxian Tower was delicious, but after tasting yours there seems utterly ordinary. Gu Qianqian smiled. Different flavors. They also have braised beef, which is quite good, but it cannot compare to yours. The beef braised by Gu Qianqian was bright red in color with an enticing aroma that lingered long. It was neither tough nor dry, and when dipped in sauce, it was utterly delicious. This skill of pot stewing was not something ordinary people could surpass. She not only relied on caramel color for the hue, but also used red yeast rice. The most remarkable was her blend of over 100 herbs in the seasoning pouch. If she hadn't prepared it beforehand, she couldn't have gathered all the ingredients in this strange world. After a few cups of wine, Master Ouyang suddenly asked, "Have the candidates for the township competition been decided yet?" "They have," the steward said. 3 people were selected to participate. Master Ouyang nodded without further inquiry. "You've worked hard during this time." The steward suddenly said, "There's something I should mention to you." "Go ahead." "It's about Niu Qingfeng." The steward glanced at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian was startled. "Niu Qingfeng? Why, look at me." She returned a puzzled expression. The steward said, "Niu Qingfeng fell ill and missed the selection exam. He came to me today and said." "Said what?" Master Ouyang took a small sip and inquired. "Said that he and Qianqian." The steward was hesitating today, which annoyed Master Ouyang. "Why are you speaking so half-heartedly? I'm embarrassed to say it." "Well, he said that he and Qianqian are lovers and will marry soon." "Pak." Gu Qianqian spat first. Listen to him talking nonsense. It was infuriating. This Niu Qingfeng would say anything to get a spot in the township competition. Did he say that and then ask you to arrange a place for him in the competition? "Yes," the steward said with a smile. "But his literary talent is far from sufficient. He thinks his essays are as splendid as brocade," Gu Qianqian said disdainfully. "He blames his poor family background for not being able to participate." The steward asked curiously, "Did he tell you that too?" "Yes. Let me state this clearly here, I have no relationship whatsoever with Niu Qingfeng. He is a man of utterly corrupt morals and character, narrow-minded, and always projecting his own faults onto others. He is truly detestable. From now on, whatever he says about us, treat it as utter nonsense." "I understand now. I actually thought you two were lovers, so I was considering whether to give him a spot." "Never give him any special treatment. It would be unfair to others. If he wants to participate, he must pass the assessment." The 3 chatted and laughed, completely unaware that a person was crouching behind the wall of the house eavesdropping. It was Niu Qingfeng. At that moment, Niu Qingfeng had just overheard Gu Qianqian's words disowning him. His face turned green with rage, especially when he heard the steward say he had been considering giving him a spot. He clenched his fists tightly. Because of the humiliation he suffered from those 2 fellows that day, he had been bedridden until today. He finally managed to come only to be told that the test for the township competition had already ended. Since he didn't participate, he had lost all qualification for the competition. "Gu Qianqian, you damned fat woman. In my past life, I must have committed murder and arson to have met you in this one." With that thought, he slammed his fist against the wall, a sharp pain shooting through his hand. He could even clearly hear the sound of bones cracking. He cradled his hand, which was dripping with blood. He tried to move his wrist, but was met with a sharp sting. Fractured. Niu Qingfeng scrambled to his feet, stumbling and staggering out of the academy. There was a medical clinic in the town. He needed to get his wound dressed quickly. His hand was very important. In his fury, he had carelessly used his right hand to punch. If the injury left a chronic ailment and his hand was ruined, he would never be able to write again. He had always prided himself on his delicate regular script. If his hand was ruined, "Doctor, save me." He ran as he shouted like a stray dog. Gu Qianqian and the others naturally knew nothing of this. After eating with Master Ouyang and the steward, she left Qingya Academy. Before leaving Master Ouyang, gave her a set of copybooks and some stationery to take back to Gu Xiaoqing. Gu Qianqian did not linger in the town and returned directly to the Gu family village. When Niu Qingfeng came out of the medical clinic, he happened to see her, and the anger in his heart erupted instantly. He was about to go up and beat her, but seeing his hand already wrapped like a zongzi, he had to swallow his anger for now. Gu Qianqian, once my hand is healed, I'll give you a severe beating. I'll sell you to a brothel and let countless men humiliate you. As he thought this, his handsome face twisted like a pretzel. When he returned dejectedly to Qingya Academy, he saw the steward as soon as he entered. The steward said with a smile, "Niu Qingfeng, I've discussed it with Master Ouyang, and we'll give you one chance." Niu Qingfeng was overjoyed. Did he hear that right? But when he eavesdropped, they had clearly said it was impossible to give him a chance. Why were they saying they would give him a chance now? Niu Qingfeng said, "Steward, do you mean I can go to the township competition?" "No, it's a separate makeup exam for you." Good. Niu Qingfeng finally broke into a smile. "Thank you, steward. When shall it start?" He was very confident in his literary talent. The steward looked at his hand, and his smile turned cold. "What happened to your hand?" "I accidentally fell and fractured it." Niu Qingfeng, in a good mood, said directly, "But it's already bandaged." The steward shook his head. "Your right hand is injured. You can't hold a brush with your left. How can you take the exam? Even if you had the qualification to go to the township competition, it would be a waste of a spot." Niu Qingfeng's heart sank to the bottom. The flicker of hope that had just emerged was shattered. "Ah!" He screamed, clutched his head, and ran away like a madman. Unaware of what had transpired with Niu Qingfeng, Gu Qianqian returned joyfully to the Gu family village. "Mother," she called out as she entered the courtyard, "I'm back." Gu Xiaoqing poked his head out of the house, and upon seeing her dashed out swiftly. "Sister." Gu Qianqian, seeing his little legs carrying him fast, reached out and scooped him into her arms. "Qianqian, you're back." Sang Yang emerged with a smile. She took the basket from Gu Qianqian's back. "You must be tired. Go and sit down to rest." "Mother, I'm not tired." She wasn't. After her transmigration, she felt brimming with energy. Sang Yang was preparing dinner, and Gu Qianqian lifted the pot lid to reveal another pot of vegetable porridge. She was displeased. "Mother, why are you eating this again? Xiaoqing is growing and needs proper nourishment." Sang Yang said, "Qianqian, I know you work hard to earn money. Xiaoqing and I are idle at home, so we ought to save wherever we can." She then fetched an iron basin from the water vat containing a little bit of rice. "See, Xiaoqing has fried rice to eat." Gu Xiaoqing said sensibly, "Sister, mother cooks fried rice for me every day. Oh, I eat very well. Other families can't even afford fried rice." His words pained Gu Qianqian. Her mother and little brother deserved a better life. "Mother, don't eat this wild vegetable porridge anymore. Feed it to the chickens. Cook a pot of rice and braise this meat." Gu Qianqian took out the meat. "I'll cook the meat." "Mother, you wash the rice and cook it." Sang Yang didn't argue. Since Qianqian was home, it was only right to prepare something good. Her daughter had grown thin and needed nourishment. "Xiaoqing, there are books for you in the basket." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoqing's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, sister." When he took out the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, he exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, how much silver did all this cost?" "I don't know. If bought, it would probably cost several taels." Sang Yang was also taken aback. "So expensive." Gu Xiaoqing said, "Sister, I don't want these. Take them back tomorrow." "No need, they were a gift to me." Gu Qianqian said while slicing meat, "Mother, young master Du has a friend who is a tutor in town. After tasting my cooking, he insisted on adopting me as his goddaughter. I thought it might help look after Xiaoqing, so I agreed. When I left today, I visited him, and he gave me these things." Sang Yang grew worried. Qianqian, can a family like ours match his status? She hadn't been educated, but she knew that tutors came from well-off families and were often aloof. "He's a wonderful old man. If he weren't a good person, I wouldn't have agreed. Besides, I'm not short of money." Sang Yang glanced at her. "Child, you've only earned silver for a few days and already talk so boldly." Gu Xiaoqing took out some snacks from the basket. "Sister, may I have a little bit?" "Of course, but don't eat too much. A dinner will be ready soon." Gu Xiaoqing happily took the snacks and fed one to Sang Yang and Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian smiled. "Mother, I have a big plan." "What big plan?" Sang Yang was tending the fire at the stove and leaned in. "Tell me, child." Gu Qianqian said, "I want to build a house." What? Sang Yang nearly dropped the fire tongs. You said, build a house. She couldn't help but confirm. Exactly. Gu Qianqian smiled. I'm not sure how much silver it would take. I don't know either. Sang Yang hesitated. But at least 5 taels would be needed. I don't want a simple one. I want a fine 2-story house. A 2-story house. That was getting more and more absurd. Sang Yahong's eyes widened. Qianqian, are you talking nonsense? The best house in the Gu family village belonged to Niu Qingfeng, which looked like a 2-story building outside, but was actually just a loft. Next was the village chief's house, a courtyard with red brick tiles. Gu Qianqian didn't like a courtyard, she wanted a 2-story house with a large yard. That was what she truly desired. Gu Qianqian said, Mother, I'm not talking nonsense. I want to build a house. Qianqian, our house is still livable. Building a house is no simple matter. I know, but our house is already dilapidated. When winter comes and heavy snow falls, I'm not sure it can withstand it. The house might collapse under the weight. In the past, when Gu Lauer was still alive, he would inspect and repair the house every winter before the snow to prevent it from collapsing. Why don't we call your 5th uncle and ask him? His father-in-law's family just built a house. He knows more than we do. Gu Qianqian said, All right, I'll go fetch 5th uncle. I'll pick more vegetables from the backyard so we can invite your 5th uncle's family for dinner. Good. Gu Qianqian had already put the meat in the pot and added firewood to let it simmer slowly. Gu Laowu's house was next to Gu Yao's old residence, also made of mud, but slightly better built since it was constructed later. 5th uncle, 5th aunt, are you home? Gu Qianqian called out at the door. 5th aunt Xinxingxiu came out. Qianqian, you're back. 5th aunt, is 5th uncle at home? He's home splitting firewood with your cousin. 5th aunt, come to our house for dinner tonight with 5th uncle and cousin Xiaolei. Xinxingxiu smiled. What's the occasion? Just that I'm back and want to have a meal with you all. Just then Gu Laowu came out. After exchanging pleasantries, he led his family to Gu Qianqian's house. Upon arriving, Xinxingxiu immediately helped Sang Yang with the cooking. Second sister-in-law, we're all family. No need for so many dishes, some porridge would be fine. Sang Yang smiled. It's rare that we invite you to eat. We can't be too casual. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoqing was playing with Gu Xiaolei, who watched Xiaoqing practicing calligraphy with great envy. Father, I want to write like Xiaoqing too. Gu Laowu quickly said, Don't touch your brother's things. They're very precious. Gu Qianqian said with a smile, Xiaoqing, teach your cousin to write together. 5th uncle, I'll give you some calligraphy copybooks later. Let Xiaolei practice well. That won't do. These are expensive. Oh, let Xiaoqing use them. It's fine. How about this? Let Xiaolei come to our house every day to practice, and Xiaoqing can teach him. People should study whether they aim for officialdom or not. At least they won't be illiterate. Gu Laowu was stunned for a moment, then found the words reasonable. As the two families happily prepared dinner next door, Gu Laoda couldn't contain himself. The aroma wafted over like a tempting lure. It seems Laowu is at their place too. Lin Chuanhua's eyes darted. I have an idea. Gu Qianqian's home. The meat was already cooked along with a plate of green beans, a plate of eggplant, and a plate of bottle gourd, all sautéed in the oil from the braised pork. 4 dishes fragrant and inviting. Gu Qianqian called out, You 2 kids go wash your hands and come eat. Sang Yang and Xinxingxiu filled bowls with rice and brought them over ready to enjoy a hearty meal. Gu Xiaolei in particular. His daily meals were not as good as Gu Xiaoqing's, so the sight of that bowl of braised pork made him drool uncontrollably. Cousin Qianqian, your family lives so well you even have meat to eat. Gu Qianqian reached out and patted his little head. From now on you can come to your cousin's house often to eat. Your cousin and second aunt will make you delicious food. Thank you, cousin. He then looked at Xinxingxiu. Mom, can I? Since your cousin said so, you can come whenever you want. Let Xiaolei play more with Xiaoqing from now on. Xiaoqing doesn't like playing with the other children outside. He's very lonely. With Xiaolei as company, they can practice calligraphy together and play together. That would be wonderful. Sang Yang quickly added, Yes, that way the 2 children will become close. It was also because Gu Xiaolei was a good kid. If it were brothers like Gu Xiaohu and Gu Xiaoma, she wouldn't dare let them come. As they were speaking, several people walked into the courtyard from the yard. Yo Laowu, you're here, eating well. I was just saying, why is your house locked? I guess you must be here. The person who entered was none other than Gu Yaoshi. Behind Gu Yaoshi followed Lin Chuanhua and Luo Baiyun. For some reason, as soon as these three entered, Gu Qianqian felt as if three beggars had arrived. Gu Yaoshi said, "Hey, you're eating so well this evening while I, your mother, am still hungry. You younger generation actually eat meat." Luo Baiyun said in a sarcastic tone, "And rice too. Laowu, you're really inhuman. Eating such good food yourself, and not even sending a bit to mother." Gu Qianqian shot up from her seat. "Who are you three?" Gu Yaoshi raised her voice. "I am your grandmother." "Hey Gu Qianqian, I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm talking to my son, my most beloved Laowu. He's hiding here eating alone while his mother is starving." Gu Qianqian swung her arm in anger. "You old hag, this is my home. If you want to find your son, go find him when fifth uncle gets home." Gu Laowu looked dejected. He knew Gu Yaoshi had timed her arrival just to get some meat to eat. Sang Yang quickly stood up. "Mother, why are you here?" "I've been here for a while. You daughter-in-law are so filial. Your eyes are no better than this old woman's." Sang Yang said, "May I ask what business mother has here?" "My son is dead, but my son's home is still here. This house was built by my son. As his mother, I miss him. Now I came to see him. Isn't that allowed?" Gu Qianqian knew that Gu Laowu's family and her mother were all pushovers. When it came to arguing, she had to handle it herself. "Gu Yaoshi, if you want to see my father, you should go to his grave. Oh, by the way, you probably don't even know where his grave is, do you? Hey, you're truly a heartless mother. You fatso, what nonsense are you talking?" Gu Yaoshi said, then directly sat down at the table and glared at Shen Xingxiu. "What are you standing there like a dummy for? Hurry up and get me a bowl of rice." Shen Xingxiu glanced at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian sneered, "Gu Yaoshi, don't come to my house to freeload and act so entitled." Gu Yaoshi directly picked up her chopsticks to grab some meat. "If you don't let me eat today, I'll stay here and refuse to leave. I'll cry and shout loudly, so the whole village knows that you younger generation eat meat while I starve. Especially you, Gu Laowu. If I had known you'd be so unfilial, I should have drowned you in the toilet as soon as you were born." Gu Laowu remained silent, enduring it all quietly. Now he raised his head. "Xianxian, your fifth uncle will go back first. Fifth uncle, don't leave. Let's finish eating first." With that, she stepped forward, grabbed Gu Yaoshi, and started dragging her outside. Gu Yaoshi was very good at making scenes and fighting, but in front of Gu Qianqian, she had no fighting power at all. "Help! Everyone look! What kind of granddaughter is this? Heavens! Earth! Gods and bodhisattvas, look! Strike her dead with lightning." Gu Qianqian sneered. "If we're together and lightning strikes, do you think you can escape?" Gu Laowu stepped forward to stop Gu Qianqian. "Xianxian, she is my mother. No matter what, I cannot be unfilial." Gu Qianqian could understand his predicament and didn't say anything more. Gu Laowu said, "Xianxian, your mother is old. How much can she eat? Just let her stay for a bowl of rice." Hearing him say that, Gu Qianqian felt that insisting further would be giving Gu Laowu no face. Besides, as Gu Laowu said, Gu Yaoshi was so old. How much could she eat? Thus, she made a decision she would later regret deeply. "All right, for fifth uncle sake tonight, let Gu Yaoshi stay and have a bowl of rice." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yaoshi's face lit up with joy. It wasn't that she had no money, but she was reluctant to spend it on meat. Her family had many members. Every time she bought meat, she needed at least 2 or 3 jin to satisfy their cravings. With that money, she thought it better to buy rice so that the whole family could eat their fill. Therefore, meat was truly a rare treat in her eyes. Luo Baiyun and Lin Chunhua were also itching to join in, but Gu Qianqian stopped them. "Letting Gu Yaoshi stay for dinner is for fifth uncle's sake, and it's only this once. Never again. What do you two think you are? Don't think she didn't know? These two women were the worst. If not for their instigation, Gu Yaoshi probably wouldn't have come over at this time." Luo Baiyun looked stunned. "Gu Qianqian, I am your third aunt." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Chunhua quickly added. "I am your eldest aunt, and also mother's most beloved eldest daughter-in-law. I must stay by mother's side." Gu Yaoshi had already picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth, her lips greasy. "Fatty, the two of them won't eat much." Gu Qianqian glared. "Two choices: one, you eat quietly and keep your mouth shut, the other, you get out with them." Gu Yaoshi said without hesitation, "You two go back first. I'll go home by myself later." Lin Chunhua and Luo Baiyun hadn't expected Gu Yaoshi to be so ruthless for her own sake. Lin Chunhua in particular. This idea had been hers. She had originally thought she could freeload a meal, but she never expected Gu Yaoshi to pull such a dirty trick. The two didn't want to leave, but Gu Qianqian grabbed one with each hand and flung them out directly. Ouch! They fell to the ground, letting out a scream. Gu Qianqian was furious. If you two don't scram, I'll break your legs with a stick. Lin Chunhua cursed. You fatso, would it kill you to let me have a bite? Get lost. Gu Qianqian finally managed to drive away those two mangy dogs. When she came back and looked, she was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yaoshi, whom Old Fifth had claimed could still eat a lot, had already finished a bowl of rice and the entire plate of braised pork on the table. That plate of braised pork weighed a full 3 jin. Only 2 pieces were snatched by the children, and the rest all went into her stomach. It could only be described as gobbling. Gu Qianqian couldn't help rolling her eyes at her. Gu Yaoshi, were you a starving ghost reincarnated? Gu Yaoshi glared back. How dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Don't say I never eat anything good from your family. Even if I came every day, what's the big deal? You haven't eaten. When my father was alive, you came every other day asking for silver and meat. That was my second son's filial piety to me. What does it have to do with you? Gu Qianqian said, he's my father. Isn't my father part of my family? Gu Yaoshi, hurry up and get out after you're full. She was so angry she wanted to go up and beat that glutton Gu Yaoshi. I'll leave when I'm full. Gu Yaoshi stood up, rubbing her stomach. Ugh, I'm really full today. Gu Qianqian's face was as dark as a black pot with anger. After Gu Yaoshi left, Old Fifth said, Qianqian, I'm really sorry. It's my fault. In this time of material scarcity, a plate of meat was considered a rare delicacy. Gu Qianqian smiled. Fifth uncle, it's not your fault. Who could have imagined she'd devour an entire plate of meat in one go? Gu Yaoshi just opened her mouth wide, taking one piece after another. Did she even chew? Shen Xingxiu said, forget it, let's just pretend we ate it ourselves. Isn't there still some vegetables? Gu Xiaoqing said, sis, don't be mad. I still have a piece of meat here. You can have it. Xiaoqing, you eat it. I'm on a diet and won't have any. Gu Qianqian was indeed on a diet and wouldn't eat much meat. If Gu Yaoshi hadn't finished it all, she might have eaten 1 or 2 pieces herself. But now she didn't want any at all. Sang Yang ladled the oily sauce from the meat onto Old Fifth's bowl. Fifth uncle, this sauce is really fragrant. The children also wanted some, so each got a spoonful of the sauce, and everyone ate happily. The frustration over the missing braised pork had long since vanished. After dinner, the 2 children went to play in the room. Gu Qianqian then said, Fifth uncle, look at our house. It's about to collapse. Old Fifth listened and looked at the house. The roof was thatched, and the walls were made of rammed earth. It was already dilapidated. He said, your family really does need to rebuild, but it takes a lot of silver, and we don't have any left. Shen Xingxiu said with a troubled expression, my family just built a house not long ago, and it drained our savings. As she spoke, she wiped her tears. After it was built, they didn't even leave us a room. We had to sleep in the woodshed, even though we paid for half of the silver. Gu Qianqian knew that Shen Xingxiu's family was a bunch of bloodsuckers determined to drain Old Fifth's family dry. Old Fifth reproached, we're all family. Why bring this up? But it's true. I couldn't stand it anymore. You were there from the foundation digging, and they made you go again a few days ago to pave the yard. They had plenty of rooms, yet they made us sleep in the woodshed. The more Shen Xingxiu spoke, the angrier she got. Even someone with her gentle nature was this furious, which showed how unreasonable they had been. Gu Qianqian said, Fifth uncle, you two need to be careful sometimes. Not everyone thinks of you as family. He was simply too good-natured, which was why Gu Yaoshi could manipulate him. Shen Xingxiu sighed. Qianqian, we really don't have any money. How about you move in with us? No, Fifth aunt, Gu Qianqian said. I have silver. These days I've been helping take care of Miss Du at the Du mansion, and the young master gave me a sum, enough to build a house. That's good. Old Fifth had been feeling upset that he couldn't help Gu Qianqian's family. Now that he heard she had money, he felt a little relieved. Fifth uncle, I wanted to ask you how much silver it takes to build a house. It's hard to say. If it's just a few rooms like my father-in-law's place, it won't cost much. 5 taels would be enough. I want a 2-story building with a courtyard and tall walls. Especially the walls. She insisted on having them so that anyone who wanted to enter would have to go through the main gate. Old Fifth heard this and thought he had misheard. Qianqian, are you joking? That would cost dozens of taels of silver. Silver is not a problem. The young master knows our house is about to collapse, and said he could lend me more if it's not enough. Old Fifth said, many wealthy families are wicked. What if they cheat you? Fifth uncle, that won't happen. Look at me. What could they possibly cheat me out of? Qianqian, you are the treasure of both our families. In our eyes, you are the most precious. Sang Yang said, the child has thought it through clearly. Fifth uncle, just make the arrangements. All right, I'll find some people to discuss it tomorrow. With old Fifth's promise, Gu Qianqian felt relieved. She could trust her uncle to handle things well. The two families washed the dishes and chatted for a while before old Fifth's family of three left. Gu Xiaolei was reluctant to go. He really enjoyed playing with Gu Xiaoqing. Gu Qianqian smiled. Once we build our new house, you can come stay with us. For now, they only had 2 dilapidated thatched huts, which were really inconvenient. After seeing them off and putting Gu Xiaoqing to bed, Gu Qianqian said, Mother, I'll sleep with you tonight. She had missed Sang Yang and Gu Xiaoqing during the few days apart. Sang Yang asked softly, Qianqian, tell me, how much silver do you have? She felt uneasy, suspecting that Gu Qianqian was exaggerating. According to her plan, it would cost at least dozens of taels. What if they ran out of silver midway? Gu Qianqian smiled. Mother, don't worry. I have over 100 taels, and I'm planning to sell wontons and braised dishes, which will bring in a good income every day. What? Sang Yang was startled. You have 100 taels. How could that be? 100 taels. She had never seen so much silver in her life. Given the village's income, saving 1 tael per year was already good. It would take 100 years to save that much. Gu Qianqian smiled. Mother, are you relieved now? Qianqian, you only took care of Miss Du for a few days. How did they give you so much silver? I didn't just take care of her. I saved her life. You saved Miss Du's life? Yes. After she fell ill, she wouldn't eat anything. Only the food I made could tempt her appetite, and she gradually recovered. Hearing this, Sang Yang finally believed her. So that's why they gave you so much silver. It was a gesture of gratitude. Yes, something like that. As she spoke, her face was full of hope. I hope our house can be built smoothly. I've dreamed of living in a house I truly like. Just then she caught a faint smell of something burning. Mother, something is burning, said Gu Qianqian, quickly scrambling out of bed. The smoke grew thicker by the moment, and she immediately scooped up, Gu Xiaoqing rushing out alongside Sang Yang. The flames had already reached the thatched roof of their house, which caught fire almost instantly. Sang Yehong's legs turned to water, and she burst into tears. Qianqian, what should we do? Fire! Gu Qianqian shouted. Sang Yang joined in, straining to raise her voice as loudly as she could, though it came out no louder than a mosquito's buzz. Gu Qianqian suddenly thought of something and thrust Gu Xiaoqing into Sang Yehong's arms. Seeing her dash back into the burning house, Sang Yang let out a panicked cry. Qianqian, Qianqian. What are you doing? Mother, I'm just grabbing something. I'll be right out. Before Sang Yang could respond, Gu Qianqian had already slipped back inside and emerged with a camel hair carrying pole. That carrying pole was worth at least 1 tael of silver, and she needed it urgently. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors rushed over with buckets of water to fight the blaze. Even Gu Laoda came out to help. Gu Laoda, Lin Chuanhua, and Gu Taohong all ran over to assist. The weather had been dry and the night wind was fierce. If the fire wasn't contained, the consequences would be dire. The entire village could be lost. Gu Yaoshi arrived, but merely stood off to the side watching the spectacle. Oh, look at that. Debts incurred in the 6th month must be repaid quickly. She treated us so badly last night, and now her house is burned down. The heavens are watching. A child so unfilial will surely face retribution in time. Erwa, look at your wife and children. What sort of people are they? Did you set this fire? It's a pity those 2 jinxes weren't burned to death. But everyone was too busy fighting the fire to pay her any mind. Gu Qianqian felt as though the plate of meat she'd saved for dinner had been thrown to the dogs. Fortunately, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, the fire was finally extinguished. Everyone panted breathlessly from exhaustion, yet no one complained. It wasn't just about helping Gu Qianqian's family, it was about protecting their own homes as well. If the fire had continued to spread, it would have consumed the neighboring houses one after another. A consequence too dreadful to imagine. Lin Chunhua caught her breath and shouted, Gu Qianqian, think about how you treated me last night. And now think about how I've treated you. Gu Qianqian replied, thank you all. You've worked hard tonight. I'll visit each of your homes to express my gratitude properly. Gu Laowu, covered head to toe in soot, asked, Qianqian, how did the fire start? Gu Qianqian said coldly, someone deliberately set it. Deliberately? Everyone was stunned. Arson was a serious crime in these times, and those caught would face imprisonment. The neighbors were aghast. What depth of hatred could drive someone to such an act? Conflicts between neighbors were common, and villagers often quarreled, but no one had ever heard of setting fire to another's home. Once two families had a quarrel, and one person grabbed a stone and smashed a hole in the other's cooking pot. The other party, not one to be trifled with, immediately seized a rope and went to hang themselves at his door. That was considered the most severe dispute they had ever witnessed. In the end, the stone thrower compensated the other family with an iron pot, and the matter was settled. At that moment, someone called out, "Go fetch the village head." Gu Qianqian said, "It's too late. Dear uncles and aunts, thank you all. Please go home and rest. I'll report this to the authorities tomorrow morning." Gu Laowu said, "Qianqian, you have nowhere to sleep tonight. Stay at my place." "All right," Gu Qianqian replied without pretense. "Thank you, fifth uncle." Only then did the crowd disperse. Gu Qianqian followed Sang Yang and the others to Gu Laowu's house at the back of the village. At Gu Laowu's home, Shen Xingxiu comforted them. "Second sister-in-law Qianqian, don't be so distressed. We'll build a new house anyway. Don't let this weigh on you." Sang Yang sighed. "I'm not sad. I'm terrified." Their house was already in poor condition, and they had already planned to rebuild, but the fear was overwhelming. What if they had been asleep? They could have been burned alive. Gu Qianqian said, "This cannot be let go. You all rest first. I'm going for a walk." She was certain it was arson. If intentional, there would inevitably be traces left behind. Gu Laowu said, "Then let me accompany you." "No need. Too many people would be conspicuous." She walked quietly toward her house alone. As soon as she reached the edge of the ruins, she spotted a shadowy figure slipping about suspiciously. It seemed to be searching for something. Gu Qianqian crept up silently and asked, "What are you looking for?" The person let out a shriek and bolted, but Gu Qianqian grabbed hold of their collar. "Where do you think you're going?" The person collapsed to the ground in terror. "Qianqian, how did you get here?" It was none other than Gu Laodao. "Gu Laodao, did you set fire to my house?" No. Gu Laodao, realizing it was a person and not a ghost, managed to catch his breath. "I just wanted to see if there was anything I could salvage." "You dare take anything from my house? Your house is already burned down. Even if it's turned to ashes, you have no right to take anything. Don't be so fierce. I'm still your elder uncle. Get lost." Gu Qianqian kicked him hard, and Gu Laodao yelped, rolling and scrambling back home before slamming the door shut behind him. Gu Qianqian had let him go because she knew Gu Laodao could not be the arsonist. Their houses were too close together. If hers caught fire, the flames would easily have spread to his. No one would willingly let their own home burn. Moreover, if Gu Laodao had truly set the fire, he would not have rallied his entire family to fight it with such urgency. He would have merely gone through the motions. But from what Gu Qianqian had observed, his entire family had been genuinely fighting the fire, terrified it would reach their own home. She searched around the perimeter of the blaze, but it was too dark and she had no choice but to give up. She resolved to return early the next morning. Almost immediately after she left, another shadowy figure silently approached the site, also searching in the darkness. The next morning, Gu Qianqian rose at dawn and went to the town to report the incident. At the same time, she asked Gu Laowu to check the ruins of her house for anything salvageable. Gu Laowu agreed and set off for the old residence. Gu Qianqian went to the town magistrate's office, where the constable immediately greeted her with a warm smile upon seeing her. He was very close with Du Ruding, and Gu Qianqian was someone Du Ruding had personally taken under his protection. How could he dare neglect her? "Miss Qianqian, what brings you here?" "Someone set fire to my house last night." "Set fire?" The constable was visibly startled. Someone actually dared to commit arson. That was a grave offense. Gu Qianqian gave a brief account of the previous night's events, and the constable's brows knit into a tight knot. This case will be difficult to investigate. The scene has likely been trampled and compromised. With so many people rushing about in chaos, any evidence would have been destroyed. Even so, Gu Qianqian said, "I still hope you, constable, will investigate. The house itself may not be worth much, but the arsonist chose the dead of night, clearly intending to burn us alive. Such malicious intent cannot be forgiven." The constable nodded gravely. "Indeed. If this person is not found, it will surely lead to far more severe consequences. When the constable and his men arrived at Gu family village, they began a detailed investigation. Previously, Gu Qianqian had assumed that ancient constables merely coasted through their duties for pay, but she found that the constables worked with clear division of labor and genuine diligence. "Constable, have you discovered anything new?" "Not yet," the constable replied apologetically. "We'll have to wait for the patrol officers to return." Gu Qianqian nodded, gazing at the house, now reduced to a blackened ruin. The dwelling had been burned to nothing, a desolate landscape of crumbling walls and dead ashes. Everything had turned to cinders. This was all that remained of her father's legacy, and now it was gone. She had planned to demolish the old house and build a new one, keeping the worn-out furniture as a keepsake of her father. But now everything was gone. Sang Yang arrived at some point, and upon seeing the scene, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Fortunately, Gu Laowu managed to retrieve an earthenware jar from the debris, sealed with a piece of red cloth. "Second sister-in-law, this jar is intact." Sang Yang took it. This jar was something Gu Laowu had treasured immensely, never allowing anyone to touch it, and always kept hidden under the bed. "Is this something father left behind?" Gu Qianqian asked. "Yes," Sang Yang said, handing the jar to her. "Qianqian, keep it safe." Gu Qianqian took the jar. "Mother, let's go back. Leave this to the constable." After such an incident, building the new house became all the more urgent. After consulting the constable and confirming that the scene held no further significance, Gu Laowu summoned the village head. The village head had the land surveyed, and seeing that they were a widow and orphans struggling through hard times, he generously granted them the vacant plot behind. In this era, villagers could build their own houses, but only with the village head's approval. The size of the plot had to be verified by him. After the house was built, Gu Qianqian could dig a vegetable patch on the vacant land behind. However, that plot would not be considered her property. If someone else needed to build there, she would have to yield it. "Grandpa village head, I'm so grateful to you," Gu Qianqian said. The village head's family ran a small business and was the second wealthiest in the village. He had been away selling mountain delicacies and only returned this morning. "Qianqian, don't worry," he said. "With Grandpa village head here, I won't let your family suffer. Children without a father deserve even more care." Sang Yang was so moved, she kept wiping her tears. Before leaving, the village head added, "Let Gu Laowu handle the construction. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to tell me." He then addressed the village men. "Everyone has some free time now. Those who can lend a hand, please do." The villagers already sympathized with Gu Qianqian's family, and after the recent theft incident, the silver they had lost was recovered thanks to her. They were also deeply grateful to her family. Many men agreed to stay and help, with some already suggesting digging for mud to make adobe bricks. "No need for that," Gu Qianqian said. "I'll use red bricks." Mud bricks were hardly sturdy, our red bricks were far superior, albeit much more expensive. Even the village head was surprised. "Qianqian, do you know how costly red bricks are?" "Yes, but young Master Du said he would help me get them. He said that since I'm building a house, I should build a good one. If I'm short on funds, he'll lend me the money. That's no small sum. But to young Master Du, it's probably just the cost of a meal." Gu Laowu said, "Uncle village head, I'll come by later to discuss and arrange for some helpers." "I can pay wages," Gu Qianqian said. "Whatever others pay, I'll pay the same. Grandpa village head, you don't need to worry about that." The village head glanced at Sang Yehong, worried that the child might not be reliable. But Sang Yehong, recalling that Gu Qianqian had mentioned having 100 taels of silver, now felt confident. "Uncle village head, Qianqian will handle it. I'll follow her lead." "If you've made the promise, you'll have to deliver," the village head reminded. "Don't worry, we won't short a single coin." After lunch, Gu Qianqian went directly to the Du mansion. Du Lingyan was overjoyed to see her. "Qianqian, I knew you'd come to visit me. We only parted yesterday," Gu Qianqian said with a smile. "I need to speak with young Master Du." "What about me? Can't you talk to me?" "I need to buy red bricks. Our house was burned down last night, so we have to rebuild." "Then you'd better talk to my brother," Du Lingyan said. "Have they found the culprit?" "Not yet. The scene was too chaotic, it's unlikely." Just then Du Ruding walked in. "Qianqian, is something the matter?" He had hurried over the moment his men reported Gu Qianqian's arrival. "Young Master Du, could you help me buy some red bricks? I need to build a house." "Red bricks. Or gray bricks would work. The main thing is that they're sturdy." Du Ruding thought for a moment. If you're using such good bricks, you'll need a skilled mason. In the village, people simply used adobe bricks to slap together houses. Such hastily built structures would collapse in a flood. Qianqian, Du Ruding said, you probably don't know any good masons. I'll arrange one for you. You just need to find a few laborers. All right, thank you. Gu Qianqian was delighted. This saved her a lot of trouble. Go back now. I'll bring the men to you tomorrow morning. Deal. Du Lingyan watched them wistfully, and only after they finished business did she interject. Qianqian, why don't you stay tonight? We can chat. Lingyan, I'm sorry, but I need to go back. The arsonist hasn't been caught yet, and I'm worried. Du Lingyan had to let it go. Seeing her disappointment, Gu Qianqian said, I'll bring you some treats next time. Thank you, Du Lingyan finally smiled. Gu Qianqian bought some meat, vegetables, and a duck in town for dinner, and also picked up a few snacks for the children. There were no ox carts at this hour, so she had to walk back. By the time she reached home, dusk had fallen. She washed the duck, marinated it with barbecue spices, set up a grill, and lit charcoal underneath. Gu Xiaoqing and Gu Xiaolei stayed by her side, watching intently. Sis, what kind of duck is this? Aren't you going to braise it? No, it's roast duck. Roasted? You'll see soon. She took the duck, brushed it with honey, and before long a rich aroma drifted from Gu Laowu's courtyard. The scent wafted all the way to Gu Yaoshi's nostrils. Heavens! What is that? It smells incredible. Gu Yaoshi jumped up from her chair in excitement. The rich aroma of meat was laced with the sweetness of honey. By the heavens, it nearly drove Gu Yaoshi mad. Last night, she had devoured an entire plate of braised pork at Gu Qianqian's place, and in the middle of the night, when Gu Qianqian's house caught fire, she went to watch the excitement. After returning home, she had been plagued by relentless diarrhea, tossing and turning until she finally felt a bit better. Now encountering such a fragrant scent again, she was almost driven to scream. Luo Baiyun and Chun Mylin also approached. Mother, it seems to be coming from Fifth Brother's place, right? Could it be that chubby girl is making something delicious again? Gu Yaoshi's spirits lifted immediately at the words. She waved her hand. Come on, let's go to Fifth Brother's place and eat. But mother, last night the chubby girl said she wouldn't give us any. Gu Yaoshi shot her a dismissive glance. Just because she said she wouldn't give us any, does that mean we won't go? She rubbed her stomach, which still ached slightly, but for the sake of food, she couldn't care less. Luo Baiyun said, Mother, you went a bit too far last night. You ate all by yourself and didn't bring any back for us. There are several children at home, including your most beloved grandson. Gu Yaoshi pursed her shriveled lips. Things were a bit rushed at the time. If I'd left you all there, no one would have had any to eat. Better to let this old woman enjoy it. She sighed as she spoke. I've lived all my life, but I've never had a meal as satisfying as last night's. She smacked her lips, still savoring the memory. The meat last night was truly delicious. Not only tasty, but there was plenty of it. A full basin of it, and she ate so fast, she nearly choked, barely even chewing. After a moment's thought, she said, You're right. Tonight we'll go grab it and bring it back for the whole family to enjoy slowly. The three of them stealthily slipped into Gu Laowu's yard, where they saw only 2 children. Beside the children was a simple bamboo grill upon which sat a duck, glistening with oil and roasted to perfection. The duck was not only fragrant, but also had a golden, crispy skin that made one's mouth water. Taking advantage of Gu Qianqian's absence, the trio rushed over. Luo Baiyun, quick-eyed and swift-handed, reached for the skewer, but the moment she touched it, she yelped in pain from the heat. Gu Qianqian had only stepped inside to fetch a pair of scissors to cut open the thicker parts of the duck, but no sooner had she left than Gu Yaoshi and the others seized the opportunity. She rushed out immediately. What do you think you're doing? Gu Yaoshi reached for the duck again, but Gu Xiaoqing blocked her. Grandmother, you can't steal it. Get lost. Gu Yaoshi didn't regard him as her grandson. She grabbed his clothes and shoved him aside. Gu Xiaoqing fell to the ground from the shove, and Gu Xiaolei hurried over to help him up. Gu Yaoshi seized the moment to grab the roast duck, but she too was burned and cried out in pain. However, her skin was tougher, and she wasn't burned as badly as Luo Baiyun. Gu Qianqian had already arrived, grabbing Luo Baiyun and Chun Mylin one in each hand and tossing them out directly. Gu Yaoshi, seeing the ferocious Gu Qianqian, was so frightened that she hastily retreated. She didn't dare to snatch the duck anymore. Her hand hurt. But she didn't leave either. She stood there and said, You chubby girl standing in front of me like a tree stump. What's the matter? I'm visiting my son's house, and do you have a problem with that? I have no problem with you visiting fifth uncle's house, but you can't steal the roast duck I made. Fifth brother. Gu Yaoshi tried her old trick again, shouting for Gu Laowu loudly, while plopping herself down on the ground. My dear heavens, what sin have I committed to have such descendants? I don't want to live anymore. If you don't want to live, then go die. Gu Qianqian grabbed her by the collar and dragged her outside. Go out the door, turn left 200 paces, and there's a pond. Jump in, and you'll drown. Gu Yaoshi struggled and let out a wail like a pig being slaughtered. Neighbors, come and see. This unfilial child eats all the good food and won't share a bit with this old woman. What's the point of my life? Gu Laowu, just stay dead in your house. Your mother is being bullied and you're hiding like a turtle. Watch out. Your wife might cuckold you. Seeing that Gu Yaoshi's curses were growing increasingly vile, Gu Qianqian stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Gu Yaoshi was stunned. She never expected her own granddaughter to actually hit her. My heavens above, strike this unfilial wretch dead with a thunderbolt. You're not fit to be an elder. Gu Qianqian sneered. Look at the words coming out of your mouth. At that moment, many neighbors had gathered to watch. Seeing the crowd, Gu Yaoshi grew even more emboldened. Look at them. Yesterday they ate braised pork, today they're eating duck, and they won't give this old woman a single bite. Gu Qianqian said coldly, Yesterday I bought 3 caddies of meat, a whole basin of it. The 2 children only had 2 pieces and you ate the rest all by yourself. That's because I refused to leave and managed to get some. Would you have offered it to me willingly? It's precisely because you've failed as a grandmother that your descendants don't want to honor you. As she spoke, Gu Qianqian took the roast duck off the grill and right in front of everyone chopped it up. The 2 children each got a drumstick. She put the rest of the duck in a basin and handed out a piece to each person in the crowd, except for Gu Yaoshi and her 2 daughters-in-law. Fortunately, there weren't many neighbors near Gu Laowu's house, especially the eldest brother's family, who lived far away and hadn't received word. If this had been at Gu Qianqian's own home, by now Gu Xiaohu's cries would have been heard far and wide. After distributing the pieces, the basin was empty. Seeing the empty basin, Gu Yaoshi couldn't help but curse again, her words growing increasingly vile. Even the gathered villagers found it unbearable and began to condemn her. Gu Yaoshi, you ate an entire basin of meat by yourself, and now you're here cursing your son and calling down thunder on your family. Gu Yaoshi, you could eat a whole duck by yourself. Who would dare to invite you? Gu Yaoshi, even if Qianqian's family hadn't suffered hardship, you still shouldn't act like this. Gu Yaoshi had originally hoped to pressure Gu Qianqian by summoning the crowd, but instead they turned the pressure on her. She immediately began to throw a tantrum. But Gu Qianqian grabbed her and threw her out. Gu Yaoshi, I'll make it clear today in front of all the uncles and aunties, I don't have you as a grandmother. Don't keep calling me your unfilial descendant. Don't forget the filthy things you've done before. Gu Yaoshi had come for the roast duck, and now that it was gone, she wouldn't have stayed even if asked. She kept cursing while scurrying away. After everyone offered Gu Qianqian some words of comfort, they gradually dispersed. As soon as the courtyard gate was closed, Gu Xiaoqing and Gu Xiaolei ran in, each holding out their drumstick to Gu Qianqian. Sister, you eat. Sister doesn't want it, Xiaoqing, you eat. Gu Qianqian smiled, her heart filled with warmth. These 2 little brothers were truly dear. She took each of them by the hand and led them inside. Inside, Gu Laowu, his wife, and Sang Yang sat with worried expressions. Just now Gu Yaoshi had cursed so horribly outside, and as her son, he felt utterly miserable. Fifth uncle, fifth aunt, mother, don't be upset. Qianqian, Gu Laowu said sorrowfully, fifth uncle hates himself for being useless, leaving you a young girl to argue outside. She is your mother, Gu Qianqian said with a smile. Fifth uncle, you're a filial son. Even though Gu Yaoshi has been exploiting you all these years, you can't bring yourself to disown her. But I, Gu Qianqian, can. My father is gone, and I only have my mother and brothers. As long as they stand by me, I'm not afraid of her at all. Actually, I gave away the roast duck to the neighbors, just now, not to spite Gu Yaoshi. Gu Laowu couldn't help asking, then why did you do it? Gu Qianqian smiled. Our family is about to build a house. When that time comes, Gu Yaoshi will definitely come to make trouble. Therefore, we must win people's hearts. The villagers are all poor, so we need to find a way to let them eat something delicious. Even if it's just a piece of duck meat, it can warm their hearts. Besides, our family will need many hands to help build the house. Sang Yang said, how about I go to your two uncles' place tomorrow and ask them to come help? They can keep an eye on things. Gu Laowu said, right Qianqian. It just occurred to me. Since your house was set on fire, someone has their eyes on your family. So the bricks, timber, and tiles you buy will need more people to watch over them. Gu Qianqian nodded. All right, then tomorrow morning I'll go to grandmother's house and call my two uncles. So it was settled, and the family ate a simple meal of vegetables before retiring for the night. Before sleeping, Gu Qianqian kneaded dough to steam some buns for the road the next morning. The next day, she rose at dawn, steamed the buns, took 2 of them, and set off for Sang family village. As usual, she bought 5 jin of meat at the village entrance. She had a principle: never go to someone's house to ask for help empty-handed, especially not to her grandmother's home. Sang Yunshi happened to be home and quickly invited her inside. Su Xiaolan was delighted to see she had brought more meat. In their household, Grandma Sang Yunshi managed everything, including daily meals. Except for special occasions during the new year when they could afford meat, even an egg was a rare treat on ordinary days. Gu Qianqian helped Sang Yunshi and her daughter-in-law prepare the meal while explaining her purpose. Sang Yunshi said, if your family is building a house, it's indeed necessary to have your own people watching over it. So let your 2 uncles go. Su Xiaolan added, it happens that all the fieldwork is done recently. Your 2 uncles are idle at home anyway. Zhu Rui said, originally I planned to send your second uncle to my mother's house to do some odd jobs with my brothers. Since your family is building a house, it's better for him to help you. Gu Qianqian smiled. Thank you both aunts. If you need any women's help, feel free to ask. As the family was talking, they heard a commotion outside. Sang Yunshi hurried out to see. Several people came running and led by a burly man followed by a burly woman. Beside them stood a burly little boy whose face was scratched and who was howling miserably. Behind the trio followed 2 small children, Sang Xiaoyu and Sang Shaoxing. The woman started shouting as soon as she entered. Sang Yunshi, your 2 grandsons ganged up on my son. They scratched Big Bear's face all over. Sang Xiaoyu said, Grandma, don't listen to her. Big Bear wanted our candy, and when we wouldn't give it, he tried to snatch it. That's why we scratched him. The woman shrieked, who snatched your candy? I don't care. You've clawed my son's face like this. It'll take at least 10 eggs to make it up. Sang Yunshi refused to yield. Your child tried to steal from others, and you don't discipline him. Instead, you come to extort us. Big Bear's father roared, if you don't hand over 10 eggs, I'll call the village head. Gu Qianqian glanced at them and said with a cold smile, go ahead and call him quickly. If you delay, the wounds might not even be visible anymore. Big Bear's mother, hands on her hips, fumed, who are you, you fatso? What business is it of yours? This is my grandmother's home, and these 2 children are my cousins. I wouldn't interfere and let you extort them. Big Bear's father charged forward, glaring. What? Fatso, you want to fight? Fight if you want. Fatso, how can you 2 be fatter than me? Gu Qianqian didn't back down. Big Bear's father swung a slap at her. Sang Yunshi was about to intervene, but Gu Qianqian kicked him square in the chest. Big Bear's father let out a scream and flew backward. Big Bear's mother was stunned dumb. The next second, she grabbed Big Bear and fled as fast as the wind. Big Bear's father shouted as he ran, Fatso, just you wait. I'll come back for revenge. If you dare come again, I'll break your legs. Sang Yunshi watched a little startled. Qianqian, are you all right? I'm fine. If anyone's in trouble, it's him. Gu Qianqian said, Grandmother, you can't be kind to people like that. They'll only bully you again. Sang Yunshi's face showed a trace of worry. Qianqian, that family are the village bullies. They're not to be trifled with. Grandmother, with people like this, I usually just beat them until they submit. And that's why your house was set on fire in the middle of the night. Sang Yunshi couldn't help but laugh. Time to eat. After the meal, Gu Qianqian said, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back. Sang Shu and Sang Zhen were packing clothes, planning to go with Gu Qianqian to Gu family village later. Sang Yunshi asked, where are you going? We'll leave with your uncles soon. I need to find something. With that, Gu Qianqian hurried off. During the meal, she had been thinking that this matter couldn't be left unsettled. Because Sang Shu and Sang Zhen were both going to Gu family village with her, only 3 women and 2 children would remain at home, the old and the young. If Big Bear's family came looking for trouble again, they would have no choice but to be bullied. From the worried look on Sang Yunshi's face, Gu Qianqian could tell that her grandmother had thought of this too, but she hadn't said it. Therefore this matter had to be handled properly. Relying on the original owner's memory, she found Big Bear's house. The reason the original owner remembered Big Bear's house was because there was a plum tree there with plums that were big and sweet. She had stolen some several times. At that moment she heard the sounds of several men eating and drinking in the courtyard. Brother, don't worry. In a little while we brothers will go to Sang Yunshi's house and beat that fat girl to the ground. How dare she hit my brother? She's got some nerve. We'll hang up Sang Yunshi's whole family and beat them until they're groveling like turtles. Big Bear's mother's arrogant voice came. With you brothers helping, this is nothing. Come, let me have a drink with you. Hit hard later. Big Bear's father said, hold on. My uncle is coming soon. He said he has a big job for me. I'll probably be leaving Sang family village for a while to do some odd jobs. In the meantime, I'll rely on you brothers to look after the family. Don't worry. With us brothers around, who dares to cause trouble in Sang family village? Brother, go ahead without worry. We'll take good care of your wife. Just as they were talking, there was a loud crash as the door was kicked open. Gu Qianqian stood at the entrance like a tigress descending the mountain. In the courtyard, several men sat around the table drinking wine, with Big Bear's wife standing nearby, holding a cup in her hand. These men were burly and muscular, their imposing appearances suggesting they were no ordinary folks to cross. As they spotted Gu Qianqian walking in from outside, they all rose to their feet without hesitation. That woman looked like a furious tigress descending from the mountain. Big Bear's wife pointed at her and screamed, "You fat brat, how dare you show up? Brothers, it's her. Beat her up." While she shouted loudly, she herself didn't dare to advance. Those burly men, unaware of Gu Qianqian's prowess, simply rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. Big Bear's father, emboldened by the reinforcements he'd summoned, grew openly arrogant. This stocky girl fights fiercely. Brothers, don't hold back. Strike hard. Gu Qianqian moved with remarkable agility, sidestepping one attacker before tripping him with a swift kick. She then grabbed another from behind and delivered a sharp slap that left his ears ringing as if 1,000 flies buzzed around them. Big Bear's father lagged behind, but by the time he lunged into the fray, he found the men ahead of him already sprawled and battered, every last one of them thoroughly defeated. Good heavens! Big Bear's father let out a horrified cry. Just as he turned to flee, Gu Qianqian delivered a powerful kick to his back. He flew through the air like a frog, crashing hard against the round wooden pillar beneath the eaves before curling around it and sliding slowly down. Then, clutching his lower abdomen, he collapsed to the ground in agony. Big Bear's wife watched the men strewn across the courtyard and trembled with fear. Gu Qianqian approached her, but before she could say a word, Big Bear's wife grabbed the wine pot from the table. "I don't need you to lay a finger on me. I'll do it myself." With that, she struck the wine pot against her own forehead and knocked herself unconscious. Gu Qianqian let out a cold laugh. "You call this an attempt at revenge?" Turning around, she spotted an elderly man entering from outside. Dressed in coarse cloth garments, his simple attire couldn't hide his alert demeanor and nimble movements. He took in the scene before him and froze in astonishment. "Big Bear's father, what happened to you?" "Uncle," Big Bear's father wailed, "we've been beaten." Big Bear's wife struggled to her feet. "It was that fat girl who did this. Uncle, you must avenge us." The elderly man was Sang Sansi, Big Bear's father's uncle, a highly respected figure in Songjia village. He frequently led the village men out to find work, functioning much like a contractor, and the local men were all grateful for his patronage. Sang Sansi replied, "You younger men were all defeated by her. There's no way I can take her on." Upon hearing this, Big Bear's wife fainted once more. Gu Qianqian spoke up. "Elder Sang, what began as a minor dispute between children has escalated into a plot for revenge against my grandmother's family. If I don't teach them a lesson, now they'll never know their place." Big Bear's father cried out, "Uncle, with all of us injured, she owes us 10 taels of silver. Otherwise we won't let this go." Sang Sansi said coldly, "Look at yourself. How could you possibly expect to win?" "Uncle, don't you know young Master Du? Go ask him for help." "Young Master Du?" Sang Sansi replied, "He's in the carriage outside." "That's wonderful." Big Bear's father hurried outside, calling out, "Young Master Du." Hearing this, Big Bear's wife staggered back to her feet. Gu Qianqian stepped forward and delivered a sharp strike to her neck, rendering her unconscious. The other men who had been preparing to rise quickly dropped back down and stared at her in terror. Soon after, a handsome young man dressed in flowing white robes entered the scene. Sang Sansi stepped forward apologetically. "Young Master Du, I'm sorry for this display." Big Bear's father joyfully pointed at Gu Qianqian. "Young Master Du, it was that fat woman. Please give us justice." The men still sprawled on the ground forced themselves up. "Young Master Du, we implore you to set things right." Big Bear's wife managed to crawl upright once more, sobbing and trembling as she wailed, "Young Master Du, my righteous savior, please grant us justice." The wailing and sobbing echoed throughout the courtyard, grating on the ears. Gu Qianqian said coldly, "Enough with the crying. Someone unfamiliar might think your fathers had died." She flicked the handkerchief in her grasp and hurried toward Du Ruding. "Young Master Du, what brings you here?" "Qianqian, I never expected to see you here," Du Ruding said with a smile. "Though I must urge you to change that combative nature of yours." Gu Qianqian dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief, wearing an expression of utmost grievance. Such a group of grown men bullying a poor girl. "I'm so frightened." The men stood speechless. Who was actually afraid? Sang Sansi asked awkwardly. "Young Master, do you two know each other?" "Indeed," Du Ruding replied calmly. "We are good friends." Big Bear's wife fainted yet again. Du Ruding smiled. "This is the Miss Gu I mentioned to you." Upon hearing this, Sang Sansi slapped his forehead. "Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize for my blindness and disrespect." Turning around, he glared at Big Bear's father. "This is the employer I recommended to you. Look at what you've done." Big Bear's father's eyes rolled back, and he passed out as well. He had originally hoped to profit from following Sang Sansi this time, but it seemed that hope was now dashed. Gu Qianqian smiled. "We've become acquainted through conflict, and today feels like fate. Elders saying I believe in keeping clear accounts of kindness and grudges. Miss Gu, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your house meets your satisfaction." Shortly afterwards, Sang Sansi took Big Bear's father to the Sang Yunshe residence, where the two families reconciled. Gu Qianqian then departed Songjia village in Du Ruding's carriage. Meanwhile, Sang Shu and Sang Shun followed behind in a cart attached to the rear of the carriage, along with Sang Sansi and Big Bear's father. Upon arriving at Old Fifth Gu's residence, Gu Qianqian took out the blueprints and began studying them with Sang Sansi and Big Bear's father. Though Big Bear's father had never completed his apprenticeship independently, years of learning alongside Sang Sansi had honed his craftsmanship considerably. Moreover, he possessed a natural talent for architectural design, capable of crafting unique patterns for courtyard gates and window frames alike. After discussing well into the afternoon, they finally reached an agreement. Noticing the sky darkening, Du Ruding rose to take his leave, and Gu Qianqian escorted him outside. "Young Master Du, thank you for today. The accommodations here are too humble to warrant keeping you, but once my house is built, I'll gladly host you." Du Ruding smiled. "No need for formalities. Should you require my assistance, simply ask. By the way, the gray bricks and roof tiles will arrive tomorrow." "Thank you." After seeing Du Ruding off, Gu Qianqian returned indoors and spoke to Sang Sansi. "Elder Sang, I'm afraid I'll need to trouble you again tomorrow to help us build a small shed for storing the bricks and tiles overnight." "Very well." Sang Sansi smiled. "I'll begin work tomorrow." Gu Qianqian suddenly found herself thinking that his name suited his profession perfectly. Because the shelter had not yet been built, Sang Sansi and Xiong's father would have to stay at Old Five Gu's home that night. Fortunately, neither of them were particular about their living conditions, and a simple floor bed would suffice. That evening, Xiong's father kept apologizing to Gu Qianqian, still shaken by what had almost transpired. Had Gu Qianqian not subdued them, but instead they had injured her, Du Ruding would never let it go. At first, he had merely assumed that Du Ruding and Gu Qianqian were simply acquaintances. But ever since seeing the blueprints Gu Qianqian had designed, a chill had seized him from head to toe. The humble state of Old Five Gu's household made it clear there was no money to fund her ambitions. And the collapsed remnants of Gu Qianqian's old home only reinforced this. He understood all too well the fortune such construction would demand. A poor country girl suddenly building such an impressive house could only mean someone was backing her. That someone had to be Du Ruding. The sheer amount of silver Du Ruding was willing to spend on her spoke volumes about their connection. Whether they were lovers or bound by some other unspoken arrangement, their relationship was far from ordinary. Their bond was unmistakably extraordinary. If he had harmed Gu Qianqian, would Du Ruding ever forgive him? Fear gripped him tighter with each thought, so he hurried back to apologize, once more pledging to protect the Sang Yun family henceforth. Only after securing Gu Qianqian's assurance that she would hold no grudge did he turn his attention to Sang Shu and Sang Jun, attempting to win them over. Both men were straightforward and honest, and upon hearing his words, they too let bygones be bygones. The following morning, Gu Qianqian rose early to steam buns. White flour buns served with pickled vegetables and rice congee made for an irresistible breakfast in those times. After the meal, Sang Sansi led to Xiong's father, old five Gu the Sang brothers, and several laborers assigned by the village head, beginning to construct a makeshift shelter near the old homestead. Hardly had they finished when shipments of blue bricks and roof tiles arrived, and everyone rushed to help unload and stack them to the side. Soon after, timber followed. Gu Qianqian watched the mountain-like piles of bricks, and would her heart swelling with indescribable joy. At last the house she had dreamed of was about to break ground. The villagers who had come to help couldn't help but ask Qianqian, with all this timber and blue brick your family has purchased, how many houses are you planning to build? There will be a courtyard as well, she replied with a smile. Seeing that all arrived, Sang Sansi immediately organized the workers to begin excavating the foundation. Having constructed countless buildings, he understood that this two-story structure required a solid foundation. A poorly laid foundation would surely lead to collapse over time. He approached Gu Qianqian. Miss Gu, if you want the house to be more durable, we'll need to use glutinous rice, but the cost will be quite high. Gu Qianqian had heard before that mixing glutinous rice with lime could make a house extremely sturdy, though it required substantial quantities of glutinous rice. Glutinous rice was expensive, which would add dozens of taels of silver to the cost. Gu Qianqian gritted her teeth. Very well, I'll go buy it. Sang Sansi had spent his entire life building houses, yet very few families used this method. It was far too costly. He had only mentioned it to her, expecting her to refuse. Yet she had actually agreed. As they spoke, the owner of a grain shop from town arrived in an ox cart hauling a load of glutinous rice. Miss Gu, young master Du had me deliver these. Du Ruding was so thoughtful, as if they shared the same mind. If not for the fact that she had saved Du Lingyan's life, she might have let her thoughts wander elsewhere. The villagers looked on with envy. Qianqian, this glutinous rice must have cost a fortune. Young master Du treats you so well. Gu Qianqian smiled. Young Master Du is a kind-hearted man who treats everyone well. That's not true, one villager retorted. Then tomorrow I'll build a house too, and see if he gives me so much material. Gu Qianqian laughed. Brother Dafu, this is all borrowed. I'll have to repay it. It's not a gift. Do you take us for fools? This material alone is worth at least dozens of taels of silver. Dozens, not a few. How do you plan to repay it? Gu Qianqian smiled. I will certainly repay it. By the way, consider today as the official start of work for my family. I'll keep careful records of everyone's wages. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. The village head did mention it, but none of us took it seriously. Qianqian, rest assured we came to help, not for the pay. Gu Qianqian understood that her family, a widow and orphan, could hardly expect such generosity. Only about a dozen men from the village had volunteered, and she kept their kindness in her heart. Among them were village head's son Gu Debao, and Chun Tao's husband Gu Fulong. Nearby, a few villagers gathered to watch, including Aunt Hahua and Aunt Chun Tao. Aunt Hahua's lips curled disdainfully. Chun Tao, doesn't your husband have nothing better to do? Running over there to work for nothing. We're neighbors. Their house was burned down. We can't just leave them abandoned. You should have him go to town and pick up odd jobs instead. Aunt Chun Tao replied, It's not busy season right now. My husband said he has nothing else to occupy himself with. Tell your husband to take him along to find work. It's better than standing around doing nothing. Aunt Chun Tao shook her head. We've already promised Qianqian. We can't go back on our word. Don't tell me you actually believe she'll pay you. Aunt Hahua sneered, her mouth curling upward. All these materials she purchased, young Master Du paid for them. Who knows when she'll ever finish repaying? Aunt Chun Tao, being straightforward, replied, We truly aren't here for the money. You're just too stubborn, Aunt Hahua scoffed. Aunt Hahua wrinkled her nose. My husband earns at least 10 coins a day doing odd jobs. Even on days with no work, he can rest by the roadside and conserve his energy. Gu Taoyong happened to overhear this as she returned from gathering pig feed. Walking home, she pondered. All those materials Gu Qianqian's family had purchased were stacked outside, visible from the kitchen window. Jealousy burned hotter within her. You fat ugly thing, Gu Qianqian. You're so plain-looking, yet you have such good fortune. I'm far more beautiful than you, yet my fate is worse than yours. You want to live in a fine house. Well, someone has to help you build it. She recalled Aunt Hahua's words, and a vicious plan began to take shape in her mind once more. Old Five Gu tidied things up, handed matters over to the uncle and nephew Sang Sansi, and set off for the rear mountain with the brothers Sang Shu and Sang Zhun. Qianqian were heading to the rear mountain to dig a lime pit first. You should head back. The foundation work is dangerous, he told her. Uncle Five, I'll go with you, Gu Qianqian replied. The limestone is heavy. Let me help you carry some. On the rear mountain lay a deposit of limestone. When a family built a house, they would dig a pit nearby, place the limestone inside, and soak it with water. Little did she know that this casual excursion would lead Gu Qianqian to a surprising discovery. Gu Qianqian insisted on accompanying them to the mountain to dig a lime pit, and Gu Laowu, unable to dissuade her, had no choice but to let her come along. Behind Gu family village lay the mountain forest. If one kept walking forward, they would venture deep into the wilderness, a place fraught with peril. It was there that Gu Laowu had once gone hunting, only to be dragged away by a wild beast, leaving behind nothing but a blood-stained garment. This was Gu Qianqian's first visit to the back mountain. The original owner of this body never came here, for the mountain and offered nothing palatable. Wild fruits she deemed unappetizing, and she never bothered to gather wild vegetables. When Gu Qianqian stepped into the back mountain, she was astonished to discover a wealth of medicinal herbs. Many of these herbs, resembling weeds rather than edible plants, had been overlooked by the villagers. Thus no one harvested them, and over time the herbs multiplied, thriving in lush abundance. The villagers had occasionally seen Dr. Hu gathering herbs on the mountain, but he never taught them how to identify or use them. It was not that Dr. Hu was stingy, rather he feared that if the villagers recognized the herbs, they might misuse them and poison themselves. Ahead lay the lime ground, bordered by a large pit left by a previous house builder. Inside, the white lime had hardened into a thick coating, and surprisingly the pit had collected a considerable amount of water. Gu Laowu said, "There's already water in here. We just need to toss the stones in." Gu Qianqian hadn't expected that people of this era would know how to use lime. "Qianqian, just watch from the side. Girls shouldn't exert themselves." "It's all right, fifth uncle." Then they watched as Gu Qianqian, using both hands and feet, sent the limestone blocks flying into the pool like tossing a ball. Gu Laowu was stunned. They had intended to help carry the stones, but before they could react, she had already tossed dozens into the water. "Fifth uncle, is that enough?" "Almost. Let's wait for the limestone to dissolve, then we'll scoop it out." Soon bubbles began to rise from the pool. "Qianqian, let's hurry back. The water in this pool is boiling hot." As they returned, Gu Qianqian said, "Fifth uncle, I've noticed many medicinal herbs on this mountain. We could gather some to sell." "Really?" Gu Laowu beamed. "Once your house is built, we can come dig them up." "Qianqian," said Sang Shu, "but we don't know which ones." "I'll teach you," Gu Qianqian replied. "I know them." Chattering and laughing all the way, they reached home. Gu Qianqian went to the town to buy some groceries and hurried back. At noon, she casually stir-fried a few dishes and cooked a pot of rice. "Thank you all for coming to help today. On the first day, I'll treat all the uncles and elder brothers to a meal. We still have work in the afternoon. We'll have drinks tonight." She left the rest unsaid, that future meals would not be on her. Everyone understood and happily ate before heading back to work. Since the shed had been erected, Sang Sansi Daxiong's father and the two maternal uncles moved in to stay there. It also allowed them to watch over the materials at night. By the end of the day, the foundation had been dug. Gu Qianqian observed that Sang Sansi was a diligent worker, meticulous in his tasks. Gu Qianqian called everyone to come home for dinner. Gu Laowu, fearing someone might steal the materials, decided not to return. "Qianqian, you all go ahead and eat. Just leave some for me." Recalling the earlier arson incident, Gu Qianqian said, "Fifth uncle, let me keep watch. You go back and help entertain the guests. I'm not hungry, you go first." At Gu Qianqian's repeated insistence, Gu Laowu finally went back to eat, leaving her to stand guard. Sang Yang approached, offering to keep her company, but Gu Qianqian declined. They were elders, and if she let them watch while she went to eat, the neighbors would think ill of it. Gu Qianqian sat in the shed. Having been busy all day, she soon grew drowsy. As she dozed off, she heard a noise. Opening her eyes, she saw a shadowy figure stealthily approach the pile of blue bricks, grab a few, and run. Stop! Gu Qianqian couldn't ignore what she had seen. She sprinted after the figure and caught up. It was Aunt Hahua. Caught red-handed, Aunt Hahua was displeased. I just took a few bricks from you. You have a whole pile left. Gu Qianqian's temper flared. If everyone in the village acted like you, taking a few bricks today and a few tomorrow, how would I ever finish building my house? Aunt Hahua tossed the bricks to the ground. Take them back, take them back. You're rich enough to build a house, yet so stingy. Grabbing a few bricks is like taking your life. With that, she turned to leave in a huff. Gu Qianqian blocked her. Put the bricks back. Gu Qianqian detested Aunt Hahua and had no intention of letting her off easily. Aunt Hahua, used to having her way, was not about to be humiliated. She threw a tantrum. I won't put them back. If you're so stingy, you can pick them up yourself. I only take, I don't return. Take it or leave it. Gu Qianqian had dealt with plenty of bullies. She let out a cold laugh. You won't put them back? No. Aunt Hahua was determined to be shameless. What can you do to me? If you dare hit me, I'll camp out at your place. Gu Qianqian said calmly. Then it was you who set the fire last night, wasn't it? Tomorrow come with me to the yamen and see the constable. He's been looking for the culprit. Aunt Hahua jumped up. Gu Qianqian, don't talk nonsense. I only wanted to take a few bricks. I never thought of burning down your house. We're neighbors, I wouldn't do such a wicked thing. With that, she quickly picked up the bricks from the ground and scurried back to put them in place. Don't try to frame me with such dirty accusations. She then fled as fast as her legs could carry her. But before she got far, someone blocked her path. Aunt Hahua, wait a moment. Aunt Hahua stopped and saw it was Gu Taohong. Gu Taohong, what are you stopping me for? After the last incident, Aunt Hahua had a deep grudge against Gu Laoda's family, especially with Lin Chunhua. They pretended not to see each other. Gu Taohong's sudden interception surprised her. If Lin Chunhua found out, Gu Taohong would surely get another beating. Aunt Hahua, I saw how Gu Qianqian bullied you just now. It's just a few bricks. She treats them like treasures and even guards them at night. How disgraceful. Now she's getting more arrogant, thinking she can do whatever she wants with Master Du backing her. These words struck a chord with Aunt Hahua. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Aunt Hahua temporarily set aside her hostility toward Gu Taohong. But what can we do? Gu Taohong said, I've thought of a plan. Tell me what you think. The two huddled together, whispering and conferring, and Aunt Hahua nodded repeatedly. Gu Qianqian checked and found no bricks missing. Just as she was about to head to the shed, she saw Gu Laowu approaching. Qianqian, go back and have your meal. I'll keep watch here. Gu Qianqian told him about what had just happened, and Gu Laowu was equally angered upon hearing it. Don't worry, Qianqian. With your fifth uncle here, no one will be able to steal anything. By the time Gu Qianqian returned home, everyone was still eating and drinking. She had said earlier that she would treat everyone to drinks that evening, and now they were still enjoying their drinks. Seeing Gu Qianqian come in, everyone stood up one after another. Qianqian, you're here. Gu Qianqian smiled and said, thank you all for your hard work today. Please eat more. I don't drink alcohol, so I'll toast you all with water instead. Gu Debao smiled and said, Qianqian, when the work is finished, you must treat us to another round of drinks. No problem, brother Debao. Gu Qianqian smiled and said, in the meantime, I'll treat everyone to drinks from time to time. And your wages won't be shorted either. Gu Debao said, the wages don't matter so much. Let's focus on getting the house built first. After finishing their meal, everyone went their separate ways. Gu Qianqian had prepared many delicious dishes that evening, and everyone finished every last bite, even scraping the bowls clean of the savory broth to eat with rice. Sang Shu and Sang Si, the uncle and nephew duo, went to the shed. Since they had drunk alcohol that evening, Gu Laowu was uneasy about leaving them alone and decided to stay overnight at the shed as well. While helping to clean up, Gu Qianqian found it strange. Where's Gu Yaoshi tonight? The two families didn't live far apart. If Gu Yaoshi had heard so many people eating and drinking at their house, she would surely have come to cause a commotion. Sang Yang paused for a moment before speaking. Qianqian, don't be angry. I served a bowl of meat and took it over to her. Mother, how could Gu Qianqian not be angered upon hearing this? She was absolutely furious. Sang Yang sighed and said Qianqian mother had no choice. With so many people here today, if she came and made a scene, it would have been difficult to handle. As she spoke, she cast a cautious glance at Gu Qianqian. Making a fuss every day isn't a solution. Once our house is built, we won't have to fear her anymore. Hearing this, Gu Qianqian pulled her into a tight embrace. Mother, you always think more clearly than I do. She was used to confronting things head-on, and although she had indeed won, she was left emotionally and physically exhausted. Although giving Gu Yaoshi a bit of meat meant nothing substantial now, it at least shut her mouth. As long as she didn't create trouble during the construction period, it would suffice. Once the house was completed, they would simply close the courtyard gate and enjoy whatever food they wanted. Gu Yaoshi wouldn't even be able to see it. The next day was the official start of construction. When Gu Qianqian arrived at the worksite, she noticed that although over 10 people had come yesterday, only 6 or 7 showed up today. The others hadn't come at all. Gu Qianqian asked about it, and Gu Debao said grumpily, when we went to fetch them this morning, they said they had already gone to town to take up temporary work for Aunt Hahua's husband. With this explanation, Gu Qianqian could roughly figure out the reason. It was definitely because she hadn't allowed Aunt Hahua to steal bricks the previous night, so she had been stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Gu Debao said, those few people are easy to talk to. It must have been their wives who stirred up trouble. Gu Qianqian smiled. It's fine. Sorry to trouble the uncles and brothers. Just then Uncle Qianqian and Gu Huzi walked over. Qianqian, we had something to attend to yesterday and couldn't make it. We're free today and came to help. Gu Qianqian smiled and said, thank you, Uncle Qianqian. Thank you, Brother Huzi. Although the number of workers had decreased, everyone was full of energy. Sang Si also couldn't wait to finish building the house quickly. He wasn't being paid by the day, but rather a fixed total sum for the entire project. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could take on new work. He worked together with Daxiong's father to lay bricks, while the other laborers were responsible for mixing lime and glutinous rice paste, transporting bricks, and other tasks. Gu Qianqian said she would carry a basket to town to buy groceries. Although she wasn't required to provide meals, Sang Si, Daxiong's father, her 2 uncles, and the whole household still needed to eat. She bought some ingredients for braised dishes at town and went to Scholar Ouyang's home. After preparing them, she reserved some for Scholar Ouyang and brought the rest back. This way she avoided cooking at home, which would have filled the air with an irresistible aroma and given Gu Yaoshi another excuse to roll on the ground and throw tantrums. When Gu Qianqian returned home, several women immediately began preparing lunch. At noon, the others went back home to eat and would return in the afternoon to continue working. In the evening, when Aunt Chuntao came to call her husband back for dinner, she saw Aunt Hahua walking over together with 2 other married women. The husbands of those 2 women were also working on the construction site. They could hear Aunt Hahua saying, Chuntao, my husband found some temporary work in town and can't handle it alone. Tell your husband to help us for a few days. The pay is 20 cash per day. The work isn't heavy. It's much easier than working here. Aunt Chuntao glanced at her husband after hearing this. Since he remained silent, she said, Hahua, since we promised to help Qianqian's family build their house, we can't go back on our word. Aunt Hahua pursed her lips. You're too stubborn. Turning to Debao and Huzi, she asked, what about you 2? 20 cash per day. Gu Qianqian stood nearby watching in silence without saying a word. Gu Debao couldn't help but curse. Aunt Hahua, what do you mean? Aunt Hahua smiled smugly. Debao, that's not fair. Are you saying Gu Qianqian can hire whoever she wants, but I can't? Come on, where else is there work that pays better? Why turn down 20 cash a day just to toil here for nothing? Gu Debao wanted to argue further, but Gu Qianqian stopped him. Brother Debao, never mind. Everyone is free to choose where they work. After finishing work, Gu Laowu said, Qianqian, there will definitely be even fewer people tomorrow. We're already short-staffed now. Sang Shu said, I'll go to Songjia village tomorrow to recruit more people. If I have to repay them with labor in the future, so be it. No need, Gu Qianqian said. Uncle, you find the workers. I'll pay them the same rate others offer. I'm not incapable of affording it. 20 cash a day will make them so happy they won't know north from south. It was impossible not to feel angry, but she also believed that this situation served as a test to determine whether these people truly cared about her family. If they weren't sincere, she would need to be more cautious in the future when offering help. Fifth uncle, take everyone back for dinner. I'll stay behind and keep watch for a while. Today's progress had been quite good. The foundation was completely laid and the bricks were already being built up. If there had been enough workers, the house could have been finished in at most 10 days. But with so few people now, and likely even fewer tomorrow, this couldn't continue indefinitely. It was clearly not a sustainable solution. She raised her head and accidentally caught sight of Gu Taohong. Gu Taohong was washing dishes in the kitchen, her eyes peering through the window at her. That expression was filled with triumph and schadenfreude. Even someone like Gu Taohong had come to mock her. As expected, a few more people were missing the next day. Needless to say, they had been lured away by Aunt Hahua. It was said that Aunt Hahua had almost been willing to pay them herself to persuade one of the bachelors. In that case, only Gu Debao, Uncle Qianqian, Gu Huzi, the husband of Aunt Chuantao, and 2 others showed up today. Lin Chuanhua, returning from who knows where, said with a sneer, "Qianqian, your house's foundation looks quite large. How long are you planning to build it?" Gu Qianqian smiled. "It'll take as long as it takes." Lin Chuanhua, "There's no need for your sarcasm." Lin Chuanhua looked at Gu Laowu and said with a grin, "Laowu, you're such a good man. After all this help, will she let you live in the house once it's done?" Gu Laowu said indifferently, "I'm brothers with Qianqian's father. She's my niece. We're family, unlike some cold-blooded and selfish people." Lin Chuanhua cursed. "Don't think your enthusiasm will win her gratitude. You'd be better off going with your elder brother to work for Aunt Hahua's husband. At least you'd earn 20 coppers a day." Gu Laowu said coldly, "I'm not going. Elder sister-in-law." Lin Chuanhua looked up and saw Gu Laosan and Gu Laosi running over. "We heard that eldest brother is working in town earning 20 coppers a day. We want to go too." Gu Laosan even took out 2 boiled eggs. "Elder sister-in-law, these are for Xiao. Please put in a good word for us." Hearing this, Lin Chuanhua happily took the eggs. All right, you can go with your eldest brother tomorrow," she called out with delight. "Xiaohu, come quick. Your 3rd uncle has eggs for you." Gu Xiaohu immediately sprang out from some unknown corner like a tiger descending a mountain. "Mom, I want to eat." In no time, without even peeling the shell, he wolfed it down ravenously. Gu Qianqian watched from the side and couldn't help but curl her lip. Although the village was poor and children had little to eat, it was indeed rare to see such a manner of eating as Gu Xiaohu's. "Xiaohu, don't rush. Eat slowly. Once your father gets paid, our family will buy eggs every day," Lin Chuanhua said, her face beaming with smug satisfaction. Gu Laosan and Gu Laosi said, "Laowu, don't be so stubborn. Hurry up and follow eldest brother to make a fortune." Lin Chuanhua grew even more smug. "Fortune is a bit of a stretch, but at least we can buy eggs every day." Gu Laosan quickly added, Yes, 2 days of work will buy a caddy of meat for the family." "That's great. That'll do, ha." Lin Chuanhua laughed loudly as if she wanted the whole village to hear. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but say, "Lin Chuanhua, wasn't this job arranged by Aunt Hahua?" Lin Chuanhua's laughter stopped abruptly. Ahem, no matter who arranged it, as long as Laosan and Laosi have work to do, that's fine." Gu Laosi said, "Qianqian, don't be jealous. Stop sowing discord here. No matter who sister-in-law follows, we only follow sister-in-law." Lin Chuanhua's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. "Of course, when our family eats meat, we'll definitely let you have some broth." Gu Laosan had a fawning look. Of course, when sister-in-law's family eats meat, how could the brothers be short of broth? The few of them chatted as if they had struck it rich, their laughter almost audible throughout the village. This grated on the ears of those who were still working. Before long, Sangshu returned bringing a large group of people, a good dozen or so. Lin Chuanhua and the others watched and curled their lips. "Qianqian, your family has hired so many people. You must be paying a lot of silver each day, right?" A man said, "Esteemed sister-in-law, we are all from Qianqian's maternal grandmother's side. Her uncles have always treated us well. Since her family is building a house, we uncles naturally come to help. Don't mention money. Just a meal is enough." Lin Chuanhua's mouth curled up in disdain. "Only fools like you would do that. If it were me, I wouldn't. I'd rather work odd jobs outside and earn some money to buy meat for my children." The man smiled. "When our family was in trouble, the Sangshu brothers helped without a second thought. How could we stand by and do nothing when he needs help?" Lin Chuanhua said deliberately, "Laosan, Laosi, you two go back and pack up. Tomorrow morning, follow your eldest brother to town for odd jobs. Leave in the morning, return in the evening. 20 coppers a day, and the work isn't heavy. You won't find a better deal, even with a lantern. But everyone just smiled at that. Since the hired workers had to be provided with food and lodging, they built a few rooms at the back, which could later be used as a woodshed. Now that there were many hired workers and few from the village, Gu Qianqian cooked extra portions and simply had everyone eat together. Gu Debao and the others were initially reluctant, but after Gu Qianqian spoke, they agreed. After all, those who stayed were already good people who she just had to prepare a bit more food. And so the next day, 2 more people didn't show up. It was said they had also gone with Aunt Hahua's husband. Now among the villagers aside from Gu Laowu, only Gu Debao, Aunt Chuantao's husband, Uncle Chen Qianshu, and Gu Huzi remained. Just these few. When it got dark and work stopped, Gu Qianqian took silver coins and went to the homes of those few people. Starting from the first day's workers, she paid 50 coppers per day of work. This price was considered the average rate at the time. After all, building a house was manual labor. If the pay was too low, no one would do it. Those who had worked only one day felt quite uneasy holding the 50 coppers. They had earned 50 coppers for one day, but now the work they did under Aunt Hahua's husband was no less strenuous, yet they only got 20 coppers. Moreover, they had to wait until the work was completely finished before getting paid in a lump sum. Meanwhile, those who had worked 3 days and received 150 coppers began to regret their decision. Gu Qianqian's wages were much higher than the other side, and she also provided meals, white flour steamed buns, and rice with good dishes, and meat every meal. After receiving the silver, they came over together. Qianqian, we want to come back and work for you. Is it still possible? Gu Qianqian smiled. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you, but I already have many people. Anymore, and I won't be able to afford the wages. Everyone shook their heads and left with sighs. But since they had chosen Aunt Hahua, they had to endure the hardship and keep working. At least there were still 20 coppers a day, and the other party had said that if they quit now, the previous work would be for nothing. Not a single coin would be given. Unlike Gu Qianqian, who paid for each day's work. One day, while Gu Qianqian was shopping for groceries in town, she saw Captain. Captain said, Qianqian, I have good news for you. Gu Qianqian asked, what good news? Have you found the thief who burned my house? The constable said with a smile, that's right, we found him. Who is it? Gu Qianqian couldn't help asking. Niu Qingfeng. Gu Qianqian nodded upon hearing this. It really is him. She had originally thought it might be Niu Qingfeng because most of the villagers were honest folk. Even if they got into a fight, they wouldn't be so malicious as to set someone's house on fire. But Niu Qingfeng was different. He had always harbored a deep misunderstanding toward her, even to the point of sacrificing his own dignity. After being rejected, he completely fell apart. It was not impossible that he would do such a thing. When will the case be tried? We're still sorting out the evidence. Once we have a clear picture, we'll notify you to come to the yamen. All right, thank you for your trouble, brother constable. It's my duty, all part of the job. The constable said, waving his hand, and took his leave. Returning from the town, Gu Qianqian had just stepped into Old Man Gu's house when she heard wailing from inside. Qianqian. A woman rushed toward her. Gu Qianqian instinctively raised her hand to block her. To her surprise, the woman fell to her knees with a thud. Qianqian, I beg you, please forgive Qingfeng. Only then did Gu Qianqian see clearly that the woman kneeling before her was Niu Qingfeng's mother, Shan Chahua. Shan Chahua, tears and mucus streaming down her face, said, Qianqian, I can only beg you to show mercy now. We don't know how Qingfeng could be so foolish as to do such a thing. Gu Qianqian said, Aunt Niu, please get up first. Let's talk things over properly. How can I talk properly now? Shan Chahua wept heartrendingly. The town mayor said that only if you forgive him can he be shown leniency. Sang Yang came over to help her up. Aunt, please get up and speak. Shan Chahua rose tearfully. I feel like dying right now. Sob, sob, sob. We spent so much silver raising Qingfeng, finally managed to get him to the level of a scholar, and now he's turned out like this. We don't know what to do. Watching her weep in utter despair, Gu Qianqian felt a twinge in her heart. At that moment, 2 more people entered from outside. Niu Qingfeng's father, Niu Boren, and his sister, Niu Xianhua. Niu Boren had been doing business in town and rarely came home. This time, when the constable informed him of Niu Qingfeng's arson, he was utterly stunned. How could this be? Niu Qingfeng had always been his most beloved child, and he had placed all his hopes on him. When Niu Qingfeng became the only scholar in the village, he had joyfully hosted a day-long banquet, treating the villagers to a continuous feast. He had hoped that Niu Qingfeng would continue to strive diligently and pass the provincial exam this year. Who would have thought it would come to this? Qianqian, I'm begging you, uncle. It's wrong for Qingfeng to have burned down your house, but can you forgive him considering he struggled so hard to become a scholar? Trembling, he took out a red cloth bundle and opened it layer by layer, revealing a stack of silver notes. This is 100 taels of silver. I hope you can let this go, Qianqian. Shan Shahua said, Qianqian, this is almost all our family's savings. If you still won't forgive us, we won't be able to go on living. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Niu Xianhua was furious. Gu Qianqian, our family has begged you like this. What more do you want? Shut up. Shan Shahua slapped Niu Xianhua across the face. Go back inside. Niu Xianhua covered her face, glaring hatefully at Gu Qianqian, and said through tears, Mother, if you give her all our money, what about my dowry? At a time like this, you're still thinking about your dowry. If something happens to your brother, you won't be getting married. Mother. Niu Xianhua sobbed, we're all fellow villagers. Even if my brother was foolish and did a foolish thing, they can't just destroy his future like this. Sang Yang said, take this money back. The house was burned down, but that's fine. We were planning to build a new one anyway. Gu Qianqian said, no, that won't do. Setting a house on fire is a crime. Luckily, we weren't asleep that night. What if we had been? Wouldn't we have been burned to death? She looked at Niu Boren. Uncle Niu, your son didn't just set a fire out of anger. He committed murder. It's a capital offense. Hearing this, Niu Boren and Shan Shahua trembled with fear. Qianqian, please help us pull some strings. You're familiar with young Master Du. If you forgive him and they show mercy, everything will be over. Niu Xianhua cried, Gu Qianqian, if you ever liked my brother, at least spare him this once. He's so handsome. How can you bear to see him die? Gu Qianqian said, I never liked him. Besides, he's an adult. If he does wrong, he must take responsibility. But if he dies, he won't even have a chance to reform. Sang Yang said cautiously, Qianqian, I haven't studied and I don't understand profound principles, but I've heard a saying, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. We haven't suffered any real loss, so help him. Gu Qianqian sighed. All right, I'll help him this once. But let me make this clear. This is the only chance. There won't be a second. Niu Boren immediately knelt down. Qianqian, you've saved his life. Let's leave it at that. I'll take a small amount of silver for the damages. As for the rest, you can decide whether to use it for bribes. Then we still need to trouble you to speak with young Master Du and let him know you won't press charges. All right. Gu Qianqian helped with reluctance, but since Sang Yang had stepped in, she couldn't refuse her mother. She also wondered whether Niu Qingfeng would truly stop here. If he did, and from then on focused on his studies and improved himself, it would be a good deed. Uncle Niu Qingfeng is the only scholar in our village. Naturally, I hope he studies hard and advances. Don't worry. I saw him yesterday, and he was already filled with deep regret. Regret alone isn't enough. He needs to change. I hope he will study diligently from now on. Gu Qianqian waved her hand. Go and make the necessary arrangements. Just say that I've agreed not to pursue the matter. With that, she took a 5-tael note from the stack of silver. This is compensation. Yes, 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 Niu Boren and Shan Shahua said with endless gratitude. Qianqian, thank you so much. After seeing them off, Sang Yang sighed. Qianqian, do you blame me for meddling? No. I'm not fond of interfering, but this situation is special. We had to take a step back. Gu Qianqian glanced at her and smiled. Mother, why do you say that? Sang Yehong, being older, saw many things more clearly and farther than Gu Qianqian could. Sang Yehong, said Qianqian, now that your father is no longer with us, I am a widow, and no matter how capable you are still a young woman inevitably looked down upon in the village. Now let us be magnanimous, avoid creating enmity with others. It will be better for both you and Xiaoqing in the future. Gu Qianqian smiled. Mother, you have a longer vision than I do. I have always favored head-on confrontation, somewhat unyielding when I hold the upper hand. What you have done is right, and I have learned from it. If you do not blame me, I am already very happy. Sang Yehong spoke, feeling relieved inside. She had truly worried that Gu Qianqian would reproach her, thereby affecting the bond between mother and daughter. The mother and daughter exchanged a smile, and Gu Qianqian began to prepare lunch. Xin Xingxiu also hurriedly set the rice to cook, and the three of them bustled about together. With so many people to feed now, the stove for cooking had been rebuilt, and Xin Xingxiu was in charge of that large pot of rice. Sang Yihong and Gu Qianqian were busy washing vegetables and stir-frying dishes. To save time, she specially prepared a large basin of steamed pork with rice flour and placed it on the pot to steam. The rice was done, and the steamed pork was also ready. As for vegetables, Gu Qianqian's vegetable garden had beans, cucumbers, green peppers, eggplants, and so on. Gu Laowu's family garden also had plenty of vegetables. Combining the two gardens, there was an abundance. While they were busy, they saw Zhu Xiu, the wife of the village head, also the mother of Gu Debao, arriving with a basket of vegetables. Qianqian, our family has more vegetables than we can eat. I'm giving these to you. Thank you, Grandma Zhu Xiu. I won't stand on ceremony with you, Gu Qianqian said as she took the basket, knowing that Zhu Xiu had good intentions. In these times, who would truly have vegetables they couldn't finish? Sang Yihong said, you go back first, or I'll return the basket later. We're busy right now. With so many people eating in your household, it must be quite exhausting. Do you need help? No need, your family is busy too. Zhu Xiu smiled and left. Gu Qianqian set the basket aside and glanced inside. Mother Grandma Zhu Xiu gave us a lot of dried mountain delicacies. The village head's family was in the business of selling dried mountain products, which were quite valuable. Sang Yihong took a look. Later, I'll take the basket back to her and give her something in return. That was her intention, which was why she had asked Zhu Xiu to leave first. She would return the empty basket later as a way of reciprocating. In truth, having such a neighbor made her very happy. When the meal was ready, Gu Qianqian went to call everyone to eat. Just then she saw Aunt Chuntao approaching with a basket of eggplants and beans. Qianqian, I picked some beans and eggplants from my garden for you to cook. Gu Qianqian took it. Thank you, Aunt Chuntao. I'll return the basket later. Coincidentally, Lin Shunhua came out of the house, perhaps intentionally, and said to Aunt Chuntao, are you still sending vegetables to Qianqian's family? Aren't you afraid that with so many workers she might cut your husband loose, and you'll lose that 50 a day? Chuntao glanced at her. If Qianqian thinks there are too many workers, I'll be the first to tell my husband not to come. I'm sending vegetables to Qianqian because she has been very good to our family. As for those who had stopped working, Gu Qianqian had already settled their wages, but she had not yet paid those who were still working. She would settle everything at once when the work was finished. The remaining workers were all reliable. It was impossible for them to be poached by others. For example, Uncle Qianqian and Gu Huzi. They came when they had time and stayed away when they didn't. In such cases, Gu Qianqian neither drove them away nor settled their wages daily. She would wait until the house was completed before tallying everything together. She kept a record of how many days each person had worked, so there would be no mistakes. Hearing this, Lin Shunhua sneered mockingly, tisk, 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 but think about it. With so many people here, 51 per person, how much is that per day? Nearly 601. Tisk, tisk, Qianqian is truly too wealthy. Aunt Chuntao remained silent, and Gu Qianqian said nothing either. Qianqian, I'll be off now. Honestly, wages or not, it doesn't matter. I didn't send you vegetables for the money, nor did I come here to work for the pay. I know. Aunt Chuntao acknowledged and hurried back. Lin Shunhua deliberately raised her voice. Chuntao, you think well now, but don't end up with nothing in the end. Seeing Chuntao run off without stopping, Lin Shunhua pursed her lips and then said to the workers who were wrapping up and heading to eat, if any of you don't want to work here anymore, you can tell me. My husband is doing odd jobs in town and has a long-term gig, easier than this 21 a day. Many people in the village are working with him. Gu Laowu said, elder sister-in-law, can you stop stirring up trouble every day? How am I stirring up trouble? I'm helping you all so you don't work for nothing thinking you'll earn a big pile of money. Gu Qianqian replied coldly, I suppose you get a commission for every person you recruit. Lin Shunhua was momentarily at a loss. What are you talking about? There's no such thing. You ungrateful wretches. You don't know what's good for you. With that, she gave a disdainful hum, flicked her handkerchief, and went back into the house. Gu Qianqian handed the basket to Gu Laowu. Fifth uncle, please take this back to my mother and tell her it's a gift from Aunt Chuntao. All right. Gu Laowu took the basket and led the workers back to eat quickly. They worked very diligently and meticulously, not resting at all morning. By now they were hungry. After eating, they didn't take a break, but immediately began the afternoon's work. Gu Qianqian observed it all. These uncles and elders were truly kind to her family, and she kept it in her heart. Having received 2 baskets of vegetables that morning, she felt exceptionally warm inside. Although it was just 2 baskets of vegetables, not worth much money in the countryside, these vegetables were precious to the villagers. She decided to prepare a more elaborate dinner by some wine and let everyone have a good drink. She sat on a brick thinking as she watched and couldn't help but smile faintly. However, she did not notice that in the kitchen of Gu Laoda's house, Gu Taohong was washing dishes. At that moment, Gu Taohong was staring at her, a gleam of malice and jealousy flashing in her eyes. Her original plan had been to collude with Aunt Hehua to lure away these workers. That way Gu Qianqian's house would never be built. But instead, Sang Shu had brought so many people from Sang family village, making the construction go even faster than before. No, she was too angry. She couldn't let Gu Qianqian's house be built so smoothly. She had to cause trouble. After Gu Laowu and the others arrived, Gu Qianqian ate a quick bite and went to town to buy wine and groceries. After returning, she busied herself with the evening dishes, preparing marinated meat first. Since time was tight, she didn't go to Master Ouyang's place to marinate it. While she was busy, Gu Laowu rushed in hurriedly. Qianqian, something bad has happened again. Gu Qianqian was startled. What happened? Fifth Elder Gu said, something happened in the lime pit on the mountain. Gu Qianqian knew that the lime pit was also very important. The lime mixed with glutinous rice could enhance adhesion. If the lime was destroyed, they would have to start over, which would delay progress and cause great trouble. The frightening thing was that if someone could do it once, they could do it again. That was on the mountain, and they couldn't station someone to watch over it. Gu Qianqian and Fifth Elder Gu took a few people and ran up the mountain, only to find the lime pit filled with feces, the stench overwhelming. This was probably truly unusable now. Gu Qianqian said angrily, Fifth Uncle, this is clearly intentional. Those who didn't want her family's house to be built successfully would stop at nothing. Fifth Elder Gu was also extremely angry. He said, Qianqian, now we have no choice but to dig another pit. Gu Qianqian looked around. How about this? Fill this pit with water to wash away the feces. The lime inside should still be usable. We can only try first. These people are too much. Even Fifth Elder Gu couldn't help cursing. A man who had come along said, when I came to scoop lime this morning, it wasn't there. They must have snuck it in while we were eating. The few who had come along immediately began digging a ditch beside the lime pit and sealed off the opening of the pool. Just then a man from Songjia village who had previously repaired irrigation canals happened to be there. He was skilled at this. He carefully studied how deep the ditch should be and how to dig it before instructing everyone to start. Under his guidance, everyone quickly dug a long drainage ditch. The next step was to fill the pit with water, a massive undertaking. They needed to fetch water from the village river, and even if everyone carried water, it would take at least half a day. While everyone was discussing how to get water, Gu Qianqian suddenly noticed a patch of grass growing particularly lush on the slope above. She went over to examine it carefully and found that not only was the grass thriving, but the soil was also moister than elsewhere. She immediately concluded that there must be a spring underneath. Fifth Uncle, come over here. Fifth Elder Gu and the others quickly gathered around. The man who had repaired canals took a hoe and began digging there. After a few digs, the soil became increasingly damp. There really is a spring below. Everyone dug together, and soon a small spring emerged from the ground. They quickly dug a small channel to divert the spring water into the lime pit below. Using this clear water, they washed the lime pit again, rinsing away all the filth. After washing the lime in the pit, they covered the spring to prevent others from discovering it and causing trouble again. Everyone carried the lime back and continued building the house. This matter was temporarily settled. With so many people working hard, the walls had been built up to a man's height over the past few days. Going higher would require setting up wooden scaffolding. After Gu Qianqian finished braising the pot stewed meat, it was time to prepare the evening meal. Sang Yang scooped up the braised meat and, as usual, cut a small bowl to send to Gu Yaoshi. Gu Qianqian actually noticed, but she pretended not to see. Sang Yang would send a small bowl of meat to Gu Yaoshi every day after cooking. Gu Qianqian also understood that she was thinking of the big picture. After all, they were staying at Fifth Elder Gu's house. If Gu Yaoshi came to make a scene every day, it would only cause trouble for Fifth Elder Gu. It was just a piece of meat. Consider it. Feeding a dog. When Sang Yang brought the bowl of braised meat, Gu Yaoshi with drooping eyelids took the bowl from her hand and poured it into her own plate. I've been smelling it for ages, and you only bring it now. I was about to take a basin over. Mother, this is braised meat that needs to simmer slowly. By the way, why are you taking a basin? There's not much meat at all. I'm not taking a basin to hold meat. I'm going to bang it at fifth brother's door, so the whole village knows that this unfilial son cooks good food and doesn't give any to his mother. Mother, all this meat was bought by Qianqian for the workers. Why are you scolding fifth brother? I don't care. Gu Yaoshi seemed to have found a gold mine. If you don't bring it, I'll go scold fifth brother, curse his whole family to die. Sang Yang sighed. Mother, you gave birth to them all. Why must you be like this? Did I give birth to them? Huh. Only third and fourth who listen to me are my sons. The rest of you don't obey me, so I'll curse. As she spoke, Gu Yaoshi shoved the bowl back into Sang Yahong's hands. Next time, bring more. This little bit of meat isn't even enough to fill my teeth. Mother, there's only so much meat. With so many people eating, it's already generous to send some over. Qianqian doesn't even know. Oh. Gu Yaoshi's face darkened. What? You need her permission to give me a little meat. And now you dare to talk back to me. It seems I haven't beaten you in too long. With that, she raised her hand to slap Sang Yahong's face. Sang Yang couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the cheek. Sang Yang covered her face, took the bowl, and ran off helplessly. Gu Yaoshi watched her retreating figure and curled her lips. If I don't discipline you for 3 days, you'll want to tear the roof off. When she turned around, she discovered that the plate of braised meat Sang Yang had brought had been eaten by Gu Qianqian, the son of third elder Gu. This infuriated Gu Yaoshi. You little starving ghost. I had so little meat, and you stole it. Gu Qianqian was a bit simple-minded. His family didn't treat him like a human. They rarely gave him any good food. Now 10 years old, he looked like a 6 or 7-year-old. Over time, he had developed the habit of stealing and snatching food. Usually, if an adult caught him, it was just a slap. But today, Gu Yaoshi had been craving the meat all afternoon. She had been sitting at the door waiting since she first smelled the aroma. The fragrance was so rich and intoxicating that she couldn't get enough of it. She had waited eagerly, mouth-watering, but Sang Yang never came. Now finally the meat had arrived, only to be stolen by Gu Qianqian. And he had eaten every last piece. Grandma, it's delicious. Gu Qianqian grinned foolishly, wiping his greasy mouth with his dirty little hand. More. Gu Yaoshi looked at the shiny empty plate, her anger boiling over. She grabbed a stick from the ground and struck Gu Qianqian hard on the head. Gu Qianqian didn't cry out in pain. He just reached up to touch his head and looked at Gu Yaoshi. Then with a thud, he fell straight to the ground. While Gu Qianqian was over by the foundation inspecting the house, she heard wailing rising to the heavens from old Fifth's home. Could it be Gu Yaoshi yet again causing trouble there? She hurried back and sure enough found Gu Yaoshi surrounded by a whole crowd of people sitting before old Fifth's door and sobbing hysterically. Gu Yaoshi's signature duck-like voice howled with an almost theatrical resonance. Oh heavens above. Why won't you take this old useless woman with you too? She dragged out her long drawn-out wails, not a single tear in her eyes, but an abundance of snot, which she grabbed in one handful and flung to the ground before wiping her hand on the sole of her shoe. Then she started slapping her palms together vigorously. Sang Yahong, you cursed beast, may the thunder strike you down. Such a tiny child, how could you bring yourself to do this? Sang Yang stared, blankly bewildered. Even those inside the house eating their meals stopped and gathered around. The neighbors also flocked over asking what had happened. Gu Qianqian pushed to the front and cried out angrily, Gu Yaoshi, have you no shame? Running to other people's doors every day wailing like this. Chen Milan shot back furiously, Gu Qianqian, do you have any sense of right and wrong? Your own mother beat Xiaoniu to death, and you still want to pick a fight for her. Gu Qianqian cast a glance and saw that Xiaoniu was indeed lying limp and lifeless in Luo Baiyun's arms. Luo Baiyun could barely speak through her sobs, only repeating, Xiaoniu. My Xiaoniu. Though Xiaoniu was unwelcome in the family, Luo Baiyun was after all his mother, and her heart was shattered at the sight of him dead. Gu Qianqian zeroed in on the crucial point. Fifth uncle, go fetch Dr. Hu at once. This was a matter of life and death. Regardless of whether Sang Yang had struck the child, she could not simply stand by and do nothing. Old Fifth gave an affirmative reply and immediately ran off to find Doctor Who. Old Third and Old Fourth had not yet returned. They went to town for work and already came back very late. Walking all the way back from town would make it even later. Those who had been last talked into going were now deeply regretting it. Gu Qianqian's place was so close, the pay was good and meals were provided. Where could one find such a favorable arrangement? They had already beaten their own wives several times. It was those women with short-sighted vision who kept clamoring for them to go to town. Gu Debao also hurried back and fetched his father, the village head. With the village head present, no one dared to speculate recklessly. Village head, you must uphold justice for my poor grandson. He has been killed. As she spoke, she pointed at Sang Yang. It was her, that vicious woman. She beat my precious grandson to death. The village head looked over at Sang Yang, whose eyes were swollen red from crying. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I kindly brought your family a bowl of braised meat, but you scolded me for bringing too little and even slapped me. Then I left. I never once saw Xiaoyo. Mother, please don't falsely accuse me. In the past, Sang Yang would never have said any of this. She would only have wept until she could scarcely form words. But ever since Gu Qianqian had changed, it had also affected her. Especially the last time when Gu Yaoshi had attempted to sell Gu Qianqian off for a ghost marriage. That had thoroughly awakened her. She also came to understand when a man was gone, a mother must become strong, for only then could she protect her children. Women may be naturally weak, but a mother's love makes her indomitable. Gu Yaoshi spat viciously at her. Pa, you shameless wretch. I saw it with my own eyes. You struck with a stick and then ran away. I couldn't even catch up to you. You think you can deny it just because you killed someone? Let me tell you 100 taels of silver. Not a chance. Gu Qianqian let out a cold laugh. Gu Yaoshi, don't jump to conclusions just yet. If my mother went to your home out of goodwill to deliver meat, she would have no reason to beat the child to death. Gu Yaoshi, for the past few days, she has been bringing you meat every single day. I happen to know this, I just never said anything. Chen Milan looked utterly stunned. Mother, is that true? Did second sister-in-law bring you meat every day? Good heavens, how did you manage to hide this from the whole family and eat an entire bowl by yourself in secret? Luo Baiyun sat down on the ground, clutching Gu Xiaoyo, still unwilling to let go. Through her tears, she cried out, Mother, you are so advanced in years, and yet you still hoard food for yourself. Not even a bite for your own grandson. Old Third and Old Fourth go to town every day for odd jobs, and only come back so late. At noon, their employer only gives them a single bowl of thin rice gruel. You should at least have saved them a piece. What nonsense. Gu Yaoshi's face hardened. I'm old. If I don't eat now, I'll never get the chance. You young ones will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Just then, Gu Old Third and Gu Old Fourth arrived, squeezing their way in. Mother, what happened to Xiaoyo? Luo Baiyun wept and said he was beaten to death by second sister-in-law. Gu Qianqian shouted angrily, Do not speak recklessly. My mother did not beat him. Gu Yaoshi raised her voice. Did not beat him? Would he have died on his own? You fat fool, don't talk nonsense when you don't know anything. Sang Yang wept and said, I truly did not strike him. Gu Qianqian thought for a moment. Village head, Grandpa, according to what my mother said, she went to deliver meat to Gu Yaoshi, but Gu Yaoshi complained it was too little and slapped her. My mother then left. Speaking, she pointed at Sang Yang's face. Look, my mother's face is swollen. This proves she is telling the truth. Gu Yaoshi's eyes darted about. That's because your mother was beaten by me. She took revenge, grabbed a stick and beat Xiaoyo, and then ran away. Oh, my poor grandson. Gu Qianqian let out a cold laugh. So according to Gu Yaoshi, after striking my mother in a fit of wounded pride, beat Xiaoyo with a stick and fled. Exactly. That's how it happened. Gu Yaoshi began wailing again. Therefore, without 100 taels of silver, this matter will not be settled. Gu Qianqian sneered. Everyone here knows what kind of person my mother is. I tell you, she would never so much as lay a stick on anyone, nor would she even curse at another soul. But this time she beat my grandson to death, and you think you can refuse to pay 100 taels of silver? Absolutely not. Gu Qianqian suddenly thought of something. Mother, after you delivered the meat, what happened to it? Sang Yang wiped her tears. Your grandmother poured the meat into a dish on her table. But Chen Milan immediately cried out, No. There was absolutely no meat on our table. Gu Qianqian said calmly. then the meat was most likely eaten by Gu Yaoshi herself. That only proves further that my mother did not kill the child. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaoshi immediately threw another tantrum. I don't care. The person who killed him was Sang Yang. She must pay compensation. Just as the commotion reached its height, Gu Old Fifth called out, Doctor, who has arrived? Everyone make way. Everyone quickly cleared a path for physician, who hurried in and asked, What happened? What's wrong with Xiaonyou? Luo Baiyun sobbed. Sang Yang beat him to death. Gu Yaoshi wailed alongside her, My sweet grandson, my own flesh and blood. A neighbor, unable to bear the scene any longer, wiped her tears and said, Though Gu Yaoshi is unreasonable with others, she truly loves her grandson. Those nearby chimed in, Indeed she treats Xiaonyou's father well, so naturally she dotes on Xiaonyou too. It's heart-wrenching to watch. The child was never very bright, and yet Sang Yang could bring herself to strike him. Such is the way of it. Rope snaps at its thinnest point, and misfortune befalls only those already burdened. How unfortunate is Gu Yaoshi. How will Gu Yaoshi endure these days to come? Sang Yang didn't just kill one person. She killed two, a grandmother and grandson. Gu Yaoshi won't live long either. We should be more accommodating toward her in the future. Gu Qianqian spoke coldly. Annies, I have no objection to your chatting, but my mother has already stated she didn't do it. Please stop insisting she beat someone to death. Those women pursed their lips. Gu Yaoshi is weeping like this. Do you think she's wrong? Exactly. There's such a huge bump on Xiaonyou's head. It's obviously from a stick. What good is your empty denial? At this moment, physician, who said stop quarreling. He took out a silver needle and pricked it into Gu Qianqian's philtrum, and a drop of dark blood emerged. Immediately Gu Qianqian opened his eyes. Miraculous, someone cried out. Physician, who, you're truly divine. You've brought someone back from the dead. Physician, who smiled. The child isn't dead. He simply fainted. As he spoke, he examined Gu Qianqian. This child is quite severely injured. He'll need to take some medicine to dispel the blood stasis. Gu Laosan asked, How much will that cost? At least 1 tael of silver. Before Gu Laosan could speak, Gu Yaoshi said, No matter the price, we must treat him. My lineage must be cured. He is my heart, my flesh. Then her tone shifted. The silver must come from Sang Yang. Not only the treatment cost, but also the money for nourishing supplements for Xiaonyou. At least 20 taels. No, make it 50. The village chief looked at her coldly. Gu Yaoshi, would you really buy 50 taels worth of supplements for Xiaonyou? Of course. I cherish my lineage above all else. I wouldn't even eat the good things myself. I save them all for him. He is my heart, my treasure. I wouldn't dare even touch a single strand of his hair. At this, Gu Qianqian asked, Xiaonyou, tell me, how did you faint? Gu Yaoshi immediately tried to pull Luo Baiyun away, but Gu Qianqian blocked her. Gu Yaoshi, don't you want the silver anymore? Xiaonyou, if you. Gu Qianqian reached out and pressed a point on her body. Gu Yaoshi's mouth opened wide, but not a single sound came out. This was a self-defense move Gu Qianqian had learned from her personal trainer back in modern times. Gu Qianqian said, Xiaonyou, be good. If you speak, I'll give you meat to eat. I want meat. Meat is delicious. Then who ate the meat your second uncle's wife gave your grandmother? I ate it. Gu Qianqian rubbed his head. After I ate it, Grandma hit me with a stick. My head hurts. Wah, poor child. Just then Gu Yaoshi regained the ability to speak. She intended to stop Xiaonyou, but it was already too late. He had already spoken. Everyone was stunned. So the one who beat the child was none other than Gu Yaoshi herself. To strike a child this brutally. How ruthless was her heart. What made them most detestable was that she had beaten the child herself, and was now playing the victim, wailing pitifully like a heartbroken grandmother. That was simply too much. Those who had been sympathizing with and praising Gu Yaoshi were now slapped in the face, turning against her and cursing her. This Gu Yaoshi has no decency. She could strike her own grandson so viciously. She ate the meat Sang Yang gave, and now she's extorting money from Sang Yang. So greedy. Perhaps she deliberately knocked Xiaonyou unconscious so she could blackmail Sang Yehong's money. Isn't it because she's jealous that Sang Yehong's family built a new house? Sees every opportunity to extort. This could lead to legal trouble. Don't let her lose the money and end up in jail. Luo Baiyun cried. Mother, how could you be so cruel? No matter how dull Xiaonyou is, he is still your grandson. Gu Laosan also stamped his feet. Mother, you struck so hard. Weren't you afraid of actually killing the child? Even Chen Milan spoke up. Mother, I can overlook you sneaking into your room every day to secretly eat the meat second sister-in-law sent. But Xiaoniu is just a child, and you beat him like this for stealing a few bites. Gu Laosi shouted, what? Mother, you secretly eat meat alone every day. I thought second sister-in-law only sent it today. Your second and third brothers are exhausted from working in town every day, and you have the heart to eat alone. I'm leaving first. Hearing everyone turn against her, including her own son and daughter-in-law, and fearing legal consequences, Gu Yaoshi's feet slipped as she tried to run. Gu Qianqian grabbed her firmly. You want to run? That won't do. Facing Gu Qianqian's cold smile, Gu Yaoshi felt her liver tremble. Xiaoniu is my grandson. Even if I beat him, so what? Can you stop me from leaving? It's not about stopping you from leaving. You yourself struck Xiaoniu, but falsely accused my mother. This cannot be left unaddressed. Gu Yaoshi paused. That jinx. Framing her is her blessing. If Lin Shunhua wanted me to frame her, I wouldn't even bother. She tried to run again, but Gu Qianqian caught her. You won't leave today? What do you want? Gu Yaoshi ground her teeth in fury. Elders Auntie's village chief grandfather. I'll say this clearly before you all today. Our house was built borrowing materials from young Master Du, and feeding so many people at home is already a considerable expense. Despite all this, my mother sends a large bowl of meat to Gu Yaoshi every night. When she was devouring it with grease running down her mouth, she not only showed no gratitude, but also planned to extort money from our family. She went so far as to knock her own grandson unconscious to blackmail us, asking for 100 taels. Think about it, if we give her a lesson this time, won't she come extorting us every other day, eh? Speaking, her gaze hardened. Gu Yaoshi, you must apologize to my mother today. As Gu Yaoshi tried to refuse, she met Gu Qianqian's sharp glare and swallowed her words. She gritted her teeth, steeling herself. Gu Qianqian, you fat, stinking girl. I'm your grandmother. Even if I don't apologize, what can you do to me? Gu Qianqian had expected her not to apologize easily, always believing herself untouchable as an elder. In front of others, her scheme might have fooled people, but in front of Gu Qianqian, that was impossible. Gu Qianqian didn't even want to acknowledge this grandmother. Would she indulge her? Gu Qianqian sneered. Gu Yaoshi, you assaulted Gu Xiaoniu, nearly beating him to death, and then came to my home to frame my mother and extort 100 taels from us. As she spoke, she sneered once more. Gu Yaoshi, you have committed 3 crimes. The first is assault, the second is framing an innocent person, and the third is extortion. Gu Yaoshi's eyes bulged wide. She had no idea how she had committed so many crimes. Wasn't this what she did every day? How could this be considered a crime in Gu Qianqian's eyes? Seeing her bewildered expression, Gu Qianqian said to the village head, Grandpa, village head, you are the most respected person in our village. Please tell her whether what I said is true. The village head said solemnly, Gu Yaoshi, Qianqian is not deceiving you. Everything she said is true. But I've always done this, and no one ever said anything. Gu Qianqian said, that proves you are a habitual offender and should be dealt with severely. Gu Yaoshi collapsed onto the ground in terror, saying, I'm too timid, don't scare me. Gu Qianqian sneered, I'm not scaring you. If you don't believe me, go ask at the town magistrate's office yourself. But let me warn you, don't go there of your own accord and walk right into trouble. Gu Yaoshi was completely rattled by her words, nearly urinating herself from fear. Gu Laosan and Gu Laosi beside her were terrified that she would bring a lawsuit down upon them. Hurriedly they pleaded, Mother, you're so old, don't end up in jail. Mother, I want to continue filially serving you for a few more years. If you go in there, who knows how many years, 3 or 5, it will take to get you out. Mother, if you've made up your mind to go in and eat those moldy steamed buns, remember to hand over the family's money to me first. At the mention of money, Luo Baiyun refused to be outdone, saying, Mother, your own grandson has been beaten senseless by you. You'd better cough up several tens of taels of silver to help him recover. Gu Yaoshi, hearing her own children and daughter-in-law speak thus, was enraged to the point of explosion. Your old mother is still alive. It's just about admitting a mistake, right? Fine, I'll admit it. She walked up to Sang Yang and said, Sang Yehong, I was wrong this time. Having said that, she turned to leave, but Gu Qianqian blocked her path, saying, That's it. Gu Yaoshi, your apology is far too simple. My mother was terrified by you to the point of heart pain, her tears never drying. This has done great harm to her eyes. Do you think simply moving your lips is enough to make this go away? Impossible. Gu Yaoshi paused. Gu Qianqian, what do you want? Gu Qianqian held out her hand. 5 taels. You greedy fat woman. I knew you had no good intentions. Gu Yaoshi began cursing. Your old mother's coffin money has all been drained by you. Gu Qianqian retorted coldly. I've always been fair about matters. You were just now demanding 50 or 100 taels from us, and now you won't even give 5. Gu Yaoshi broke down crying. I only have a few taels left. If you take them all, you're killing me. Gu Laosan said, Qianqian, could you take a little less? Your grandmother only has this much coffin money. He had already been made to pay nearly 10 taels in compensation twice before at Gu Qianqian's hands. An elderly woman who had scrimped and saved her entire life had only managed to accumulate so little silver, and now it would all be gone in an instant. Gu Qianqian said 3 taels, no less. Gu Laosan gritted his teeth. 2 taels, no more. Very well, for third uncle's sake, 2 taels it is. Hearing this, Gu Yaoshi began wailing as though her flesh were being cut away. Gu Qianqian said, if you won't even give 2 taels, I'll report this to the authorities. Tell me, do you think your family still has silver to bail you out? Hearing this, Gu Yaoshi stopped crying immediately. Laosan, you must pull me out. Mother, we don't even know where you've hidden your money. How can we? Just pay it, and I'll give you back everything from the wages I earn in town. Gu Laosan and Gu Laosi had not yet separated their household, so all their earnings went to Gu Yaoshi for management. Chen Milan spoke her mind bluntly. Mother, you're so old, death will come sooner or later. You might as well die in prison, and we'll keep the money for ourselves. Gu Yaoshi jumped up shouting, I knew you descendants were all unreliable. You greedy fat woman, I'll give you the 2 taels. With that, she ran all the way home. Naturally, Gu Qianqian and the others followed and blocked the doorway of her house. Not long after, Gu Yaoshi emerged with 2 taels of silver and flung it at Gu Qianqian, saying, take it and buy your own coffin. Humph. Gu Laosan asked, Mother, what about Xiaonu's injuries? Why not give 1 tael for him to see a doctor? Xiaonu. Gu Yaoshi didn't let him finish before launching into a curse. See what? What's there to see? He's a fool anyway. Watching him won't change a thing. As long as he's not dead, that's enough. Luo Baiyun hugged Xiaonu and wept, my poor Xiaonu, why is your fate so bitter? By then, Gu Qianqian took the 2 taels and handed them to Dr. Hu, saying, Uncle Hu, this silver is for you. Please examine Xiaonu's injuries, but under no circumstances return it to their family. Gu Qianqian knew that Gu Yaoshi would certainly not let Xiaonu see a doctor and would instead demand the silver back. Dr. Hu smiled and said, rest assured. Since the silver came from you, I'll treat the child whether they're present or not. If they refuse, I'll return the silver to you. Don't worry. We'll go. Looking at the dazed Gu Xiaonu, Luo Baiyun said to the doctor, we'll come. Our Xiaonu is too pitiful. Please, you must save him. Dr. Hu said, come to my house. With that, he led Gu Laosan and his family away. Besides Gu Xiaonu, Gu Laosan had another son named Gu Xiaoma who was nowhere to be seen, likely off playing somewhere. Everyone began to disperse, chatting as they went. Qianqian has such a kind heart. She took compensation money from Gu Yaoshi and used it to have Xiaonu examined. This child of Qianqian's probably knew Gu Yaoshi wouldn't spend silver on Xiaonu's treatment, so she deliberately went through this whole process. What a good girl. Qianqian's family has had such a hard time building their house. With so many people eating and drinking every day, the wages alone must have been considerable. Those 2 taels could have covered urgent expenses, yet she gave them to treat Xiaonu's wounds. Everyone praised Gu Qianqian enthusiastically, and Gu Taohong, who was hiding and eavesdropping, felt as though her liver were hurting from rage. How dare she? No matter what Gu Qianqian did, everyone praised her, yet everything Gu Taohong did was wrong. Passing by Gu Qianqian's house, she looked at the walls that had been built remarkably high, and jealousy drove her mad. She felt that if she could live in such a fine house, Niu Qingfeng would surely come to propose on his own. She would become a scholar's wife. Walking through the village with her head held high, who would dare look down on her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She refused to believe she was so cursed, while Gu Qianqian was so blessed. She wanted revenge. Late at night, Gu Qianqian had finished kneading the dough for tomorrow's steamed buns, and had just lain down on her bed when a shrill, horrifying scream came from behind the mountain. Gu Qianqian sat up in bed. "Mother, did you hear something?" "I heard it," Sang Yang said, panic-stricken. "It sounds like a woman's scream. Heavens, such a miserable cry. Something terrible must have happened. Could a wild beast have come down from the mountain and attacked someone?" The thought made Gu Qianqian's skin crawl, reminding her of the time her father was dragged away by a beast while hunting. She hurriedly got out of bed. Sang Yang started to follow, but Gu Qianqian stopped her. "Mother, don't go. Stay home and look after Xiaoqing. I'll find some people to check it out." As she spoke, another scream pierced the night, even more agonizing, and this time they could hear cries for help. Gu Qianqian broke into a run, dashing toward the foundation site. She shouted as she ran, rousing the others. Most had just settled in for the night, but upon hearing that a beast was attacking people, they scrambled up, grabbed their weapons, and charged up the mountain. The commotion woke the entire village. Torches in hand, the villagers grabbed their tools and stormed up the mountain. Lin Shunhua also woke up. She listened at the window for a long while, then shook Gu Laodao awake beside her. "It sounds like a beast came down from the mountain. No one knows who it dragged away. Should we go and see?" "Who cares who it is? It's not our family. Go back to sleep." He had just been intimate with Lin Shunhua, and his body was limp and weary. How could he possibly muster the strength to go up the mountain? Seeing his attitude, Lin Shunhua, a woman after all, certainly wasn't about to go up the mountain alone. She turned over and went back to sleep. Meanwhile, the crowd rushed up the mountain. There they found a woman tied to a tree, a cloth gag in her mouth, whimpering piteously. They stared. This was no beast attack. It looked like a flower thief. Though the darkness made it hard to see, the torches offered enough light to make out the scene. The woman was bound to the tree, her hair disheveled, her clothes torn. Gu Qianqian hurried forward to untie the rope. The woman, thoroughly terrified, collapsed to the ground the moment she was freed. "Search the area. He can't have gone far." Noticing the woman's torn clothes, Gu Qianqian quickly removed her own outer garment and draped it over her. Worried the men might see her exposed body, she sent them away. Just then the village head stepped forward. "Let's see whose daughter this is." Gu Qianqian brushed the woman's hair aside and gasped. "It's Gu Taohong. Gu Taohong." The village head immediately asked, "Where's Gu Laodao?" "He didn't come, it seems." The village head was furious. What kind of people are these? Such a calamity, and they pretend not to know. When they first thought a beast was attacking, everyone had run as fast as they could. Most of the village men had come along. Such a dangerous situation. They didn't know what kind of beast it was, required numbers. Even families with grudges lent a hand at times like this. Otherwise, they'd be gossiped about, and later, if trouble struck their own household, no one would help. But Gu Laodao hadn't come. Maybe he didn't know. How could he not know? The village head fumed. "We all passed right by his door. With all that noise, I refused to believe he was oblivious." Another man chimed in. He thought he'd dodged trouble, but it turns out his own daughter was the victim. What a disgrace. Gu Taohong was completely stunned by the ordeal. She sat dazed on the ground, her tangled hair covering her face, unreadable in the darkness. Then a shout came from higher up the mountain. "Found him." The village head said, "Good, we've caught him. Now let's see who has the audacity to lay hands on a girl from Gu family village." Several men shoved a short, wiry fellow forward. "Village head, it's Gu Hozi." Gu Hozi was the village good-for-nothing. His family was dirt poor, and instead of mending his ways, he loafed around all day stealing chickens and dogs. Now caught red-handed, he dropped to his knees before the village head. "Village head, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't report me to the authorities. Gu Hozi, this isn't something I can decide. You'll have to ask Taohong's family if they'll forgive you." In ancient times, forcing a woman was a grave crime. It destroyed her purity and ruined her future. The crowd escorted Gu Hozi and Gu Taohong back to the village. By the time they arrived, the whole village knew what had happened. At Gu Laodao's door, the village had knocked. "Gu Laodao." "Lin Shunhua." "Open up." Lin Shunhua, who hadn't been asleep, jolted awake at the shout. Gu Xiaohu was still sleeping like a log, and Gu Laodao was snoring away. Lin Shunhua shook him urgently. "Husband, someone's knocking at our door." Gu Laodao rolled over, mumbling, "Where's that buzzing fly?" "How dare you call me a fly?" Lin Shunhua slapped him. He yelped in pain. "You crazy woman, what did you hit me for?" "Someone's knocking." The village head pounded again. Gu Laodao opened the door. Fuming but unwilling to defy the village head, Gu Laoda held his tongue. Village head, what do you want in the middle of the night? I'm dead tired. He punctuated the complaint with a loud yawn. Ha! The village head sneered, then slapped him across the face. That'll wake you up. Gu Laoda clutched his cheek. Village head, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Why didn't you go to the back mountain with everyone else? I'm exhausted. You can't come after me just because I didn't go. Who's coming after you? The village head roared. Everyone thought a beast was attacking, so they all rushed over. But it wasn't a beast. Gu Laoda rubbed his bleary eyes. Then what was it? It was your daughter. She was tied to a tree on the back mountain. The village head nearly shouted the words. He'd seen incompetence, but never such a hopeless case. Oh, Gu Laoda muttered, not really processing it. What's that got to do with me? I'm working myself to the bone in town every day. Lin Xuanhua, standing behind him, heard clearly. She shrieked. Village head, what did you say? Gu Laoda covered his ears. You women are so dramatic. The village head kicked Gu Laoda aside. Your Taohong was taken by Gu Hozi to the back mountain and violated. Heavens! Lin Xuanhua's vision went dark. She staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. Gu Laoda finally snapped out of it. Village head, what did you say? What's wrong with my Taohong? Suanjing said, shaking his head in exasperation. Go look. Your daughter is still at home. Lin Xuanhua hurried to Gu Taohong's room only to find it empty. Gu Qianqian then appeared, leading Taohong by the hand. Taohong stood dazed and lifeless until she caught sight of Lin Xuanhua, then broke into sobs. Seeing her daughter's condition, clothes torn to shreds wrapped in Gu Qianqian's garments, Lin Xuanhua felt a choking ache in her chest. She raised her hand intending to slap Taohong, but a wave of dizziness struck her and her arm fell limply to her side. Only then did Taohong rush, crying, back into her room. Gu Laoda was equally bewildered. How could this happen? How did Gu Haozi kidnap her? Suanjing replied. Gu Haozi has been apprehended. Bring him over. This matter must be handled by the two of you. Gu Haozi dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother de Gang, I'm kneeling to you. I was blinded by stupidity and did this terrible thing. Lin Xuanhua kicked him fiercely, then grabbed his hair and hammered his head. Gu Haozi was already gaunt, no match for a woman accustomed to farm labor, and was soon knocked sprawling on the ground, struggling. Still unsatisfied, Lin Xuanhua opened her mouth and bit down hard on Gu Haozi. He cried out in pain as they grappled together. Gu Laoda joined in, and the three of them tangled in a furious brawl. After some time, Suanjing finally spoke up. Enough! Stop! The three paid him no mind. Suanjing said sternly, I told you to beat him to vent your anger, not to kill him. Pull them apart. Once separated, Lin Xuanhua cursed furiously. Gu Haozi, you damned wretch. Have you lost your mind? How dare you lay hands on my daughter? Today, if I don't smash your precious belongings to pieces, I'm not a human being. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. You've beaten me and cursed me. Even killing me won't change anything. Lin Xuanhua roared. You think we can let this go that easily? Gu Qianqian, seeing that the person had been returned and having no further part to play, prepared to leave. At that moment, Suanjing asked sharply, Gu Haozi, you truly have the nerve to kidnap a young woman to the mountains and defile her. You have shamelessly brought disgrace upon our Gu family village. I'm innocent. Gu Haozi's face was swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could I dare? I was returning from setting snares on the mountain when I saw her alone carrying 2 buckets of dung. A wicked thought struck me in that moment. Gu Qianqian stopped in her tracks. Gu Haozi, what did you just say? You didn't kidnap her from her home. Of course not. I have no reason to lie. Go search the mountain. If you don't believe me, you'll still find those 2 buckets. Gu Qianqian understood what had happened. Suanjing said, we all know you often set snares on the mountain to catch rabbits and pheasants, but that doesn't give you the right to assault a young woman just because she's alone. I'm grown, still unmarried, and when I see a woman at night, don't you think my heart itches? Gu Qianqian interrupted. Let me add something. Suanjing said, speak. Gu Qianqian's chubby face turned cold. Previously, someone splashed a great deal of dung into the lime pond on our mountain. I wondered who could be so shameless. It cost us hours of cleaning and wasted our time. Since we couldn't catch the culprit, we kept quiet and hoped the matter would fade away. I never expected today's twist of fate. Gu Qianqian cast a cold glance at Gu Laoda. Don't call me heartless, Gu Laoda. What your family has done, If done by anyone else, their pots would have been shattered long ago. Lin Chunhua was outraged. How could this be my Gu Taohong's fault? Don't speak nonsense. My Taohong would never do such a thing. Already Taohong's reputation was ruined after being defiled by Gu Haozi. Whether she could ever marry was doubtful. Now with this additional accusation, the prospect of marriage was surely dead. Though it was unclear whether Gu Haozi had succeeded, everyone assumed the worst. Gu Qianqian scoffed. She didn't. Then tell me, why was a grown woman up the mountain at midnight carrying 2 dung buckets? Does your family own land on the mountain? Why don't we go to the mountain now and check whether my lime pond is full of dung? Lin Chunhua lost all confidence. She had only been trying a desperate last stand, never expecting Gu Qianqian's counterattack to be so devastating. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. I actually felt sorry for Gu Taohong. I thought the poor child had been kidnapped and assaulted. Who would have guessed? She went up the mountain to do evil. Good is rewarded, evil is punished. How bold she was, running to the mountain at midnight to harm others, only to become the victim herself. Thank goodness Xianqian overheard, otherwise Taohong would have fared even worse. Xianqian is truly kind-hearted. Lin Chunhua collapsed onto the ground. Heavenly Lord, what kind of world is this? My daughter has suffered so much. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for her? She suddenly pointed a trembling finger at Gu Qianqian. You fat wretch, are you determined to drive people to their death? Lin Chunhua, do you have any sense of justice? Your daughter was saved by me. If I hadn't rescued her, who knows what torment she would have endured. But matters must be judged separately. Gu Taohong dumping dung into my lime pond was her fault. Can't I even speak of it? Have you ever considered why Gu Taohong became so wicked? It's because you failed as a mother. Parents are what they are, and children turn out the same. Gu Qianqian fired back directly. She didn't expect Lin Chunhua to change, but she needed to say these things to relieve her own anger. Lin Chunhua wept. Then you're just rubbing salt in the wound. Did I send her to dump dung in my lime pond? This is her karma. Gu Qianqian said coldly. I'll give you 2 options. First, clean the dung out of my lime pond tomorrow morning. Second, compensate. No less than 1 tael of silver. You're trying to devour people. Lin Chunhua cried. Even if Taohong dumped dung in your lime pond, 1 tael of silver is too much. Doesn't the previous incident count? Between the 2, is 1 tael excessive? If you don't want to pay silver, clean it yourself. Gu Qianqian was not making unreasonable demands. Her compensation requests were always scaled to the party's financial means. For Gu Yaoshi, who possessed 5 taels, she had asked for 5, eventually accepting 2 after bargaining. Gu Laoda's household was not as well off as Gu Yaoshi's, so she had only asked for 1 tael. Lin Chunhua gnashed her teeth in fury. I have no 1 tael. I can only give you 100 copper coins. Are you trying to force us into borrowing from loan sharks? That was not her intention. Gu Qianqian sought punishment, not to drive anyone into an irredeemable abyss. Gu Qianqian let out a cold laugh. 100 coppers will do, but you must pay. Otherwise, if Zhangxin dumps filth today, and Li Si does the same tomorrow, I won't have the time or energy to clean it up. Hearing Gu Qianqian say this, Lin Chunhua trembled with rage. That wretched girl infuriates me, she fumed. But anger aside, the debt had to be paid. She returned to her room, retrieved a coin pouch from under the pillow, counted out 100 coppers, and wept bitterly at the loss. 100 coppers. She could have bought 3 caddies of meat for the children. Instead, it was going to that fatso Gu Qianqian. Yet despite her anguish, she had no choice but to hand it over. As she gave the 100 coppers to Gu Qianqian, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Gu Qianqian said, I hope there won't be a next time, or else it'll be a tael of silver, not a single coin less. Lin Chunhua clutched her chest. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. She then glanced at Gu Haozi, who was kneeling on the ground. Gu Haozi, let's settle this matter now. Gu Haozi brazenly replied, what's there to settle? Your daughter Taohong is already like this. How about I marry her? But Lin Chunhua trembled with fury. I've raised my daughter like a treasure, and you think you can marry her so casually? I'll pay a bride price. Gu Haozi was terrified of being imprisoned, knowing it would ruin his reputation forever. Lin Chunhua's expression softened slightly. All right, tell me, how much bride price can you offer? 3 chickens. Gu Haozi calculated that since the whole village already knew he had defiled Gu Taohong, he could get away with a meager offer. He assumed Lin Chunhua would have no choice but to agree. To his surprise, she slapped him hard across the face. "Bah, dream on," Gu Laoda said dejectedly. "All right, give us 10 taels of silver, and I'll let you marry my daughter. Otherwise, I'll report you to the town magistrate." Gu Houzi was terrified. "Where am I supposed to get 10 taels of silver? Figure it out yourself. If you can't, you'll be thrown in jail." I'll think of something right now." Gu Houzi stood up to leave. "Hold on," the village head said. "You think you can just walk away? Then what should I do?" "Go fetch the deed to your house. Even if it's not worth much, it's better than you running off." The village head's words jogged everyone's memory, especially Lin Chunhua and Gu Laoda. Lin Chunhua grabbed Gu Houzi by the collar. "Come on, we'll fetch it together." Gu Houzi was seething inside, but dared not show it, dreading imprisonment. He had been arrested once for theft, and the experience was unbearable. Just then Gu Taohong rushed out of the room. "Mother, I don't want to marry him." "I won't. You wretched girl." Lin Chunhua slapped her hard across the face. "Sneaking out at night to do mischief. Look what you've done to yourself." Gu Taohong wept bitterly. "Mother, I won't do it again. I swear I won't. Please don't make me marry him. I beg you, mother." But no matter how she cried, Lin Chunhua remained resolute. "If you don't marry him, you'll never find a husband. I didn't raise you all these years for nothing. Mother, I can work. I'll do anything. But I don't want to marry him." She was meant to marry Niu Qingfeng, not some old, ugly, worthless scoundrel. "Shut up." With that, she dragged her daughter into the room and locked the door. "Husband, go with Gu Houzi to get his house deed, so he can't back out." This time, who knew if Gu Taohong was already pregnant? If her belly grew, it would be a real disaster. A group went to Gu Houzi's house. Gu Qianqian had no desire to join the commotion and urged everyone to rest, for there was work tomorrow. The next morning, she went with Gu Laowu to the lime pit on the mountain. As expected, there was a lot of filth. This Gu Taohong was truly disgusting. Gu Qianqian snorted, thinking that demanding 100 coppers last night was far too little. Gu Laowu said, "Don't worry, Qianqian. With last time's experience, this time will be much easier." If not for having learned from the previous incident, Gu Qianqian would never have settled for just 100 coppers. They dug open the mountain spring as before and cleared the filth from the lime pit. Though it took some time, overall it went smoothly. The lime was still white with no foul odor. Gu Qianqian mused that Gu Taohong was a true oddball to come up with such a disgusting scheme. After cleaning up, Gu Qianqian went to town to buy groceries, fish meat, and a chicken. As she walked with her basket, she saw several village men carrying timber toward the ferry ahead. "Qianqian," one man called out. "Buying groceries?" "Yes, uncle." "You're working?" Hawa's husband was among them, and he said proudly, "Yes, we're all working in town. 20 coppers a day, just hard labor." The other men stayed silent. At first it seemed fine, but now they truly felt exhausted. Every day, they carried such heavy timber onto the ferry for a mere 20 coppers, and lunch was worse than pig slop. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian ate well, earned more, and had easier work. They regretted their decision immensely. A man wielding a whip in the distance shouted, "What are you doing? Stop loafing around." The man said apologetically, "Qianqian, we have to go now." Even a moment's idleness risked a lash from the overseer. Gu Qianqian smiled. "All right, I need to go cook too." As soon as she got home, Shen Xingxiu said, "Qianqian, I heard Taohong hanged herself this morning." Gu Qianqian asked casually, "Did she die?" "No, she was found just as she put the noose around her neck and rescued." Shen Xingxiu sighed. Gu Laoda, Lin Chunhua, and Gu Xiaohu are all guarding her at home, afraid she'll try again. Poor child, with parents like that, how could she turn out well? Gu Qianqian chuckled. True. Someone like Lin Chunhua can't even manage herself, let alone raise a child properly. It wasn't just Lin Chunhua. Luo Baiyun and Chun Milan were much the same. Only Sang Yang and Shen Xingxiu were kind-hearted, and their children turned out far better. Just then Sang Yang called from outside, "Qianqian, come out and see who's here." Gu Qianqian listened and hurried outside to look, seeing a carriage stopped at her door. It was obvious that Du Ruding had arrived. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Du Lingyan jumped down from the carriage. "Qianqian, I've come to see you." Gu Qianqian was equally delighted and rushed forward to greet her. "Why have you come?" Having not seen Du Lingyan for several days, she thought she looked even more beautiful than before. She had already recovered considerably earlier, but now she had fully regained her previous figure. Du Lingyan took her arm. "Qianqian, let me see you." Good heavens, you've lost weight. And you've gained weight. The two held hands, happy as two little swallows. Gu Qianqian asked, how has your appetite been lately? I'm eating normally now, but I always feel that the food at home isn't as good as what you make. It's not that I'm overly picky, my brother says the same thing. The cooks at your place can never match yours. The two chatted as they walked toward the house. Gu Qianqian caught a fragrant aroma and exclaimed happily, how wonderful. It smells so good. I'll get to enjoy a proper meal at noon. Gu Qianqian said, you can eat your fill. Where is your brother? He'll come later. He has some matters to attend to. Gu Qianqian said cheerfully, I couldn't wait, so I came ahead. The driver will go back to fetch him. While Gu Qianqian was cooking, Gu Qianqian stayed by her side, chattering nonstop. Sang Yang and Shen Xingxiu also took a fondness to this remarkably talkative girl. Gu Qianqian was also well-mannered, showing great politeness to both Sang Yang and Shen Xingxiu. Before long, Du Ruding arrived carrying a large assortment of gifts for Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian exchanged a few polite words, and then asked Sang Yang and Shen Xingxiu to accept the gifts on her behalf. Du Ruding smiled. Qianqian, it's been too long. You've grown thinner. Indeed, no amount of delicious food could outrun the heart's desire for beauty. As he spoke, his gaze lingered a moment longer on her. Gu Qianqian, slightly slimmer than before, carried herself differently altogether. Her eyes seemed larger, her face round as a silver plate, and her steps were lighter and more graceful than ever. Sang Yang smiled. Young master, do forgive us. The quarters are rather humble. I hope you won't mind. Think nothing of it. Du Ruding was not one of those pretentious young nobles. Besides, although the residence of Gu Laowu was modest, it was kept clean and tidy, which was quite commendable. Du Ruding's arrival had a crowd of curious neighbors who came running to peer. Thus word quickly spread that he had brought many gifts to visit Gu Qianqian. The most excited of all was Gu Yaoshi. Good heavens, the gifts young master Du brought must be terribly valuable. Come, let's go ask for some. Mother, will she give them to us? Normally she wouldn't, but today in front of young master Du, she ought to feel too embarrassed to refuse. If she's embarrassed, then we've gained something. Luo Baiyun and Chen Xiulan also fully supported her scheme, since anything they managed to coax away in front of them Gu Yaoshi would hardly dare to keep for herself. They dragged along Gu Xiaoniu, Gu Xiaoma, and Chun Milan's son Gu Dalu and made their way to Gu Laowu's house. The whole family entered the room. Qianqian, grandmother has come to see you. The moment Gu Qianqian heard that cackling sound like an old witch, her head began to ache. Gu Yaoshi, what do you want? Gu Yaoshi shot her a sharp glance. You child, grandma missed you and came to visit. Seeing the entire procession behind her, Gu Qianqian felt her eyelids throb. This old witch was like a fly, impossible to shoo away. Young master Du. Gu Yaoshi didn't wait for Gu Qianqian's reply. She went straight to Du Ruding, grinning like a sycophant. Young master Du, your servant grandmother has heard Qianqian speak of you often. Seeing you in person, you're truly a distinguished gentleman. Oh hoi. Du Ruding glanced at Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, who is this? He knew she was Gu Qianqian's grandmother, but he asked deliberately. An unfamiliar nuisance, Gu Qianqian said without any hesitation. She turned and addressed her directly. Gu Yaoshi, our ties have been severed. From now on, do not go about claiming I am your granddaughter or that you are my grandmother. I cannot bear such an honor. Gu Yaoshi's expression turned cold. You unruly child. Sang Yehong Shen Xingxiu. You unfilial daughters-in-law, get over here at once. Sang Yang and Shen Xingxiu could only set aside their work and approach with irritated expressions. Mother, what is it? We were busy. Busy? Gu Yaoshi deliberately raised her voice. Are you busier than I am? I raised all 6 of you children alone. Your late fathers went off to enjoy themselves far too early, leaving me a poor widowed old woman. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but interject. I seem to recall that grandfather died because you ate all the family's rations yourself. He starved to save a mouthful for the children, ate clay, and ultimately killed himself with it. Mind your own business. Moreover, if you truly believe the dead go to enjoy themselves, then by all means go and enjoy yourself. We certainly won't stop you. With Gu Qianqian's interruptions, the long sentimental speech Gu Yaoshi had intended to deliver was helplessly swallowed back down. Enough. Gu Qianqian waved her hand decisively. We have too many people here. I won't detain you any longer. Please leave. Without giving them a chance to argue, she drove Gu Yaoshi and her entire entourage out, like a flock of ducks. She then slammed the door with a loud bang. Gu Qianqian stood at the doorway, utterly bewildered. Damn it! This is driving me out. Good heavens! Gu Laowu heard the commotion and hurried over. Mother, why are you making such a scene again? What scene am I making? Where am I causing trouble? She cried out. I haven't caused any trouble at all. That stubborn fool is utterly outrageous. How can a granddaughter lock her own grandmother outside the door? Qianqian simply refuses to acknowledge you, mother. Don't forget, every time you've caused trouble with her, have you ever come out on top? Gu Qianqian remembered the 10+ tales of silver, and her heart boiled with fresh rage. Fine, I'll call her a stubborn fool. Gu Qianqian returned in a huff, sat down, and gulped a large mouthful of cool water. Only after taking a deep breath did she feel somewhat composed. Humph, that stubborn fool has become utterly lawless. Luo Baiyun said, Mother, she has made up her mind not to acknowledge you. What more can you do? It doesn't matter whether she acknowledges me or not. Humph, I must get my hands on those gifts. How do you plan to get them, Mother? Gu Qianqian thought for a moment, then a sinister smile spread across her face. I have a plan. In anticipation of Du Lingyan's arrival, Gu Qianqian feared she might be slighted and quickly slaughtered one of the chickens she had recently purchased to prepare a soup. This broth was infused with a generous amount of traditional Chinese herbs, making it nourishing and well-suited for Du Lingyan. She then removed the chicken from the earthenware pot, prepared it as poached chicken, and drizzled it with a special sauce. Watching from nearby, Du Lingyan could not help but swallow hard. I will have this for lunch. She could not resist picking up a chicken wing with her fingers and taking a bite. Delicious. Just add some blanched greens, and that will complete the meal. Very well, I shall prepare 2 dishes for you today. And what about me? Du Ruding quickly spoke up, eager to assert his presence. Gu Qianqian smiled and said, These 2 dishes are a special treat just for you two. As she spoke, she used the chicken broth to blanch a dish of greens. The 2 of them dined simply at a small table in the backyard. It was undoubtedly the most modest meal they had ever shared, both in terms of the food and the humble table itself. Yet it was also one of the most delicious meals they had ever tasted. The chicken soup was especially fragrant and savory. Chickens of ancient times were naturally more flavorful, and with the addition of numerous medicinal herbs by Gu Qianqian, it became even more exquisite and nourishing. After the workers outside had finished their meal, Sang Yang and Shin Xingxiu cleared the table and began eating themselves. The 2 children, sensible as ever, came over to lend a hand. Gu Xiaolei now took a great liking to practicing calligraphy. He had heard from others that those who could write well could someday take the examinations for scholarly rank, just like Niu Qingfeng, who had become a xiuzai. Thus he studied with particular diligence, and under his influence his brother Gu Xiaoqing, who had previously shown little enthusiasm, became equally eager to learn. The 2 children could practice writing characters all day at home. Although they still struggled to recognize more than a handful of characters, the ones they could write were already quite beautiful. Sang Yang served rice for the 2 children and called Gu Qianqian over to eat with them. Du Lingyan sat beside Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, you work so hard now. I truly hope things will become easier for you in the future. Gu Qianqian smiled. I am fine. This is my daily routine now, and I have grown accustomed to it. Besides, being so busy is rather beneficial. It helps me lose weight. She had indeed lost quite a bit of weight already. Though she still appeared stout to others' eyes, she was genuinely slimmer than before. Du Lingyan smiled and said, Look at me. I have already returned to normal. She then lowered her voice and added, Ever since the kitchen supervisor fell into the well last time, the food I eat has been perfectly safe. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but smile at this. She had been present when that supervisor drowned in the well, and there was no doubt in her mind that Du Ruding was behind it. How dare someone openly bully the one person closest to him, her only sister? The consequences had to be severe. Gu Qianqian's gaze drifted lightly toward Du Ruding, who stood quietly as though he had heard nothing at all, his expression inscrutable. Du Lingyan seemed to read her thoughts and quickly explained, This has nothing to do with my brother. Do not think such things and ruin your impression of him. Gu Qianqian chuckled. It's all right. Du Lingyan suddenly remarked, Qianqian, you are becoming ever more beautiful. If you continue losing weight, you will surely become one of the most stunning women in the village, perhaps even in the entire town. Just as Gu Qianqian was about to respond, Du Lingyan turned to Du Ruding and asked, "Brother, isn't that right?" Du Ruding offered a rare faint smile. "If she says so, then it must be so. Enough with the flattery, both of you. I know exactly what I look like," Gu Qianqian replied with a laugh. After the meal, they enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, while Seng Yang and Xin Xingxiu continued washing dishes. Du Lingyan suggested, "Xianxian, shall we take a walk behind the house and enjoy the beautiful countryside scenery? This is my first time in the rural areas, and everything feels so refreshing." Gu Qianqian smiled and replied, "The village may not match the town in comforts, but the scenery here is truly breathtaking." The three of them stepped outside and stood upon the narrow ridge between the fields. The rice stalks had begun to droop slightly, and as a gentle breeze swept through the rice waves rippled beautifully. Du Ruding gazed at the two young women standing amid the sea of rice, smiling like autumn moons, blushing like dawn clouds, and found the corners of his lips curling upward without his noticing. After playing in the fields for a while, Du Ruding called Du Lingyan to return. She was rather disappointed, wishing she could stay and play longer. Gu Qianqian laughed and said, "Once my house is built, come stay with us for as long as you like." "Wonderful, wonderful." Du Lingyan nodded eagerly. "I shall definitely stay and not leave. But I won't stay free. I will teach the children to read and write." A free tutor, how fortunate. As they chatted and laughed, they headed toward the front where they had left the horse cart, only to see Uncle Qianqian approaching, carrying several charming flower pots in his hands. Gu Qianqian suddenly remembered that Uncle Qianqian had not gone to work that afternoon. He was firing the kiln today. "Qianqian, I fired the kiln today. The flower pots you asked me to make earlier are now ready. What do you think?" Gu Qianqian took a look and was impressed by Uncle Qianqian's craftsmanship. The flower pots were truly adorable, and she found herself quite fond of them. "Uncle Qianqian, your craft is excellent," Gu Qianqian said. "They would look even better with some colorful glaze added." "I agree." Du Lingyan, who had already climbed into the cart, could not resist jumping back down. "Qianqian, I want some too." Uncle Qianqian, aware of her identity, smiled warmly. "These are all gifts for you, Qianqian. I have many more back at the kiln. Go take your pick." Hearing that there were even more, Du Lingyan could not sit still. "I am coming too." Du Ruding, having no way to stop his sister, sighed and said, "Very well, very well." This time Uncle Qianqian had made over 100 pots, all following the designs Gu Qianqian had sketched earlier. Each one was small, delicate, and irresistible. Gu Qianqian asked, "Lingyan, do you know what these are for?" "Flower pots, of course," she replied with a smile. "But what kind of flowers would suit such tiny pots?" "Small plants, of course." Gu Qianqian thought of the place where she had gathered snails earlier, which was full of money plant. An idea struck her. "I will plant something small for you as a gift later." Du Ruding had been standing quietly aside, saying nothing. Once they had finished chatting, he finally spoke. "Qianqian, shall I help this uncle sell these?" "That would be wonderful. I had intended to sell them anyway, but I have no time currently." Before her house was built, she would likely have no free time to set up a stall. Uncle Qianqian was naturally overjoyed. These small pots were not worth much, but they required considerable labor and effort. Seeing how happy Uncle Qianqian was, Gu Qianqian worried he might price them too low. She said, "These were all carefully designed by me with great effort. Though small, they are quite labor-intensive, so the price will not be cheap." Du Ruding smiled. "How much? You name your price." Gu Qianqian chuckled. "These are all meticulously crafted by me. Although they are quite small, the difficulty is considerable. Achieving such exquisite craftsmanship is no easy feat." She extended a hand, waving it palm up and palm down, "So the minimum price is 10 copper coins each." This declaration startled Qianqian, as the price was nearly unbelievable. Initially, he thought they would cost only 1 coin apiece. He never imagined Gu Qianqian would be so bold as to ask for such a sum. Yet he doubted anyone would be foolish enough to buy at such a high price. Then Du Ruding spoke with a smile, "Count how many there are and find something to pack them for me." Qianqian felt as if he were dreaming. Had they all been sold just like that? He hurriedly said, all right, follow me." The group arrived at Qianqian's doorstep, where a pile of items was stacked inside. Qianqian said, "Look, these are all of them." "Young master, do you want them all?" "I want all of them." Du Ruding thought to himself that these tiny flower pots were quite amusing. Even if he couldn't sell them, they would make a fine addition to his home for growing small flowers. It was mainly because Du Lingyan liked them. Du Lingyan had already rushed over, letting out an excited shriek. Oh, this little adorable bunny. I love it. I want to use it to grow tiny flowers. And this little kitten is so cute. I could gaze at it all day and never tire. Oh my, I adore all these little flower pots. Brother, I want them all. Du Rooting smiled. Very well, I'll give them all to you then. Great. I'll place them in every corner of my courtyard. They're just too adorable. Chen Qianshu had already fetched a basket, carefully packing all the flower pots inside and loading them onto the carriage. He handled them with great care, patting them with straw. Young Master Du, there are 130 in total. That comes to 1,300 copper coins. He then handed over 2 strings of cash to Chen Qianshu. Here is 1,500 coins. One string held 1,000 coins, the other 500. Chen Qianshu was about to count out 200 coins to return to Du Rooting, but Du Rooting declined. Just give me 2 extra next time. Did that mean there would be a next time? Chen Qianshu immediately broke into a smile. All right. Du Rooting boarded the carriage, intending to give Gu Qianqian a ride. But Chen Qianshu said, Young Master Du, please go ahead. Qianqian still has some matters to attend to. Her aunt asked for her help. After Du Rooting left, Gu Qianqian asked, Aunt, what is it that you need me for? Chen Qianshu placed the 1,000 copper coins into Gu Qianqian's hand. Qianqian, although I am a poor man, I know that some things that don't belong to me should not be kept. Gu Qianqian smiled. In that case, Uncle Chen, you keep this money. Haven't you been helping me out these past few days? Let's call it even. The wages Gu Qianqian paid them were quite generous, 50 coins a day. Chen Qianshu hadn't worked much, just helping out occasionally, sometimes a full day, sometimes half a day. Gu Qianqian thought that if by the time the house was finished Chen Qianshu's working days exceeded the 1,000 coins, she would still give him a subsidy. If not, then so be it. She never held grudges against those who treated her well. Thus, Chen Qianshu accepted the 1,500 coins, his heart filled with gratitude toward Gu Qianqian. When Aunt Sohua returned, Chen Qianshu told her the news, and she could hardly believe it. Did we really sell that kiln's worth for 1,500 coins? 1,500 coins was 1 tael and 5 silver pieces, something unimaginable before. In the past, opening a kiln would yield at most 200 or 300 coins, which was already considered good. How many times had that multiplied? Aunt Suehua suddenly asked, shouldn't a part of this money belong to Qianqian? I recall you said the designs were all hers, and you two were partners. I told her, but she refused, saying it was to offset the wages for her work at her house. How much was that wage? She wouldn't take it. Aunt Suehua was deeply moved. Qianqian is truly kind. We only gave her a jar and helped carry some water, yet here we are benefiting so much from her. Have you noticed? Ever since our family grew closer to Qianqian, life has been getting better and better. Yes, Qianqian is truly a lucky star for our family. Aunt Suehua said, what are you standing around for? Hurry and go help Qianqian with her work. All right, I'm off right now. With that, Chen Qianshu hurried off at a brisk trot to help at Gu Qianqian's house. When he arrived at the construction site, he saw Gu Qianqian chatting and laughing with the workers. They were already building the 2nd floor. Everyone felt that Gu Qianqian was such a good person that they couldn't slack off without feeling guilty. They worked until dark every day before going home for dinner. They rose early in the morning to start work, then went to Gu Qianqian's house for breakfast, after which they immediately returned to work, barely resting. Thus the house was being built very quickly. As they were talking, Gu Qianqian heard the sound of Gu Taohong crying from Gu Laoda's house. Ever since that night, when Gu Taohong was defiled by Gu Hozi, Lin Chunhua had forbidden her from going out. She was to stay home and wait for Gu Hozi to bring the silver. Although Gu Hozi had given them the deed to the house, that house was practically worthless. Not even worth 10 taels of silver, let alone 3, and no one would want it. Gu Laowu said Taohong brought this upon herself, alas. Such a decent girl, and now she's ruined. Just then Lin Chunhua's voice rang out, stop pining over Niu Qingfeng all day. Even before, he wouldn't have looked twice at you. Mother, I need to ask him face to face, then I can let go. Before I dared not even think of it, but now it's different. His act of setting fire to Gu Qianqian's house has dealt him a heavy blow. His reputation is no better than mine. So I still have hope of marrying him. Dream on, I tell you. You can only marry Gu Hozi now. No other man will have you. Mother, then I'll die. Then die after you're married. Lin Chunhua sneered. And if you die, I'll sell you off for a ghost marriage. That fat guy sold for 2 taels before, you should fetch at least 5, no problem. Gu Taohong was furious for the first time. Mother, I always listened to you before thinking you would choose a good match for me. I never imagined that all you care about is silver. A tremendous crashing sound erupted from Gu Laoda's house, accompanied by Lin Chuanhua's screams. Gu Laowu immediately rushed over. Several others followed suit. Soon Gu Laowu emerged with Gu Taohong. Taohong, I heard that Niu Qingfeng returned from the town today. I'll take you to ask him and see if he agrees. All right, once I've asked, I'll be at peace and won't think of him anymore. Niu Qingfeng was indeed at home. When he saw Gu Taohong approaching, his already hollow eyes grew even more vacant. Everyone in the village knew about his arson. Although he had obtained Gu Qianqian's forgiveness and his parents had spent over 100 taels of silver to bribe officials, he was eventually released. He had also withdrawn from Qingyao Academy and returned home to recuperate. Qingfeng Gij, Gu Taohong called out, rushing toward him. Niu Qingfeng gazed at her and involuntarily took a step back. Get lost. His eyes were filled with utter disgust. Gu Taohong observed this and was suddenly overwhelmed with panic. She could hardly believe that Niu Qingfeng, infamous for his scandalous reputation, would actually order her to leave. Her body stumbled involuntarily, nearly toppling over. Qingfeng, you despise me. Naturally, Niu Qingfeng said coldly. What woman wouldn't despise someone like you? Gu Taohong trembled like a flower on the verge of wilting in a storm. You despise my tarnished reputation. But how much better is your own? She was on the brink of breakdown, wailing hysterically. Niu Qingfeng, I loved you so much. To marry you, I didn't hesitate to push that fat corpse into the river. Because I was jealous she liked you. You are mine alone. I won't allow anyone else to have you. She screamed, tears cascading down her face. At this point, she no longer cared about anything. Niu Qingfeng, do you still think you're the respected scholar everyone admires? Haha, wake up. You're just as disreputable as I am. The pot calling the kettle black. It's not your reputation I disdain. Niu Qingfeng stared at her coldly. I disdain your filth. He said she was dirty. Gu Taohong's heart felt as though a sharp blade had pierced straight through it. The man she loved most had called her filthy. Her heart brimmed with hatred. Hatred for that fat, witch Gu Qianqian. If it weren't for Gu Qianqian's family building such a magnificent house, she never would have sneaked onto the mountain at midnight to splash manure. And she never would have run into Gu Hozi. It's all Gu Qianqian's fault. Gu Taohong took a deep breath and wiped her tears. You actually say such things. You arsonist. Don't think anyone doesn't know you were the one who set the fire. Niu Qingfeng thought no one knew, but in truth everyone in the village was already aware. Gu Taohong fished a seal from her clothing. See this? This is what you dropped at the scene of the fire that night. I happened to pick it up. Give it here. Niu Qingfeng was terrified into madness. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. Give it back to me. Gu Taohong refused to hand it over. This seal was Niu Qingfeng's personal possession, and she wanted to keep it. Even if she couldn't marry him, at least the seal would remind her of him. Gazing at an object and longing for the person it belonged to. That was a kind of solace. But Niu Qingfeng didn't know this. He thought Gu Taohong was using the seal to blackmail him, and he nearly lost his mind. He didn't want to be thrown into the county prison. This time he had already spent several days there, and it was too dreadful. Each day offered only a single moldy black cornbread and a bowl of clean water. None of that was the worst part. The truly horrifying thing was that a dozen or more prisoners were crammed into one cell, sleeping on the bare ground, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, all within that confined space. Meals were bearable, but the excretions were unbearable. The entire cell reeked of excrement. It was absolutely revolting. But that still wasn't the worst. The absolute worst was that as a soft, scholarly man, ever since he'd been thrown in, he'd been continuously harassed by the other inmates. His clothes had nearly been torn to shreds. After his earlier ordeal with those two bandits, though he found such things terrifying, he'd gritted his teeth and endured in order to survive. But he never wanted to endure such days again. He felt that if he went back inside, he might die there. He wouldn't go back. He'd rather die than set foot in there again. Gu Taohong refused to give it to him, so he raised his fist and slammed it down upon her head and face. Gu Taohong felt a wave of dizziness and blood gushed from her nose. The pain was more excruciating than anything she had ever endured. She crashed heavily onto the ground, but Niu Qingfeng did not stop. He lunged forward and viciously beat her. Fortunately, Gu Laowu was nearby and quickly pulled Niu Qingfeng away. Though Niu Qingfeng was in a frenzy, he was merely a scholar, while Gu Laowu was a laborer. With one strong tug, he dragged him far away. Taohong. Gu Taohong lay on the ground, her head spinning and her body aching, yet she was laughing. A loud, uncontrolled laugh. Between laughter, large tears rolled down her face, soaking her cheeks. Gu Laowu intervened only because Gu Taohong was the daughter of Gu Laoda, his own niece. He said to Niu Qingfeng, "Niu Qingfeng, the entire village knows you set fire to Xianqian's house. Xianqian is magnanimous and chose not to hold it against you. You should be grateful to her. If not for her forgiveness, you'd still be rotting in prison." Niu Qingfeng shuddered as he listened. The terror was too great. Had the entire village learned of his arson? Could he still be a scholar then? Could he still study at the academy? He was destined to pass the imperial examinations. The provincial exam was imminent, and he couldn't be barred from it. Niu Qingfeng kept retreating until his back hit the wall. Clutching his head, he let out a wail of despair. Gu Laowu no longer paid him any mind, and carried Gu Taohong toward Gu Laoda's house. Lin Chunhua saw Gu Taohong laid upon the bed, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling. She couldn't help but ask, "Laowu, what has happened to her? Can she even recover?" If she couldn't recover, she'd never marry. She'd surely rot away in her own home. Gu Laowu said, "From the looks of it, she's been terrified into this state." Lin Chunhua regarded her. "I told you not to go. You wouldn't listen. Look at where you've ended up now." No matter how much Lin Chunhua scolded her, she paid no attention, her eyes remaining fixed straight on the ceiling. Her dream had shattered. When Niu Qingfeng rained fists down upon her face, she knew then and there that she would never marry him in this life. Gu Laowu sighed. "Taohong, you've seen it with your own eyes. Niu Qingfeng has never once looked at you with anything but contempt. Families like ours can only marry into farming households. But alas, no farmer wanted to marry her now. A girl who had already been ruined. Truly, there was no taker. Originally hoping to get her at a discount, Gu Houzi had taken one look at the 10 taels of silver bride price and fled somewhere far away. Gu Taohong felt her entire life shrouded in darkness. Before she was beaten daily by Lin Chunhua, worked the hardest and received the smallest portions of food. She was like a draft ox, toiling diligently every day, yet unable to find even a mouthful of sweet grass. Yet back then there was still light in her heart. She dreamed of becoming Madame Niu, the scholar's wife. But now that light had been extinguished. Her world was entirely pitch black. Just then Lin Chunhua suddenly spoke, rousing Gu Taohong from her trance. Then Lin Chunhua spoke lazily. "Old 5, this child probably won't survive. I've raised her all this time for nothing." Gu Laowu looked at her, not quite understanding why she was saying this now. "Sigh, the weather is hot now. We can't wait for her to breathe her last before going to look." Gu Laowu couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, what are we going to look for?" A coldness gleamed in Lin Chunhua's eyes. "Naturally, we're looking for someone to pair her in a posthumous marriage. Since she wants to die so badly, I can't let her go to waste." The words truly startled Gu Laowu. He never imagined Lin Chunhua could be so greedy. "If I don't sell her, I'd still have to prepare a coffin and hire people for the burial, which would cost a lot of silver. But if I sell her, the groom's family handles all that, and I'd pocket at least 5 taels of silver. That's quite profitable. But she's your own daughter. Even if she were my mother, there's nothing I can do about it." Lin Chunhua sighed, answering at Gu Taohong. "This is just her fate." Gu Taohong's eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, but her thoughts had been pulled back by Lin Chunhua. "I'll marry." As if snapping out of a daze, Gu Taohong said, "I won't die. Rest assured, I won't let you succeed." Even if she were to die, she would do so at the Feng Houzi household. "Good," Lin Chunhua sneered. "I'll give Feng Houzi half a month. If he hasn't returned by then, I won't concern myself with him anymore." The implication was clear. If Feng Houzi couldn't scrape together 10 taels of silver, he'd already given up. And by then she'd find another match for Gu Taohong. Gu Taohong didn't bother responding. Her heart was already as dead as ash. Since she couldn't marry Niu Qingfeng, who else mattered? Seeing Gu Taohong's emotions stabilize, Gu Laowu left to continue working at Gu Qianfan's house. When he told Gu Qianfan about this, she merely smiled. Gu Taohong, trying to outsmart Lin Chunhua, was virtually impossible. Her aim was nothing more than using death as leverage to force Lin Chunhua's submission. Unfortunately, Lin Chunhua wouldn't fall for it. So Gu Taohong had no choice but to abandon her schemes and cooperate with her. That evening, after everyone had rested, Gu Qianqian sorted through the gifts Du Ruding had brought that day and found most of them were food. Du Ruding must have known her family had been feeding more people lately, so he thought to send practical gifts. Sang Yang looked at those gifts and couldn't help but sigh. Qianqian, you really ought to thank young Master Du properly. Our family has built this house with his considerable help, and he's also brought so many gifts. He truly hasn't shown us any neglect. Gu Qianqian thought about how she had charged him 10 coins per small flower pot and felt somewhat guilty. However, if she sold them in town, she wouldn't get less than that price, possibly even more. I understand, Mother. We have cooperation with them, it's not about this kind of thing. Now she had essentially opened up a new industry, selling small flower pots, which was a win-win situation for both her and Du Ruding. And there was Uncle Qianqian this time. Although she hadn't taken his money, it had been offset against labor costs, so she hadn't lost out either. In the future, Uncle Qianqian would likely only need to fire these products. The Du family was in business, even though the trade was under young Master Miao's control. But Du Ruding could at least handle some sales informally, and with his help selling, she wouldn't worry about the goods going unsold. Gu Qianqian had decided that for each kiln Uncle Qianqian fired in the future, she would take a commission of at least 500 to 1,000 coins. That wasn't much for her. If not for how kind Uncle Qianqian had been to her and her desire to help him out, she wouldn't have done this. Drawing designs was tiring work, especially when there were many to complete. Sang Yang knew she had her own plans and kept quiet. The next morning, Gu Qianqian rose early to make breakfast, and both Sang Yang and Xin Xingxiu were there helping. No sooner had they finished breakfast than a very cheerful and crisp laugh came from outside. Oh my, look at this, how can this room be so messy? Upon hearing this, Sang Yang was immediately startled within her heart. This was truly an unwelcome visitor. Gu Qianqian was also quite familiar with this voice. To be precise, it should be the original owner who was very familiar with her. Gu Qianqian looked up and saw a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yaoshi walking with a swaying gait towards Sang Yang. Fanning her small handkerchief in the air, she said, Sang Yang, you dare not welcome me, even when I've come. Looks like your skin has been itching again these past few days. Oh, who was this? How bold her tone. Gu Qianqian sneered. I wondered who it was. So it's you. The person who had come was none other than Gu Qianqian, Gu Qianqian's aunt, and Gu Yaoshi's most capable assistant. Gu Qianqian smiled without warmth. Qianqian, I heard your family is building a house, so I came specifically to see you. Gu Qianqian sneered. Have you seen it now? I've seen it, it's built quite high already. Gu Qianqian's face wore a smile, but her eyes were filled with jealousy. Though not yet finished, it already looked remarkably impressive. The mere thought that such a fine house would someday belong to Gu Qianqian made her furious. Such a beautiful house should have been hers to live in. Gu Qianqian continued working while saying flatly, since you've seen it, please leave. Gu Qianqian was taken aback. This clumsy fool had indeed become sharp-tongued. She clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with anymore. Considering this, she thought. Then Gu Qianqian turned to Sang Yang and said, second sister-in-law, how long has this house been under construction? Sang Yang answered honestly, not many days, it's just that everyone has been working hard and putting in long hours. Gu Qianqian pondered for a moment. So according to that, it won't be long before the roof is completed? Probably so, I'm not sure. Gu Qianqian grew more convinced that the house would be topped out in just a few days. She thought for a moment and forced a smile onto her face. Second sister-in-law, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Sang Yang immediately knew it was no good deed. But her nature was straightforward. Aunt, please speak. The smile on Gu Qianqian's face grew even wider. Look, your family only has the 3 of you women, yet you're building such a tall 2-story house. Oh my, surely someone will notice. As she spoke, she glanced toward Gu Xiaoqing, who was riding in the room across. Xiaoqing is growing so big now. If wicked people set their sights on him, that would be troublesome. I hear there are many villains these days who specifically target boys from wealthy families. They extort money first, then sell the children. Tisk, oh my, how terrible. Second sister-in-law, I truly hope your family doesn't encounter such a thing. Gu Qianqian shot back directly, speak plainly. After Gu Qianqian's furious shout, Gu Qianqian paused, then plastered on a fake smile. Qianqian, there's no need to raise your voice to your aunt like that. Sang Yang knew that Gu Qianqian was not someone to be trifled with, and had certainly come with ill intentions this time. But being a straightforward person, she listened to Gu Qianqian's words, and added, Qianqian, she is after all your aunt. Her meaning was clear. No matter how unworthy Gu Qianqian was, Qianqian still owed her some respect as an elder. Gu Qianqian spoke coldly. Mother, listen to the nonsense she's spouting the moment she arrives. Gu Qianqian, did Gu Yaoshi send you here? Gu Qianqian was taken aback. Qianqian, isn't it improper to address your grandmother by her name like that? I severed ties with her long ago, and by extension with you as well. Gu Qianqian found it hard to believe. The old Gu Qianqian had been nothing but a foolish, lazy, and greedy girl. How had she become so sharp-witted? She quickly recalibrated her thoughts and realized she could no longer treat Gu Qianqian as a simpleton. Qianqian, Gu Qianqian piled on another fake smile. You heard what your aunt just said. There are many wicked people these days. With such a fine house you're building, you really should be concerned. As the saying goes, one may not fear thieves who merely dream of wealth, but one should fear those who obsess over it. That's precisely why I'm kindly reminding you. A house this fine should not be lived in alone. Gu Qianqian gave her a withering glance. Then what do you suggest I do? Surely having someone stay with you would provide safety. Otherwise, if malicious individuals set their sights on your home, you'd find yourselves crying out for help in the dead of night with no one to hear. Like who, for instance? Gu Qianqian asked deliberately. Me. Only then did Gu Qianqian's face break into a genuine smile. I'm your aunt, and I have a large family. We could temporarily move in with you. If any troublemakers appear, you won't need to worry. Your uncle and cousin can each handle 5 men, and they'll take care of everything for you. Gu Qianqian's plan was straightforward: get inside first, then gradually drive out Gu Qianqian and her family. Then the house would be theirs. Gu Qianqian smiled. Rest assured, I raise dogs. If one isn't enough, I'll keep 2. They're far more reliable than people. Child, don't raise dogs. Dogs waste so much food. Gu Qianqian leaned in closer. Besides, our whole family can work hard. Your uncle and cousin can take odd jobs, and my daughter and I can help with embroidery and cleaning to keep your new home looking fresh every day. Gu Qianqian asked calmly, in that case, this is indeed a good idea. Naturally, Gu Qianqian's eyes narrowed into slits from her smile. Would your aunt deceive you? Thank you so much for your suggestion. It's a good one. Don't offer another one next time. Gu Qianqian paused. Though her words made sense, something about them felt off. Qianqian, are you willing or not? Willing. Gu Qianqian was nearly bouncing with joy, 100 schemes to drive out Gu Qianqian and her family flashing through her mind. But just as she was about to speak, Gu Qianqian coldly added 2 more words, not a chance. Gu Qianqian froze, and suddenly a girl rushed over. Gu Qianqian, how can you go back on your word? The girl was about the same age as Gu Qianqian, her face twisted with sharpness and meanness. Gu Qianqian's cousin Hong Xiuxiu. Hong Xiuxiu's face flushed with anger. Gu Qianqian looked at her with a cold sneer. What? Do you have a problem with me? That's right. Hong Xiuxiu shrieked. Gu Qianqian, you promised we'd move in. How can you break your word? Gu Qianqian smiled. Which ear did you hear me agree with? Hong Xiuxiu's eyes reddened. She had been sitting nearby, delighted to watch her mother carefully lay traps for Gu Qianqian. Though the house was merely a foundation at present, she found herself increasingly drawn to it. Spacious and grand, even a single floor would make it the envy of the entire village. And there was the 2nd floor still under construction. She stood before it, catching just a glimpse, and was profoundly moved. She resolved that once she moved in, she would claim a room upstairs, preferably by the main road, so each day she could stand at her window and watch villagers pass below, their gazes filled with envy. That feeling would be absolutely wonderful. Perhaps her own marriage prospects could benefit from it, securing a good match. But now she felt her dreams were shattered, all because of Gu Qianqian. This wretched fool had destroyed everything she wanted. Gu Qianqian sneered coldly. Hong Xiuxiu, who do you think you are, daring to act so brazenly in my presence? Upon hearing this, Hong Xiuxiu's eyes immediately reddened. She was naturally fierce and volatile, and despite her youth, she was already known as one of the village bullies, the kind who never suffered injustice. This reputation had severely damaged her prospects for marriage. At her age, not a single suitor had come to ask for her hand. Her son had also reached marriageable age, yet no family would want such a mother-in-law. Sharp-tongued, calculating, desperate to find a daughter-in-law for her son while refusing to spend a single coin. All things considered, the marriage prospects of both children weighed heavily on her mind. Yet she never questioned herself or examined her children's faults. Instead, she blamed their lack of prospects on her family's insufficient prestige. So when Gu Yaoshi mentioned that Gu Qianqian's family was building a new house, she was overjoyed. She believed Gu Qianqian was building the house on her behalf. Gu Qianqian quickly regained her composure, restraining Hong Xiuxiu before turning to Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, don't rush into anything. Take your time to consider. It won't be to your disadvantage. I'll go speak with your grandmother first. You two have had some tension lately, but your family. Why make things unpleasant? If I don't think it's unpleasant, then it isn't. Oh, my dear niece, how could you understand the venom out there? People throw dirt everywhere. You're an unmarried girl. If your reputation suffers, it could ruin your chances of marriage. You can't go wrong listening to your aunt. I've always doted on you since you were little. Though you may not remember, I held you as a baby. Of course I want the best for you. We'll leave now, I'll consider it well. With that, she dragged Hong Xiuxiu away as quickly as possible. Gu Qianqian watched their retreating figures and let out a cold laugh. Gu Qianqian brought Hong Xiuxiu before the house currently under construction, where they had already paid a visit once before. Yet Gu Qianqian still wished to linger and take a better look. Hong Xiuxiu, however, had lost all her earlier enthusiasm. She said reluctantly, "Mother, what good is there in looking at this? No matter how fine the house may be, it has nothing to do with us." She had already made up her mind that Gu Qianqian would never let her move in. But Gu Qianqian wore an air of complete confidence. "Put your heart at ease. I believe we will certainly be able to move in. Even if Gu Qianqian disagrees, it doesn't matter, as long as Sang Yang agrees." Second, aunt, will she agree? And of course she will. I know Sang Yehong's temperament better than anyone. As long as I employ just a little trick or two, she'll soften and agree. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled Hong Xiuxiu closer. "Look, when the time comes, your father and I will live on the ground floor. That way, if some thief comes along at night, well, we are getting on in years and sleep lightly. The slightest sound will rouse us. Mother, last month a thief broke into our home and stole all 5 of your chickens. How come you didn't wake up?" And Gu Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. "I am still quite young. I haven't grown old at all." She pointed again. "You will sleep in this room next door. You are a young woman about to be married, so it would be better for you to live downstairs. Otherwise, climbing up and down the stairs would be inconvenient." No, Mother, I don't want to live downstairs. I want to live upstairs, in this very room. It's my favorite. From now on, every morning I will stand by this window and comb my hair so that everyone passing by below can see me. Perhaps my marriage proposal will come about that way." "That simply won't do," Gu Qianqian said. "Let me tell you, the upstairs room must be kept for your younger brother. He's about to arrange a marriage, and when the time comes, the young couple will live upstairs. We won't bother them then. I want to hold my grandchild soon." Hong Xiuxiu bit her lip. "Mother, I am your own daughter. That sister-in-law of mine is an outsider. You must not spoil her. In the end, it will be me who takes care of you in your old age." Gu Qianqian smiled. "Isn't it simply that you want to settle your marriage as soon as possible? Rest assured, our family will be living in such a beautiful, splendid house. Are you really worried about not finding a husband?" Hong Xiuxiu found this reasoning sound and immediately smiled. "Then you must let me live upstairs before I marry." "All right then. Before both you and your younger brother are married, you may live wherever you wish. But if your brother marries first, then you must be sensible and move downstairs." Though Hong Xiuxiu was still somewhat unwilling, she knew this was something she could not change. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Very well." The mother and daughter stood at the doorway, lost in their endless fantasies. Beside them, Sang Shu, who was hard at work, could not help but ask, "Who are you two babbling madwomen?" "None of your business." Gu Qianqian glared at him, hands on her hips, stamping her foot. "Do your work properly, or I'll fire you. Let me tell you something. This house belongs to Qianqian's family. I haven't spent a single coin of yours. What right do you have to chase me away?" "Ugh." Hong Xiuxiu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. "You country bumpkin. How dare you act so arrogant in front of your elder aunt? Let me remind you, this house will certainly be mine in the future. Just do your work and mind your own business. If you open your mouth one more time, I'll tear it apart and rip it into 8 pieces. Sang Shu was infuriated. Where on earth did this little shrew come from? So young, and yet such a terrible temper. Whoever marries you will have 8 generations of bad luck. Hong Xiuxiu was so angry she wanted to kick Sang Shu right then, but Gu Qianqian held her back. My dear Xiuxiu, behave yourself. Don't bother arguing with a peasant like him. The dog's meddled in a matter that's none of its business. Hong Xiuxiu gave Sang Shu a venomous glare. I'll have you fired. Just then Gu Laowu walked over. Sister, what are you doing here with Xiuxiu? Nothing. We're just looking around. Sang Shu said unhappily, they're not just looking around. They've come to carve up Qianqian's house. How shameless. Qianqian's house isn't even finished yet, and they're already plotting to take it. Hearing this, Gu Laowu also grew resentful. Sister, how can you think like this? This house belongs to Qianqian. She spent a great deal of money and effort on it. How could you entertain such thoughts? Gu Laowu was a straightforward and honest man. He naturally knew exactly what sort of person his sister was. Between Gu Qianqian and Gu Qianqian, he would always side with Gu Qianqian. When Gu Laowu spoke thus, Gu Qianqian rolled her eyes deeply at him. Laowu, whose side are you on anyway? I am your sister. Hong Xiuxiu chimed in. Yes, fifth uncle. Don't you want our family to live in better conditions? When we live close by, we can also take better care of grandma. Gu Laowu was utterly speechless at their answers. Sang Shu had no patience for them and bellowed. You 2 babbling madwomen, get out of here at once. If you dare to lay a hand on Qianqian's house again, I won't be so polite. Who are you to tell us what to do? I'm Qianqian's uncle. Oh, so what? Being her uncle is supposed to impress me. Let me tell you something. Even if you had 5 or 6 uncles, I wouldn't give it a second thought. At this moment, the workers nearby all picked up their tools. And there are us as well. We're all Qianqian's uncles. Gu Qianqian took a staggering step back and nearly fell to the ground. Good heavens, so many uncles. Gu Laowu said, Sister, you'd best go home. Since you've made the effort to come all this way, you should spend more time with mother. Gu Qianqian dared not confront the group of burly men, but she could still be fierce toward Gu Laowu. You good for nothing. Your sister is being threatened, and you're just standing there like a corpse. Why don't you grab a knife and charge at them? Gu Laowu's face turned pale with anger. Sister, what are you saying? Do you still think you're in the right? Go earn a few dozen taels of silver, and we'll build you a brand new house. Am I ill, or have I lost my mind? Gu Qianqian began cursing. I would never spend so much silver on such a house. Then stop your incessant whining here. You're making a fool of yourself for all to see. Tisk. Gu Qianqian scolded. You Gu Laowu, you're turning your elbow outward. If I'm going to tell mother, I'll have her whip you with a thick hemp rope. With that, she grabbed Hong Xiuxiu and hurried away. Goodness me. With over a dozen men glaring at them, tools in hand, the scene was truly terrifying. Sang Shu couldn't help but say to Gu Laowu, Brother Laowu, I'm only speaking the truth. Among your siblings apart from you and my late husband, none of them are worth much. There's no helping it. But rest assured, this house belongs to Qianqian. No one can take it away. There are property deeds for it and records kept at the town magistrate's office, all in Qianqian's name. I know that well enough. Those 2 babbling madwomen are simply living in a daydream. Gu Laowu remained silent, letting out only a sigh. He felt that having such a sister was truly humiliating. He could do nothing but stand there shaking his head in disbelief. Just as they were speaking, Gu Qianqian came over to call them back for dinner. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she asked, What's wrong? Qianqian, Gu Laowu confessed honestly. Your aunt and cousin came by earlier. Oh, those 2 lunatics. It's fine, just ignore them. Qianqian, Sang Shu said earnestly, rest assured, with all your uncles here, you have nothing to fear. Gu Qianqian smiled. Thank you, uncle. I'm not afraid of them. You've all been working hard all morning. Hurry back and eat. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian and her daughter returned to Gu Yaoshi's home. Seeing them slink back, Gu Yaoshi quickly asked, How did it go? Hong Xiuxiu said gloomily, That fatso won't agree. I knew she wouldn't, that's why I had your mother come to deal with her. Gu Yaoshi said viciously, We must get rid of those 3. I want to live in that beautiful house. Then you 2 can move in, and we'll live together. Gu Qianqian nodded. This matter can't be rushed. We need to think slowly and plan carefully. Gu Yaoshi smiled. Right, you've always been clever since you were little. Consulting you is the right move. Hong Xiuxiu pouted. Grandmother, what's wrong with my fifth uncle? Why does he always side with outsiders? Don't mention him. The moment Gu Yaoshi heard Gu Laowu's name, she was furious. Just mentioning him makes me angry. That fatso trusted him so much, and I asked him to make up a lie to swindle some silver from her, but he refused. Gu Yaoshi said, extremely agitated. It drives me crazy. How could I have given birth to such a worthless thing? If he were like you, all that fatso's silver would be in our hands. I heard her building that house cost nearly 100 taels. What? Gu Qianqian was startled. That house cost that much silver. Of course, Gu Yaoshi said, slapping her hands in distress. It's all glutinous rice and lime. That glutinous rice was brought back in piles, and just that part cost dozens of taels of silver. Gu Qianqian stared blankly, but she wasn't thinking about that. Mother, don't you think living in such a fine house would be really impressive? The matchmakers for our family, Xiuxiu and Chuanfa, would probably wear down the doorstep. Mother, Hong Xiuxiu said with a coy look, then you must pick a good family for me, preferably one where I can be a young mistress right away with no work to do and servants to wait on me. Gu Yaoshi smiled slightly. Sure, don't worry. If your mother doesn't pick a wealthy family, I won't let her off. Thank you, grandmother. Hong Xiuxiu felt pleased. She thought that with her grandmother's support, her mother wouldn't dare favor her future sister-in-law too much. A few days passed, and the time came to raise the roof beam. Originally on the day of raising the beam, firecrackers were set off and guests were invited. But Gu Qianqian felt that since her house wasn't completely finished, it wouldn't be appropriate to have a banquet at Gu Laowu's place. So she canceled the plan to host a feast for the beam raising and simply bought several bolts of red cloth to hang on the beam. Early in the morning, word spread through the village that Gu Qianqian's house would have the beam raising that morning. Adults and children alike gathered early beneath the beam. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the beam raising begin. As soon as the words were spoken, firecrackers crackled outside, and Sang Sansi, standing on the beam, began scattering candies down. As soon as the candies were scattered, the adults and children below the beam erupted into chaos. Everyone scrambled to grab the candies, and Gu Xiaoqing and Gu Xiaolei were among the crowd. Today, Gu Qianqian had deliberately bought a lot of candies. Watching everyone joyfully snatching them up, she felt happy too. With a gong sound, the beam-raising ceremony came to an end. Gu Qianqian said cheerfully, "Dear neighbors, uncles, aunts, thank you all for coming to celebrate. When we move into the new house, I'll invite everyone over for a meal." The crowd applauded. Gu Yaoshi was also among them. Though advanced in years, she was still fairly nimble. To get more candies, she even brought a basin and held it high when the candies were scattered. She had already caught quite a few in her basin, but the people around her were unscrupulous and even snatched from her basin. Furious, she cursed and tried to protect her loot, but the children paid no heed. One child even snatched her basin and used it himself. Finding it awkward, he threw it on the ground. Gu Yaoshi tried to retrieve it, but was shoved and stumbled around. The basin was kicked and trampled on. By the time Gu Yaoshi stumbled and picked it up, the beam raising was already over. Her basin had been stomped flat, the bottom leaking. As she was grieving over her basin, she heard Gu Qianqian's words and couldn't help sneering. "You bought so many candies, of course people would come. I've never seen anyone so foolish. Just grab a handful and toss it down, wouldn't that be enough? Throwing so many. You might as well give them to me." The crowd looked at her with disdain. Aunt Hahua couldn't help retorting, "Gu Yaoshi, when it's time to contribute money or effort, you're nowhere to be seen. But when it's time to beg for food, you're always first." Looking at the basin in Gu Yaoshi's hand, she couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, Gu Yaoshi, you tried to grab candies, but ended up losing a basin, ha." Gu Yaoshi's face turned white with rage. She threw the broken basin to the ground and walked away, cursing, "I knew it. I'm jinxed with that fatso. Nothing good happens when I run into her." The crowd couldn't be bothered with her. They happily ate the candies, praising Gu Qianqian's choice. The sweets were delicious. Gu Taohong next door grew green with envy. Although she had given up on Niu Qingfeng and agreed to marry Gu Hozi when he returned, she had never let go of her hatred for Gu Qianqian. She believed that all her tragedies stemmed from Gu Qianqian. "Gu Qianqian, why didn't you drown? If you had drowned, none of this would have happened. I will never let you off, never. I must take revenge. You've ruined me." Leaning on the window, she watched the lively crowd outside, her heart aching as if scratched by a cat. Here the crowd was laughing and chatting merrily when a group of men approached. Their faces were filled with sorrow, their eyes red as if all their vitality had been drained away. Aunt Hawa saw them and exclaimed, "Why are you back so early today? It was still morning, how could they be back?" Hearing this, the other wives also rushed over. Gu Qianqian watched and understood somewhat in her heart. When questioned by their wives, the men could no longer hold back. They crouched on the ground, wiping away their tears. Aunt Hawa was flustered. "What's wrong there, father? What happened?" Her husband's eyes were red-rimmed as he said, "He's run off, disappeared." "What?" Aunt Hawa's eyes rolled back, and she slumped to the ground. "What did you say?" "Disappeared. The boss who hired us from town is gone," her husband said, bursting into loud sobs. His crying set off the others, and soon their wives and children were all weeping bitterly. Before this, they had harbored many hopes. At 21 a day, they could earn 2 or 301 after all this time, plus the bonus promised by the boss. They had roughly calculated that they could make 401. Everyone had worked with all their might, putting in every ounce of effort. They ate poorly every day, but no one complained, thinking only of the money they would receive at the end. Now the money was gone. They had worked for nothing all these days. Especially those who had originally worked at Gu Qianqian's house. They were filled with regret. At Gu Qianqian's they had earned 51 a day and enjoyed such good meals. At first they had thought Gu Qianqian wouldn't pay, so they went to the town for odd jobs at 21 a day with 1 meal provided. But who would have thought that Gu Qianqian would pay 51 and provide even better food? Though if there were many people she wouldn't provide meals, but even without meals it was still 51. The town's boss provided a bowl of rice water as thin as water, gone in a few gulps. Sometimes there wasn't even a piece of pickled vegetable. The women wept bitterly because of the lost silver. And the children wailed loudly because the promised snacks and delicious meat had vanished. Aunt Chuntao watched, feeling grateful that her husband had been steadfast, otherwise he would likely have been among those men. Gu Laoda did not join their crying, for he had reached his own doorstep, and Lin Xuanhua, who was at home looking after Gu Taohong, had not come out to snatch sweets. Only Gu Xiaohu had dashed out, grabbed a handful of candies, and grinned from ear to ear. Now seeing Gu Laoda return, he remembered that Gu Laoda had promised to buy him meat once he got his wages. He hurriedly ran back home. Soon the sounds of Gu Xiaohu and Lin Chunhua wailing came from Gu Laoda's house. "Mother, I don't care. I want to eat meat. Father promised me I must have meat. Husband, how could you come back with not a single one?" Over at Aunt Hawa's place, after a bout of crying and fussing, the other women wiped their tears and approached her. "Hawa, it was your husband who took ours there, and now you're telling us the boss has run off. We don't believe it." "That's right, Hawa, we don't believe it. You said it was 21 a day, and none of us wanted to go at first. It was you who kept pestering us day and night." "Exactly, Hawa. Our family was working at Xianxian's place, and you came to our house and pestered until midnight." Then everyone crowded around Aunt Hawa, demanding she pay them. Aunt Hawa said tearfully, "I didn't get any silver myself. What can I give you? Besides, our family only introduced you to the job. The price was something the boss and you agreed on yourselves. We didn't get any benefit from it." "How, if you didn't get any benefit, would you have been so kind as to help us?" Just then Lin Chunhua ran out of the house. "Hawa, I don't care. You have to pay me my wages. I tell you, my husband has worked like an ox these days. You can't let my husband suffer for nothing." Aunt Hawa jumped up at the sight of Lin Chunhua. "Others can say that, but not you, Lin Chunhua. This terrible idea came from your Gu Taohong." Lin Chunhua was taken aback. She never expected that the idea had come from Gu Taohong. Now there would be big trouble. Sure enough, when the others heard that Gu Taohong was the one who came up with the idea, they all turned on Lin Chunhua. "Lin Chunhua, if your Gu Taohong suggested it, then your family is not off the hook." "That's right. Your family must compensate us. Your Gu Taohong is a real troublemaker. Yes, thinking about it now, she's really wicked. Like mother, like daughter. She was defiled by Gu Hozi, and I felt sorry for her, but now I think she deserved it." Lin Chunhua listened, afraid to ask Aunt Hawa for money anymore. She hurriedly tried to run back home, but the crowd stopped her. Everyone insisted that her family pay up. But Lin Chunhua's family had no money either. "My family has no silver. Besides, we were just helping to introduce. We didn't get any silver either." With that, she threw herself on the ground and began rolling and wailing. If you keep pushing me, I'll go to your house and kill myself. Life is already unbearable. Over there, Aunt Hahua had found a rope somewhere and said she didn't want to live anymore. She was going to hang herself. Although everyone felt cheated, they wouldn't drive anyone to death over some silver. After a while, the noise subsided. Uncle Qianqian had come to help today. Watching them, he shook his head. They were truly blind, giving up the good opportunity at Gu Qianqian's to work elsewhere. Now they had nothing but empty hands. Meanwhile, those who stayed to help, Gu Debao, Gu Huzi, Uncle Qianqian, and Aunt Chuantao's husband Gu Fulong, had stuck to their convictions unmoved by the lure of money. Uncle Qianqian, for instance, had already reaped the benefits, receiving 1,500 won. The crowd gradually dispersed. The children with candy in hands soon cheered up, but the adults were filled with gloom. Aunt Hahua walked along cursing Gu Qianqian. Don't envy Gu Debao and the others now. Who knows if Gu Qianqian can even produce that much silver? The others listened and thought it made sense. So many workers, 50 won per person per day, so many days. Each person would cost nearly 1 tael of silver. Seeing that they were somewhat convinced, Aunt Hahua added, just wait. You'll see them cry even louder than you did. In her heart, she was hoping for Gu Qianqian's downfall. 2 men stayed behind and went to find Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, do you still need workers on your property? Your uncle would like to help, and the pay doesn't matter. Gu Qianqian didn't lack the money for wages, but she couldn't take on any more people. Uncles, as you can see, we're finishing up today. The most urgent thing now is to put on the tiles and complete the roof. Hearing this, the 2 men had nothing more to say and left with sighs. Gu Laowu said, Qianqian, don't take this to heart. They made their own choices. No one can blame you. Blaming me. They certainly can't.